conference to announce the simultaneous initiation of three 2D animated projects from Disney, a sequel to The Lion King, Pocahontas, and Mulan. This move clearly aimed at his former employer, Disney. The influx of good news in quick succession propelled Viacom's stock price up by 7.6%. The rise made the company's shareholders, who had previously criticized Redstone's aggressive expansion strategy, reevaluate their opinions and commend his decisive leadership. However, where there were winners, there were also losers. Most notably, Warner Bros. CEO Terry Semel, who had lost to Redstone in the bidding war for Disney's animation division. Although companies like Seagram and 20th Century Fox, which also lost in the competition, faced some media backlash, the commentary surrounding Warner Bros.' defeat was almost derisive. After all, Warner Bros. Had more than double the overall strength of Viacom, and its previous struggles in film left it with ample rationale to seize the Disney animation division. This loss negatively affected Warner Bros. Even more than just the defeat itself. Many media outlets speculated whether the company was facing a financial crisis. Firefly's unexpected announcement on the auction day to extend the payment deadline disrupted Warner Bros.' carefully considered bidding strategies. While Semel was the head of the company, his authority was significantly less than that of his predecessor, Steve Ross. Consequently, he was unable to recalibrate the strategy quickly in response to Firefly's sudden move, leading to Warner Bros.' eventual failure in the auction. While the fundamental responsibility for this failure rested on the shoulders of Warner Bros. Shareholders and the board's constraints on Semel, it was clear they would never take the blame. Ultimately, Semel bore the brunt of the criticism. Warner Bros.' stock price had already been suffering from poor box office performance over the summer, and with this auction loss, their hopes of breaking into the animated film sector withered away. The negative impact of this event caused Warner Bros. Stock to dive even lower, reversing a brief recovery following the summer slump. Under immense pressure, Semel even toyed with the idea of resignation amidst his busy schedule. However, this thought was fleeting. Among the reasons to stay was the lucrative salary the CEO position offered, and anyone who had tasted the power of leading a major media conglomerate would hesitate to give it up. So, Semel had to grapple with the challenges and search for solutions to the ongoing predicament. As the seller, Firefly Group celebrated their gain of $2.5 billion in cash from the deal, yet the media's tone towards the company was far from congratulatory. The general consensus among media outlets was that the $2.5 billion auction price for Disney's animation division was still significantly lower than its actual worth. They pointed out that the ongoing success of The Lion King alone could provide ample proof. With an estimated net profit of $1 billion over the next 3 years, that meant an annual net income of over $300 million for Firefly. By the industry standard, where a company's market value typically exceeds its annual profit by tenfold, the media believed the real value of Disney's animation division should be over $3 billion. In contrast to Semel, who was desperately managing media interviews in hopes of turning around Warner Bros.' recent downturn, Firefly held a routine press conference during the signing with Paramount and subsequently refrained from engaging further with media commentary. This underscored the advantage of being a private company, which could evade the pressures of stock prices and profit reports. Moreover, despite dampened expectations for Disney's theme parks and merchandise businesses following Firefly's decision to part with the animation division, the internal development strategy at Firefly Group remained crystal clear. After spinning off the traditional animation department, Jeffrey Katzenberg immediately began restructuring Disney's animation division. While most of the top digital animators were at Pixar, the past few years had seen an explosion of advertising design firms and special effects studios utilizing computer graphics technology. Training a batch of skilled professionals with both computer and artistic backgrounds from these firms to reboot Disney's animation department seemed well within reach. Additionally, Firefly Software Company and Pixar Studios could offer a complete suite of mature animation technologies and some management talent for the new Disney animation division. Under Katzenberg's expert control, who had previously led the revival of Disney's animation department, everything could go smoothly, allowing the new Disney animation division to produce its first work within 3 years. Thus, The release schedule for Disney animated films would only see a slight interruption in 1996 before returning to a stellar output pattern with Pixar and Disney alternating releases. The continuous divestiture of print media and the animation division had significantly boosted Firefly's cash reserves. However, Eric had no intention of pursuing aggressive expansion just yet. Though the merger with ABC had proceeded without significant upheaval, at that moment, Firefly was akin to a recently combined large media machine. It had just achieved the basics of operation and was still far from optimal efficiency. With several issues requiring attention, brazenly pushing for the next round of expansion would lead to two possible outcomes. One characterized by excessive growth resulting in an unwieldy structure and systemic problems that might lead to overall collapse and financial crises. The other represented by a superficially strong entity like Warner Brothers, riddled with internal discord, ultimately unable to avert decline. Eric envisioned a Firefly that, even when encountering high-level transitions resembling Warner Brothers, could operate smoothly. Thus, while rebuilding the Disney animation division, Firefly was also busy aligning operations across its two main segments, film and television, through continuous adjustments at ABC, Disney Channel, ESPN, Marvel Entertainment, and more. Since internal restructuring usually didn't require excessive capital, the operating cash flow within Firefly was more than capable of handling these adjustments. Given the robust profitability of Firefly's various sectors and the significant funds flowing in from divesting those two assets, the company's accounts inevitably displayed a considerable cash surplus. Firefly's choice to extend the payment period during the auction of the Disney division was partly motivated by this reason. Too large an inflow could lead to tax liabilities if it couldn't be invested promptly. In the past, Eric's first reaction to such a situation would typically be to settle Firefly's debts. However, after several years of experience, his once conservative approach to business began to shift. He gradually embraced the notion of a leveraged business model. Although Firefly's debt reached $10 billion, its debt-to-equity ratio stood at a healthy 30%. For most corporations, this level of indebtedness was quite sustainable and even beneficial, enabling tax avoidance through interest expenses. Furthermore, while paying off debts early could save Firefly some interest costs, eliminating all $10 billion in liabilities in the short term would only save roughly $5 billion in interest. On the other hand, investing that same $10 billion could yield several times that amount within a decade, thanks to Eric's unique advantage in navigating such markets. Therefore, the decision between settling debts or investing practically made itself. With abundant cash support, even though Firefly's internal expansion momentarily paused, Eric sought to hasten investments in the high-tech sector he was familiar with. It was the dawn of the late 90s tech boom, and this was an opportune moment to enter the fray. To support the technical development of Yahoo's advertising and technology alliances, Eric injected another $200 million into Yahoo. The $200 million debt financing promised to America Online also hit their account in one lump sum. At the same time, per the original plan to expedite Yahoo's advertising alliance via an angel fund, Eric began accelerating investments in promising websites. Nevertheless, these investments still represented only a small portion of Firefly's cash reserves. Eric was certainly not about to blindly increase investments and be taken advantage of. As such, leaving nearly $1 billion in cash after dividends for other shareholders also became a predicament for Eric. What a fortunate dilemma, he reflected while seated in his office at Firefly Studios, reviewing the latest financial statements of the group over a week after the auction of the Disney animation division. Just as he was contemplating, Kelly walked in, gave him a light glare, and handed him a schedule across the desk. "I've booked a Gulfstream business jet. The Victoria's Secret team can fly to New York tomorrow morning. Miss Brighton has arranged a press conference there. Additionally, the set at the Manhattan-Lexington Avenue Armory has been set up according to your blueprints. Although the remote-controlled camera track you asked about is still in customization and might take another week. And your earpiece recorders." She paused, adding, "I don't know what all these strange ideas of yours are, but Motorola is willing to customize them for free. They just want their logo prominently displayed on the equipment." Eric nodded. "That's fine, but we need the equipment delivered within a week." "Of course, I've already instructed them, Kelly acknowledged, then continued. Regarding the Victoria's Secret plans, Mr. Katzenberg's assistant just called. He'll also be heading to New York tomorrow. Looking up from a document he was reviewing, Eric asked, "What for?" Kelly, skipping any playful banter, explained, "Tomorrow is the 19th, Monday, and Survivor airs Tuesday. Mr. Katzenberg likely wants to see the ratings news for Survivor as soon as possible. If any issues arise, he can make quick adjustments." Eric nodded in realization. He simply remembered that ER and Friends were set to premiere on September 28th and 29th, but had overlooked that Survivor's premiere was a week earlier. Given the strong positive response from its trial run, ABC wasn't overly worried about ER and Friends. However, for Survivor, an innovative reality show format that Eric personally selected, doubts lingered among many. Unique in its format, Survivor couldn't facilitate a trial episode. Thus, it wasn't surprising that Katzenberg wanted to be on hand at ABC's New York headquarters to react promptly to any implications stemming from the show. In truth, Eric didn't worry too much about Survivor's performance, knowing that the show had proven immensely popular in his previous life. Even years after its launch, a slew of similar reality shows emerged. But he had no intention of interfering with Katzenberg's decisions. Noticing his silence, Kelly passed him a thick file. "This is the information you requested. The radio communication technology company you asked me to look into is developing products that stray too far from the main GSM format. I don't see much investment potential unless you believe their technology can completely replace GSM, which seems unlikely. The first-generation analog signal transmission lasted over 20 years before GSM ousted it. Even if this new communication format has more advantages, it seems unlikely to replace GSM quickly. After all the mainstream global communication technology companies and mobile device manufacturers currently use the GSM format and have heavily invested in R&D. Those world-class electronic giants wouldn't allow their newly acquired technological advancements to be easily supplanted." Chapter 659-660, I'm Hungry. Eric smiled as he listened to Kelly, not responding immediately, but flipping through a thick stack of documents in his hands. The cover bore an unfamiliar bold word, Qualcomm. Eric knew this word was derived from Quality Communications. At the moment, while major global mobile communication manufacturers were fiercely competing for patents and developing technology based on the second-generation mobile communications technology standard, 2G GSM, very few people paid attention to this obscure wireless communication technology company. This provided Qualcomm, the company that developed the CDMA communication technology standard, with ample time to arrange for its patent layout. Years later, when the 3G era arrived, all the leading electronics giants suddenly realized that Qualcomm had established a solid technological barrier through more than 3,000 CDMA patents, raking in billions of dollars in net profits every year just from licensing fees. Giants of the electronics industry like Apple and TriStar could exploit various tax avoidance strategies to significantly reduce their corporate tax liabilities, but no matter how they maneuvered the system or in which low-tax country they established branches, they could not escape paying about 5% of what was referred to as the Qualcomm tax for devices using CDMA technology. At Eric's special request, the materials Kelly collected about Qualcomm amounted to about 40 or 50 pages. Given Qualcomm's relatively low profile in the industry, there was no rush to acquire it. With the workday nearing its end and plenty of tasks ahead, Eric closed the documents, planning to study them privately. He looked up at his assistant sitting across from him and asked, "Are you sure it's okay to leave Nina in Los Angeles while you come with me to New York tomorrow?" Kelly smiled, feeling grateful for Eric's thoughtfulness. "It's fine. Nina is already at boarding school now, and Jenny will take care of her on the weekends along with some help from me when I return." When Eric heard Kelly mention Jennifer Garner, he chuckled. "Is she still babysitting Nina?" Kelly blushed slightly. "Since Jenny already knows about our relationship, she's such a smart girl, so how could she just walk away?" Eric laughed. "Then let her continue helping with Nina for a while. If you're satisfied with her later, you might be able to offer her some good opportunities." "I know," Kelly nodded. As Eric's personal assistant, helping an actress find opportunities was indeed a piece of cake. Eric continued, "But Nina is still so young. It's not appropriate for you to be on the road with me all the time. You might as well start training your successor now. In a couple of years, you can transition to an internal position at the company, and life will be a bit more stable." Kelly felt a twinge of reluctance, but quickly joked, "Are you trying to say I should train Caroline? She has indeed been doing an excellent job lately, but I can hardly imagine her working normally with you around." Kelly clearly recalled the look on Caroline's face when she had seen Eric at the studio that day. Eric smiled. "People can adapt. As my assistant, you'll have more responsibilities in the future. One person won't be enough. You can train both Caroline and Melanie at the same time. That was my original plan." Kelly couldn't help but tease. "Two at once? You really are greedy. Is it really okay to tease the boss like this?" Haha. After a 5-hour flight and some time zone differences, the business jet that departed from Los Angeles at 9 a.m. landed at New York's Kennedy Airport by 5 p.m. Before September 11th, due to the airline industry's highly developed state, American airports were relatively open. With proper communication, it wasn't too difficult to arrange for media reporters to enter the airport for coverage. Therefore, as the first Victoria's Secret angel stepped out of the cabin, the surrounding crowd of hundreds of media reporters snapped their cameras in a frenzy. Although Eric had pushed out a substantial amount of information about the Victoria's Secret angels through various media channels prior to this event, this time was different. It marked the first appearance of all 40 angels in front of the press since the announcement of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. After months of rigorous training, all the angels were in impeccable shape. With 40 of the world's most beautiful and enchanting bodies presented at once before the public, the commotion was beyond comprehension. As the angels, clad in matching leather jackets, t-shirts, jeans, and tall boots, stepped off the plane one by one, Eric, still seated inside, could feel the clicks of the shutters growing louder through the window. Had it not been for Emily's prior arrangements with security personnel, these stunning supermodels would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed by the reporters. The 40 Victoria's Secret angels had firmly captivated the media's attention. As they were escorted to 2 buses waiting nearby to leave the airport, the journalists followed suit, leaving the area around the business jet quickly deserted. Perhaps some journalists might have realized that the most important person seemed to be a no-show, but at that moment, the allure of these supermodels completely overshadowed Eric, the behind-the-scenes boss. Once the angels and the media had cleared out, Emily suddenly appeared from somewhere. At that point, Eric stepped out of the cabin with Jeffrey Katzenberg, Kelly, and the others, greeting her. After some friendly exchanges, the energetic Katzenberg and Robert Iger arranged to have dinner to discuss ABC television network matters and left the airport with their entourage. Eric thought about his children, whom he hadn't seen in a while. He chatted with Emily regarding his recent schedule and decided to skip the media conference for the Victoria's Secret fashion show the next day at the flagship store on Fifth Avenue. He requested a car from Emily and headed toward East Hampton with 2 bodyguards. In an effort to avoid any awkwardness, Kelly decided to work with Emily in Manhattan, planning to stay at the hotel where the Victoria's Secret angels were lodging. East Hampton, away from the hustle and bustle of New York City, always exuded a unique tranquility and peace. With no tall buildings to obstruct the view, the open scenery offered a feeling of endless skies and vast seas. The car weaved through narrow roads surrounded by hedges, driving into a seaside estate where several maids greeted them. Eric picked 2 small gift boxes from a pile of presents and instructed the bodyguards and a maid who had walked over to take the other items inside the villa. He then walked over to where the women and children were playing on the lawn. Not spotting Joanna, he only saw Virginia and Joanna's sister, Ava Pacula, with the 2 little ones. Virginia waved at Eric but didn't approach. Instead, she squatted down and whispered a few words to little Kevin while pointing at Eric. Ava seemed also inclined to say something to Hawaii. The pretty little girl with golden hair ran toward Eric, and seeing his sister's gesture, the previously unwilling little boy followed suit. The more than 1-year-old little ones could now manage to run slowly. Eric, however, wasn't worried about the 2 little treasures tumbling on the lawn. He crouched down, smiling, and extended his hand. Hawaii was the first to reach Eric, blinking her beautiful big eyes inherited from her mother at him for a couple of seconds before diverting her gaze to the small box Eric had sat down nearby. Her tone was casual and devoid of any excitement or the sentimentality of a long-awaited reunion, resembling a simple conversation between familiar acquaintances as she asked, "Daddy, is this a gift?" Faced with his daughter's somewhat strange reaction, Eric's smile faltered. He had thought that after such a long time apart, it would take some coaxing to get his children to call him Daddy. But what was happening now? However, noticing a hint of anticipation in his daughter's eyes, Eric quickly recovered. He picked up a small box nearby and handed it to her with a smile, saying, "Here you go. This is yours." Just as he was about to pick up another small box to tease his hesitant son, he watched as Hawaii expertly undid the beautiful bow on the gift box, tearing off the wrapping paper and uncovering a Rubik's Cube that was somewhat larger than her palm. Virginia and Ava had by then approached little Kevin, but Eric's attention was captured by his daughter's series of actions. As a father, Eric clearly remembered that in his previous life, when his son was 1.5 years old, although he could walk and talk proficiently, he still spent most of his time in the blissful state of eating and sleeping, monitored by his mother. But here stood Hawaii, effortlessly opening a beautifully wrapped gift box tied with a knot, something that was surely beyond the capability of a 1.5-year-old girl. Watching as his little girl focused on the Rubik's Cube in her hands, Eric smiled. This response finally seemed normal for a child. He gently asked, "Hawaii, do you know what this is?" "A cartoon Rubik's Cube," Hawaii replied, without looking up, giving Eric the impression that she was not really answering him. The little girl then flipped the cube in her hand, muttering to herself, "Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Winnie the Pooh, Tigger." Listening to his daughter's ramblings, Eric looked up at Virginia and Ava, who simply exchanged faint smiles, showing no intention of explaining anything to him. Meanwhile, Hawaii continued murmuring to herself while starting to twist the Rubik's Cube. To Eric's astonishment, in just over a minute, she managed to align all the sides perfectly. With narrowed eyes, the little girl took a look at her handiwork. Then, to Eric's surprise, she simply tossed aside the cube and turned to Ava Pacula, who wore a sly smile, exclaiming, "Daddy is so boring. Ava, I'm hungry." Chapter 660, 661. You won't be disappointed. Although Virginia and Joanna lived far away from downtown New York City in East Hampton, their lives were far from the monotony often associated with housewives. Virginia maintained her acting career, frequently going off to film, and Eric was quite supportive of her. Most of the time, Joanna single-handedly took care of the three little ones, Hawaii, Kevin, and Emma. After living in East Hampton for a while, Joanna found her own social circle and often took the kids to neighborhood gatherings. While searching for a preschool for 3-year-old Emma, Joanna developed an interest in education. With Eric's support, she donated money and became a board member of the East Hampton School, and she was actively planning to build a public library in the area. Eric, while perhaps somewhat lacking as a father, kept in close touch with the women and children thanks to advancements in communication technology. Yet, there were still many things that took Eric by surprise. Like right now. It was already the afternoon of the next day. To spend more time with the women and the kids, Eric had canceled his attendance at the Victoria's Secret fashion show press conference on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. He spoke with Emily Brighton and Edward Razek over the phone after the press conference, and Jeffrey Katzenberg called to discuss the upcoming episode of Survivor that would air that evening. Now, at 4 o'clock in the warm autumn sunshine, on the spacious estate lawn covered with various toys, only Eric and the two little ones remained. Virginia had taken Ava shopping. Joanna had gone to the preschool to pick up Emma, and the maids, perhaps sensing that this was Eric's quality time with the kids, had all disappeared. Holding Kevin, who was happily gnawing on a teething toy, Eric cast his gaze toward Hawaii Williams, who was deeply engrossed in a children's book at a small table not far away. Half a year. It had only been half a year. Eric silently lamented in his mind. It had only been 6 months since he last saw his precious daughter, who loved bedtime stories, and now she had turned into a little oddball. What was more frustrating was that the women had all kept this from him. He had only learned about his daughter's transformation just yesterday. Watching his daughter turn the pages, Eric almost wanted to shout, "Sweetheart, can we not do things a 1.5-year-old should be doing?" As a father, Eric naturally wished for his children to be smarter than the average kid, perhaps even to be geniuses. However, he also understood that being too brilliant could often lead to difficulties. Just like yesterday, when his daughter could clearly remember him after 6 months apart and call him daddy, as though she was familiar, Eric felt that for her. It was more of a symbol. Just like books, toys, kittens, and birds, the term daddy seemed to have become just another noun in her mind. It was an awful feeling. After a moment's thought, Eric walked over and squatted down beside his daughter, peering at the book she was holding. Trying to strike up a conversation, he asked, "What book are you reading, Hawaii?" The little girl glanced up at Eric and then looked down again, responding in a tone that was remarkably mature for her age. "Dad, I'm just a kid. You don't have to pretend around me, okay?" Eric nearly fell over. So she still knew she was a kid. "All right, Hawaii, how about you put the book down and play with Kevin for a while? How about the seesaw?" Hawaii glanced at the seesaw before quickly responding, "I don't want to." Eric patiently tried to coax her. "Then what do you want to play? You shouldn't just read all the time, or your eyes are going to go bad, and then you'll have to wear really ugly glasses." Hawaii tilted her little head, hesitated for a moment, then handed her book to Eric, saying, "Dad, read it to me." Eric took the book, promptly sat down on the lawn, and continued holding his son. He looked at his daughter, who was wide-eyed, saying, "Hey, besides reading and listening to stories, can't we do something else?" Hawaii focused intently on the corner of the book peeking out from under Eric, seeming to realize she couldn't retrieve it from him. Pouting her little lips, she muttered, "You're such a mean dad," and ran off toward the villa. Eric could only helplessly watch his daughter's small figure disappear. He picked up Kevin and followed her inside. By evening, the women returned one after another. Eric moved into the kitchen to help Joanna prepare dinner, casually bringing up the subject of their daughter. "Haha, maybe Hawaii has inherited the genes of Pandora aliens. Just like you, she's a genius," Joanna said, joking without a worry. Eric wanted to tell Joanna that he wasn't a genius, but a little lucky. "Joanna, I think we should take this issue seriously. Compared to her peers, Hawaii's performance is way too extraordinary, and that's not a good sign. Don't you see? Her thinking has become a bit too symbolic. It feels like when she calls me daddy, it's not much different from naming a tree. If this continues, she'll likely grow up to be very indifferent, and I'm sure you wouldn't want that to happen, would you?" Joanna added mushrooms to the soup pot and shot him a glare. "That's because you don't spend enough time with her. I don't feel any coldness when Hawaii calls me mommy." "Okay, fine, that's on me. But..." Joanna put the lid on the pot, leaned over, and kissed Eric's cheek, smiling. "Hawaii's situation is indeed a bit unique, but I've consulted an education professor from Columbia University who gave me a lot of advice. I'm going to make sure to raise Hawaii well, so don't worry." Feeling somewhat relieved, Eric then curiously asked, "Did you ask why Hawaii turned out this way?" Joanna nodded, laughing. "It's definitely because of your genes. She's got a high IQ. Besides, the professor I consulted mentioned that it might be because I read to her a lot when she was younger. Our daughter is naturally very bright, so after being exposed to too much information, it led to her current condition." Eric nodded and said, "I think you should stop reading her bedtime stories for a while." "I'm not reading those anymore. Following the professor's advice, I just need to ensure Hawaii is exposed to information that fits her age, and things will improve," Joanna said before adding, "Are you sure you won't regret skipping the press conference for the Victoria's Secret show? I heard from Emily that it was the first public event ever. I don't need any more fame at this point. It's better to leave the spotlight for the models. It benefits both Firefly and Victoria's Secret." "I don't understand that stuff. But I'm looking forward to your new show tonight on ABC that you personally selected. I think it's called Survivor." Eric chuckled. "You certainly won't be disappointed." Chapter 661, 662, The Complexity of Human Nature. As night fell on the East Coast, the ABC headquarters at 66th Street in Manhattan buzzed with activity. The clock edged closer to 8 o'clock, and high-ranking executives from Firefly Group and ABC, including Jeffrey Katzenberg, Tom Murphy, and Robert Iger, gathered in a meeting room. Alongside these industry heavyweights were key figures involved in the production of Survivor, including Eric's former assistant Alan Fissman, director Mark Burnett, and show creator Charlie Parsons. On the large screen at the front of the room, the last few minutes of ABC World News played. The assembled team, lost in their own thoughts and showing little interest in conversation, fixated their eyes on the screen, eagerly anticipating the official debut of Survivor at 8, along with the ensuing viewership ratings. As the seconds ticked by, Tom Murphy, seated next to Katzenberg, couldn't help but glance again at the schedule for primetime shows on various networks. NBC's Seinfeld and Fox The X-Files were marked with bright red stars. Seinfeld was airing its second episode of the third season tonight, and as one of the most popular sitcoms after Friends, the show premiered the previous week with an astonishing 21 million viewers. The X-Files, meanwhile, was also set to premiere its first episode simultaneously with Survivor, and it had averaged 19 million viewers in its last season. With a dedicated fan base, the new season would likely reach at least 20 million viewers. Even with CBS lacking a strong competitor, the fact that an entirely new reality show like Survivor faced off against two powerful network dramas had Tom Murphy, at 70 and with years of experience under his belt, still filled with concern. His finger traced the program schedule, pausing over the X-Files. He couldn't help but think about Eric. Why only bring back Friends while leaving Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and the X-Files for Fox, putting ABC at a disadvantage? In conservative Tom Murphy's mind, the format of Survivor also carried significant risks. The show prided itself on being unscripted and real, yet many of the details were intentionally orchestrated by the production team. Lured by the prospect of a substantial $1 million prize, all 16 contestants competed without any prior rehearsal. Aside from the generally standard physical competitions arranged by the crew, the show teamed with unabashed arguments and alliances. This seemed to hint at the darker side of human nature. Having spent a large part of his life in the media industry, Tom Murphy understood just how unpredictable audiences could be. The blatant display of human nature in Survivor could result in two extreme outcomes. One possibility was that the intriguing and dramatic format would fulfill viewers' voyeuristic desires. Yet, Murphy felt this wouldn't necessarily lead to sky-high ratings. The other possibility was that such overt displays could provoke strong viewer backlash, even causing boycotts of the show. The ABC World News segment soon wrapped up, and after a brief commercial break, the music shifted to a haunting native beat as the helicopter-shot camera quickly zoomed over beautiful landscapes of Pulau Tiga in Malaysia. The volume dipped as the shot changed to a fishing boat, where a chaotic scene unfolded with teams piling supplies onto bamboo rafts, all while the show's host explained the various game rules. After being briefly captivated by the stunning panorama of blue skies, white clouds, clear seas, and lush jungles, Katzenberg couldn't resist glancing towards the door of the meeting room. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, and the staff in the office will have preliminary ratings from Nielsen, he mused. Even though it was only 5 p.m. on the West Coast, primetime hadn't yet begun there. Years of data analytics experience had taught him that Nielsen monitored ratings in real time via viewing devices installed in thousands of representative households. Even if live broadcasts didn't synchronize across time zones, the ratings data from selected households would yield reliable national estimates for shows. Amid the anxieties and hopes of everyone at ABC headquarters, the atmosphere at a family estate in East Hampton, Long Island, was much warmer. Eric, Virginia, and Joanna each held a small child, lounging on a large, comfortable couch. Young Ava Pacula had initially tried to be involved, but was unceremoniously set aside by her sister and now sat on a single chair munching on a bag of chips while teasing Eric's son. Hawaii sat quietly on Virginia's lap, eyes glued to the television, while Emma dozed off, utterly worn out from the day at preschool. As the family chatted, the picturesque scenes of Pulau Tiga soon flashed onto the TV screen. Eagerly perched cross-legged on the couch, Ava couldn't help but ask, "Wow, where is this? It looks amazing." Joanna and Virginia looked to Eric for an answer. While Eric wasn't directly involved in the show's production, he was well-informed and replied, "This is Pulau Tiga in Malaysia. The untouched primeval forest is quite beautiful, isn't it?" Ava looked at Joanna with a glimmer of excitement. "Sister, how about we take Hawaii here for a trip next time?" She giggled playfully and added, "And take me along." Joanna rolled her eyes, dismissing her sister's suggestion. Eric shook his head. This isn't really a great tourist spot. It may look beautiful, but it's actually a snake island housing over 10 deadly species. Of course, you can go to other developed islands, but that's on you. I wouldn't recommend bringing your sister or Hawaii along. Eva pouted. I can't afford a trip abroad, especially since you don't even give me an allowance anymore. You won't let me join the Victoria's Secret show either. Otherwise, I could earn some money. Joanna shot her sister a glare. Eva, enough. Immediately, Eva shrank back, not daring to continue. Eric chuckled, explaining, You've only had some basic modeling training. You might manage a simple fashion walk or photo shoot, but participating in a top-level event like that wouldn't work out with your current skills. You'd likely get ridiculed by the media, but if you're brave, I could sneak you in. Eva stuck her tongue out and turned back to the TV, no longer mentioning the Victoria's Secret show. Eric leaned over to Joanna and whispered, Why aren't you giving Eva an allowance anymore? Joanna softly replied, I've already given her everything I can. She's not a little kid anymore. She needs to be self-reliant. Eric nodded, not pressing further. While Joanna clearly cared for her younger sister, she also had no intentions of allowing Eva to rely on her forever. Eva, oblivious to the earlier discussion, soon became engrossed in the television show. After hearing the introductions of the 16 contestants from diverse backgrounds, she pointed excitedly at a burly former Navy SEAL, exclaiming, I bet this guy is going to win. He's a special forces guy. Surviving in the wild will be a piece of cake. This seems a bit unfair to the others. Eric looked at Joanna and Virginia. Do you think so? Joanna smiled but didn't respond. Virginia chimed in. Aside from those two older contestants, he's probably the most likely to take home the prize. Eva looked puzzled. Eric explained to Eva, Think about what the host just explained. If even you, as an outsider, think he's likely to win, the other contestants definitely realize this too. For that $1 million prize, they're going to try to vote him out of the tribe. Eva wasn't clueless and quickly grasped Eric's point. So, it's not possible for someone weak to win the prize, right? Eric reached for a teething biscuit on the coffee table and handed it to his little one who was busy chewing his fingers. The weakest surely won't win. As Vicky mentioned earlier, they'll eliminate the weakest member of their own team first to secure wins in physical challenges. Yet, the weaker contestants may band together to vote out those considered the strongest. Of course, it's not entirely absolute. This show not only displays the struggle between humans and nature, but also tests the unpredictable side of human nature. The contestants come from various backgrounds and professions, different races, beliefs, jobs, and personalities. No one can predict what they're thinking or how they will act, and therein lies the drama and suspense of it all. Eagerly watching as a group of contestants debated whether to put up a tent or ignite a fire before sunset, Eva looked over at Eric with a mischievous expression and asked, Since there's a $1 million prize, did you guys arrange anything behind the scenes, like set outcomes? Eric chuckled, replying, I'm sure many regular viewers have their theories. Of course, the production team will guide contestants to some extent, but the actual winner comes from 39 days of competition. You see only the $1 million prize, but the production cost of this show reached $10 million. If the ratings meet expectations, ABC could earn millions in advertising revenue from each episode. Rigging the outcome would be a huge risk. If exposed, it could destroy all credibility, making it impossible for the show to continue. So, really, you think we need to resort to that? While Eric discussed these matters in the East Hampton estate, countless families across the East Coast, enticed by Firefly Group's extensive pre-launch advertising, tuned in to ABC to watch the show, captivated by Pelotiga's pristine beauty and the innovative concept of the program, all while engaging in various discussions. At ABC headquarters in Manhattan, the 10 minutes since the show's launch felt both prolonged and fleeting. The contestants were now stumbling through their first night on Pelotiga, while mice scurried around in the dark. Katzenberg, Tom Murphy, Robert Iger, and others frequently glanced toward the door of the meeting room. Just as Katzenberg, the most impatient of them all, was about to rise and inquire about the ratings himself, there was a knock at the door. A 30-something woman with an elegant appearance entered, clutching a form. Mr. Katzenberg, Mr. Murphy, this is... Before she could finish, Katzenberg snatched the form from her hand, eagerly scanning the paper. First place, The X-Files, 21.2 million. Although some hopes were dashed, this result was expected. Tom Murphy and Robert Iger leaned in closer while Allen and the other creators anxiously waited at the periphery for the executives to reveal the results, anxious to not overstep. Katzenberg's eyes quickly moved down the sheet. Second place, Seinfeld, with 19.9 million viewers, slightly down from its premiere, yet still very reasonable. With a sigh of relief, he continued to read, finding that Survivor had miraculously landed in third place with an instant rating of 17.8 million. Without checking the subsequent rankings, Katzenberg nodded towards Murphy and Iger, and the three returned to their seats. 17.8 million, he stated as he handed the form to the others. His expression bore no joy nor disappointment. A decent start. Now we wait for the half-hour and hour ratings, as well as the ratings for the second episode. Hopefully, it won't disappoint. Although most people in the room had felt a bit relieved upon hearing that initial figure, their unease crept back in. For other news shows, 17.8 million would have been a stellar rating. However, Firefly Group had heavily promoted Survivor, just as it did with the upcoming Friends premiere. The marketing expenditure and production costs had been nearly identical. For a show that might typically enjoy sky-high ratings, this figure truly reflected the fruits of Firefly's early marketing. To gauge Survivor's market response, just like any other news show, the strategy had been to air 2 episodes back-to-back. The initial ratings were solid, but the true test of this reality show's potency would lie within the programming changes over the next 2 hours. While Katzenberg was visibly dissatisfied, others like director Mark Burnett and writer Charlie Parsons felt a flicker of joy upon seeing the figures. For the current 4 major networks, a program exceeding 10 million viewers was enough to ensure it wouldn't be cut after the first season. The opening figure of 17.8 million significantly surpassed Burnett and Parsons' expectations. As long as the ratings trends didn't drop starkly, securing a renewal from ABC shouldn't be problematic. Meanwhile, Allen, newly appointed vice president of primetime programming at ABC and producer of Survivor, felt only a brief moment of relief. His mood quickly swayed between hope and anxiety. His pressure was more significant than others. If Survivor failed, it wouldn't devastate Katzenberg and others, but it could be detrimental to Allen's career. Unlike others, he was just parachuted in. Though once serving as Eric's assistant, that glory couldn't fully shield him from the possible animosity or quiet resistance from ABC's longtimers. Noticing Katzenberg's and the others' expressions, Allen read the room clearly. They were comparing Survivor's performance to Eric's former creation, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which had averaged an astounding 29 million viewers in its first season, a remarkable figure. Even 5 years later, under Fox's solid management, that show still maintained ratings around 20 million. Survivor's opening numbers paled in comparison to Millionaire's stunning debut. However, Allen had no desire to compete with a show that Eric had personally crafted. He just hoped Survivor's ratings wouldn't plunge. Even maintaining around 18 million would solidify his standing in his role. A sharp downturn in viewership, regardless of Eric's support, could easily cost him his position as vice president of primetime programming at ABC. In the anxious waiting, the TV screen featured contestants plotting and scheming. While this might appear fresh to average viewers, those in the ABC headquarters hardly focused on that storyline. If possible, many secretly wished the television would just be turned off. Finally, as the contestants began their first physical challenge, there was another knock on the meeting room door. Chapter 662, 663. Did I say something wrong? After there was a knock at the conference room door, the same female staff member walked in again. Having learned from the previous lesson, she kept her comments brief this time. With a smile, she handed the results to Katzenberg and softly said, "Mr. Katzenberg, here are the ratings for the half-hour mark." Despite his impatient nature, Katzenberg was astute and recognized the meaning behind the staff member's smile. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned his attention to the half-hour rating report. The X-Files still held the top spot, though its viewership had declined from 22.1 million at its premiere to 21.2 million, a drop of 900,000 viewers. In second place, Seinfeld saw a rebound in its ratings, rising from 19.9 million to 20.6 million, an increase of 700,000. Then, Katzenberg's sharp eyes lit up as he glanced at Survivor, which came in third. With 19.1 million viewers, Survivor had skyrocketed by 1.3 million viewers during its half-hour segment, a significant increase compared to Seinfeld's 700,000 boost. Tom Murphy and Robert Iger, who stood by Katzenberg's side, both broke into smiles. The viewership actually increased by 1.3 million, Robert Iger commented, a hint of excitement in his voice. Seinfeld only aired one episode, and NBC's follow-up is a brand-new sitcom, Perfect Town, which surely can't compete with Survivor. Plus, if The X-Files continues to slip, Survivor may very well hit the 20 million mark. As the viewership report circulated around the conference room, silence gripped the room when the initial viewership numbers came in. After all, everyone present could only think of the outrageous ratings that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire achieved a few years back. While everyone recognized that comparing it to Millionaire would be pointless, the initial viewership of 17.8 million was still quite respectable. However, no one could guarantee where the ratings might head next. But now, with the half-hour ratings released, the atmosphere in the conference room grew lively. Various executives began to voice their opinions. Just as Robert Iger finished speaking, another executive chimed in. Yes, a premiere viewership of 20 million. While it doesn't compare to several years ago with Millionaire, it still sets the record for reality shows in recent years. There's also the fact that Survivor has another episode after The X-Files, so these numbers might climb a little higher. If the ratings reach 20 million, we definitely need to capitalize on that. The marketing department should roll out a fresh promotional plan. Perhaps we can use Survivor as a lead-in for next week's new show. Amidst the excited chatter, Alan raised his fist and exchanged high-fives with the director, writer, and other key figures of Survivor. The upward trend in viewership indicated that Survivor was off to a solid start, alleviating all concerns among the creative team. Katzenberg, Murphy, and Iger came over to extend their congratulations. With the excitement in the room, the next half hour seemed to fly by. Unbeknownst to the group, the first episode of Survivor had come to a close. After a short commercial break, the opening credits for the second episode began to roll. About 10 minutes into data compilation, the conference room doors swung open once again. All eyes shifted to the staff member who walked in, who had been previously deep in low-key discussions. Suddenly caught in the spotlight of over a dozen pairs of eyes, the staff member's face turned slightly red. Still, she raised the latest ratings report in hand and excitedly announced, Survivor's latest ratings reached 20.6 million, surpassing The X-Files by 100,000 and claiming the top spot. Wow! Though several executives were present, cheers erupted throughout the room. After a brief conversation with Tom Murphy and Robert Iger, Katzenberg approached Alan and the team, saying, Alan, Mark, Charlie, you might want to start preparing for the next season. Alan nodded. With the premiere ratings clearly on the rise, and now over 20 million viewers, a new season was almost a certainty. Standing next to Alan, Charlie Parsons, the writer and creator of Survivor, felt a rush of excitement but couldn't help but think of Eric. If Eric hadn't personally handpicked Survivor from a plethora of project ideas, Charlie wondered if Survivor would ever have made it to the screen, let alone achieve today's success. He couldn't resist saying, Mr. Katzenberg, I heard Mr. Williams is currently in New York. Perhaps we should share this good news with him. Upon hearing Charlie Parsons' comment, Katzenberg, Murphy, Iger, and even Alan exchanged peculiar expressions. Charlie looked quizzically at the group, pondering what he might have said wrong. Katzenberg and the others understood exactly where Eric was at the moment, but they also remembered Eric's unwavering confidence in Survivor since it was chosen. They realized that while a show's premiere hitting 20 million was indeed a momentous event for a network, for Eric, it might have merely been a foregone conclusion. After all, Eric had never wavered in his strong support for this project. Seeing Charlie's confusion, Katzenberg shared knowing glances with Murphy and Iger before replying. Right now, it might not be the best time to interrupt Eric. I'll give him a call once we have the complete data from the 2 episodes. What Katzenberg and the others had in mind was that Eric, who already made history with Millionaire, likely wouldn't be overly concerned with Survivor's premiere numbers. They didn't want to disturb him while he spent time with his family. On the other hand, Charlie, unaware of the subtleties, mistakenly thought the odd expressions from the executives related to Eric's more scandalous rumors. He imagined Eric somewhere indulgently intimate, prompting those bigwigs to appear so peculiar. Although inwardly envious of Eric's romantic escapades, Charlie quickly pretended to understand and smiled at everyone, wisely choosing not to press the topic further. In contrast to the straightforward premiere, Survivor's second episode featured a taste-testing competition that had many fans buzzing about the series. This time, considering the audience's tolerance levels, the producers didn't feature more extreme items like the increasingly bizarre bug larvae or animal embryos. Instead, they showcased a dish featuring live octopus tentacles, a delicacy widely accepted in East Asia. Though the wriggling tentacles might seem off-putting, the crowd in the conference room appeared intrigued, even relishing the missteps of the contestants in the program. However, while they began to enjoy the reality show, everyone remained focused on the evolving ratings. When the staff member entered again at the half-hour mark of the second episode to announce that Survivor's ratings had hit 22 million, even usually reserved Murphy couldn't contain himself and shouted to his assistant, "Pop the champagne." In the end, Survivor's top ratings that night astonished staff members at Nielsen, reaching 23.6 million. After the show ended, Katzenberg effortlessly took out his wallet and invited all the staff working in the ABC building to party at the headquarters dining room all night long. The next day, Nielsen released even more detailed Tuesday ratings, revealing that Survivor's premiere accumulated a peak of 23.75 million viewers, with an average of 21.12 million, dominating the charts. This surpassed the X-Files' peak rating of 22.1 million and an average of 20.96 million, crowning it as the day's viewing champion. ABC Network initially worried that Survivor wouldn't perform well in the 18 to 49 age demographic, especially since the X-Files primarily appealed to younger viewers and advertisers often focused on that demographic's ratings. Surprisingly, Survivor's numbers defied expectations, achieving an 8.7 rating among the 18 to 49 age group with a market share of 23%, meaning around 1.2 million viewers in that demographic tuned in. In stark contrast, the X-Files scored only 7.1 and 17%, still impressive but clearly outmatched by Survivor. The explosive ratings of Survivor sparked heated discussions among the public, with the term Survivor echoed in conversations across America. The press seized the opportunity, with the New York Times publicly praising Survivor as a surprisingly riveting game of real-life human dynamics and nature's harsh realities, while the Washington Post lauded it for entirely transforming the essence of reality television. This is what a true reality show looks like. With the heightened buzz surrounding the show, ABC quickly announced the renewal of Survivor and initiated auditions for the next season. Chapter 663, 664, What's Wrong? With such a hot topic, Survivor's ratings hit new highs the following week, averaging 25 million viewers with ease. The premiere of Friends' sixth season also exceeded 20 million viewers, showing a very stable performance. In contrast, Yar's performance fell a bit short. Though it aired 2 consecutive episodes, Yar's debut averaged only 17 million viewers. This outcome didn't surprise Eric, as the subject matter of Yar was relatively niche, and it lacked the long-standing popularity of Friends or the fresh, eye-catching format of Survivor. However, this shortcoming was only in comparison to Survivor and Friends. As a brand-new drama series, 17 million viewers placed it among the top new shows airing that fall. Plus, ER received excellent reviews from critics and audiences alike. With its good reputation, Eric believed that the show's ratings could still show a promising upward trend. Thanks to the strong ratings across these shows, from Monday's Monday Night Football to Thursday's Friends, ABC's lineup of high-rated shows boosted the network's market share to an enviable level. Competing networks, which had expected ABC to fall into a ratings slump due to its merger with Firefly, saw no such decline. ABC's strong position was nearly unshakable in the short term, forcing executives at rival networks to brainstorm ways to steal viewership from each other. While the network was thriving, Eric had returned to New York from Long Island to begin the final stages of preparation for the Victoria's Secret fashion show. While most of the setup at the Lexington Avenue Armory was already complete, there were still countless details that required Eric's personal attention. Putting aside testing lighting, staging, and sound effects, just the camera setups required constant adjustments. To gather enough footage and achieve satisfactory results, at least 8 professional cameras needed to be simultaneously operated from various positions: the front stage, backstage, fixed points, track shots, handheld, crane shots, and aerial views. Although Eric had plenty of visuals in his mind to reference, just testing the camera positions took nearly half a week, and they only had 4 weeks left until the early November shoot. As Eric worked tirelessly behind the scenes, the most talked-about figures in Manhattan were undoubtedly the 40 Victoria's Secret Angels. Interestingly enough, New York had just hosted its Fall Fashion Week in mid-September. In other years, fashion media from around the world would typically leave soon after, but the forthcoming inaugural Victoria's Secret annual show kept them around. This was due not only to Eric, the crossover director's personal pull, but also because the absence of the top 40 models from Fashion Week had diminished its appeal. The media's curiosity regarding what kind of show an outsider like Eric would produce heightened significantly. Due to strict confidentiality measures, the media stayed in New York with little insider information to work with. As they waited, they focused much of their energy on the Angel supermodels who made occasional public appearances in Manhattan. During this time, even the Angels' rare outings attracted a swarm of journalists, so much so that the throng could cause traffic congestion in the streets. Despite spending months preparing for the fashion show and missing the crucial New York Fashion Week, the combined media resources of Firefly Group and Yahoo had propelled the Angels to a level of attention far above that of most models in the industry. On Yahoo's fashion section, a special feature dedicated to the Victoria's Secret show listed detailed profiles of all 40 Angels, racking up impressive click-through rates over several months. Noticing this trend, some savvy modeling agencies rushed to set up their own websites to promote their models similarly. However, this poor imitation fell flat. Those hastily launched agency websites received negligible traffic compared to Yahoo's vast audience, failing to achieve similar promotional effects. Though more intensive promotions would come after the broadcast of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, by that time, some Angels were already getting a bit carried away by their sudden surge in fame. When people float too high, they often lose their grounded perspective, leading them to make impulsive decisions. The Armory on Lexington Avenue in Manhattan was an old, dark brown brick building. The name, Armory, hinted at its past use. However, since World War II, this venue, which could hold 5,000 people, had mainly served as a site for various concerts, plays, and gatherings. Inside the tightly secured armory, Eric was personally adjusting the cameras on the track beside the runway with his longtime collaborator and camera director, Nicole Frank. Emily, dressed in a professional outfit, hurried inside with her assistant, a magazine in hand and her face slightly tense. Hearing the click of high heels approaching from behind, Eric turned to glance before refocusing on the camera mount. "Who got to you? You're not worried Chris is staying too long in Finland and might dump you, are you?" he joked. After the GSM standard became common, Nokia, which was one of the first to release mobile products using this communication standard, experienced rapid growth. The various issues arising during the company's swift expansion often led Chris to travel to Europe frequently, and he had recently gone to Nokia's headquarters in Finland. Emily ignored Eric's joke, handing him the magazine. "You can look for yourself." Eric raised his right hand. "I have grease on my fingers. Just tell me." So, Emily had no choice but to take back the magazine, opening it whose cover she pointed at him. "Here." Eric took a look. The magazine, titled Fashion New York, showcased a street photo of a model in a leather outfit and denim from the recent Victoria's Secret show. He recognized the model as Heidi Klum and smiled. "That street shot is stunning. What about it?" Chapter 664, 665, Exile. Eric did not prohibit the Victoria's Secret Angels from engaging with the media for self-promotion. It was no surprise to see Heidi Klum's street-style photos splashed across magazine covers. However, when Emily flipped through the magazine and displayed an exclusive interview in front of him, Eric's eyebrows furrowed at the headline, behind the scenes of the Victoria's Secret show. Eric took a tissue from one of his staff members to wipe his greasy hands and took the copy of Fashion New York. While he did not stop the Angels from confidentially contacting the media to promote themselves, he had repeatedly emphasized from the start that no details about the Victoria's Secret show were to be leaked. Those terms were even included in their contracts. Strict confidentiality measures kept the media intensely focused on the show, achieving the best publicity results. Yet, in this interview, Heidi Klum had subtly revealed some intricate details about the background music created by Eric himself and the unique wing designs of the Angels, details never disclosed by the production team before. While some of her words seemed vague, anyone with a normal IQ could piece it together. After reading the interview, Eric's frown deepened further as he shook his head and sighed. "These girls really make me worry." The nearby Diane Kruger and other models, waiting to test the runway camera angles, couldn't help but roll their eyes at Eric's seemingly old-fashioned remark. After all, at least half of the 40 supermodels were not much younger than Eric. Of course, the ladies did not discuss it in front of him. Instead, they leaned in to peek at the magazine, curious to know what mess Heidi Klum had stirred up. Over the past few months, they had cornered Eric's temperament quite well. Although his tone didn't seem angry, they all understood he was definitely upset. Emily chose to ignore Eric's comment and stated seriously, "The interview in Fashion New York has already been picked up by several media outlets. Many people are discussing the details disclosed in the article. While Heidi Klum didn't reveal too much, I think we should take this seriously. If we don't address it," she glanced at the flamboyant ladies nearby and continued, "if we don't handle it, even more information will be leaked." Eric, of course, realized the severity of the situation. If these troublesome supermodels weren't stopped, they would undoubtedly continue leaking more information to get attention. If that happened, by the time the Victoria's Secret show aired, the media and the audience might have already lost interest due to all the exposed details. "Have Heidi Klum come to see me?" And Eric recalled, saying, "Isn't Heidi currently under contract with Metropolitan Models? Call the agency's owner and inform them of the situation." "Are you only having Heidi come over?" "I think you should talk to everyone," Emily responded. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Also, Heidi's actions have already violated the contract. She should face some consequences." "Eric, you can't always pamper them. They're not my daughters. Why should I pamper them?" Eric chuckled as he shook his head. "Everyone's busy. It's enough for her to come alone." Emily appeared somewhat exasperated but walked away to make the call. Eric shifted his focus back to the camera on the slide rail and discussed some adjustments with Nicole. He stood and addressed the angels present, saying, "All right, you beautiful troublemakers, hop on stage so we can test the effect." When the girls heard Eric make that joke, they assumed his irritation had somewhat passed, and they chuckled as they made their way onto the wide runway. Half an hour later, a black sedan pulled up outside the factory. Justin Pierce, a modeling agent, stepped out with Heidi Klum, once again instructing, "Heidi, remember, you have to insist this was just an accident. You were tricked by that reporter from Fashion New York, and you voluntarily admitted your mistake." "Got it." Heidi Klum took a small mirror from her handbag to touch up her makeup, speaking somewhat impatiently. "Of course I know, Justin. You've said it 100 times. Justin Pierce wanted to say something more, but Heidi had already brushed him off and was striding toward the door. Emily, standing off to the side watching Eric test the camera effects, was the first to notice the arrival of Heidi and Justin. She initially planned to scold for a few moments in a stern manner, but she saw Heidi Klum walking directly towards Eric. As a faint scent of perfume wafted by, Eric glanced up from the camera monitor when Heidi approached him, giving a slight nod and signaling her to wait. However, Heidi, eager to make amends, spontaneously asked while pointing at the models strutting on the runway, "Mr. Williams, do you need me to go up as well?" Eric did not respond right away. Instead, he gestured for everyone to stop and told Nicole beside him, "The effect is looking good. Set up the backup slide rail according to today's parameters." After instructing everyone to take a break, Eric led Heidi towards the lounge. Concerned, Emily followed closely, while the others, already aware of the situation, gathered elsewhere. Seeing Eric pick up the Fashion New York magazine, Heidi immediately adopted a pitiful expression, saying, "Mr. Williams, I'm really sorry. This was an accident. I promise it won't happen again. The reporter who wrote the article is a friend of mine. We were just having dinner, and I casually mentioned some things about the Victoria's Secret show. I didn't think she would publish them. I've already cut ties with her. Justin can vouch for it. Justin Pierce quickly nodded in agreement. At just 21 years old, still fresh-faced, Heidi Klum was already showing the excellent eloquence that would later help her on television. Her tone had a delightful neighborly charm. Eric found it amusing to watch Heidi Klum's lips flutter with a hint of playfulness, and he simply put the magazine down. Once she had finished speaking, Heidi noticed Eric's gaze on her lips, and she provocatively curved her smile, revealing an attractive arc. Moments later, Eric casually remarked, "Actually, I was going to have Michelle Levatin fire you, Heidi. The contract states it clearly, and I've reminded you all more than once not to disclose any details of the Victoria's Secret show to the media, but you still crossed the line." Michelle Levatin was the founder of Metropolitan Models, and Eric's first words instantly caused tears to well up in the eyes of Heidi and Justin, while Emily displayed a look of shock. She had thought Eric would merely scold them, not act on something. Wait, he mentioned, was going to. So what now? As soon as Emily realized it, the initially shocked Heidi Klum comprehended Eric's implications as well, stammering. So, Eric didn't keep her in suspense. "But you're a very promising model. It would be a waste to leave this industry, so I don't plan on doing that." Heidi Klum relaxed, squeezing her Prada handbag tightly and gazing pleadingly at Eric. She understood that he hadn't finished speaking. "However, you definitely aren't suitable to participate in this Victoria's Secret show now. Some mistakes are forgivable, and you can learn from them. But there are other mistakes that carry consequences." When Heidi heard Eric's words, she felt completely drained. She had just started her modeling career 2 years prior and was on a rapid rise. If she missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she couldn't imagine where her career would head next. With those thoughts, her previously innocent facade evaporated, and she stepped closer, grabbing Eric's arm, pleading, "Mr. Williams, please give me another chance. I'm really sorry. I promise it won't happen again. I'll accept any punishment. Just please don't make me leave this place. I'm begging you." As she spoke, she brushed against Eric's arm with her body gently. Standing beside them, Emily opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. As a fashion company owner, Emily had much interaction with the modeling world. She knew very well that not many of these beautiful girls were as innocent as they pretended to be. This approach was actually the best solution. With this lesson learned, she believed that the other Victoria's Secret angels would surely steer clear of any transgressions. As for finding a replacement for Heidi Klum, the modeling industry was vast, and it wouldn't be hard to find 1 or 2 substitutes. "Don't be like that, Heidi. I haven't finished speaking." Eric drew back his arm and gently pushed Heidi into a chair. Thinking that Eric's attitude had softened, she complied, sitting down in the chair with her forlorn expression mixed with a touch of flirtatiousness, watching him with anticipation. Eric picked up the magazine again and casually flipped through it. "You mentioned in the article that you hope to travel, right?" Heidi nodded, unsure of where Eric was heading with this question. "Well, then why don't you take a trip? It's autumn in the Northern Hemisphere. How about New Zealand? It's springtime down there," he added after some thought. "You can come back around Christmas." Heidi's last bit of hope shattered at those words, and her mind raced with one thought. What kind of place is New Zealand? After saying this, Eric glanced at Justin Pierce, standing beside Heidi Klum, and said, "You should go with her." Disappointed to be leaving, Heidi Klum stood by the bustling Lexington Avenue, biting her thin lips angrily as she glared at a passerby looking her way. After what felt like an eternity, Justin Pierce finally wrapped up his call and walked over, his expression equally disheartened. "I've spoken with Mr. Zomer. He's booked a flight for tonight to New Zealand." In the original timeline, New Zealand only became a talk of the town as a Middle-earth tourist destination after the release of the Lord of the Rings series. But at this moment, for most people, New Zealand was akin to a remote and poor place. Heidi kicked a nearby light pole, lifting her chin defiantly as she said, "I'm not going to some godforsaken New Zealand. What is this, exile? Haha. Eric Williams thinks he is someone important, Frederick the Great? Since he's fired me, why should I listen to him? Justin, didn't Dior want me as the face of their fragrance last month? We should head to France right now. Justin Pierce felt a sense of helplessness for this pampered girl who hadn't grasped the situation. Heidi, Dior was interested while you still held the Victoria's Secret Angel contract. Now that you've been fired, that endorsement is off the table. Heidi opened her mouth in shock, her tone filled with bitterness. So what if it's gone? Do you think I can't find other work? Justin Pierce didn't directly respond. He shrugged his shoulders. Before this interview, I warned you not to mention any inside details about the Victoria's Secret show, but you didn't listen to me. Heidi immediately protested. Are you blaming me? But you went along with it too. Don't think I didn't notice. Ultimately, the decision lies with you, Justin said, his patience wearing thin. So, if you don't want to go to New Zealand, whatever, I'll head back to the apartment to pack my things. Heidi's eyes widened. What? You're going by yourself? If I don't go, Mr. Sommer will fire me. Justin took a deep breath and looked at the blonde beauty he had helped to rise to this point, explaining patiently. Eric Williams isn't Frederick the Great, but he controls the largest media group in North America, encompassing a third of the national television networks and countless media resources. Heidi, do you even realize the kind of influence that means? Even the president wouldn't lightly cross such a media mogul. Our modeling agency, which relies heavily on media resources, would steer clear of him. Yes, it really is exile. You should be thankful that Eric Williams is only punishing you and doesn't intend to expel you from the modeling industry. But if you refuse to go to New Zealand, Sommer will terminate your contract. Under Eric Williams' pressure, no other top modeling agencies will sign you again. Sure, you can sign with some lesser agencies, or even go solo, but without the support of a top-tier modeling agency, you won't be able to secure endorsements from leading brands, not to mention another opportunity like the Victoria's Secret show. In that situation, how far do you think you can go in this industry? Heidi's once defiant expression now fell flat. So, let's go to New Zealand together. It's only a couple of months after all, Justin said, his voice tinged with bitterness, looking at the model he had nurtured. At least the scenery there is really beautiful. Chapter 666, Out of Line. The news that Heidi Klum had been fired on the spot by Eric due to a violation quickly spread. The Victoria's Secret Angels, who had been riding high on media hype during that time, calmed their increasingly restless minds upon hearing the details. The Victoria's Secret fashion show already attracted massive media attention. With the beloved models suddenly crashing down from their cloud, such explosive news could not remain hidden. The Victoria's Secret team had no intentions of keeping it under wraps. On the same day Eric made his decision, Heidi Klum's personal homepage on Yahoo was removed. Events that required her participation were promptly adjusted. Edward Razek, one of the heads of the Victoria's Secret show, issued an official announcement at the Plaza Hotel where the Angels were staying. Despite this, the media's insatiable thirst for any news related to the Victoria's Secret show was far from satisfied. Countless inquiries bombarded the show's project team and Heidi Klum's agency, Metropolitan Models, as reporters desperately sought to unearth more details. Almost all media outlets refused to believe that she was fired solely due to an interview with Fashion New York. Most thought the interview was a calculated publicity stunt. After all, just like movie promotions that released various pieces of information to maintain buzz, the article in Fashion New York resembled typical promotional tactics. Some more dubious publications even speculated on the potential for scandals, leading to an intensified frenzy of digging. Yet regardless of how many calls were made or how many sources were contacted, every piece of information the media obtained matched the official line. Not only was this the truth, but the Victoria's Secret Angels had zipped their lips following the incident. Those familiar with the events were equally tight-lipped. If the Angels made a mistake, at most they just lost this opportunity. Given the strictly enforced non-disclosure agreements they'd signed, if they said anything wrong, they would not only lose their jobs, but also face huge claims. Without any groundbreaking stories to latch onto, the media soon realized a critical fact. Besides the Victoria's Secret team and Metropolitan Models, the individual who knew most about the entire situation was clearly Heidi Klum herself. However, when numerous reporters began to reach out to Heidi Klum, they uncovered a shocking truth. This recently fired angel had apparently vanished. All contact details for Heidi and her agent became obsolete. Even some resourceful reporters who linked up with her relatives in Germany failed to track her down. Consequently, the media grew even more agitated, with various speculations swirling. Although reputable large outlets hesitated to report without evidence, countless gossip tabloids had no such concerns. Within just a few days, bizarre insider articles proliferated, with the most popular theory suggesting that a departing model from the show had gotten pregnant by some media mogul, necessitating a retreat from public life to avoid lawsuits. Unsurprisingly, these tabloids cleverly refrained from using real names, knowing that any intelligent reader would see through the insinuation. Meanwhile, insider rumors about Eric's fury regarding Heidi Klum's breach and subsequent exile only earned derision as fake news from both the media and the public alike. In the days following the uproar, many who knew the truth found themselves beleaguering Eric with a sense of schadenfreude. Of course, most were cautious not to display these feelings in front of Eric. Still, his close friends and family had fewer reservations. Virginia even playfully asked him during a weekend in East Hampton if Kevin and Hawaii were about to welcome a younger brother or sister. Eric's wealth, amassed by his early 30s, made him much too conspicuous compared to typical billionaires who were often middle-aged or older. Coupled with his profession and unmarried status, the swirling rumors about him never ceased. Consequently, in light of the media circus surrounding him, Eric quickly adopted a nonchalant attitude. After all, he believed that more gossip just meant more circling. As they went on with the Victoria's Secret show preparations, filling Heidi Klum's empty slot became a priority for Eric. Several top models who had initially declined the invitation to participate started actively expressing interest, influenced by the Angels' soaring popularity and the immense boost to their careers. Even ordinary first- and second-tier models showed great eagerness, flooding the project team with an avalanche of applications. In a temporary office at the workshop, Emily approached Eric, who was engrossed in a detailed layout of the fashion show, and said, "Naomi Campbell's agent just called. Naomi really wants to join the show. She even offered to perform for free, but she's hoping for at least the opening walk and, of course, the iconic Victoria's Secret wings." Eric shook his head. "We can think about the wings, but there will be no opening walk. Not only that, but even the closing is already assigned. All entry sequences have been arranged. She can only fill Heidi Klum's spot. Relay that message to them. As for doing this for free, we won't do that. We have to pay her what she's worth." Emily nodded and immediately picked up her phone. If it were another routine fashion show, Emily would surely persuade Eric into accommodating a request like this. Naomi Campbell's runway strut was among the best in the industry. Invite her to walk the show, and then they could all go their separate ways. But this time was different. Emily understood just how problematic Naomi's reputation had become. Her notorious diva antics, frequent tantrums, and habitual tardiness could no longer be overlooked. The Victoria's Secret show required meticulous planning, and there was no room for even a hint of drama. Naomi Campbell, without a doubt, was the type most likely to stir up trouble. After hanging up, Emily was about to put her phone away when it rang again. Answering, she responded with some casual comments before her expression turned strange as she hung up. Noticing Emily's unusual reaction, Eric raised an eyebrow. He knew it was another call trying to leverage a connection through Emily, but wondered about her response. What was that about? Emily shrugged. Another suitable candidate. I think we should give this one a shot. With less than a month left before the show, time was tight for newcomers to train. Thus, Eric decided to dismiss the applications of the ordinary first- and second-tier models he'd previously considered, opting instead to pick from a select few top models. In recent days, he had already evaluated many suitable candidates. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Is there still a top model we haven't considered?" Emily confirmed with a nod. "Stephanie Seymour. What do you think?" Eric was taken aback. Here was certainly one of the era's premier supermodels. The bold supermodel had infamously led her former girlfriends to sue Guns N' Roses frontman Axl Rose for loss of youth, a fact well etched in Eric's memory. Of course, Eric had thought about Stephanie Seymour, but had dismissed the idea early on. She had recently gotten involved with a billionaire, Peter Brandt, and their relationship was heading towards marriage. Although Peter was over 20 years her senior, Eric admired Stephanie's shrewdness. Most models just dreamed of marrying into wealth, yet few actually succeeded. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Stephanie Seymour about to marry Peter Brandt? Would he really be okay with his fiancée continuing to pursue business endeavors? Emily seemed more informed. Stephanie has been with Peter for several years now. She's been eager to marry, but Peter hesitated until he finally agreed. They've had disagreements over a prenuptial agreement. After all, Peter is already a father to 5 children, and I suspect Stephanie might want to ensure she inherits more or secure herself financially should they split. Since we received this call, I think this matter may soon be resolved. Eric couldn't help shaking his head. This is starting to sound more like a business negotiation than a marriage. Emily, used to these perspectives, shot him a look. If you were to get married one day, would you be willing to proceed with a wedding without a prenup? Eric was at a loss for words and awkwardly replied. That seems a bit like comparing apples and oranges. Not at all. They're directly related, Emily retorted. It's not fair that men can safeguard their assets, but women shouldn't strive for some benefit too, right? Eric often found it tricky to keep up with Emily's sharp tongue. He threw his hands up in defeat. Okay, fine. Let's drop this topic and focus on Stephanie Seymour. Is it true she and Peter Brandt are on good terms? Of course. I just heard from Stephanie's agent that they've signed a prenuptial agreement. However, it seems Stephanie wasn't fully satisfied with Peter's terms, so she included a clause allowing her to continue her career. That's quite the situation. Eric found it hard to respond. Then he said, make a call to have her come in and try out. If it works out, it's her. As one of the top supermodels of the era, Stephanie Seymour easily secured the vacant spot. When the news broke, it triggered a small ripple in the media, with many speculating if Stephanie Seymour and billionaire Peter Brandt had separated, akin to Eric's initial thoughts. But shortly thereafter, Stephanie and Peter publicly announced their wedding date. When asked if he supported his fiancée continuing her career, Peter, as a publishing mogul, graciously nodded and committed to attending the Victoria's Secret show. With Stephanie filling the void left by Heidi Klum, preparations for the show entered their final phase. The artists selected by Firefly Records gradually joined rehearsals, and the fashion show was set to take place right after Halloween in early November, with the television broadcast scheduled for early December. It also took advantage of the last episode of the first season of Survivor as a lead-in. Since Survivor's seasons only ran for 13 episodes, with the first 2 aired back-to-back, its final episode was slated just before the December winter break. After launching with impressive ratings, ABC's Survivor maintained high viewership, continuously breaking through the 30 million mark. Yet Eric knew this was nowhere near Survivor's full potential. He recalled that CBS's inaugural season of Survivor concluded with staggering ratings reaching 50 million. With this program providing a lead-in, Eric was confident the Victoria's Secret show's most conservative ratings wouldn't fall below 20 million. After all, Friends didn't achieve its highest viewership of 52 million during its series finale, but rather during a Super Bowl lead-in episode. The Super Bowl consistently drew an audience of over 100 million, and Friends' ratings soared to 54 million during one such episode. Amid all the buzz about the Victoria's Secret show, ordinary viewers could only silently anticipate December's arrival to catch a glimpse of this extravagant event that had been hyped in the media for months. Yet for certain others, they would have the opportunity to see it live in November. As the date of the Victoria's Secret show approached, rumors about invitation requests surged once more. In the original timeline, the highest-priced Victoria's Secret invitations soared to €10,000 each, with subsequent parties reaching astronomical prices. However, Eric had no intention of publicly selling the invitations for this show. Chapter 666. 667. Let's disperse. The top shows of the 4 major international fashion weeks usually did not sell invitations to the public. Of course, occasionally a brand would auction off some important front-row seats under the guise of charity, but whether that money was truly going to charity remained unclear. The reason invitations weren't sold publicly was partly because the number of guests was limited, usually only 100 or 200 at most, and often as few as dozens. Another reason was to maintain a high-end atmosphere. They didn't want just anyone slipping in. However, this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show was completely different. The Lexington Avenue Armory, which had originally been able to hold 5,000 people, was modified by the Victoria's Secret project team maintaining a guest seating capacity of 1,000. The project team held several meetings to determine how to distribute these 1,000 invitations. The confirmed VIP guests included celebrities, media representatives, critics, and business partners, totaling less than 200 people. In the end, over 800 invitations remained unallocated. While Victoria's Secret was considered a mid-range brand, after several months of hype, the current prominence of the show meant that even adopting the previous strategy of selling invitations for $10,000 would undoubtedly lead to them being gobbled up. This world never lacked high-end consumers. However, if they sold the invitations at that price, even if it was marketed, under the industry's tradition of charity, they would be met with scorn and derision from the media for appearing mercenary. Ultimately, the project team decided to accept public applications through Yahoo to filter suitable guests for invitations. The prerequisite was that recipients had to donate at least $1,000 to the charity designated by Victoria's Secret. The project team did not directly handle the funds, which helped avoid criticisms related to money grabbing. Most companies and celebrities, except for a few outliers, aimed to maintain a positive public image, which was why countless charities existed. While the project team set a minimum donation of $1,000 and wouldn't disclose the amounts donated by any guests, they also added that the top 100 donors would receive direct invitations to the Victoria's Secret afterparty. From late September, when the project team stationed in New York, to the end of October, over a month passed. Under Eric's marketing team's expert media handling, a continuous stream of news surrounding the Victoria's Secret fashion show gradually escalated the show's topic to its peak. During October, the powerful advertising effect brought by the Victoria's Secret fashion show led to a staggering 100% increase in sales for several hundred Victoria's Secret stores across North America. Last year, the entire LTD group's revenue hovered around $1.5 billion, of which Victoria's Secret accounted for about $1 billion. However, beginning in the first half of this year, sales steadily improved due to the advertising effects of the fashion show, and by the end of the first 3 quarters, Victoria's Secret sales already surpassed $1 billion, marking a more than 30% increase compared to the previous year. It was projected that, with the strength of the marketing campaign surrounding the show in the last quarter, Victoria's Secret alone would surpass last year's $1.5 billion revenue. Simultaneously, the marketing model developed through collaboration with Yahoo also led to a steady increase in the portal's daily traffic. As 1995 approached, Yahoo began disclosing various operational data to prepare for its IPO. Although this rapidly rising tech company had already garnered significant attention, when Yahoo revealed that it had reached a user base in the tens of millions, it shocked the entire industry. Although the entire internet industry was beginning to show promise, and several similar websites started to appear following Yahoo's lead, only Yahoo managed to reach the tens of millions in user numbers. This subtle trend toward industry oligopoly had most investment banks eager to secure the IPO underwriting rights for Yahoo. Morgan Stanley, which boldly contacted Eric in an attempt to underwrite Yahoo's IPO, even publicly offered a valuation of $5 billion, more than 5 times what Bill had offered during his attempted acquisition of Yahoo earlier in the year. Back in New York, starting mid-October, rehearsals for the Victoria's Secret fashion show suddenly became intense. Faced with such a large-scale show for the first time, despite thorough preparation, various small problems still cropped up during rehearsals. In such a situation, anyone's patience could wear thin. Although Eric tried his best to endure, he found himself losing his temper several times a day on average. The Victoria's Secret Angels gradually started referring to Eric privately with a unified nickname, Tyrant. One angel even unintentionally called out that name in front of Eric, leaving the girl who realized her slip up pale with fear. Eric simply twitched his lips at her. On October 31st, Halloween, the annual Victoria's Secret show held its final rehearsal at the Lexington Avenue Armory. 40 Victoria's Secret Angels, live performers, and a backstage team of 120, including coordinators, photographers, and makeup artists, all gathered, with a few guests in the audience. As a British guard in a red formal gown struck the first drumbeat, the entire armory came alive. Backstage was bustling, models were on edge, and the glamorous stage unfolded before the central control room's 8 monitors. Eric had a few walkie-talkies beside him, focusing intently on the screens, occasionally picking up a walkie-talkie to relay instructions loudly. The final show would be edited into a standard 43-minute format, but in reality, the complete performance of 6 segments, including scenery transitions, exceeded an hour. When they finally finished running through the last segment, Eric breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed his walkie-talkie to notify the executing director to gather everyone by the stands. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, he walked into the restroom to wash his face before heading toward the front stage. At that moment, the Victoria's Secret stage had transformed dramatically from when he first arrived. The entrance featured a massive hard surface, high-definition screen adorned with various bright lights, and the runway glimmered with dazzling silver sequins, resembling a luxurious carpet covered in diamonds. The meticulously arranged lights sharply delineated the runway from the audience. As Eric exited backstage through the archway and scanned the area, he pondered for a moment but couldn't recall anything from the recent rehearsal that needed improvement, so he looked over at the staff gathered in the stands. Surrounded by more than 100 people in the center, the Victoria's Secret angels in pink silk robes looked a little anxious, as many of them seemed to be recalling any mistakes they might have made. Eric initially intended to jump down from the runway, but as he stretched one leg out, he opted instead to sit down on the runway, gazing at the quiet crowd of over 100 people waiting for him to speak. He smiled slightly and said, "Today is Halloween. Have you all thought about what you want to dress up as tonight?" Many looked at Eric with puzzled expressions at his somewhat abrupt question, although a few laughed lightly in response. He pointed to Diane Kruger, saying, "Diane, what are your plans?" Diane Kruger stammered, caught off guard by Eric's sudden address. "I'm going to go home and sleep." Haha. Laughter erupted around the room. Eric smiled back, nodding. "That's a choice too. After months of hard work, I'm sure everyone is pretty exhausted. Besides, you have to deal with a tyrant who might explode at any moment. If I were in your shoes, I would choose to get a good night's sleep after this is all over." As more chuckles ensued, Eric continued, "But I'm sure you've all noticed the changes happening to you recently. Diane, what endorsements have you received lately?" Diane Kruger felt a bit awkward being singled out again by Eric. She knew that during the selection process for the Victoria's Secret Angels, the project team hadn't looked kindly on her, but Eric had personally chosen her and made her one of the 5 spokesmodels for Victoria's Secret. She had initially thought Eric had some special regard for her and had hoped he would suggest dating, but months had passed and none of her anticipations had come true. However, Eric's somewhat special attitude toward her had not changed much. Although the 40 Victoria's Secret angels appeared to be good friends on the surface, she knew that almost everyone privately envied Eric's attention toward her, sparking rumors about her and Eric. Lost in her thoughts, Diane still couldn't ignore Eric's question. But recently, she had been receiving so many endorsement offers, even she wasn't entirely sure of the details. Most were being handled by her agent. After contemplating briefly, she cautiously replied, I think there's Chanel, Armani, Dior." As she spoke, Diane even felt the envious gazes directed at her and suddenly stopped speaking. Everyone present knew each other well, and Diane was undoubtedly the luckiest one to make such a leap. Before joining the Victoria's Secret show, she hadn't even landed an endorsement deal from an average first-tier brand. More often, she was just like many other models, shooting commercials or print ads and participating in some shows. Noticing Diane had halted her responses, Eric didn't press further. He addressed the group. "I believe everyone has received some brand collaboration offers, right? You may occasionally feel it's a bit lacking to share the impact of this show with 40 other people, but I can assure you that you are the 40 luckiest among hundreds of thousands of models worldwide. Although you spent months preparing for this Victoria's Secret show, which might reduce your income for this year, I believe by next year, your earnings will definitely multiply. Importantly, your career longevity will also extend substantially due to the influence this show has brought. Of course, this is assuming you all maintain your interest in collaborating with Victoria's Secret next year." Noticing a Victoria's Secret angel in the front row visibly shiver at Eric's last remarks, he couldn't help but laugh as he glanced at her face, which bore a striking resemblance to Audrey Hepburn, saying, "Paulina, no need to be so tense. I can tell you right now that next year, I definitely won't be directing the Victoria's Secret show myself. And based on the experience from this year, next year's preparation won't require as much time as this year. So you will receive even better compensation, and your work will also be much easier. The Victoria's Secret angel named Paulina flashed a charming smile at Eric and said, "Mr. Williams, I will definitely be back next year." Eric smiled back, changing his position slightly and clapping his hands. "All right, now let's talk about the recent rehearsal. I am very satisfied with your performance. As long as you all maintain the same standard in 2 days, I can guarantee that the whole world will be dazzled." In the midst of excited cheers and applause, Eric raised his hands to quiet them down and said, "Tomorrow, everyone gets a day off. Tonight is Halloween. While I won't forbid anyone from attending various parties, I still hope you all take Diane's suggestion and get some rest. I don't want any surprises in the final 2 days. Now, you may disperse." Eric stood up at the edge of the runway and walked backstage. After the majority of people waited for Eric to disappear behind the archway, they excitedly whispered to each other as they made their way out. Emily, Edward Razek, and Eric's assistant, Kelly, had merely been quietly listening to Eric's address behind the arch before eagerly approaching him now. "Eric, do you think there's anything that needs adjustment?" Emily, who had been managing the scene and hadn't spent time in the control room with Eric, couldn't contain her curiosity. After witnessing the marketing power displayed by the Victoria's Secret show, Emily valued it even more than Eric did. Eric shook his head, saying, "No, there's nothing. All the shooting effects have been tested, and I just watched the entire rehearsal. I didn't find any issues at all. Moreover, nothing in this world is ever perfectly flawless. If there's any regret, let it be. We have to leave some topics for the media in the future." Emily rolled her eyes at Eric, but didn't press further, smiling as she asked, "Are you planning to go to East Hampton to celebrate Halloween with them now?" "I just want to go home and sleep," Eric replied, glancing at Kelly beside him. "Come back with me. I have some things I want to discuss with you." Chapter 667, 668. The show begins. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the day finally arrived on November 2nd. The Victoria's Secret fashion show was set to kick off at 7 in the evening, with everything expected to conclude by 8:30. The after-party was scheduled at the Gramercy Hotel, not far from the Armory on Lexington Avenue. From the early morning of that day, media reporters stationed in New York began to gather around the Armory. By noon, the roads within hundreds of meters of the Armory were already packed with journalists from various outlets. After coordinating with the city's officials, Firefly Group had roads barricaded between 2 blocks around the Armory early on November 2nd. Fortunately, the Armory was at the southern end of Lexington Avenue, which was not a particularly busy area, so the roadblocks did not severely disrupt public transportation nearby. Hence, the department readily approved Firefly's request. The project team had already entered the Armory early that morning, working on the final touches under strict security. Even the invited media had to wait until their entry time arrived before being allowed in. Most uninvited reporters could only patiently wait outside, hoping to glean some useful information. Although guest entry was at 6 o'clock, there were always people hoping to gain attention for various reasons. The gathering of hundreds of media personnel undoubtedly highlighted this hotspot for attention seekers. Some reporters, who had staked out prime shooting locations outside since early morning, anticipated they would have to wait until afternoon for any useful news. Little did they know, they had underestimated the fashion event's impact and some individuals' deep desire for fame. Throughout the day, the streets around the Armory were buzzing with various attempts to snag an attention boost. Among these were numerous models. After all, the Victoria's Secret fashion show catered to only 40 lucky ones. New York, as a fashion capital, was brimming with glamorous dreamers feeling the show's allure. Those models not making it onto the Victoria's Secret runway found alternative pathways. Some more established models often arrived with a small team, snapping various photos along the streets surrounding the Armory, hoping to create buzz for the next day's headlines like "XXX attends Victoria's Secret fashion show." Even if they never set foot inside, under the industry's tacit acceptance of such attention-grabbing tactics, no one would call them out. Models without status had to rely on a flashy appearance, either strutting back and forth on the street or pretending to wait for friends under a streetlight for hours. This garnered countless flashes from the cameras. Although most photos would likely be discarded by the journalists, any snippet appearing in newspapers or magazines was an opportunity for these girls. If one caught the attention of a fashion mogul, that could catalyze their rise. There were precedents. Cindy Crawford had earlier garnered fashion world interest from a few chance street shots taken by a small reporter, which set her on her current path. As the showtime neared, reporters gathered near the armory maintained an air of superiority, seemingly aware of the inside scoop. Occasionally, they would snap a few shots with a hint of condescension. However, as dusk approached and they watched some colleagues escorted inside ahead of schedule, all media personnel perked up, waiting eagerly for 6 o'clock. They knew that with Eric Williams in the mix, even invitations sent to the first family would likely not be declined. While the Victoria's Secret Project team did not publicly unveil any guest list, it was certain that the lineup for the show would be formidable. Just as the clock approached 5:40, a flashy white stretch limousine arrived at the end of the red carpet outside the armory, surprising all. The sudden appearance caused a stir, and the flashbulbs began to pop frenziedly. The limo driver exited, opening the door respectfully, and a doll-faced girl in a pink short coat eagerly hopped out. "Wow, it's busy," the girl cheerfully said to herself, then waved at the nearest group of reporters. "Hey, everyone." Upon seeing Drew Barrymore, who had a close relationship with Eric, the crowd of reporters erupted into excitement. When the girl greeted them, they clamored to respond chaotically. One reporter boldly shouted, "Miss Barrymore, are you here to support Mr. Williams?" The girl beamed and nodded. "Yep." Amid the noise, another brave reporter raised their voice. "Miss Barrymore, what do you think about Mr. Williams' rumored relationship with Heidi Klum?" Drew maintained her smile. "I think the stuff you guys write is pretty hilarious. I don't have an opinion. As long as everyone's happy, that's what matters." Her slightly sarcastic remark left some reporters looking sheepish, while others noted that she seemed in no rush to step forward, prompting questions that were cut off when the limousine door opened again. From the back of the car emerged two stunning, identical-looking blonde Russian twins. Dressed similarly in dark-fitted coats and black knee-high boots, they carried an almost military air beneath their striking features. In recent years, while Drew had continued her playful antics, she had kept a low profile away from the media. Suddenly appearing in front of a crowd with the Russian twins provoked a faint stir among reporters. "Miss Barrymore, who are these beautiful ladies? Are they models too?" Drew casually placed her hands in her pockets, strolling leisurely along the red carpet towards the armory's entrance. "They're Natasha. They aren't models, they're my bodyguards." Despite recognizing the twins' somewhat cold demeanor, their identical exquisite faces made it hard for reporters to believe that they were indeed bodyguards. "Miss Barrymore, you must be kidding, or are they set to play bodyguards in a Firefly film?" "Haha, that's an interesting thought. Maybe I could have them give it a try someday." Saying this, Drew walked to the entrance of the armory. The tall security guard didn't even ask her for an invitation, eagerly unhooking the barricade and respectfully letting her and the twins in, eliciting discontent from some reporters. One reporter asked in an accusatory tone, "Hey, big guy, doesn't Drew Barrymore need an invitation?" The question received only an exaggerated roll of the eyes. Drew stepped into the armory's external lobby, casually doodling on a wall designated for photos. Some special guest photographers were caught by surprise as she slipped away before they were ready. As she walked down the corridor to the backstage area, Drew curiously examined the layout around her, suddenly asking the twins behind her, "Natasha, what did it feel like to be the center of attention just now?" After exchanging glances, one replied, "Boss, it felt awkward." "Haha, exactly. Just don't get too fond of that feeling. Otherwise, you'll find it quite distressing." The twins nodded in quiet agreement, following Drew closely. They understood why she had said that. Even if they grew fond of the attention, this seemingly innocuous boss would not grant them too many opportunities to bask in it. Their destinies were already set. Thinking of this, both twins felt an image of their youthful master spring to mind, a figure who preferred to be called master. While they understood the implications that came with it, they didn't feel much resistance, only a sense of awe. They knew that although he was young, he was a significantly powerful figure, with wealth exceeding even the Russian Federation's treasury post-Soviet collapse. This wealth, detached from their lives, nonetheless provided them with unprecedented security. Once Drew made her appearance, the clock swiftly turned to 6. Limousines began to arrive, parking along the not-so-long red carpet, as the crowd of reporters frantically clicked their shutters. New York's political elites, fashion tycoons, media executives, and Hollywood stars, figures who rarely congregated, were all in view. Although Eric had no intention of allowing these guests to steal the thunder from the Victoria's Secret Angels, he didn't refuse their eager attendance. Undeniably, the presence of these heavyweights would empower the media coverage, keeping conversations about the show lively until its scheduled airing in December. As minutes ticked by, invited guests could still walk the red carpet while the majority of regular guests had to enter through different paths. Otherwise, getting 1,000 guests inside in an hour would be impossible. As 7 o'clock approached, Anna Wintour, editor-in-chief of Vogue, sat in the front row on the left side of the runway, quietly listening to the distant commotion outside. She engaged in hushed chat with Rolling Stone founder Jan Wenner, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding lavish crowd and the elegant arrangements within, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Since taking the helm at Vogue, Anna had been the focal point at any major fashion event she attended. Traditionally, primary organizers and designers approached her to exchange pleasantries. Today, however, Anna felt a rare sensation of being overlooked. Yet she felt neither anger nor frustration because many around her eclipsed her in fame and stature. Just nearby sat S.I. Newhouse, the head of Condé Nast, Vogue's parent company. It was usually the other way around. Celebrities came to her to say hello, but she had just made her rounds with him. Finally, the clock struck 7. With a few subtle clicks, the lights shifted, plunging the guests' seating into dimness as the already glittering silver-sequined runway sparkled even brighter. Everyone's gaze turned towards the towering archway. Behind the arch, a specialized rock band setup awaited in front of a solid rear-projected giant screen. Anna couldn't help but recall the rumors she had heard, her mind tinged with both curiosity and anticipation. Surely Eric Williams would not take to the stage. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. A fashion show directed by Eric was plausible, but performing on stage under his current status would be too over the top. Anna leaned closer to Jan Wenner, asking softly, "Jan, do you know which bands will be performing?" Jan shook his head. "I'm not sure. What we've gathered is that Firefly Group is set to showcase some artists from their stable. Jeffrey Katzenberg reorganized all the music divisions under Firefly recently, creating Firefly Records. But from what we've heard from recent gossip, we all know that Eric Williams personally composed all the BGM for this show. His previous track, New Divide, was amazing. I bet this one won't disappoint either. I'm actually quite looking forward to it." Anna nodded. While music intrigued her less, she was far more eager to see what kind of inner show Eric would present. As the lights illuminated, Eric stepped out on stage, delivering a brief address before retreating to warm applause. The stage lights shifted again, deep crimson lights washing over the runway, bathing the interior in a vibrant red glow. With crisp drum beats echoing, a British ceremonial guard stepped out under the red lights, beginning the pre-performance. Some in the crowd remained intensely curious. Others appeared quite indifferent, questioning the meaning behind it all. However, the sounds that followed quickly resolved their uncertainty, as the drum beats quickened, leading the announcer to declare the Victoria's Secret fashion show's first theme, British Invasion. A few unfamiliar rock youths took the stage, and explosive music erupted in the air. Chapter 668, 669, Witnessing the Glamour. The deafening surround sound resonated throughout the backstage of the Armory. The invigorating punk rock music stirred excitement while creating a palpable tension among the Victoria's Secret Angels waiting to perform. Completing the show successfully would open a new chapter in their careers. However, any slip-up could lead to a devastating blow to their futures. Diane Kruger, one of the opening angels, felt a slight tingle in her limbs. She pressed her rosy lips together and quickly made the sign of the cross, then took a deep breath, trying her best to relax. "Everyone go." At the command from the executive director through her earpiece, a staff member gently pushed Diane towards the exit while quickly shifting focus to the next angel. After a long period of rigorous rehearsals, Diane, feeling slightly dizzy, instinctively walked towards the runway. Her face, adorned with flawless makeup, beamed a charming smile she had practiced countless times before. Amplified by the electrifying atmosphere, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers at her appearance, almost without any signal. Pausing briefly at the entrance, Diane strode confidently onto the shimmering silver catwalk, a result of the grueling training Eric had put her through, showcasing her strong personal style. Among the 5 ambassadors revealed by Victoria's Secret, Diane was the least well-known, or rather, had been entirely unknown until now. Thus, since the announcement of the list, the industry had remained intensely curious about this petite, fresh-faced girl barely 18 years old. Everyone was certain that this suddenly rising star had some kind of connection with Eric, but many were still surprised he would let this unknown girl open the show. Most believed that the opening would only feature supermodels like Christy Turlington, Linda Evangelista, or Cindy Crawford. When they saw Diane as the first to appear on stage, many harbored the thought that this was going a bit too far. Some invited media representatives had already begun to brainstorm clever ways to subtly mock this decision when Diane's distinctly personal stride on the runway caught the attention of many, leaving them in awe. Her walk exuded confidence with a hint of elegance, radiating an unforgettable charm that seemed almost unbelievable. Only those in the fashion world knew how rare it was to find a model with such a unique stride, much like Naomi Campbell. If it weren't for her iconic runway presence that captivated so many designers, her famously difficult personality might have led her to be blacklisted in the fashion industry long ago. Many fashion moguls in attendance privately questioned why a girl with such an extraordinary walk hadn't made her mark on the runway before. There shouldn't be any reason for her to have been discovered only now by Eric Williams. Despite their confusion, several had already begun to consider extending an invitation to collaborate with Diane. While some focused on Diane's stunning runway walk, many others noted her angelic outfit, a military-style red jacket, black wings, white gloves, and a simple, stylish inner outfit that made her appear both sexy and playful. Particularly, her playful salute at the end of the runway elicited cheers from the audience once again. Naturally, there were those who appreciated and cheered, while others expressed disdain. Anna Wintour, editor of Vogue, sat in the front row and overheard a woman behind her comment somewhat sharply. "So this is the angel outfit Eric Williams has been hyping for months? Does he really think that just because she has wings, she's an angel?" Anna recalled that the voice belonged to the editor of Metropolitan magazine, and merely smiled coldly at the woman's frivolous critique. The fundamental purpose of any fashion show was to create buzz. Most high-street fashion shows appeared enigmatic to the average viewer, yet their target audience never included everyday people. Instead, they catered to fashion media, retail buyers, and others in the know. Even the numerous celebrities present merely played along, usually without any understanding of what they were witnessing. The exaggerated styles on display were simply the brand's design concepts for the upcoming season. Accustomed to high-street fashion shows, Anna felt a momentary disorientation when she first saw Diane's angel outfit. It seemed too down-to-earth. However, Anna quickly realized that this Victoria's Secret show was genuinely aimed at the regular television audience. If Eric Williams dared to design outrageous and impractical outfits for the angels like traditional fashion shows, it would certainly invite a barrage of criticism from average viewers once aired. The current presentation that perfectly showcased the angels' sexy figures while remaining visually pleasing was the most relatable style. As most attention remained fixated on the stunning angel costumes and enticing figures of the angels, Jan Winter, the founder of Rolling Stone magazine, sat beside Anna Wintour, captivated by the punk rockers on stage. The raucous punk rock tune "My Songs Know What You Did in the Dark" sent Jan Winter's long-dormant passion for music surging back to life. It reminded him of many years prior when his fervent admiration for the world-famous Beatles led him and a group of friends to establish what would become the iconic Rolling Stone magazine in a decrepit printing press's attic. Over 20 years had passed, and Rolling Stone was no longer the small fan publication it once was. It had evolved into a comprehensive media outlet covering music, film, and television, while Jan had transformed from a passionate youth into a wealthy publisher. When Cindy Crawford walked backstage and the music finally faded, Jan found himself standing, lost in the moment. He glanced around, feeling embarrassed as he realized he wasn't the only one on his feet. Many others had also risen, clapping enthusiastically. After the first theme ended, the arch at the exit dimmed, and several shadows began nervously arranging various props, while soothing ambience music filled the venue. Despite where their attention lay during the show, everyone in the room shared a strong anticipation for the next theme. Amidst this expectancy, the following two themes, Dark Temptress and Pink Lady, provided an abundance of visual and auditory feasts for the audience. Compared to high street fashion shows that merely showcase style, most found this to be the real deal. At the same time, many noticed that 3 songs featuring distinctly different styles launched consecutively across the 3 themes. The first punk rock piece evoked excited screams from the young women in attendance, while the later track, stronger in its message, perfectly complemented the punk sound. The first song depicted a bold girl fiercely criticizing her unfaithful boyfriend, while the second encompassed the same girl declaring that a breakup only made her stronger. After these 2 themes, Anna Wintour couldn't help but comment to Jan Wenner beside her. If it weren't for all the tabloid news about Eric Williams, you might even say he's a feminist. Jan only smiled slightly. Even though the subsequent 2 songs remained impressive, he still found himself looking forward to that rock band gracing the stage once more. As if summoned, the rock band reappeared, and as the powerful intro to The Phoenix began, some in the audience familiar with symphonic music couldn't help but be astounded. They recognized that this rock accompaniment incorporated rhythms from the famous Soviet composer Dmitri Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony. It was also known as the Leningrad Symphony, composed during the harrowing siege of Leningrad in World War II. It was a true war symphony. Music knows no borders, especially now that the once mighty Soviet Union had vanished. Hence, nobody paid mind as Eric used the Leningrad Symphony for the show's music. On the contrary, the audience became increasingly fervent in the monumental sound. When the theme concluded, Jan Wenner couldn't restrain an exclamation. Eric Williams is truly a genius. Anna Wintour was unbothered by Jan's exuberance, grinning. Are you now starting to think about a feature article on this show? Jan eagerly nodded. Not only that, but he also planned to write the feature himself. However, as that thought crossed his mind, he froze. Jan, what's wrong? Anna inquired. He shook his head and replied, Anna, it seems we know nothing about these singers and the names of the new songs. How are we supposed to write the feature? Anna pondered for a moment and realized, I see. What? Jan asked impatiently. Anna explained, the purpose of this Victoria's Secret show remains to promote the brand. Although these songs were all personally composed by Eric, he likely doesn't wish for the media to focus too much on them. Jan displayed a look of regret. So, the fact that we know nothing about these bands, singers, and song titles means we can't really discuss them. What a clever tactic. No wonder I haven't heard the host introduce any of the singers or music. Anna nodded. Eric Williams' marketing of the Victoria's Secret brand is nothing short of classic. I even believe this case might appear in many business school textbooks. He certainly wouldn't miss out on the music as a marketing point. Perhaps he is merely waiting for the right moment. The two conversed quietly as the lighting in the venue shifted again, the strong spotlights extinguishing in favor of scattered golden lights. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat ethereal and luxurious, reminiscent of the opulent jazz parties of Roaring Twenties. The classical, soothing prelude of Euful accompanied by a female voice's sigh-like humming gradually filled the space. Cindy Crawford, already possessing a classical beauty, appeared on stage adorned in the iconic pearl accessories, a cloche hat, and a crystal gown of the Golden Age, evoking a dreamy past that felt almost surreal. Some older audience members had not particularly enjoyed the previous, somewhat chaotic music. However, as this Baroque-style piece unfolded, many felt a wave of nostalgia and melancholy wash over them. Having achieved success in their middle age, they had witnessed great luxury, but the girl who once held their hand, exploring the streets, was now a distant memory. Such regret, while not heart-wrenching, remained difficult to shake, and tears would fall unbidden. After the song, facing the empty stage, even those originally disinterested in the performers felt an urge to see the singer. However, they didn't understand why male rock bands consistently took the stage, while none of the female performers appeared. Only instrumental accompaniment was utilized. In the backstage control room, Eric watched the images on the monitor, nodding in satisfaction. Regarding the confusion of many in attendance, Eric wasn't simply driven by personal preference, but drew from experiences from his past life. He understood that in many Victoria's Secret annual shows, female guests performing had only two outcomes. Either they overshadowed the angels, resulting in critiques that the show felt more like a solo concert, or the typically shorter guests appeared as ugly ducklings beside the angels. Either scenario led to a horrible outcome, so Eric decided against allowing female singers on stage. Watching the crew prepare nervously for the final theme on the monitor, Eric picked up the intercom that could communicate with everyone, providing encouraging words before setting it down. He turned to the girl beside him and the twins and smiled. "It's the last theme. Don't you want to go out and take a look?" The girl, flipping through Eric's thick work manual, raised her chin with a grin. "No, I prefer watching you." Eric shrugged his shoulders, at a loss for words, as he heard the executive director signal the start once more. All attention was redirected to the monitor. Provided nothing went wrong in this final theme, the show would conclude perfectly. With 5 themes already completed, each of the 5 Victoria's Secret ambassadors had walked once, leaving the last theme, Snow Dance Elves, to Diane Kruger once again. Noticing Diane nervously making the sign of the cross in front, a smile formed on Eric's lips. He was extremely pleased with Diane's performance, and felt confident that everyone in attendance would no longer question his favoritism toward her. As the final song, I Knew You Were Trouble, began to play, Diane walked towards the stage like a snow elf. Eric's gaze followed Diane's figure, shifting to the camera monitor inside the venue. In the fixed panorama shot, everything appeared to be running smoothly. However, as Diane crossed a quarter of the runway, Eric suddenly felt her figure sway dramatically, and a silver high-heeled shoe slipped off her left foot. Chapter 669, 670, I Messed Up. The moment Diane Kruger lost her high heel, a jolt ran through her mind, and she felt as if all the air had been sucked out of her. The sudden sensation of falling almost made her collapse on the runway. I messed up. 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 That soul-crushing thought surged through Diane Kruger's mind countless times. She thought she heard the audience's mocking laughter below, but no one shouted stop. The lights continued to shift, the music played on, and the artificial snow in the venue fell in a flurry. So, after a moment's hesitation, she lifted her bare left foot and pressed on, her months of grueling training finally paying off. Even though she had lost one high heel, Diane Kruger quickly regained her balance and swaggered down the runway with her trademark confidence. As the heel fell, some people in the audience couldn't help but show a glee of misfortune on their faces. Yet, when Diane Kruger steadied herself, many of them felt a twinge of disappointment. Why didn't she fall? However, as Diane Kruger confidently walked to the end of the runway, the mood in the audience gradually shifted. Everyone began to reflect on how they would handle such a sudden situation, and they all knew the answer was a resounding no, in comparison to what this girl was managing. Those who remained strong in adversity easily earned people's instinctive respect, and soon the feelings of schadenfreude were replaced by admiration. Thus, when Diane Kruger began her turn, spontaneous applause slowly erupted in the venue. The ovation reached a crescendo as she completed her walk, nearly drowning out the music at the end. Basically following her rigorous training instincts, Diane Kruger didn't even notice the change in the audience's mood. She forced herself to walk to the finish line, and just as she slipped behind the backstage entrance, certain the cameras would no longer catch her, the last of her strength suddenly drained away. Tears streamed down her face as she collapsed softly on the steps leading to the backstage exit. Apart from Eric, who was in the control room, there were 3 large screens backstage showing the situation in the hall. When they saw Diane Kruger's heel drop, the backstage coordinator quickly alerted everyone via intercom within mere seconds. Diane was still on the runway, and already backstage was in a flurry. In the control room, noticing the heel drop, Eric's heart sank. A once flawless show was now marred by an unexpected incident, and it was impossible not to feel anger. But the moment had passed, and Eric knew that being angry wouldn't do any good. As he watched Diane quickly regain her composure and the audience's response shift, his furrowed brows began to relax. He absent-mindedly rubbed the intercom he held and thought for a moment before he pressed the button to control all communication channels, speaking firmly. "This is Eric Williams. Everyone take your roles. Carry on without panic. Nicole, get your assistant to bring that high heel to me, immediately." Setting down the intercom, Eric glanced at the monitor, observing the scene as it returned to normalcy. He issued a few quick instructions to an attendant sitting in front of the screens and then briskly exited the control room. As he stepped out, Emily and Edward Razek approached him. Feeling equally concerned, Emily urgently said, "Eric, I just asked Donnie in logistics about redoing this theme. The artificial snow won't last for the full 4 minutes. It'll take at least half an hour to reassemble. What should we do?" Recalling what he'd just witnessed, Eric replied as he walked, "No need for a reshoot. Have Tina come over. We need to discuss this." Emily was taken aback. "What? No reshoot? But don't worry, Emily. I have some good ideas." As they spoke, they reached the connecting entrance to the main area. The Victoria's Secret Angels who finished their tasks returned from the front, their faces displaying almost unanimous feelings of relief. Diane Kruger had already sat down on the steps. When she saw Eric, her slender frame tensed slightly, and the tears she couldn't stop flowed down again. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Williams. I messed up. It wasn't intentional. I don't know why that high heel. Why it just fell off." Eric sighed softly. Although he already had a plan in mind, the show hadn't reached the perfection he wanted. Seeing Diane still adorned with the heavy angel wings, he signaled to 2 staff members, saying, "Help Diane take off her wings. And where's that high heel?" Upon hearing Eric wanted to remove her precious angel wings, Diane's expression grew even more sorrowful, but she didn't dare say anything. After messing up something so important, even if there were reshoots, she'd have no part in it. The wings were soon taken off. Without them, Diane appeared even more fragile, and coupled with her heartbreak, anyone couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy. Nicole, who was responsible for photography at the front, quickly had an assistant bring over the high heel. Eric instructed that it be placed in a clear plastic bag. Sitting beside the still crying girl, Eric gently placed his hand around her. Feeling Eric's act, Diane stiffened for a moment but soon leaned against him. In that instant, she found an unexplainable sense of solace, gradually stopping her sobbing. Seeing this scene, the girl who had come with Eric couldn't help but pout, and the surrounding onlookers shared glances that reflected confusion. But before they could express any jealousy, they were drawn to what Eric did next. A few even gasped. Because Eric was inspecting the high heel through the plastic bag. The final theme continued, with music still playing, but in that small area by the backstage entrance, a rare silence fell as Eric scrutinized the shoe. Why was Eric checking that high heel? Keen observers noticed that the front of the silver high heel in the clear plastic bag was attached with a broken strap, severed into 2 pieces. A thought blazed in everyone's minds. Someone had sabotaged Diane Kruger's shoe to make her trip. Such underhanded maneuvers were fairly common in the fashion industry. Models had indeed pushed one another off balance on the runway before, but no one had expected that someone would dare do such a thing at Eric's big show. When most people saw Eric's grave expression, they grew tense, but Emily stepped forward without hesitation, taking the high heel from him and examining it closely. "Eric, it looks like the break might be natural." Eric also suspected. The strap's fracture could be from natural wear, but found the timing coincidental. The shoe had only been worn during final dress rehearsals, and those runs had gone without issue. Now it had broken off so suddenly. It seemed too suspicious. Surveying the upper management in the Victoria's Secret project team and the staff peeking nearby, Eric thought for a moment and then handed the plastic bag shoe back to Emily. "Contact the FBI to perform a trace analysis on that strap. We need to confirm if it was an accidental break. If it was an accident, fine. Also, don't forget to collect fingerprints from the shoe." After thinking it over, he removed the other shoe from Diane's foot, also putting it into a plastic bag and handing it to Emily. "And this one too. See if there was interference. I'll handle it right away, and I'll try to get the results by tomorrow." Emily's face turned serious as she took the high heels. "I won't participate in the after-party. Will you handle the hosting?" The group watched anxiously as Emily hurried away with the high heels, their hearts filled with a stormy premonition. Eric had just said, if it was an accident, that would be it. But he hadn't mentioned what would happen if it wasn't. They all knew well that if someone were indeed sabotaging things, Eric wouldn't let it go easily. Once Emily left, Eric waved to those nearby. The final theme is about to wrap up. Everyone should prepare for the curtain call. No need to linger. Here. The crew returned to their posts, and Eric turned to Diane, still resting against him. Can you go back on stage? You performed so beautifully today, and it would be a shame not to be there during the finale. Though Diane Kruger understood that the earlier runway incident wasn't her fault, the exhaustion from the immense shock she felt was hard to shake off. Taking a few deep breaths, she still felt weak, lacking the strength to rise. Eric reassuringly patted her shoulder and told Edward Razek, Edward, have that rock band play another song. Delay the curtain call by 5 minutes. Edward nodded and spoke quickly into the intercom before walking towards the stage. Eric looked at Diane and asked, do you want something to eat? It might help. Okay. Diane softly nodded, surprised that Eric would postpone the entire show just for her, causing her cheeks to flush. Looking to the twins beside her, Eric said, Natasha, come help Diane to the break area. The twins started to move, but were stopped by Drew extending her arm. Sniffling, the girl tugged the twins along, leaving only a comment about, you handle it yourself. Eric chuckled, shaking his head. The girl hadn't been jealous in a while, and Eric almost forgot how women could be jealous. Glancing at Diane, who looked like a delicate kitten beside him, Eric shrugged and picked her up. Under the surprised eyes of the backstage crew, he carried her towards the break area. It was only when he set her down in a chair that Diane, blushing like a blossoming rose, whispered, Thank you, Mr. Williams. Eric retrieved a stack of chocolates from a nearby table and held them out to her with a smile. No need to mention it. It's quite comfortable to hold. His teasing remark only made Diane's cheeks warmer, but she bravely whispered back, If you want, you can, anytime. Before she could finish her stammering sentence, Diane paused when she noticed a staff member busy rushing over with a few pairs of high heels. The front stage performance quickly concluded, and with Eric's comfort, Diane gradually regained her strength. 40 supermodels joined together on stage, completing this grand fashion event with a perfect finale. Though a small hiccup had occurred during, for most attendees, the Victoria's Secret show left them immensely satisfied. The subsequent after-party at the Gramercy Hotel on Lexington Avenue thrilled the fortunate guests. However, while many partied exuberantly at the celebration, Eric and all the main coordinators of the Victoria's Secret show had unknowingly slipped out early, gathering in the conference room at Yahoo's headquarters in New York. Standing before a whiteboard in the conference room, Eric attached a newly printed large photo. Emily, Edward Razek, and invited Yahoo editor Tina Brown glanced at the picture, which showed a close-up of the Victoria's Secret runway. They could still discern the venue's lights and the audience, undeniably captured during the live event. Most notably was the striking silver high heel that had been left behind at the center of the runway. Eric stood by quietly, allowing everyone in the conference room to appreciate the image for a moment before asking, So, what does everyone think when they see this photo? What else could it be but the shocking moment from tonight's Victoria's Secret show? Emily thought back. She had been beside a large screen backstage, experiencing the entire ordeal of Diane Kruger's shoe fall, and it had truly made her break out in a cold sweat. The other project leads in attendance shared similar feelings, some still puzzled why Eric wouldn't reshoot the final theme. After half a year of meticulous preparation, a shoe fell off. It seemed terribly unfortunate. As an observer, Tina Brown's perspective differed from Emily and the others. She contemplated the photo Eric posted for a moment, and then tentatively spoke the word, Cinderella? Exactly, Eric replied, nodding appreciatively. It is Cinderella. With Eric and Tina Brown sharing their views, everyone else in the conference room began to comprehend. The photo of the silver high heel, glittering on the luminous runway, resembled the crystal shoe Cinderella had lost in fairy tales. Seeing that everyone had grasped the concept, Eric continued, I reviewed all the footage of Diane's performance after her shoe dropped, and honestly, her performance didn't waver much from earlier. I believe that in the post-editing, The presentation shown to the audience will still be stunning. Moreover, this falling heel incident can become a clever marketing angle. At this point, Eric quickly grabbed a marker and wrote a phrase on the whiteboard, saying, "So, besides our predetermined marketing strategies, we'll add an impromptu promotion line, which we'll codename the Cinderella Incident." Chapter 671. What right do you have to let God punish me? Eric groggily opened his eyes, realizing he had fallen asleep on the conference table. He pushed himself up, glancing at the spacious table scattered with various documents, sketches, coffee cups, and a few laptops. Noticing Eric had lifted his head, Tina Brown, who was sitting on the other side and gently typing on her keyboard, smiled and said, "Good morning, Eric." Eric nodded in response, his mind gradually clearing. He quickly recalled the events of the previous night. Due to an unexpected situation during the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Eric had to hastily supplement the marketing plan with a Cinderella incident. After the meeting, everyone immediately started contacting various media outlets to revise the next day's press release. Unbeknownst to them, they had worked late into the night. Eric vaguely remembered falling asleep around 4 in the morning, unable to hold on any longer. He looked at the quietly busy Tina Brown and the LTD employees still working beyond the glass door and asked Tina, "You guys didn't rest all night, did you?" Tina Brown raised an eyebrow in confusion at first, but then realized something, laughing as she turned her laptop screen towards Eric. "Eric, this is the special report that came in overnight from Boston. Can you take a look and see if there's anything that needs changing?" Eric caught sight of the striking image of a silver high-heeled shoe on the screen. Though he desperately wanted to take a hot shower and grab something to eat, he felt he couldn't refuse Tina Brown's request. As he reached for the laptop, a soft growling sound echoed in the meeting room. Tina raised her eyebrows in curiosity, but then realized what it was. "Sorry, Eric, I forgot you haven't had breakfast yet. Why not wait until later to look?" Eric did not refuse. His exhaustion and hunger combined meant he really had no energy to work. Suddenly, he began to miss Kelly. If it were any other time, his caring assistant would have already prepared breakfast for him. But 2 days ago, Kelly had to return to Los Angeles for some urgent business. Stretching his arms, Eric asked Tina, "Have you all had breakfast?" Tina nodded and pointed at the steaming cup of coffee beside her. "We had breakfast an hour ago. By the way, there's a girl waiting for you outside." As Eric stepped out of the conference room, he noticed one of the twins sitting quietly on the sofa in the lounge area, engrossed in a magazine. The twin stood up upon noticing him. Eric had grown accustomed to the twins always being together. Seeing one alone was somewhat unsettling. Realizing something, he tentatively asked, "Is the other girl in trouble or something, and you're here to take the heat?" One of the twins shook her head seriously. "No, master. The boss came by last night, saw you all working, and asked me to stay and take care of you." Eric thought the girl was quite considerate and smiled, asking, "Are you the older twin? And where did Drew go?" "I'm the older twin. My sister went to East Hampton with the boss." Understanding it was Natasha standing before him, Eric instinctively tried to remember her sister's name, but still came up empty. "Oh well, let's just call you both Natasha, since they look exactly the same." Both Eric and Natasha bantered casually, but the busy, or pretending to be busy, LTD employees around them looked bewildered upon hearing their exchange. "Master, master, master," that title sounded so retro. The cool and collected Natasha had been quietly sitting on the sofa in the lounge area for several hours. All the staff working overtime silently speculated about her identity. Some male employees even dared to approach her for brief conversations. Although Natasha always responded politely, there was a clear aura about her that made her feel unapproachable. Everyone sensed that her demeanor wasn't one of arrogance, but it still kept others at a distance. Because of the Eastern European girl's snow-white skin and an aura of serene detachment, the male employees had silently dubbed her Little Snow Woman in just a few hours. At the moment Natasha addressed Eric, a collective gasp echoed in the workplace, almost sounding like a symphony of heartbreak. Feeling the sudden silence among his colleagues, Eric looked around in confusion. Once he scanned the room, everyone immediately resumed their activities as if nothing had happened. Eric didn't recognize anything wrong and took the large bag offered by the twin. Opening it, He found a toothbrush and other personal items along with a towel. Chuckling, he said to Natasha, "I'm going to find a place to take a shower. Can you prepare breakfast for me?" "Anything will do." Natasha nodded and followed Eric as they left the work area. Once the two disappeared, a voice rang out, half regretting and half resentful. "Oh God, punish these evil capitalists." At that moment, as luck would have it, another office door swung open. Emily, holding her phone and engaged in conversation, overheard the comment. She raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Sorry." She quickly covered the receiver with her hand and scanned the work area sharply, her gaze locking onto one unlucky employee. "Jason, that was you yelling just now, right?" Amidst a few chuckles, Jason, the young man, stood up looking defeated. "Sorry, Miss Brighton, I lost my composure." Emily, however, remained furious, voice raised. "In the years since acquiring LTD, I haven't laid off a single person. Moreover, all your salaries have gone up by 10%. What on earth did I do to deserve that? Just one evening of overtime, and I've been burning the midnight oil over here too. What right do you have to ask God to punish me?" Jason frowned as he defended himself. "Miss Brighton, I wasn't speaking about you." "Oh." Emily glanced around. "Are there two capitalists here? Do you think I'm an idiot?" There actually was a second capitalist, and a super rich one at that. But Jason had already offended one little wildcat. He wasn't about to provoke a T-Rex. "Sorry, Miss Brighton. I'm very sorry." Just as Emily was about to say something, her phone seemingly hung up and immediately rang again. "I don't owe you anything. If you think the working conditions at LTD are so unimpressive, then hand in your resignations to me." She shot a glare at the unfortunate Jason and tossed that line out, all while answering the phone, hastily walking through the work area toward the conference room. As soon as Emily's figure disappeared, silence settled over the work area for a few seconds. Once it was clear no major figures were going to show up again, laughter erupted, filled with schadenfreude. After breakfast, Eric returned to the LTD conference room, where the media information regarding the previous night's Victoria's Secret fashion show was almost entirely compiled. Most major newspapers had run detailed feature articles on the fashion show in their important sections. The front pages of many newspapers were dominated by the Victoria's Secret angels in their glamorous outfits. In their quest to attract attention, editors dug deep to find angles to highlight. Some focused on the models, others on the fashion, and some even on the music. Naturally, various opinions flooded the media. The Washington Post praised the show as a stunning visual feast, while a critic from the Chicago Sun-Times disparaged it as an outrageous spectacle. With Eric's strong media resources at play, most of the negative comments hardly caused any ripples. Thanks to Yahoo's comprehensive web portal, ABC's morning news coverage, and close cooperation with Hearst, News Corporation, and the Washington Post, the combined force of online media, television, and print ensured that the public perception of the event, while not flawless, remained one of great anticipation. Diane Kruger's shoe-falling incident was cleverly rebranded as an industry fairy tale akin to Cinderella. Many people who originally paid little attention to the fashion show began to look forward to the moment of her shoe fall. Meanwhile, the marketing power generated from these months-long efforts was equally astonishing. When Chris acquired absolute control of LTD at an exorbitant valuation of $2.4 billion earlier that year, most analysts in the industry held a pessimistic view of the deal, predicting that LTD's stock price would surely drop again post-transaction. However, those individuals only calculated the beginning and didn't foresee the conclusion. Initially, the reorganized LTD group did indeed experience a decline in stock price. But after Eric announced the annual Victoria's Secret fashion show, the continued 6-month marketing push sparked astonishing growth in the sales of Victoria's Secret products. As the most important brand under LTD, even after LTD merged with Brighton Fashion, Victoria's Secret still accounted for over half of the new group's market share. With the ongoing rise in sales and brand recognition for Victoria's Secret, LTD's stock market valuation, having initially dropped to $2.1 billion, began a slow ascent that lasted for 6 months. On the day following the fashion show, LTD shares surged again by 7.5%, with the valuation nearing $3.7 billion. Experts anticipated that following the airing of the fashion show on television in December, Ltd's total market value would surpass $4 billion. Most importantly, this surge wasn't part of a capital bubble, as Ltd's stock price at this point had solid backing from brand value and product sales. Firefly Investment and the Brighton family held 62% of Ltd after the acquisition. When Ltd's market value surpassed $4 billion, compared to the initial outlay of around $1 billion in total assets and cash, the Brighton family and Firefly Investment saw their stake increase in value by $1.5 billion in just a year, which equated to the net profits of the entire Firefly Group for that year. After Fortune magazine disclosed these figures, the media, which had been eagerly calculating how much Eric would lose by stepping away from filming movies to create a commercially worthless lingerie show, quickly fell silent. After all, even if he produced a film with box office returns similar to Jurassic Park, it would be impossible to achieve a $1.5 billion return within a year. After the fashion show, Eric finally found relief as the most stressful period of time eased. Once the media promotion fell into routine, he handed over all Ltd's trivial work to Emily. He then focused on editing the television version of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. After November, with the holiday season approaching, various second- and third-tier film companies began rolling out their movies starting in the second week of November. Firefly planned to release only 2 films by the end of the year: Julia's romantic film comeback, Runaway Bride, and Nicolas Cage's starring role in Face/Off. Besides these 2 films, the project from Drew's Flower Films was Kevin Costner's version of Mission: Impossible. With Brian De Palma's sophisticated suspense techniques combined with Kevin Costner's distinctive and restrained masculinity, the new Mission: Impossible, although lacking Tom Cruise, possessed its own unique charm. After the summer flop of Wyatt Earp, the success of Mission: Impossible could determine Kevin Costner's ability to maintain his status. Thus, Costner took great care in promoting Mission: Impossible, starting his promotional tours a month before the film's release. The previews also garnered positive early reviews. Moreover, something else made Eric delighted was that amid the pay cut pressures he had initiated, Warner Brothers, under various pressures, swiftly swooped in for Kevin Costner's long-prepared Waterworld, choosing Hawaii as the filming location just as in the original timeline. Eric's memory reminded him that it was due to Hawaii's frequent tides that had repeatedly destroyed the film set constructions, causing the budget to reach a jaw-dropping sum. MGM originally planned to release Resident Evil at the end of the year. While this R-rated zombie film didn't quite fit the holiday season's vibe, going against the tide often yielded unexpected results. After all, the film's production budget ended up being just over $30 million. Including subsequent marketing, the overall cost would not exceed $50 million. With revenue from box office and video sales operating channels, the pressure to recoup costs and earn profits wouldn't be significant as long as the first installment gained traction, much like the original sequels, which could become a stable profit project for DreamWorks. However, the post-production of the zombie film ran into some issues, causing it to be pushed back to the Easter period. Sony's executive vice president, Shinichiro Omaoka, had started getting involved in the film business closely in the second half of the year. By the year's end, while Peter Guber still held the title of CEO of Columbia, he had essentially become sidelined. Sony began a vigorous search for the next Columbia CEO, with Michael Lynn, who had just left Firefly Films in September, even receiving an invitation. However, Michael had no intention of getting involved in the Sony Columbia mess. He simply informed Eric of the news over the phone. Though Peter Guber was destined to be kicked out, Sony didn't slack off in the distribution work for the Firefly collaboration, Jumanji. As the only CGI-based blockbuster this holiday season, Sony clearly had high hopes for Jumanji. While all of Hollywood was busy preparing for the upcoming hot season, Eric had only flown back to Los Angeles for a Firefly Group end-of-year executive meeting before quickly rushing back to New York, diving back into the editing room of the ABC production department. Aside from agreeing to participate at the premieres for the 2 films Julia and Drew were producing, Eric did not intend to get overly involved in the film marketing aspects. A good boss knows how to let go. That's something Eric recently learned from Buffett. Many of the companies owned by Berkshire Hathaway operate under such a harmonious principle. In a past interview, a manager from one of the subsidiaries was asked why their company performed so well. His answer was profoundly illuminating. He said, "Because Mr. Buffett forgot he acquired this company, and we also forgot that our company was ever acquired by Mr. Buffett." As the scale of his assets grew larger, if Eric couldn't strike a reasonable balance between retaining power and delegating authority, he would undoubtedly be crushed under the weight of his responsibilities. Many times, Eric had even started to sense this pressure. Chapter 671, 672. Hollywood is really small. At ABC's production center, Emily walked into a studio with her assistant, who held a thick stack of documents. She surveyed the busy crew recording segments for the Victoria's Secret fashion show and patiently waited until Eric eventually emerged from the crowd. Noticing the serious expression on Emily's face, Eric led her into a temporary office and instructed the secretary to brew some coffee before asking, "Did you get any results on that matter?" Emily nodded and then shook her head. She opened the documents her assistant handed her and presented them to Eric. "The FBI in Manhattan reviewed all the footage we provided, but they didn't find anything. There were just too many people in and out of the backstage those last 2 days. Also, there were no issues with fingerprints. Evidently, the person who did this was very clever." They were discussing the incident involving the shoe that fell during the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Although the media had spun Diana Kruger's mishap into a Cinderella-like tale, the truth behind it was less glamorous. The FBI's examination of the broken shoelace showed clear signs of tampering. As Eric read through the report, he asked, "Did they find out how the shoelace was tampered with?" Emily took out a delicate nail file and a thin piece of string from her handbag. Demonstrating in front of Eric, she said, "See, someone used a nail file on this string, which made the break look natural." However, the FBI's report indicated that the force on the shoelace's break was lateral, while a natural break would show a vertical force. Eric picked up the nearly severed string she handed him and tugged gently, causing it to snap completely. He shook his head in resignation. "This is just..." Noticing Eric's gaze shifting to the nail file, Emily continued, "This is practically impossible to trace. Each angel had their own kit in the makeup area, and..." She paused and added, "Detective Rini from the FBI told me that unless we launched a full investigation, we wouldn't get any results. However, he mentioned that they had done everything they could. If we push for a case, the media will report it widely and we'll face huge public relations risks. We would certainly be criticized as well." Although several days had passed since the show, media interest had not waned. Prior to this, some gossip pages had made conspiracy theories about Diana Kruger's fallen heel, turning the event into a romantic accident. If a full investigation was launched, the fairy tale image they had created would shatter in an instant. The FBI launching an investigation over a shoelace would undoubtedly be criticized as a misuse of authority, and bringing in private detectives wouldn't be feasible either. "Well, if that's the case, let's just drop it," Eric said, reluctantly fiddling with the nail file. Hearing Eric give up on pursuing the issue, Emily sighed in relief. It wasn't that she wished to protect the culprit, but given the current favorable situation, halting the investigation was more beneficial overall from any perspective. Once that issue was settled, Emily quickly shifted the conversation. "Eric, where do you plan to spend Thanksgiving?" "In Malibu," Eric replied, a hint of anticipation crossing his face as he reminisced about the previous year. Getting the women together to cuddle up in bed was something that happened only once a year, and he certainly didn't want to miss it. "I'm spending Thanksgiving in Malibu and Christmas in New York." "What?" Emily's shrewd demeanor softened. She shyly fidgeted a bit before saying, "Could you change your plans? For Thanksgiving, come with me and Chris to Maryland." "Oh, and it would be great to have Elia and the others with us." Realizing the situation, Eric understood immediately. Jeffrey was currently secluded at their Maryland farm, rarely going to New York or Los Angeles. As dutiful son and future daughter-in-law, Chris and Emily would naturally spend Thanksgiving with him. However, as two single adults, they couldn't escape the inevitable forced marriage scenario that holiday gatherings entailed. Chuckling to himself, Eric shook his head. "Nope, I'm not going, and this is for your own good. If I bring a family over to Maryland for Thanksgiving, Jeffrey will definitely want grandchildren once he sees Kevin and Elia. You just end up with more pressure. Emily shot Eric a glare. Fine, whatever. I've never met anyone so gleefully malicious. Eric still wore a smile. Isn't Chris in Europe right now? If you're really scared of this, talk to Chris and see if he can find an excuse to stay in Europe past Thanksgiving. Emily replied. Jeffrey called Chris in Europe, and he already agreed. And even if Chris wouldn't do what you suggested. Leaning on the leather chair, Eric spread his hands. Well, I can't help with that. If you ask me, you two should just get married. Even if you don't plan to, you could at least have a kid. I just turned 30. Stop being too melodramatic. With that tone, you'd think you just turned 13. What about those girls who become mothers in their teens? How would they feel? Emily shot him a reproachful look, pouted, and stood up. I can't talk to you macho types. I'm leaving. After seeing Emily off, Eric returned to the studio, where everyone had just finished recording some segments and was taking a break. He checked the footage they had just shot, then made his way to the 5 Victoria's Secret models resting in a lounge area. Today, they were recording behind-the-scenes footage from the show, and while it would involve footage of other angels, most of the highlights focused on the 5 main models. Noticing Eric entering the lounge, the 5 supermodels gathered on the sofa greeted him cheerfully. Eric smiled and nodded as Diana Kruger rose to pour him a cup of coffee. He thanked her and sat down on a nearby single chair, casually pulling out the nail file from his pocket and playing with it while chatting with the women, intermittently tending to his nails. The 5 Victoria's Secret angels noticed Eric's actions, and various expressions spread across their faces. Christy Turlington and Linda Evangelista wore faint smiles, while Cindy Crawford appeared puzzled at first, then quickly masked it with a smile. Tyra Banks and Diana Kruger held their coffee cups in front of their faces, trying to hide their reactions and maintain normal expressions. Eric caught their expressions and paused to look at Cindy before quickly shifting his gaze. Is there a problem? Eric, nail files aren't meant to be used like that, Linda Evangelista said with a laugh as she set down her coffee cup, extending her slender fingers to demonstrate. If you file it like that, your nails will look terrible. It dawned on Eric why all the ladies had reacted that way. Nonchalantly shrugged Jen. He was about to say he didn't care how his nails looked. Instead, he pointed to Cindy. Cindy, show me how it's done. Cindy, looking at Tyra and Diana on her right, who were closer to Eric, wondered why he wanted her to demonstrate. Reflecting on her previous reaction, it suddenly hit her. She understood that Eric must have misinterpreted her response. How rude. How could he think it was something she would do? Even though Diana Kruger was gaining fame in the modeling world, she posed no threat to Cindy, who had already established herself. There was hardly anything to gain from such an act. In terms of competition, Cindy glanced at Tyra. Although Tyra had a few years head start, her fame did not overshadow Diana. Among the 5, those 2 were actually the ones competing. If Diana messed up, it was Tyra who would benefit the most. Cindy didn't dare voice her thoughts, though. She complied and got up to Eric's request to demonstrate with the nail file. As she reached for it, she noticed Eric extending his large hand toward her. Well, what a troublesome man. Cindy Crawford felt a flare of annoyance inside, but wore a practiced expression of reluctant submission. She gently squatted down to help Eric demonstrate how to use a nail file. Noticing this, Christy Turlington immediately stood up, as if she had just remembered, and said, I think I need to touch up my makeup. I seem to have put on too much lip gloss. I need to reapply it. Linda Evangelista found an excuse almost at the same time, and the 2 women couldn't wait to get up and walk out. Tyra Banks looked at the actions of the 2, and although she did not find any reasons, she stood up and walked out. Diane Kruger, who stood up with her, had a little resentment in her expression. Shouldn't she be the one to do this kind of thing? Why did he call Cindy Crawford? Soon, Eric and Cindy Crawford were the only ones left in the lounge. As the door was gently closed, Cindy Crawford did not stop what she was doing, but raised her chin with a wronged look on her face and said to Eric, It wasn't me. I know. Cindy Crawford raised the nail file in her hand. Then you still. Eric took the nail file and threw it into the trash can next to him. He said, I know someone is messing with me, but I can't check it. I'm very angry now. Cindy, what do you do when you're angry? Shopping. Oh, what a typical woman. You are discriminating. Cindy Crawford's eyes flickered and she asked, What about you? Eric reached out and pressed Cindy Crawford's shoulder. Guess. Cindy Crawford lay on Eric's lap, looking extremely submissive. She felt Eric's fingertips brushing across her face, as if he was touching something delicate. The woman said with some resistance, "You can't do this." Eric didn't push further, pulling back his hand. "All right, go out and let Diane in." Cindy stiffened but didn't get up, muttering, "What a rotten man." With a triumphant smile, Eric gently patted Cindy on the cheek. "Hurry up, you've got 15 minutes. During the editing of the Victoria's Secret fashion show segments, ABC's ratings for Survivor continued to soar. By November, it averaged over 33 million viewers per episode. Unless something unexpected happened, the Victoria's Secret annual fashion show was set to enjoy a massive lead-in from Survivor's season finale on December 6th. Simultaneously, the Thanksgiving release window officially kicked off on November 11th, with multiple new films premiering that day. Although the box office capacity during the New Year's period is typically far lower than summer, the competition for that window was significantly fiercer. After a 5-year hiatus, Julia Roberts returned to romantic films. Thanks to the excellent buzz and residual box office cloud of Pretty Woman, Runaway Bride grossed $28 million in its opening week. While not record-breaking, its overall box office takings had no doubt crossed the $100 million mark, ensuring a high return on the $30 million production cost. After Runaway Bride, Kevin Costner's version of Mission Impossible hit theaters on November 18th. Eric had agreed to support the young woman, so he returned to Los Angeles on November 17th to attend the film's premiere at the Los Angeles Music Hall. Compared to the mid-tier budget for Runaway Bride, the premiere of Mission Impossible was much more grandiose. Stepping out of the car, Eric crossed the long red carpet, casually accepting a few interviews before heading backstage with the crew. After a quick hug with the young woman and greetings with Amy Pascal and others, Eric began chatting with the creative team behind Mission Impossible, including Brian De Palma and Kevin Costner. Brian De Palma was behind many classic films like Carrie and Scarface. Moreover, there was another intriguing detail about the 50-something thriller director that piqued Eric's interest. He remembered a story about a family who had fled the Soviet Union during a period of political unrest. The husband and wife quickly divorced, and the wife's acting career was derailed by language barriers, leading her to become a maid in the home of renowned Hollywood director Brian De Palma. The maid, named Galina Loganova, had a daughter named Mila Jovovich. This story was just the beginning and would ultimately involve many figures from the film industry. Every time Eric thought of this, he couldn't help but feel how small Hollywood truly is. Chapter 672, 673, Sony's difficult position. Eric was chatting with everyone when a few people appeared at the backstage entrance and walked straight toward him. At the forefront was a Japanese man in his 50s, Nobuyuki Ide, who was about to take over as CEO of Sony Corporation. Following him were Columbia's CEO Peter Guber and President John Peters, along with other senior executives from the company. However, Eric noticed that the white middle-aged man walking beside Ide was not Peter Guber or John Peters, but someone he didn't quite recognize. Eric knew that. Sony had begun to get involved in Columbia's affairs a few months ago, but he hadn't expected Ide to show up here suddenly. Before he had time to think about it, Ide approached him with a beaming smile, extending his hand and speaking in fluent English. "Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Nobuyuki Ide." Eric shook Ide's hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Ide. Welcome to the premiere of Mission Impossible. It should be my honor, since it's a film handpicked by you, Mr. Williams. It's bound to be outstanding," Ide complimented, and without waiting for Eric to thank him, he gestured to the middle-aged man beside him, saying, "This is Mr. Howard Stringer. He has accepted Sony's invitation and is soon to become the CEO of Sony's U.S. division, overseeing all Sony operations in America." Upon hearing Ide mention the name, Eric finally recognized the bespectacled middle-aged man. In the original timeline, after Ide stepped down, Stringer would become the first non-Japanese CEO of Sony Corporation. "Hello, Mr. Stringer." After introducing Howard Stringer, Ide showed no intention of introducing Peter Guber or John Peters. Instead, he was somewhat half-heartedly expressing interest in the other guests present. Eric had to introduce everyone, And when it came to Amy Pascal, Ide openly expressed his regret, saying, "Ms. Pascal, losing you has been Colombia's biggest loss. I hope you'll seriously consider returning to Colombia." Amy Pascal was taken aback by Ide's direct invitation, but simply responded politely. After a brief conversation, the premiere time quickly arrived, and the staff began guiding the guests from backstage to the screening room. Eric intentionally lagged behind, waiting for the guests to leave before the assistant standing beside him explained his confusion. Ide arrived in Los Angeles about a week ago. The news we received is that he personally brought an audit team here to review Colombia's financial records. Additionally, another purpose for Ide's visit to Los Angeles is to find Colombia's next leader. Eric nodded, recalling the middle-aged man with glasses that Ide had introduced. He asked, "Do you know anything about Howard Stringer?" Kelly replied, "Stringer has been the president of CBS for several years and recently stepped down a few months ago. He started as a very capable journalist, and during his time as head of CBS News, CBS Evening News was the highest rated among the three major networks. However, in recent years, due to internal instability at CBS, he wasn't able to achieve any standout results during his tenure as president." Eric considered this and asked, "How does he compare to Robert Iger?" Kelly shook her head. "I only have his basic information. If you need a detailed assessment, I can have someone prepare it for you tomorrow." Eric didn't have a particularly strong interest in Howard Stringer, but he didn't refuse his assistant's offer to gather more detailed information. He instructed, "Also, gather some information on Ide." Compared to the future CEOs after Sony's decline, Eric found Ide, the person who had brought Sony from its peak into decline, much more intriguing. Since Ide had suddenly appeared, it was only natural for him and Eric to be seated together. Eric had already seen the new Mission Impossible several times, so he didn't pay much attention to the screen. Ide's thoughts were clearly not focused on the movie either, as the two exchanged cautious remarks during the screening. Eric began to understand Ide's intentions, and it was evident that Ide grasped Eric's attitude as well. After the premiere, as Ide was leaving, he proactively invited Eric, saying, "Eric, I will be in Los Angeles for a while longer. Would it be possible for us to have a discussion?" Eric knew that since Nobuyuki Ide showed up in Los Angeles, the two sides would inevitably have a formal meeting, so he agreed. "Of course, Ide. Just have someone contact my assistant to determine a time." Ide smiled in agreement, then departed after bidding farewell to Eric. Once in the car, however, Ide's expression turned grim. In the recent days of reviewing detailed information about Colombia, Ide discovered that the issues were much more serious than headquarters had expected. Peter Guber and John Peters had made no beneficial decisions for Colombia during their time running the company. Instead, they had recklessly mismanaged finances. The two had not only pocketed large salaries and bonuses, but had also squandered funds meant for company growth on personal luxuries. Over the years, expenses for office decoration, private jets, and luxury yachts had totaled an astounding $170 million. Uncountable needless expenses piled on top of that. If Guber and Peters had put effort into managing Colombia, such spending might not have jeopardized the company to the core. Yet they had consistently overlooked the business. In 5 years, Colombia's only noteworthy achievement was some film cooperation with Firefly Group, which also had complexities involved. Sony had discovered that due to the cooperation with Firefly, Colombia's overseas distribution network was nearly paralyzed. Ide recalled that their old rival, Panasonic Group and the Canadian Seagram Group were in the final negotiations for the deal with Universal Pictures, and he couldn't help but entertain thoughts of retreating. However, given Colombia's current condition, Sony had no way to step back. Colombia's situation was not much better than MGM, and Sony had initially paid a whopping $5.5 billion to acquire Colombia. Selling Colombia now, even at half the purchase price, would be unlikely to attract any takers. Even if there were some interested parties, Sony faced immense pressure from various fronts and could not afford to sell Colombia at a loss. Thus, Sony had no choice but to grit its teeth and persist in managing Colombia. Although they had been burned significantly by Firefly during their earlier cooperation, the current projects like Men in Black, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and Jumanji, the rights to which were crucial, were perhaps the most valuable resources in Colombia's hands. While Ide harbored extreme resentment toward the Hollywood sharks, he knew maintaining Columbia required fully utilizing these resources. Notably, the sequels for Men in Black and Mr. and Mrs. Smith were under serious consideration. Both films had grossed over $500 million worldwide, and with the first film's reputation, launching the sequels would undoubtedly bring substantial profits to Columbia. Ide had attended the Mission Impossible premiere to gauge Eric's stance on the sequels. Without cooperation from Firefly, starting those sequels would prove difficult unless they resorted to legal measures. But Columbia was already entangled in issues, and Ide didn't want to instigate further legal disputes. However, recalling Eric Williams' ambiguous stance during the premiere made Ide rub his temples in frustration. This problem couldn't be resolved immediately, so Ide also thought about the next leader for Columbia. He turned to his assistant sitting in the front passenger seat and asked, "Fujita, have we heard back on the invitation to Michael Ovitz?" "Yes, Mr. Ide. Mr. Ovitz has agreed to meet with you next Monday." With an engaging plot and excellent marketing strategies, Mission Impossible grossed a cool $38.5 million over its opening weekend across more than 2,900 theaters. Numerous media outlets provided very positive reviews for Kevin Costner's comeback film after the flop of Wyatt Earp. The Los Angeles Times even praised Mission Impossible completely breaks free from the constraints of its television version. The plot is gripping, the scenes are stunning and grand, and Kevin Costner portrayed a resilient agent facing dire circumstances perfectly. Thanks to the stellar word-of-mouth and box office success over its opening weekend, industry analysts forecasted North American earnings for Mission Impossible to be between $160 million and $180 million. Given that another spy film starring Costner, The Bodyguard, had grossed $410 million globally, and with Mission Impossible boasting superior quality and marketing power, forecasts for its global earnings seemed optimistic, with most institutions predicting totals not to be less than $500 million. The production and marketing costs for Mission Impossible were kept under $110 million, with $40 million of the marketing costs shared between Flower Films and Columbia. While Flower Films initially invested a massive $90 million into Mission Impossible, according to the global average box office prediction of $500 million, they would recover approximately $130 million from ticket shares. With full cost recovery, they stood to gain an additional $40 million profit, while future revenues from home video and television rights could be even more lucrative. As the new week began, at Universal Studios Burbank, Michael Eisner arrived early at his office. He was reading the weekend box office report sent by his assistant with a hint of envy on his face. After finishing the reports section on Mission Impossible, Eisner's gaze continued down the box office ranking, landing on another film that Universal was simultaneously distributing, Junior. This was a project personally handled by Michael Ovitz after joining Universal as president. The family comedy, centered around a man's pregnancy, only managed a total box office of $7.68 million over its opening weekend. Though it made it into the top 5, it didn't even come close to Mission Impossible's numbers. Eisner wasn't expecting a comedy with a $30 million budget to match Mission Impossible's box office success. He recalled how Ovitz had initially proposed inviting Arnold Schwarzenegger to star in the film. Given Schwarzenegger's demand after True Lies, inviting him would significantly inflate the production and marketing budget, potentially reaching $60 million in production costs. At the project's conception, despite Eisner still recuperating from heart surgery and needing Ovitz to help manage Universal, he remained steadfast in rejecting Ovitz's suggestion. The two even had private disputes, causing a rift in their decades-long friendship. However, now, looking at the box office data in hand, Eisner felt no regret about that decision. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. With Junior's opening weekend box office at $7.68 million, forecast for its total box office revenue only estimated around $30 million. While this number paled in comparison to Mission Impossible's weekend earnings, through overseas distribution and ancillary channels like home video, Junior would still bring in some decent revenue for Universal. Yet had Eisner gone with Ovitz's proposal for a big star and big production, the the project would undoubtedly have led to immense losses for Universal. Thoughts of these matters swirled through Eisner's mind, leading him to mentally tally up the series of big but misguided ideas Ovitz had proposed since he joined, making him shake his head slightly. Currently, negotiations between Panasonic and the Seagram Group for Universal were approaching their final stages. Eisner resolved once more that he needed to kick Ovitz out of Universal during these negotiations. Although the golden parachute agreement he had signed with Ovitz made him feel trapped, considering the recent covert meetings he suspected between Sony and Ovitz, as well as Panasonic's eagerness to offload Universal, his confidence about removing Ovitz was steadily increasing. A knock at the door pulled Eisner from his thoughts. "Mr. Eisner, Mr. Bronfman from Seagram has arrived." Chapter 673, 674. I will chain myself to desk. On the issue of Universal, both Panasonic and Seagram had a very urgent inclination toward a deal. After months of negotiations, the two sides had reached a preliminary agreement. They only needed to clarify the final debt information and personnel disputes to finalize the transaction. During these months, Michael Eisner had been lobbying Edgar Bronfman, the head of Seagram, to help him remove Michael Ovitz from Universal. He went to great lengths to exaggerate Ovitz's alleged misconduct during his time as Universal's president. Michael Ovitz had been accustomed to using CAA's accounts to fund his luxurious personal expenses when he was at CAA. As a private partnership, CAA did not have to pay as much attention to financial reporting as a public company would. As the founder of CAA, Ovitz held a unique position and could act freely without anyone daring to question his spending habits. However, after taking on the role of Universal's president, Ovitz failed to recognize he had transitioned from a private company to a major public corporation. He continued to maintain his lavish lifestyle, presuming that expenses for a luxurious office renovation or gifts for Hollywood elites should be reimbursed by Universal without question. This behavior marked the first point of conflict between him and Eisner. Eisner strongly disagreed with Ovitz's somewhat capricious personal conduct. Meanwhile, the strong urge for control that Ovitz developed at CAA clashed with Eisner's dominant personality, which was also a source of contention between them. As the head of Seagram, Edgar Bronfman certainly could not fail to notice this dynamic. Listening to Eisner criticize Ovitz using the movie Junior as an example shortly after arriving, Bronfman resolved to oust Ovitz from Universal before the deal was finalized. This was partly a result of Eisner's lobbying, but as the head of a large conglomerate, Bronfman was also focused on the stability of Universal after Seagram's acquisition. He had no intention of buying a film company rife with internal conflict among its executives. Although he was an outsider to Hollywood, Bronfman understood that for any company to grow stronger, internal management stability was a must. After Eisner finished speaking, Bronfman asked, "Michael, I just want to know one thing. How much will it cost to get Ovitz out of Universal?" Michael Eisner's face flushed, and he coughed awkwardly. If it weren't for the golden parachute agreement he had personally instigated, it would have been easy to get Ovitz out. Ultimately, this was his oversight, yet Eisner would never admit it. Moreover, he made that decision out of desperation. Having finally gained complete control of Universal, he did not want Panasonic to interfere with its management changes due to his heart surgery. According to the agreement we signed, if we request Ovitz to resign without any significant decision-making blunders, Universal needs to pay a cash compensation of $50 million and an additional $50 million in stock options, Eisner explained, gauging Bronfman's reaction before adding. However, if Ovitz resigns voluntarily, the cost to Universal would be much lower. I heard that Sony is currently in talks with Ovitz for him to become the CEO of Columbia. He might very well choose to leave on his own. Of course, even if Ovitz refuses to resign voluntarily, we can take this opportunity during the deal to include a clause regarding his departure in the negotiations, forcing the Japanese to bear the cost of his exit. After hearing Eisner's words, Bronfman thought for a moment while tapping the armrest of his chair and said, "In that case, please compile all the information you've shared about Ovitz during this time. This afternoon, I will present the materials as evidence of Ovitz's unsuitability for the position of Universal's president to the Panasonic negotiation team, formally adding his departure to our negotiation terms." A flicker of joy crossed Eisner's face, and he nodded. "I'll get on it right away." Hollywood was once again stirred up by events toward the end of 1994. Internal management upheavals at Columbia began, and Universal Pictures found itself facing another change of ownership. The already high-profile Flower films saw a surge in recognition, impressively breaking through with their blockbuster, Mission Impossible, much like another firefly beginning to shine. Michael Ovitz set down the Hollywood Reporter in his hands, summarizing the latest major Hollywood events, only to feel disappointed to realize that none of it had much to do with him anymore. This made him reminisce about a few years ago when he was still at the helm of CAA, not only orchestrating events between major film studios, but also personally steering Sony's acquisition of Columbia and Panasonic's acquisition of Universal, two multi-billion-dollar deals. However, now, though he was unwilling to admit it, Ovitz had found himself with the abrupt transition from being a Hollywood mastermind to feeling like just a mere pawn. After running CAA for 2 decades, he had accumulated a fortune, yet for someone like him who was used to being at the pinnacle of Hollywood, losing power was 100 times more painful than losing money. Ovitz understood that the moment he sold all his stakes in CAA, his chance to return to the agent industry was slim. Following his falling out with Michael Eisner, remaining at Universal had lost all meaning, prompting Ovitz to start considering his next move. Fortunately, the turmoil at Columbia presented him a chance to make a comeback. Driving into the Culver City Columbia Pictures lot, just as Michael Ovitz got out of the car, Hideo Nobuyuki already came over with several attendants. A few years prior, when Sony acquired Columbia, Ovitz had dealt with Hideo Nobuyuki. Although he sensed Umaoka's fatigue and anxiety at that moment, he warmly embraced him nonetheless. The Columbia Pictures executive offices noticeably featured many Asian faces coming in and out. Hideo Nobuyuki led Ovitz into the former luxurious office of Peter Guber, but neither Guber nor John Peters was present. Once seated in the office and exchanging brief pleasantries, Hideo Nobuyuki bluntly stated, "Mr. Ovitz, you must already know that Columbia's situation is dire right now, and Sony desperately needs a management figure who can turn things around. In Hollywood, any film company will go through highs and lows. Columbia has decades of accumulated experience and the backing of a giant like Sony. Revitalization is definitely just a matter of time," Michael Ovitz confidently replied. Of course, all of this hinges on the fact that the company needs a competent manager. Hideo Nobuyuki nodded in agreement. "So, Mr. Ovitz, since you've accepted my invitation today, you must be interested in the CEO position at Columbia. Can you share how you plan to manage this company?" After a brief contemplation, Ovitz responded, "To speak frankly, Mr. Nobuyuki, the fundamental survival key for a film company comes down to one thing: the ability to produce outstanding box office hits. During my time at CAA, I successfully pitched dozens of film projects to Hollywood studios every year. I believe there are very few in Hollywood with more experience in film project operations than me." While the triopoly of Hollywood talent agencies had significantly diminished CAA's monopoly, Ovitz's achievements during his time at CAA were still widely acknowledged. Hideo Nobuyuki valued him mainly because of this track record. After hearing Ovitz's response, he slightly nodded. "Mr. Ovitz, then Sony wholeheartedly welcomes you to lead Columbia. I wonder what your salary requirements would be." "My salary request isn't high, as long as it's—" Ovitz paused, realizing that Hideo Nobuyuki likely didn't want to hear Guber's name. He quickly revised, "As long as it's on par with the previous head, that would be fine. However, I want to ensure that once the company's financial standing improves, I receive the bonuses and dividends I deserve." Hideo Nobuyuki was very pleased with Ovitz's terms, nodding repeatedly. "Of course. As long as Columbia's operations improve, you will certainly receive your fair recompense. Is there anything else?" Ovitz said, "Yes, there's one crucial point. I do not want external factors to constrain my ability to manage the company, so I need to secure absolute operational autonomy at Columbia." Upon hearing the term operational autonomy, Hideo Nobuyuki visibly shuddered. If not for previously granting operational autonomy to those incompetents Peter Guber and John Peters, Columbia would not have fallen to its current state. In recent days, with the deepening financial audits at Columbia, Hideo Nobuyuki hadn't slept a single good night. Under the profligate and irresponsible management of Goober and Peters over the last 5 years, Columbia's internal operations and financial health had deteriorated to a shocking extent. To minimize losses and lessen tax burdens, Sony would have to write down Columbia's assets. Statistics from the recent period indicated that Columbia could face asset write-downs amounting to $2.1 billion, which would mean a shocking $2.1 billion loss on Sony's annual financial report. $2.1 billion. In the half-century since Sony's inception, they had never encountered such a massive loss. Hideo Nobuyuki had not dared to relay this grim news back to Sony headquarters. Their chairman, Akio Morita, had suffered a stroke a few years earlier, and Hideo Nobuyuki worried that suddenly hearing such bad news might make Hideo worse. Now, hearing the term operational autonomy again from Michael Ovitz made Hideo Nobuyuki feel a chill all over. He shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Mr. Ovitz, while we can negotiate other terms, I must ask you to refrain from mentioning operational autonomy anymore. You've seen, Sony has suffered enough headaches over it, and we certainly will not allow Columbia to be left to a single manager again." Ovitz replied, "Mr. Nobuyuki, you should understand that I'm different from Peter Goober. Frankly, I still don't get why Sony initially hired such incompetent people. I have every confidence in successfully managing Columbia, but I need adequate power and trust. If Sony loses trust in the next manager of Columbia because of Goober's impact, I can assure you, it will be incredibly difficult for Columbia to recover." Hollywood differs from other industries. What is needed in a Hollywood film company is a paternalistic management style, not a so-called modernized corporate management model. Just look at the management structure of the 7 major studios to see that I'm not lying. Sony's previous approach of granting Goober autonomy was not wrong. The biggest mistake was simply choosing the wrong person. A hesitant look appeared on Hideo Nobuyuki's face. He knew Ovitz's points weren't inaccurate, but Sony had just been bitten hard by a viper, and it was impossible to not fear it again. "Well, it's dinner time. How about?" Just as Hideo Nobuyuki was about to invite Ovitz to dinner to continue their conversation, an assistant knocked on the open office door and approached the 2 men who were deep in discussion. "President, I think you need to take a look at this," the assistant said, casting a strange glance at Michael Ovitz and handing a fax document to Hideo Nobuyuki. Curious, Hideo Nobuyuki quickly flipped open the folder, knowing that the assistant wouldn't intrude on their meeting without good reason. The document must contain extremely important information. After skim reading a few pages, Hideo Nobuyuki looked up and asked the assistant waiting at his side, "Where did this document come from? And is this information accurate?" This document started circulating after today's negotiation meeting between Panasonic and Seagram. Now, the assistant glanced at Michael Ovitz, an expression of somewhat malicious glee crossing his face. "Now, the whole of Hollywood is buzzing about it. I think it should be accurate." Hideo Nobuyuki nodded slowly, gesturing for the assistant to leave. He carefully read through the document in his hand, frowning deeper with each line, before letting out a soft sigh and handing the paper to the already visibly uneasy Michael Ovitz. "Mr. Ovitz, let's discuss our cooperation later. I think you need to address this matter now." Ovitz took the document, and, upon flipping through just a few pages, his expression changed dramatically. He suddenly stood up, looked at Hideo Nobuyuki, and said, "Mr. Nobuyuki, I'm sorry, but I think I need to leave." Hastily exiting the office, Ovitz trembled slightly as he climbed into his car. After instructing the driver to go, he opened the document again, his expression growing increasingly furious. The document outlined a slew of evidence of his unsuitability for the presidency of Universal. However, Ovitz viewed this document as a blatant attempt to destroy his career in Hollywood. Just the accusation that he spent $2 million renovating an office made Ovitz feel his chances of collaborating with Sony had shrunk significantly. The media had primarily criticized both Goober and Peters for their reckless spending at Columbia, but Ovitz believed he was fully entitled to enjoy such privileges. Many heads of Hollywood also enjoyed these benefits. However, having just experienced Goober's extravagance, Sony would surely be very wary of such matters. Furthermore, other suggestions he made regarding poaching talent from other record companies to expand Universal Music's operations, investing more in the television department, and inviting top celebrities to collaborate with Universal had been spun into evidence of his grandstanding. Although their friendship had broken down, Ovitz still could not believe that Eisner would resort to such drastic measures to push him out of Universal. "I was already planning to leave voluntarily. Why are you treating me this way? Why like this?" The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he became. Michael Ovitz picked up the mobile phone next to him, trembling as he dialed Michael Eisner's number. As soon as the call connected, Michael Ovitz seethed. "All right, you've achieved your goal. I'm telling you, Michael, you won't chase me out of Universal. I will chain myself to Universal's desk." Chapter 674, 675, Future Affairs. The accusations against Michael Ovitz made headlines across all the major media outlets the next day. As a former key figure who co-founded CAA and significantly raised production costs in Hollywood through bundling practices, the controversy surrounding the claims of Ovitz's incompetence was highly discussed. The outside world struggled to grasp what exactly had transpired in Hollywood. They could only rely on the media to understand that the internal conflicts Universal had long tried to hide had finally erupted. Michael Eisner's previous denials of any discord with Ovitz had now been confirmed. While most could only see the surface of events, Eric managed to learn the detailed backstory that very evening. Eisner was eager to leverage the Seagram acquisition of Universal to eliminate Ovitz from the studio and solidify his own power. To minimize the cost of firing Ovitz, Eisner concocted a plan to have Panasonic cover Ovitz's severance pay, even preparing a document to this end. Panasonic, Sony's fierce rival in the electronics industry, was not willing to play the fool as Sony had. Instead, they leaked the documents that Eisner had intended to use as negotiation terms to the press. While Panasonic didn't issue any public comments, their actions conveyed a clear message. "This is your Hollywood internal squabble. Don't expect us to pick up the tab." Panasonic adopted a "we're out of here" attitude, leaving Hollywood in chaos. The document alleging Ovitz's incompetence was filled with Eisner's personal biases, but the facts presented were not fabricated. After verifying the authenticity, Sony immediately abandoned any plans to place Ovitz in charge of Columbia. Just the mention of Ovitz's previous $2 million office renovation at Universal was enough to dissuade Sony, which was still reeling from Peter Guber's extravagant spending. For Universal, the irreconcilable conflicts between its two leaders tore the organization apart, leading to the collapse of the near-final negotiation between Panasonic and Seagram. Both parties understood that without resolving this matter, the final deal would be elusive. Having been splattered with dirty water by Eisner, Ovitz realized that finding another position would be incredibly challenging, with hopes of returning to the agency business appearing dim. He reacted like he did during his phone outburst at Eisner, showing up at Universal every day as if he truly intended to bind himself to his office desk. However, communication between him and Eisner had completely broken down. With a golden parachute agreement to protect him, Ovitz resembled a prickly hedgehog at Universal, making it nearly impossible for anyone to bite. Although Eisner felt a tinge of regret for hastily releasing the documents, he couldn't concede fault, as admitting wrongdoing typically came with the expectation of taking responsibility, often leading to resignation for a leader of a large company. This was a conclusion Eisner was unwilling to face. Thus, during subsequent interviews, he completely abandoned any claims of his steadfast friendship with Ovitz and publicly affirmed the correctness of the accusations. After spending Thanksgiving amidst the media uproar, Eric hurried back to New York to finalize post-production work for the upcoming Victoria's Secret fashion show airing on December 6th. Despite this, his gaze remained fixated on the City of Angels on the West Coast. A few years prior, Eric would have found himself merely a spectator to all the chaotic happenings in Hollywood. However, now he contemplated how to further interject himself into changing the landscape of the industry. Firefly Group had reached new heights, and Eric's plan was to gradually seize control of all of Hollywood. This seemingly far-fetched ambition wasn't as unrealistic as it appeared. He had sufficient financial resources. Even without considering the assets held by Firefly Investments, the media branch of Firefly Group boasted approximately $2.5 billion in free cash flow this year from 2 asset sales and operational profits, giving the entire group 3 times that in operating cash flow. With over a $10 billion in cash reserves, if Eric desired, Firefly could package and buy Columbia and Universal from the Japanese hands. However, should Firefly indeed pursue this route, it would certainly incite unease and wariness throughout Hollywood and trigger antitrust investigations. Thus, everything would need to be approached gradually and subtly. On this front, Eric had a key advantage: time. Even if gaining control of Hollywood took a decade, he would still only be 35, an age at which many people were just starting their careers. While Los Angeles enjoyed its year-round sunshine, the East Coast welcomed its first significant snowfall after Thanksgiving. Early that morning, a black Chrysler pulled up outside a high-rise apartment adjacent to Central Park on 6th Avenue. Kelly stepped out with documents in hand, instructed the driver and her assistant briefly, then hurried with her head tucked low onto the snow-laden street, entering the high-rise and reaching Eric's penthouse door. Taking a moment's hesitation before pressing the doorbell, her assistant produced a key and opened the door. The cold light of the morning sun filtered through the glass walls, filling the spacious living room, which was cluttered with disorganized files. The laptop sitting on the coffee table was still lit, presenting a chaotic scene unbefitting such a luxurious penthouse overlooking Central Park. Kelly almost felt as if she had stepped into a mad scientist's lair. After shrugging off her heavy coat and boots, Kelly changed into slippers at the entrance and entered the living room, noticing Eric curled up beneath a blanket on the couch, fast asleep. The sight brought her both amusement and confusion. This man, who sometimes demanded high standards of living like a gentleman from an affluent family and exhibited clear signs of obsessive cleanliness, could also be so casually laid back like a vagabond, seemingly content if he could just eat and sleep well. Quietly tiptoeing over to Eric's side, Kelly gently placed the documents on the coffee table and carefully brushed his disheveled hair aside, smiling tenderly. She wanted to lean in and kiss him but feared waking him, so she instead stood up and headed for the kitchen, silently cutting bread and placing it. In the toaster, she warmed up some milk, and just as she was about to fry an egg, she felt strong arms wrap around her from behind. Turning her head, Kelly let Eric place a gentle kiss on her cheek and smiled. "You're awake. You should wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Eric lovingly inhaled the scent of her neck before letting her go, wandering off toward the bathroom. After a little while, Kelly set the breakfast in front of Eric and sat down opposite him before asking, "Why did you fall asleep on the couch last night? What if you catch a cold?" As Eric picked up his utensils, he replied, "I was thinking about some things and dozed off on the couch without realizing it." Curiously, Kelly asked, "Was it something important?" He nodded but then inquired, "Any news from Hollywood today?" Kelly agreed, saying, "Yes, Michael Eisner appeared on Larry King Live yesterday, and this time he accused Michael Ovitz of having personality defects and mental illness. I really don't know what he's thinking. If Ovitz were as incompetent as he claims, how could he have the current CAA?" Eric nodded but made no comment, leading Kelly to continue. "Also, I heard from Columbia that their financial audit has concluded. You won't believe this, but they're facing a $2.1 billion asset write-down, the largest loss in Sony's half-century history. Although the news hasn't been made public yet, it's all anyone in Hollywood can talk about. Everyone's wondering if Sony is going to sell Columbia." This time, Eric decisively shook his head, saying, "They won't." Kelly showed a puzzled expression as Eric sipped some milk, then explained, "I reviewed the material you gathered on Nobuyuki Ide last night. We all know he's set to become the CEO of Sony Group. Do you know what his management philosophy is?" Although Kelly had been responsible for compiling the Ide materials, she hadn't paid much attention to them. She asked, "What's that?" Ide's managerial philosophy is to make Sony move towards digitalization and informatization. Simply put, he plans to shift Sony's future focus from being purely about electronic products to encompassing entertainment media, records, and even the internet sector. Kelly blinked in confusion and replied, "But Sony's foundation is portable music players, VCRs, and gaming consoles. If they do that, won't it?" Eric chuckled and nodded. "You guessed it right. If Ide stubbornly pushes this approach, it will undoubtedly lead to Sony's decline." As he spoke, Eric reminisced about the alternate timeline where, after the new century, Iday's neglect of Sony's core strategy resulted in the company consistently lagging behind competitors in MP3 players, personal computers, and mobile phones, leaving Sony with only high-end camcorders and the PS console to show for itself, still facing fierce competition from Microsoft's Xbox. However, Kelly did not seem to possess Eric's certainty. She countered, "I don't think Sony would be that foolish. Even if Iday wanted to pursue that path, wouldn't there be other executives opposing him?" Eric explained, "The board composition of Japanese companies differs greatly from Western firms. Board members in Japanese firms are mostly internal management. Coupled with the cultural inclination toward obedience, opposition to higher-ups' decisions is rare. If there were opposition, it would have shown during Akio Morita's $5.5 billion acquisition of Columbia. However, I believe that with Sony facing this $2.1 billion loss, Morita, as the founder, is bound to step down from the chairman position. Thus, once Iday takes over, there won't be anyone to challenge his managerial strategies. Since Iday wants to digitize Sony, he certainly won't sell Columbia. For us, that presents a golden opportunity. The Japanese, unwilling to sell, will need a partner, and Firefly can continue to reap benefits from Columbia. I've already considered this carefully last night, and in the coming days, I'll discuss it further with Katzenberg. The fact that the Japanese remain will only benefit us. We need to actively drop some bait to keep them here longer." Kelly smiled, seemingly hit by a sudden realization. After a moment's hesitation, she pointed out, "Eric, what you just said about the composition of Japanese boards is quite similar to Firefly's board." Eric noticed Kelly's cautious demeanor and chuckled, saying, "I considered that issue last night as well." Kelly looked surprised and asked, "What was the result?" Eric shrugged. "The result is that I'm not even 25 yet, so I don't need to think that far ahead." Kelly paused, and then laughter escaped her lips. Indeed, Eric was still under 25, not 75 like Morita. Firefly's growth momentum showed no signs of problems, and Eric didn't need to prepare for this area so prematurely. "Actually, I'm also thinking about how I can maintain clarity now, but in 10 or 20 years, I might stubbornly push for something ridiculous like overpaying for Columbia. And I realize that I'm starting to show tendencies in that direction already, so I've had a good self-reflection on it." Kelly was surprised again, asking, "Really? Qualcomm, do you remember?" Eric mentioned. Kelly nodded. "You haven't brought it up lately. I thought you had forgotten about it." Chapter 675, 676, so close. Recently, whenever he found some free time, Eric would delve into the Qualcomm information that Kelly had gathered for him. As someone who had previously known nothing about mobile communications, Eric had even put in effort to understand the advantages of Qualcomm's CDMA technology over the time division multiple access technology used in GSM and other second-generation communications. Eric also discovered that Qualcomm was currently in one of the lowest points in its development history. The mobile communications industry was rapidly transitioning from analog to digital signals, and the second-generation mobile communication technologies had already matured and were moving into commercial stages. Though Qualcomm had demonstrated the superiority of its CDMA technology over 2G through numerous experiments and tests, there wasn't a single commercial CDMA network operational worldwide. Thinking back to the information he had seen recently, Eric spoke to Kelly, saying, "I realized that I had taken some things for granted regarding Qualcomm. At first, I thought that since CDMA technology was superior to GSM and Qualcomm was in a difficult position, if I invested a significant amount of money and supported Qualcomm, it would surely enable the company to become a leader in the industry. But the reality is far more complicated than I imagined. Qualcomm's current predicament is tied to the entire direction of the mobile communications industry. The establishment of any mobile communication network involves investments of billions or even tens of billions of dollars. Once a certain communication standard is determined, even if it lags behind other technologies, it cannot be changed for a while. Thus, the process of establishing communication standards, affected by various interests, cannot simply be dictated by my technology is better. There are too many cases where bad money drives out good. So if I recklessly invest in Qualcomm, I might end up losing everything." Kelly listened quietly to Eric. When he had first insisted she gather Qualcomm's information, she had taken a close look at it. and she had gained a deep understanding of Qualcomm's situation. Not to mention the squabbles over technical standards among major U.S. operators. There were also interest entanglements between Qualcomm and the operators. Initially, Qualcomm had acted like an outsourced developer, creating customized wireless communication solutions for telecom companies. During this process, several operators had invested in Qualcomm, making them shareholders. This connection had actually been a potential advantage for Qualcomm in the competition over communication standards. However, if Eric, with his financial strength, forcibly pushed himself into the role of a major shareholder, diluting the operator's holdings, it would inevitably weaken CDMA's competitive edge. There was even a risk that Qualcomm could end up defeated in the final mobile communication standards set against GSM and fall into the realm of marginal technologies. If this were earlier, Kelly would have certainly advised Eric against recklessly investing in Qualcomm. But now, listening to Eric's self-reflection, there was more admiration in her soft gaze. A man at the top of the pyramid could maintain such awareness and rationality. She found herself somewhat enamored with this little man, and the thought of persuading Eric to withdraw began to fade. Eric, San Diego is only about 100 kilometers from Los Angeles. I mean, once you wrap things up here, why not take some time to chat with Qualcomm's CEO, Irwin Jacobs? The information we've gathered can't possibly compare to what the founder of Qualcomm knows. Maybe after meeting, you could achieve unexpected results. Eric looked at Kelly and smiled. Weren't you originally against my investing in Qualcomm? That was back then. Since you now have such a clear understanding of the situation, there's no harm in trying. I think your previous point completely ignored your current personal influence. With the capital you hold now, if you wholeheartedly support Qualcomm, it could definitely give it a greater edge in the competition over mobile communication standards. Eric had initially given up the idea of a major investment in Qualcomm, planning to gradually acquire some Qualcomm shares through Firefly Investments and be a modest shareholder. But Kelly's words stirred some impulse in him again. However, after considering his work schedule, Eric once again revealed a look of helplessness. Even if he could spare some time to meet with Irwin Jacobs, it would be impossible for him to spend too much energy on Qualcomm. He already had many things demanding his attention. This project could have been handed over to Firefly Investments, but Chris was also limited in personal bandwidth. With several major companies under Firefly Investments rapidly developing, Chris had been busy this past month, flying around to manage personnel and production adjustments at Nokia due to its rapid expansion. He had hastily returned to the U.S. just before Thanksgiving. Noticing Eric's concerns, Kelly reached over and gently patted his hand, saying, "Eric, you also have me. We can help you. You don't have to take everything upon yourself." "All right," Eric said, catching Kelly's hand before she could pull it back. He squeezed it and added, "Since it's like this, perhaps I need to plan better and allocate some energy towards Qualcomm." Though Eric had made up his mind, the earliest he could schedule a meeting with Qualcomm CEO Irwin Jacobs would be after the new year. Entering December, movies like Mission Impossible and Runaway Bride continued to rake in box office profits during the holiday season. As award season approached, Braveheart, which had been handed over to Fox and managed by the Weinstein brothers, also began its small-scale pre-release. Firefly also released Luc Besson's Leon, the Professional by the end of the year. Meanwhile, turmoil in Hollywood persisted. Sony announced a staggering $2.1 billion asset write-down for Columbia Pictures, shaking the entire capital market. After the news broke, Sony's founder and chairman, Akio Morita, submitted his resignation to the board. Although Sony publicly stated that Morita's departure was unrelated to the Columbia incident to protect his reputation, few believed it. As for Universal, Michael Ovitz's departure had become certain, but the question of his exorbitant severance package led to bickering among Panasonic, Seagram, and Michael Eisner. Panasonic contended that the Golden Parachute Agreement was Eisner's personal oversight. Therefore, if Seagram insisted on Ovitz's exit, the severance should be paid by Eisner. Eisner, however, firmly stated that the agreement had been approved by Panasonic's board and had nothing to do with him. Seagram understood that Universal's future operations depended on Eisner, so it could only apply pressure on Panasonic, even subtly threatening to divert its acquisition focus to Columbia if Panasonic did not relent. Amid all this, Eric completed the editing of the television broadcast version of the Victoria's Secret fashion show in early December and again focused his energy on the final marketing phase for Victoria's Secret. To maximize the brand's influence, once the television broadcast version was edited, Eric instructed Firefly's distribution department to start producing videotapes of the show. By December 6th, the first batch of 1 million tapes had been produced, ready to be distributed nationwide immediately after the broadcast. On December 6th, Tuesday, even though work hours had long passed, ABC's headquarters at 66th Street was still bustling with people. Today marked not only the airing of the final episode of the first season of Survivor, which was poised to make ratings history, but also the long-promoted broadcast of the Victoria's Secret annual fashion show. ABC had just experienced a fruitful fall television season, with hits like Friends, Survivor, and ER dominating ratings. Each program had consistently performed well, firmly securing the top spot in network television market share. Among them, the reality show Survivor had created a new ratings phenomenon, with an average of over 33 million viewers for its first 12 episodes. Thus, every employee working late at ABC's headquarters wore expressions of excitement and joy. They anticipated the high viewership for Survivor's final episode and the lavish party that senior executives would undoubtedly host for the ratings bonanza. In the large conference room at ABC headquarters, over 10 people had gathered. However, unlike when Survivor initially aired, the main attendees this time were the Victoria's Secret project team, including Eric, Edward Razek, Emily, and 5 invited Victoria's Secret models. Knowing Survivor's finale would definitely be a success, ABC had not made a fuss like during the series' debut. Only Robert Iger was on site, while Tom Murphy had left early due to his age, and Jeffrey Katzenberg hadn't made a special trip from Los Angeles. In addition to the Victoria's Secret fashion show broadcast starting at 9 o'clock, Yahoo would also launch a fan voting activity for the Victoria's Secret Angels at the same time. In the conference room, Cindy Crawford watched Eric sitting at the conference table, expertly typing away on his laptop, while instant messaging Tina Brown, who was also pulling overtime in Boston. She quickly got up, went out for a moment, and soon returned with another laptop. Behind her followed a male employee eagerly helping connect Cindy to the internet. Linda Evangelista and a few other models noticed and clustered around Cindy, all eager to peer at the screen. Emily, sitting near Eric, watched the gathering with a hint of jealousy and quipped to Chris beside her, "Good-looking women really have their privileges. I want a laptop too. Why doesn't anyone lend me one?" Chris, initially absorbed in a magazine, reluctantly got up. "All right, I'll help you borrow one." "Goodness, women." Emily widened her eyes at him. "What did you say?" Chris didn't respond and hurried out of the conference room, prompting laughter from the others. Feeling a bit embarrassed herself, Emily took a quick glance at her watch, then poked Eric, who was chatting quietly with Robert Iger, and said, "Hey, Eric, those 1 million tapes cost over $5 million to produce. Do you really think anyone will want to pay $30 for a short film that's only about 40 minutes long?" Eric felt uncertain, but he had already devised a plan. "If no one buys them, then we'll just give them away. We can run various events through Yahoo, or even offer them for free in Victoria's Secret stores. I wasn't planning to profit from the tape sales anyway. The million tapes are like Victoria's Secret's lingerie catalog, mainly for promotional purposes. Of course, I'll cover all the expenses for this year's fashion show. Starting next year, LTD will have to shoulder the costs." Emily chuckled and nodded. Regarding the promotional effectiveness of this grand show, LTD had handed over production rights to Eric, now seeing LTD's value rise by over $1 billion. Not to mention next year, even if Eric asked LTD to reimburse him for production costs, the board would surely comply. Seeing her boyfriend return with a laptop, Emily shifted a little and wondered about the viewership for Survivor before the Victoria's Secret show. She asked, "Eric, how many viewers do you think the final episode of Survivor will get?" Just then, everyone in the office, who had been previously immersed in their tasks, turned their eyes toward Eric. Eric shrugged and pointed to the electronic clock on the conference room wall. "In half an hour, everyone will know. I'm sure it will surprise everyone." Disappointed sighs echoed among the group. Robert Iger, sitting next to Eric, teased him for a prediction. Eric merely shook his head in silence. which only intensified the anticipation for the upcoming ratings. As the final episode of Survivor began, the preliminary statistics released by Nielsen shocked everyone. Just last week, Survivor's figures had only reached 38 million viewers, yet as soon as the finale started, viewership skyrocketed to 49 million and continued to climb. By the time the results were announced, the rating had surged to 56 million viewers. Seeing the astonishing number, Emily turned to Eric, who was excitedly dialing on his mobile in the conference room corner, and asked, 56 million? How many viewers do you think the Victoria's Secret show will get? Eric, already having anticipated this, wasn't as surprised or excited as the others. He looked at the big screen, which had begun showing ads, and said, based on past experiences of lead-ins for high-rated shows like the Super Bowl, Victoria's Secret fashion show's average ratings would probably be half that of the lead-in series. But given the extensive promotion, I think the ratings will be higher than usual. Wow, even if it's just half, that's still 28 million, said Emily excitedly. I can't wait for tomorrow's stock market open. LTD is just a hair away from a $4 billion valuation. As she spoke, the advertisement on the big screen finished up, and the glittering silver versus logo of Victoria's Secret appeared. A line invited viewers to participate in the voting for their favorite Victoria's Secret angels through Yahoo, followed by a breathtaking view of Manhattan at night, and the sound of drumming seemed to grow ever closer. Chapter 676, 677, Freeze. As the rapid drum beats of the British-style military band echoed, the camera started to cut quickly between the bustling backstage, the glamorous venue, and the impressive lineup of guests, all presented to viewers at home. With the introduction from the crew in the earpiece, the Victoria's Secret models, dressed in gorgeous angel costumes, officially appeared on television screen for countless households. After enduring the commercial break between two programs, much of the 56 million viewers who had tuned in for the final episode of Survivor drifted away, leaving only around 35 million. Although the annual Victoria's Secret fashion show had undergone 6 months of continuous promotion and was personally handled by Eric Williams, who had created a series of box office miracles, the average audience still subconsciously felt that fashion shows were too far removed from their own lives. Many switched channels, and those viewers who remained on ABC were either genuinely interested in the annual spectacle or simply curious about Eric's production, ready to change the station at the slightest hint of disappointment. However, just a minute into the program, the intense atmosphere created by the drum beats, earpiece chatter, and quick cuts had locked in most hesitant viewers. When the first punk rock song played, the adrenaline from the high-energy music and the stunning supermodels surged through many audience members. As the British invasion segment wrapped up, viewers across America seemed to just grasp what was happening, sparking discussions among families or friends. In an apartment in Midtown Manhattan, two best friends named Charlotte and Alice, who had previously bumped into Eric at a disco in the Upper East Side, were no longer the fresh-faced girls they once were. After a few years of working experience, both had grown into professionals within Manhattan's elite workforce, having moved from a corner tenement to their current high-rise office living arrangements. However, due to the indelible impression left by their encounter with Eric, they had closely followed him over the years. When they found out that the Victoria's Secret fashion show would air tonight, they settled in front of the TV early. As the pulse of the punk rock music reached its climax, Charlotte, with her long hair and sizzling personality, hugged a cushion tightly and exclaimed, "Absolutely stunning. The music is great too. Eric is such a genius. Alice, I wish I could step onto that stage, especially in that butterfly angel outfit. Do you know what that Victoria's Secret angel's name is? Stephanie Seymour. Didn't you catch the gossip a while back? She replaced Heidi Klum because Heidi got booted from the show for her big mouth. I bet she regrets it now." Alice, no longer the shy girl from her encounter with Eric, responded excitedly. Her interest in fashion had far surpassed that of her more laid-back friend, and her eyes remained glued to the TV screen. She continued with enthusiasm. "Charlotte, did you notice the third outfit? The one with the pink fringe? Let's check out the Victoria's Secret flagship store on Fifth Avenue tomorrow. I want that outfit." Charlotte recalled the outfit and said, "Oh, that one. If they sold it, I would definitely buy it. But these runway pieces usually take months to hit stores." Feeling a bit disappointed, Alice remembered the on-screen captions at the start of the show. Didn't they say you could participate online via Yahoo? Maybe we could check when those new items are released. Eagerly, Alice jumped up and hurried to the computer desk in the corner of the living room to log on to the IBM desktop they had bought together. She quickly accessed Yahoo. At that moment, Yahoo's homepage prominently featured a special section dedicated to the Victoria's Secret show. Alongside the popular Angel voting page, there were direct links to the official website and the Yahoo Forums discussion section. Alice hesitated briefly, logged into her Yahoo account, and was about to check the discussion board for user comments when Charlotte leaned over, pointing at the voting link. "Hey, Alice, let's go to that page. I want to vote for Stephanie Seymour." Reluctantly, Alice clicked on the voting page and noticed that the most popular angel, Diane Kruger, had already amassed over 9,000 votes in just a few minutes. Cindy Crawford, in second place, was close to 8,000 votes. Wow, in less than 10 minutes? That's crazy, Charlotte exclaimed as she saw that Stephanie Seymour had garnered 1,355 votes. The total for the 40 supermodels was already more than 130,000 votes within the 10 minutes the voting had been open. Alice pointed to a note on the page. "Check out the voting rules. They have prizes. Each Yahoo account can cast one vote per day for their favorite Victoria's Secret angel, and they randomly select 1,000 winners to receive a boxed edition of the Victoria's Secret show on VHS, or a $29.99 discount coupon for the Victoria's Secret store." 1,000 winners? That means our odds are pretty good, Charlotte said, using Alice's account to cast her vote for Stephanie Seymour. After voting, she heard the ping of Yahoo's email client, but instead of checking Alice's inbox, she switched to her account to vote again, saying, "Hey, what if we registered 100 accounts? Wouldn't that boost our chances?" Alice rolled her eyes. "Didn't you see the fine print? Anyone who registered after December 6th can't participate." "That's such a bummer," Charlotte pouted. After voting, she dashed to the sofa, picked up the phone, and dialed her friends to rally them to participate in voting. Living in a metropolis like Manhattan, her friends had been exposed to the recently emerged internet. Once Alice noticed that her friend had moved away, she focused on the second themed segment on TV and casually clicked on the Victoria's Secret discussion board on Yahoo. She found the discussion area buzzing, with pinned posts racking up thousands of replies. She quickly made a post of her own and turned back to continue watching the live broadcast, only to find her post already buried by the 5th page after just a minute or two of refreshing. While Alice and Charlotte were two best friends deeply engrossed in the lingerie show, another large segment of the audience was just as captivated by the opening music of my songs Know What You Did in the Dark. In Miami, Florida, a seaside bar was hosting a birthday party for the lead singer of a rising underground band. The crowd was filled with edgy rockers, resulting in the bar being awash in noise as they celebrated, with some embracing each other to the point of blurring gender lines, while others sang into the mic, lost in their own world. Even an array of hookahs were being passed around. The bar's tattooed owner, Jay, seemed unfazed by the chaotic scene and hadn't the slightest intention of intervening. He stayed behind the bar, watching the last episode of Survivor on the mounted TV. After Survivor ended, Jay intended to change the channel just as the birthday boy, Dominic, approached the bar looking for a drink. With no choice, Jay abandoned his plan and prepared a drink for Dominic. But when he turned back, he noticed Dominic staring at the TV in a daze. Jay strained to hear the muffled sound from the TV in the noisy bar and caught a glimpse of Dominic's vacant expression. With a teasing smirk, he slid the drink toward Dominic while loudly noting, "These chicks are hot, huh?" Dominic jolted, as if awakened by Jay's voice. He spun around, shouting something to the chaotic bar, but received little response. Surprised by Dominic's loud call, Jay raised an eyebrow and casually offered a bottle of liquor from the bar, saying, "Why not try this?" Dominic took the full champagne bottle and hefted it in his hand before suddenly slamming it onto the floor. The bottle exploded with a thunderous crash, drawing everyone's attention. "I said, shut the hell up," Dominic roared, and the bar fell silent. The rock music from the television shattered all previous distractions, quickly flooding the venue. All the writers keep writing what they write. Somewhere another pretty vein just dies. It got the scars from tomorrow, and I wish you could see that you're the antidote to everything. Except for may a constellation of tears on your lashes burn everything you love, then burn the ashes in the end. Everything collides. My childhood spat back out the monster that you see me. Songs know what you did in the dark. As the music from the TV faded, someone in the quiet bar suddenly exclaimed, "Now this is punk." Meanwhile, leaning against the bar, Dominic was filled with nostalgia as the television played a blaring performance, reigniting his long-buried passion for music. He felt a tinge of the innocence he had when he got his first guitar at 13, glancing at the colorful characters around him and reflecting on the years gone by, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes, giving way to sudden sadness. Recalling the music just played, Dominic realized that aside from a few notes and lyrics he had jotted down, he knew nothing more about the song. He turned to the crowd. "Hey, anyone know which band this is?" "No." One responded right away, but after a moment, a freckled kid stepped forward shyly. Dominic recognized this guy, Simmons, as a recent addition to their circle. The kid seemed to come from a good background, but had ventured into the scene out of curiosity. "Nick, I read about this in last month's Rolling Stone. The magazine's founder, Jan Wenner, specifically mentioned this year's Victoria's Secret show theme music in an article. Apparently, all these bands are newcomers on the Interscope label, but they haven't released their singles or albums yet, and Interscope hasn't disclosed their information. However, Winter mentioned they'd perform another song that's even more shocking next," Simmons explained, sounding a bit sheepish as he spoke. In his mind, surrounded by rock lovers, he expected them to be well aware of Rolling Stone, but hadn't realized many hadn't touched a magazine in years. Hearing Simmons mention there was another song, Dominic's eyes lit up. He urged, "Do you have more info on this band?" Simmons considered for a moment, then replied, "Not really, but since the show is airing now, the music discussion board on Yahoo should have some updates because that site is also funded by Eric Williams." Dominic instinctively asked, "Yahoo? What is that?" Simmons blinked in surprise, but patiently explained. After listening, Dominic asked the crowd, "Who has a computer? Can I use it?" "Nick, I have one at home," Simmons replied. "And my parents are out tonight. You can come over." Dominic nodded, feeling eager to get moving, and quickly stood up. However, recalling Simmons' previous statement and glancing back at the ongoing broadcast, he waved to the crowd. "All right, let's wrap it up for tonight. Everyone else, clear out. Simmons, let me catch the next song from that band before heading to your place." While most people were enjoying the extravagant lingerie fashion show, a handful of conservatives were shaking their heads at the edgy content of the Victoria's Secret display on TV. Thomas Pecker, a well-known political commentator for the New York Times, had just watched the show with his enthusiastic family. However, when Revealing Angels appeared on his screen, he hurried his middle school children to their rooms, then grumbled at the television. "This is absurd. How could ABC allow this on public television?" His wife, however, was much calmer in her assessment. "I think it's all right. Who said public TV couldn't show lingerie? But this is different. The sexual innuendo is far too strong, and this music? No way can we tolerate this. I'm writing the FCC a complaint tomorrow. No, I'm going to do it now." With that, Thomas went off to his study, much to his wife's exasperation. While millions of viewers had differing opinions on the Victoria's Secret show, one thing was certain. It had a firm grip on many people's attention. Eric initially thought the viewership numbers would drop from the 35 million after its debut. However, he had to admit that he had underestimated the potential of the Victoria's Secret show, as its viewership jumped by an impressive 6 million, elevating the ratings to 41 million. In the conference room of ABC, everyone was elated about the unexpected surge in viewership numbers. ABC President Robert Iger had hoped to capitalize on the lead-in from the Survivor finale by selecting a summer blockbuster from Interscope for the time slot, ensuring a steady viewership around 40 million and maximizing advertising revenue. Until now, he had harbored some dissent towards Eric's insistence on airing the Victoria's Secret show, but he no longer felt resistant. Instead, Robert found himself with newfound admiration and trust for Eric. On the other side of the desk, 5 Victoria's Secret representatives had turned their attention to the popular Angel voting page. They watched as the total number of votes surpassed 500,000 in just over half an hour. Despite maintaining an air of composure, the joy on their faces was hard to conceal. Though they were top models in the fashion industry, this was their first time experiencing such widespread attention from the general public. High popularity naturally meant high rewards for commercial endorsements, leaving them elated about the next stages of their careers. Cindy Crawford watched as Diane Kruger climbed to nearly 50,000 votes. Though she was only 3,000 votes behind, she couldn't hide her jealousy. She knew the three other girls were likely thinking the same. If they weren't all gathered around her, she would have logged into her Yahoo account and voted for herself, likely even reached out to some folks to help boost her votes. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Cindy glanced up at Eric and noticed Tyra Banks, who had already surpassed 32,000 votes. Doubts began to flicker in her mind. While Tyra was one of the 5 key models promoted, Cindy couldn't shake the feeling that Tyra's racial background, though lighter-skinned and very appealing, might lessen her chances of reaching that many votes. Perhaps there were some behind-the-scenes dealings at play. Having lost track of time, Cindy realized Eric had noticed her glancing his way. He lifted his gaze, meeting her eyes with a look as if he could see into her thoughts. Feeling slightly guilty, Cindy quickly lowered her head but muttered to herself, "Really? It's not like I'm doing anything wrong. Why should I feel nervous?" With some self-assurance, Cindy raised her head once more, only to find Eric had turned away to chat with Robert Iger. Just when she was about to look away, Cindy noticed Emily Brighton suddenly perk up, exclaiming, "Eric, why did the discussion page for Victoria's Secret just freeze?" Chapter 677, 678, Unintended Consequences. From the very beginning, the Victoria's Secret fashion show adopted a marketing strategy closely tied to Yahoo. During the live television broadcast, which attracted over 40 million viewers, Yahoo's name was frequently mentioned between each segment of the fashion show, and the Yahoo logo appeared on screen time and again. There were even behind-the-scenes moments featuring Victoria's Secret angels campaigning for votes on the Yahoo voting page. Thanks to this vigorous co-promotion, fueled by the show's impressive ratings and buzz, viewers wishing to learn more about the breathtaking lingerie fashion show flocked to Yahoo's website, provided they had internet access at home. In the Boston Yahoo headquarters, the operations manager for the Yahoo website, Jeff Locke, and Yahoo's editor-in-chief, Tina Brown, eagerly watched the real-time surge in user traffic on the site. After the Victoria's Secret fashion show went live, the number of users visiting Yahoo increased by 50% within just half an hour. Midway through the broadcast, Tina Brown pulled the heads of the Yahoo editorial team into a meeting room to discuss how to further leverage the show's popularity to expand Yahoo's influence. However, less than 10 minutes into the meeting, Jeff Locke burst in urgently, saying, "Tina, there's a problem. The Yahoo forum server just crashed." While she had focused on media content since joining the industry, Tina Brown had been working hard to catch up on computer knowledge. Upon hearing Jeff Locke's announcement, she realized the gravity of the situation and immediately stood up. The last crash occurred a few months earlier when Yahoo had just launched their YCR chat software. The unexpected surge in user growth had led to a server meltdown. The incident had become a laughingstock for competitors, especially following a discussion about the world's largest data processing center in Charlie's Angels. To her dismay, less than 6 months later, Yahoo was facing another similar crisis. Tina Brown followed Jeff Locke out of the meeting room and asked, "Did you notify Ian and Steve?" Jeff Locke pulled out his phone and began dialing, explaining, "I'm calling them now, but the tech department said it's not a big issue. Just a server restart should fix it." Tina Brown shook her head, knowing things were never that simple. "Even if the tech issue isn't severe, we'll definitely be on the headlines tomorrow." Jeff Locke paused, and then offered a wry smile. The last YCR server crash had humiliated Yahoo, and now, during such a highly publicized event, they faced another setback. After connecting the call, he briefly filled CEO Ian Gurney in on the situation before hanging up and calling Steve Mitnick's number. Due to the rapid expansion of the company, Yahoo's editorial department had separated across 2 office buildings. Just as Tina Brown and Jeff Locke were leaving the Yahoo editorial building to make their way to the nearby headquarters, Tina's assistant hurried up behind them with a phone saying, "Ms. Brown, it's a call from Mr. Williams." Around 10 minutes later, after the server restarted, the Victoria's Secret discussion forum was back online, and the cause of the crash had been identified. The Victoria's Secret discussion forum was a subcommunity within Yahoo's fashion section, with server capacity able to handle approximately 1 million visitors. In the current internet landscape, this should have been ample capacity. However, due to repeated underestimation of user traffic and the powerful referral effect from the homepage links, user visits to the forum skyrocketed during the live broadcast, ultimately doubling the server's capacity, resulting in a data flood that crashed the system. Once normal operations resumed, Yahoo had to remove the forum's homepage link to prevent this from happening again. Thankfully, the server downtime was short-lived. After recovery, while some users expressed their dissatisfaction, normal discussion threads quickly filled the space. At ABC headquarters, as the fashion show prepared to close, Eric hung up the phone and curiously opened the now-functioning Victoria's Secret discussion forum. The page buzzed with all kinds of lively topics. Can someone tell me the name of that Victoria's Secret angel who looks so much like Audrey Hepburn in the second-to-last act? Vote for my girl Cindy. The YCR fans tribe is now open. Come join us. I absolutely love the second and third songs. Let's play lyrics chain. I've only remembered a few lines and want to complete the lyrics. Did no one notice that Eric Williams used the Soviet war song Leningrad Symphony as the background music? What does that mean? Why are there so many obnoxious men here? Baltimore friends, if you want to discuss lingerie styles, head to my YCR group, Tribe ID 952-7149. Where can I find the Victoria's Secret store in Philadelphia? Help please. That Baroque piece was so heartbreaking. I cried listening to it. What am I going to do? I want to hear it 100 more times. Keep an eye on the TV. The Cinderella incident is about to happen. Diane Kruger is going to drop her shoe soon. OMG, I want to lick. Although each page could only display 20 posts, Eric couldn't help but smile at the familiar topics. Although the commercial potential of online forums had always been bleak, they successfully captured the attention of internet users and served as critical hubs for navigating online discussions. As Eric considered how to present some thoughts on online forums to Yahoo's management, the Victoria's Secret fashion show approached its closing segment. Soon, Nielsen provided the final viewership data, revealing that the average audience for the show reached 41.5 million. Due to the relentless hype surrounding this Cinderella incident, viewership peaked at 46 million when Diane Kruger dropped her shoe. It was the Super Bowl of the fashion world. The next morning, the New York Post splashed a bold headline across its front page proclaiming just that, featuring a captivating image of Diane Kruger in a bright red military-style angel outfit from the show's opening. Since its first televised broadcast, the Super Bowl had held a firm grasp on annual viewership, continuously surpassing over 100 million viewers, with hardly any program able to shake its dominance. In the past, when television programs attempted to associate themselves with the Super Bowl broadcasts, they were often met with derision and scorn. However, this time, few opposed the New York Post labeling the Victoria's Secret fashion show as the Super Bowl of the fashion world. Although Survivor eventually reached 56 million viewers, 10 million more than the peak viewership for the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the fashion show boasted a spectacular rating of 26.8 among the key 18 to 49 demographic, outpacing Survivor by 6 percentage points. Moreover, the show attracted a particularly concentrated audience within the crucial 18 to 34 age range, which meant its commercial value far exceeded that of Survivor in the eyes of advertisers. Once the ratings were released, over 100 domestic and international TV networks reached out to Firefly Group to purchase the broadcasting rights to the fashion show. HBO, under Warner, even offered $5 million for the exclusive domestic cable rights to air the event. While media outlets scrutinized the viewership ratings for the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Yahoo didn't escape unscathed. The server crash that evening became fodder for several IT companies to ridicule. But these jabs barely harmed Yahoo's reputation. Instead, they further enhanced its public visibility. Many media outlets recognized the potential ties between Yahoo and Victoria's Secret during the ongoing 6-month branding collaboration. Commentators from Entertainment Weekly dedicated substantial coverage to dissect the brilliant co-marketing strategy. As Yahoo's traffic continued to surge, analysts from several major investment banks raised their assessments of Yahoo's market value. After the Victoria's Secret fashion show took place in Manhattan a month ago, sales of LTD's products began to rise dramatically. In post-broadcast, the show's massive impact resulted in booming sales for Victoria's Secret stores across the country. LTD's stock price rose by 22% in the subsequent week, pushing the company's market cap to $4.5 billion. However, the commercial success of the Victoria's Secret fashion show also attracted a torrent of criticism. The day after the broadcast, media personalities and conservatives, led by New York Times columnist Thomas P. Pecker, accused the show, with its overwhelming sexual implications, of being inappropriate for ABC, a national public broadcaster. Coupled with this public outcry, the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, received hundreds of letters and phone calls demanding ABC be penalized and prevented from airing the fashion show again. The backlash from conservatives and some media outlets evoked considerable support. However, many detractors, primarily from youth-oriented online communities, vehemently opposed the conservative push to ban the fashion show. Feminist groups also voiced disagreement with conservative criticisms, leading to a heated debate that lasted over a week and even sparked several instances of online trolling. Though the Victoria's Secret fashion show hadn't ostensibly violated any rules, under mounting pressure, the FCC had to meet with representatives from ABC and LTD to discuss resolutions for this controversy. But attempting to oust a television program with over 40 million viewers was impossible. After much clamor continued into the days before Christmas, the FCC and the production team for the fashion show eventually reached a compromise. For this year and subsequent Victoria's Secret shows, if aired on public television, they must be scheduled after 10 p.m. and clearly labeled with a TV 14 warning for minors. Amidst all these developments, another unexpected event left many surprised and delighted. 1 week after the Victoria's Secret fashion show aired, 1 million copies of its videotape officially went on sale. Emily and others had worried that no one would want to spend $30 on a mere 40-minute tape. Eric even prepared to treat the unsold tapes as giveaway items. However, on the day of release, all 1 million copies sold out in no time, prompting Firefly's distribution department to scramble additional resources to produce another 1 million copies, all of which were snatched up just as quickly. Perhaps due to the scarcity creating a hype marketing effect, various media outlets began reporting on it. In less than a month, the sales of the Victoria's Secret fashion show videotapes approached 7 million. Finally taking note of the phenomenon, the Firefly distribution department conducted a survey, revealing that 75% of purchasers bought the videotape primarily for the 6 songs. This meant that these people essentially viewed this tape as a music album. After thorough evaluations, Firefly projected that final sales for the Victoria's Secret fashion show videotapes could potentially surpass 20 million copies. At $29.90 each, that was roughly $30, which could yield a staggering $600 million in sales. Given the mere 40-minute length of the show, production costs for a single tape were approximately half that of a regular movie. Subtracting distribution and retailer profit margins, each tape would yield roughly $15 in profit for the distributor, about half of the sales revenue, resulting in an astounding potential profit of $300 million. Media outlets that once lamented Eric's decision to abandon filming movies for the loss of several hundred million in potential earnings were now wide-eyed, realizing that somehow he had recouped that loss. The surprise success of the Victoria's Secret fashion show soundtrack caused considerable embarrassment for music magazines like Billboard and Rolling Stone. Normally, these high-profile music magazines published their weekly charts, but the past few weeks had brought in a flood of ridicule since none of the songs on their charts came from the show's soundtrack. Music fans firmly believed any song from the fashion show could easily dominate those charts. Given the overwhelming backlash, established artists who had previously planned to release new singles at year's end delayed their plans. The situation was complex for magazines like Billboard. After all, Firefly had its own unconventional methods. Typically, when regular artists released new singles, they would aggressively promote them through radio and television to secure chart positions. Yet, Firefly had made no such efforts. Although the names of the 6 songs had begun circulating, no one knew which band or artist was behind them. At Eric's insistence, Firefly Records had kept the identities of the performers a closely guarded secret. As a result, while fans buzzed about the 6 luscious tracks, and the videotapes continued to fly off shelves, outside of ABC and a few cable channels that secured rebroadcast rights, there were hardly any appearances of these songs on radio or television. Without promotion or public relations campaigns and zero intent to showcase their existence, why would anyone rank those songs? Only their tape sales could serve as a basis for that. Following the show, Eric retreated to Southampton to spend time with his women and children, where a pre-Christmas party was held in the mansion. In the living room, Emily snuggled little Kevin while animatedly sharing recent events with Eric and the others. Since the Rolling Stones' Jan Wenner couldn't reach you, he kept calling me. You won't believe how much pity was in his voice the other day. He said if we don't start promoting those songs, their magazines would lose credibility. Eric, why not let Firefly Records unveil those artists ahead of time? It'd be a perfect opportunity. After all, Victoria's Secret has already reaped its rewards. If those artists grab some spotlight, who cares? Eric leaned back on the couch, folding his magazine and shaking his head at Emily. Beyond considering what's best for Victoria's Secret, the current scenario actually favors those newcomers. If we start promoting them now, most of the media attention would go to Victoria's Secret, and it may not be beneficial to them in the long run. Instead, we should wait until after Easter next year to gradually roll out their singles. By then, the hype around Victoria's Secret would have cooled, allowing the media to focus more on these fresh talents. Emily replied, You're clearly worried about the impact on the Victoria's Secret tape sales. The results were astonishing. 20 million tapes could bring $300 million in profit. $300 million. Wow, LTD's revenue has increased significantly this year, but their annual profits are only around $400 million. Eric chuckled and said, Wipe that drool off your chin. No amount of envy will change the fact that it was you folks who willingly sold me the rights to the Victoria's Secret show. So this money is mine. Amidst the laughter of Chris, Virginia, and the others, Emily merely pouted and replied, That wasn't even my decision. The board of directors is the one regretting it. In the last meeting, those guys were even suggesting I retract the rights to the Victoria's Secret show. Though Emily's tone was casual, she glanced at Eric, her gaze carrying a hint of hopeful expectation. Chapter 678, 679, Playing Hard to Get. LTD Group fell into the hands of Firefly Investment Company and the Brighton family through a hostile takeover. Although both companies held a 62% stake, giving them absolute controlling power, when Eric proposed a $20 million marketing plan to produce the Victoria's Secret fashion show, he faced strong opposition from other shareholder representatives on the LTD board. To avoid any internal turmoil after the recently completed hostile acquisition, Eric took it upon himself to manage the situation. Considering the reaction from Firefly Group's minority shareholders, Eric decided to cover the entire production cost of the fashion show personally. From the inception of this fashion show to its final broadcast, the buzz it generated proved the immense success of the event. However, before the VHS tape of the fashion show was released, no one believed that it had the potential to turn a profit. Even with the high ratings after airing, which attracted a slew of TV networks eager to purchase the broadcast rights, Eric set the prices extremely low to maximize the Victoria's Secret brand's influence. Some European networks managed to acquire the rights for as little as $100,000, resulting in total income from this segment of just over $10 million, which still fell short of recouping the $20 million production cost. However, the unexpected happened after the release of the fashion show's VHS tape. The collection value of the stunning fashion show tape, combined with 6 chart-topping songs and a hunger marketing effect from being repeatedly sold out, resulted in its popularity far exceeding anyone's expectations. In the US alone, sales of the VHS could reach 20 million copies, and the overseas market prospects were even more enticing. Thanks to the booming sales of the VHS, just the domestic sales alone could bring Eric $300 million. While Eric's net worth had already reached several billion dollars, this windfall was still a surprising fortune for him. As everyone marveled at the VHS's sales figures, the shareholders of LTD who had loudly opposed funding the fashion show were left regretting their decisions. Those shareholders likely felt an urge to bang their heads against the wall upon hearing the sales numbers. Had it not been for their vehement opposition, the revenue from the fashion show would have belonged to Ltd, almost doubling their annual profits. Even worse, Ltd would certainly miss out on this year's significant profits from the fashion show, as they had carelessly sold its rights to Firefly. Consequently, Ltd would also be unable to share in the profits from any future business operations of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Thus, Emily's recent attempts to reclaim the rights to the fashion show were not surprising. Though the relationship was very close, Emily was still a Brighton family member, and business was business. If she could recover the rights, the Brighton family stood to gain from it in the future. From the start, Eric's plan was to produce one Victoria's Secret fashion show to demonstrate its advertising effectiveness, then hand the rights back to Ltd for them to run it themselves. He never expected the show to yield such a substantial profit. But now, just as Emily was being business-minded, given the unexpected commercial success of the fashion show, Eric could no longer stick to his original plan. Eric also understood that this year's unexpected success of the fashion show on VHS could only happen this once. It stemmed from him exhaustively leveraging all of Firefly Group's media resources and Yahoo's online platforms, along with 6 months of hands-on operations to achieve the final outcome. He knew he couldn't keep dedicating countless media resources to this effort in the future. Even if he were willing, after the fashion show lost its novelty and mystery, viewers wouldn't keep tuning in. Moreover, the format of the fashion show was quite singular. It didn't provide the same yearly suspense as events like the Super Bowl or the Oscars, making duplication of its success unlikely. Thus, while the first show's success would bring in some profits in the following years, it couldn't sustain itself for long. Therefore, relinquishing the rights to the fashion show was akin to selling a stock at its peak. After contemplating for a moment, Eric asked Emily, "If I were willing to hand back the rights to the fashion show, what kind of offer could Ltd make?" Emily's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Eric, seemingly trying to confirm if she heard him correctly. Even Chris and Joanna looked surprised at Eric. Although someone had previously proposed reclaiming the fashion show rights at an Ltd board meeting, and Emily was tempted to do so, hearing Eric now express willingness to let them go still shocked her. Like many others, she held no expectation about this. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked, "Eric, are you serious about what you just said?" Eric shrugged. "Of course, but if Ltd doesn't present an offer with enough sincerity, I certainly won't agree." "Well, we haven't considered this situation," Emily admitted with an awkward smile, adding, "I need to go back and discuss it with the other shareholders." "But, Eric, what would it take to satisfy you?" Eric replied, "I'm not short on cash right now. If you pay in cash, I'd have to pay personal income tax, and that wouldn't be feasible. So let's consider the fashion show rights as equity investment." Upon hearing that Eric wanted to convert the rights into Ltd equity, Emily immediately looked rather pitiful. "Eric, Ltd sold you the rights for a symbolic price. Are you really going to ask for such a high valuation? You've already made so much money from this." Eric raised his hands and chuckled. "Without the unexpected revenue from the VHS, I would have been out $20 million of pocket change and burned through a ton of Firefly and Yahoo's media resources. So, I feel completely justified in this amount. Now that I've turned a seed into a gold nugget, you've got to buy it back at the gold price, haha." Seeing Eric's explanation, Emily stopped the pointless posturing and earnestly brought up the main topic. "So if Ltd takes back the rights, would you still be personally involved in producing the fashion show?" Eric shook his head. "There's no way I could participate like this again. But I am a major shareholder in Ltd, and if I have some good ideas, I won't hold back. Besides, the fashion show's initial breakthrough this year should ensure that you can recruit a heavyweight creative team next year, even if I don't participate. With the show's current influence, those top musicians would likely want to use it as a platform for launching their new songs. Although you'll share some revenue with them, the earnings for Ltd will still be substantial. And don't forget, the fashion show's primary purpose is to market the Victoria's Secret brand. Though the direct revenue from the show may steadily decline over the years, the brand will maintain a strong stance in its field through continued reinforcement." Emily nodded repeatedly, and after Eric finished speaking, she jokingly remarked, "Eric, I'm starting to think about bringing you over to LTD as an operations director." Everyone laughed, and Eric teasingly replied, "Well, I doubt you could afford that." In the following days, LTD nearly rushed to present an offer. Ultimately, the two sides reached a deal worth $225 million in equity. Eric was quite satisfied with the offer. Initially, Firefly Investment and the Brighton family would split the 62% stake evenly. After this transaction, Firefly Investment's share increased to 35%, making it the largest shareholder of LTD, whereas the Brighton family's stake slightly dropped to 30%. Many industry analysts pointed out that this year's commercial success of the fashion show was not replicable, but market reactions are often blind, or else stock market bubbles wouldn't occur. Consequently, this deal stimulated LTD's stock price once again, pushing its market value past $5 billion. However, all this would unfold in the subsequent days. After the television broadcast of the fashion show concluded, Eric shifted his focus back to Hollywood. With the Christmas release schedule approaching, Firefly released Face/Off, and Columbia launched Jumanji sequentially. Since Jumanji contained a high volume of special effects, Eric was keen to avoid reproducing the original's subpar effects. So he provided a significantly more generous budget. The new version of Jumanji ended up being vastly superior to the original, but the budget soared, eventually reaching $80 million, with marketing costs consuming an additional $40 million. In comparison, Face/Off's total investment budget was only $60 million, and its marketing costs were significantly lower than Jumanji's. However, unexpected events occurred after both movies released. Face/Off premiered a week earlier than Jumanji, making $36 million in its opening weekend and garnered critical acclaim for its exciting plot. Ultimately, its box office could reach about $120 million. Although this performance wasn't as spectacular as the previous Mr. and Mrs. Smith, it still managed to recoup its production cost in the North American market alone, and international distribution ensured profitability, with subsequent peripheral promotions essentially becoming net profit. Then Jumanji was released. This highly anticipated blockbuster, backed by Columbia, made just over $36 million in its opening weekend, almost on par with Face/Off. Columbia's initial box office prediction had estimated around $45 million for its first week, indicating a marked contrast between expectation and reality. Furthermore, unlike Face/Off's excellent reception, Jumanji garnered rather poor reviews, with many critics citing that this film was excessively loud and the director became too enamored with piling on special effects. Although the market for CGI films was not yet saturated and many viewers remained unfazed by Jumanji's dropping reputation, the movie's box office saw a minor decline of only 26% in its second week. The cumulative box office reached over $62 million, proving quite successful. However, projections suggested that Jumanji would likely stall at around $140 million in domestic earnings, $60 million short of Columbia's intended $200 million mark. Following the recent $2.1 billion write-down event, Sony was already deeply frustrated with Hollywood. Even though Jumanji would ultimately secure a position within the annual top 10 box office, viable profits from various distribution channels were still expected. The reality that its earnings didn't meet expectations weighed heavily, regardless. Moreover, after facing difficulties in selecting the next leader for Columbia, with Hollywood figures like Barry Diller, Amy Pascal, and Michael Lind declining offers, the disgruntled Sony ultimately decided to play hardball. The first move from a miffed Sony was to take a hard stance in negotiations with Firefly regarding Men in Black and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They declared publicly that if Firefly continued to intentionally stall the sequel development process, Columbia would not hesitate to use legal means to protect its interests. Eric had no intention of making things difficult for Sony regarding these movie sequels. He actually hoped they would remain a solid contributor to Hollywood. However, Sony clearly did not see it this way. Throughout the negotiations, they believed that Firefly was trying to monopolize the rights to Men in Black, which led to tension. With no progress in the negotiations within a short time frame, Sony instructed Columbia's interim management to take further action. demanding a renegotiation of distribution contracts related to films like Night at the Museum, Forrest Gump, and even the still-in-theaters Mission Impossible series. Chapter 679, 680, Lessons. The negotiations between Firefly Group and Columbia regarding sequels to films like Men in Black were personally overseen by Jeffrey Katzenberg. Given Katzenberg's tough demeanor, Eric was not overly concerned that Firefly would be at a disadvantage in the negotiations. As for Columbia's so-called threat of legal action, Firefly considered that hardly worth mentioning. If Columbia did file a lawsuit, it would likely drag on for a year or two without resolution, and Firefly could afford the delay, whereas Columbia would not risk a prolonged battle. However, Columbia started to turn its attention toward Flower Films, prompting Eric to get personally involved. As soon as the New Year festivities in New York were over, he headed back to Los Angeles. Although Flower Films appeared to have no direct stake in Firefly, it was a crucial step in Eric's Hollywood expansion plan. The entire Hollywood community was quite aware of the nuances surrounding Flower Films. With the major 7 studios essentially monopolizing the distribution channels, any new player in Hollywood would hesitate to produce films with budgets over $50 million without the backing of one of the major studios. If they didn't get that support, they could easily find themselves losing money in the distribution process. Yet Flower Films, seemingly insignificant, managed to pull off quite a feat. It had not only produced 2 massive films with budgets around $80 million each, but also secured distribution terms from Columbia that would have made many smaller studios envious. This was undoubtedly thanks to the robust support from the Firefly Group. Flower Films' confidence stemmed from the understanding that if it could not secure reasonable distribution deals with the other major studios for its big-budget films, Firefly would step in to take over. Columbia's decision to challenge Flower Films right after the New Year seemed motivated by this very fact. Flower Films had 2 films awaiting release, Night at the Museum and Forrest Gump. Columbia had initially slated both films for the summer of 1995, but now, at the beginning of 1995, the summer release plans of the 7 major studios were already being finalized. This was particularly true for Firefly, which had heavy hitters like Jurassic Park 2, Independence Day, and Toy Story 2 lined up for this summer. If the negotiations between Columbia and Flower Films broke down, even though Firefly could take over Flower Films' 2 films, it would not have the necessary resources to distribute them effectively. The other major studios might have that capability, but Flower Films would find itself at a disadvantage in terms of the distribution agreement. So, there was a possibility that both films might be delayed. With Night at the Museum costing $80 million to produce and Forrest Gump at $50 million, a postponement would keep the total investment of $130 million from being monetized in time. Flower Films' subsequent plans would be rendered impossible, leading to a devastating domino effect on the studio. At Firefly's headquarters on Venice Beach, not too far from the studio, Amy Pascal sat worriedly telling Eric about recent developments. Columbia's reasoning is based on the disappointing box office for Jumanji, and they point out that Night at the Museum style is very similar to Jumanji's. Based on the original profit-sharing agreement, Columbia claims they wouldn't just fail to profit, but would actually incur losses. Therefore, they're seeking to change the established contract, raising Columbia's North American distribution share from 15% to 20%, and they also want a stake in video and TV rights. Upon reflection, Eric saw that Jumanji and Night at the Museum shared quite a few stylistic elements, including scenes with lots of animals, monsters, and exotic plants. Even the visual effects for both films had been produced by the same team under Digital Domain. However, the failure of Jumanji to meet box office expectations was not due to its quality. Despite poor reviews, its standing as a major blockbuster leveraging cutting-edge CGI meant that critic opinions had little impact on its financial success. The lack of box office success was primarily due to fierce competition during the holiday season. During the summer season, the major studios typically avoided internal competition by staggering major releases, but the competition during the 1994 Christmas season could only be described as brutal. On December 23rd, in addition to Jumanji, 6 other films, including Street Fighter, Little Women, and Nobody's Fool, released in over 1,500 theaters simultaneously. In comparison, The week prior saw only 3 films launched alongside Face/Off. With so many new releases, the total box office for the week of December 23rd to 29th surged to $188 million, marking the highest weekly gross for late 1994. However, during that week, 8 films surpassed $10 million at the box office. Despite this fierce competition, Jumanji managed to earn $36 million in its opening week and only suffered a modest 26% drop the following week, showing it performed well. If Jumanji had been launched in a less competitive summer season, it might have easily surpassed $200 million at the box office. Its underperformance was merely a matter of timing. Eric was confident that Columbia's internal team would recognize this. Using Jumanji's box office struggles as an excuse to renegotiate profit-sharing terms with Flower Films felt somewhat disingenuous. After pondering for a moment, Eric looked up and asked, "What about Forrest Gump? What's their excuse for that?" Columbia thinks Forrest Gump is better suited as an Oscar contender with limited box office potential. They've been a bit lukewarm on the release from the start, Amy Pascal replied, glancing at Eric. Honestly, I agree with Columbia. Forrest Gump is an outstanding film, no doubt, but its inspirational and nostalgic tone seems more appropriate for a year-end release. The summer audience primarily skews younger, so we should focus on getting Night at the Museum out. If we delay Forrest Gump until the end of the year, it might actually benefit its chances for next year's Oscars. The film has a strong American cultural vibe, and without the Oscar halo, profits from overseas distribution would certainly be limited. Eric listened patiently to Amy Pascal's analysis. As someone who had once been a powerful player at a major Hollywood studio, her insight into the commercial positioning of Forrest Gump was indeed sharp. But, just like the famous saying from Forrest Gump about life being like a box of chocolates, no one could predict how a film would perform until it was released. Fortunately, Eric already knew the potential of Forrest Gump, so he merely nodded slightly at Amy's analysis without outright agreeing. He glanced over at Drew, who was quietly listening intently and not putting on any of her usual charming antics. Eric inquisitively asked, "Drew, what do you think we should do?" Drew considered for a moment before responding, "It depends on what you plan." Columbia's moves seem intended to pressure Firefly into greenlighting the sequels for Men in Black and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Oh, and definitely now the Jumanji sequel too. If we don't play ball with them, Columbia will probably just keep dragging out the profit-sharing negotiations with Flower Films. Without those 2 films, Columbia won't find another project to fill their schedule and will also miss out on this summer's box office. It's a lose-lose situation. Eric nodded, smiling. Well, to Hollywood, Sony looks like an affluent newcomer trying to rub elbows with the established players. A company willing to spend but not disrupt the industry's rules benefits us. If Columbia had more aggressive backers, it would be much harder for us to navigate these waters. So, I'm not aiming to squeeze Sony too tightly over the rights to those films. Amy Pascal relaxed and smiled, while Drew shrugged and said, "Then what do we have to worry about? Things can just continue as they are." Eric chuckled and shook his head at their reactions. "You both seem too nonchalant. This situation illustrates that even close allies can be unreliable. Columbia is pushing things because they see that Firefly wants to help Flower Films, but at the moment, it doesn't have the capacity to do so. Ultimately, Flower Films will have to rely on itself." Surprised, Amy Pascal asked, "Eric, are you suggesting we should handle the releases of these 2 films ourselves?" "Not at all," Eric responded. "You just need to take your time with that. The most important lesson here is that Columbia needs to learn not to antagonize partners without sufficient leverage." Drew shook her head in confusion. "Eric, you're losing us a bit here." Looking at his watch, Eric turned toward the television in the office. "It's about time. Do you have the remote?" Amy Pascal nodded and grabbed the remote. She switched on the TV to find the news channel. Just then, the screen cut to a report about the auction of mobile communication licenses. The host held a news release and looked into the camera, saying, "Breaking news. At 10:15 a.m., Firefly Group CEO Jeffrey Katzenberg and Sony USA's President Howard Stringer held a press conference at Columbia's headquarters in Culver City, announcing that the 2 companies would jointly commence production on the sequels for Men in Black and Jumanji this year. Now, let's turn to our reporter in Los Angeles for more live coverage. The three of them watched the TV screen, and after a moment, Drew exclaimed, "Eric, this is so sudden. Had I known this was coming, Amy and I wouldn't have worried about the releases of Night at the Museum and Forrest Gump these past few days." Drew's comment jolted Eric out of his thoughts. He didn't immediately respond, but picked up the phone to dial a number. Once connected, he said, "Kelly, I just saw a report about the mobile operating license auction. Find out what's going on. I need detailed information by tomorrow." After a brief conversation, Eric hung up without explaining his actions. He returned to the previous conversation, saying, "The reason I urged Katzenberg to finalize this quickly is to show some folks that Flower Films' upcoming actions regarding rights issues don't relate to Men in Black." Amy Pascal asked, "Eric, are you saying you don't plan to have us collaborate with Columbia anymore?" Eric nodded. Now that the dispute between Firefly and Columbia is resolved, if Flower Films terminates its cooperation, it will no longer be affected by the Firefly-Columbia rights conflict. Thus, you can search for a distributor without the risk of being taken advantage of. My plan is this: transfer the distribution of Night at the Museum to MGM, which I will personally discuss with Frank Mancuso, ensuring that profit-sharing terms mirror those with Columbia. MGM only has one Bond film this summer, so adding Night at the Museum won't overload them. For Forrest Gump's overseas and ancillary rights, Firefly will handle those, and you'll manage the domestic release. Think of it as good practice. Given that Forrest Gump leans more towards being an Oscar contender, the distribution pressure won't be too intense, and the box office trajectory will likely be lengthy. All you need is to secure over 1,500 theaters for the opening. Listening to Eric, Amy Pascal furrowed her brow slightly, indicating some hesitation. Hollywood film distribution, at its core, consists of several key steps. First, you need to contact theaters willing to show your film. The major studios inherently have the advantage here. For many promising films, these studios often secure distribution agreements with theaters even before production starts, sometimes even receiving substantial upfront payments from distributors. This is also a critical barrier preventing many new players from entering Hollywood. When the big studios distribute films, theater owners actively seek partnerships. But if a newly established film company wants to release a movie, obtaining those upfront payments or signing preliminary distribution agreements is nearly impossible. Even if they finish production, theater owners often don't show much enthusiasm for screening their films, resulting in many independent movies losing the opportunity to be shown, leading to the second crucial step in film distribution: marketing. With similar quality, scale, and timing, films released by major studios generally yield much higher box office returns than those from smaller companies. The primary reason for this disparity lies in marketing. The major studios possess well-established marketing systems, and recent consolidations in the media industry have further enhanced their overall media power, far surpassing that of smaller companies. Since the marketing of films is handled by the distribution side, theaters often prefer to showcase mediocre films from the major players rather than exceptional films from smaller studios, as the major studios' strong marketing power can often lead a below-average film to outperform a highly praised independent film. However, while Flower Films may seem like a newcomer on the surface, the key problems these newcomers usually face weren't issues for Flower Films. Amy Pascal, who began her career over a decade ago as a junior staffer at an independent production company, and ended up as Columbia's VP, was well aware of every aspect of film distribution. Even without Firefly's help, she could leverage her connections to secure enough theaters for Forrest Gump. With Firefly's backing as the largest media group in America, the marketing concerns for the film would be easily addressed. Therefore, simply handling the North American release of Forrest Gump did not seem challenging for Amy Pascal at all. Yet at that moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was entirely unnecessary, right? Wouldn't it be better to let Sony or MGM handle the distribution? Just as Eric had stated, MGM only had one Bond film this summer, so adding Night at the Museum wouldn't be difficult. And if MGM truly couldn't manage both films, there were still other major studios, right? By offloading distribution responsibilities, Flower Films would save ample time to prepare for new projects. Eric understood Amy Pascal's current mindset. Besides teaching Sony a lesson, he had another motive: to keep as much profit as possible from Forrest Gump for his own team. In the original timeline, Forrest Gump's North American box office made $330 million. Passing it off to any company for distribution would mean at least giving away 15% in fees. This amounted to approximately $50 million. Most Hollywood films extract every last penny of profit and still may not yield $50 million for the producers. As he noticed Amy's expression, Eric smiled and said, "Honestly, this is just my personal suggestion. You and Drew should think it over. If you really want to avoid the complications, just hand the distribution contract over to MGM." Upon hearing that, Amy Pascal felt assured and replied, "Eric, let's go with your plan. I believe you're considering what's best for Flower Films." Once they reached a consensus, Drew eagerly leaned in and linked her arm with Eric's. While she absolutely wouldn't oppose Eric's decision, she recognized that showing unwavering agreement without any input could hurt Amy Pascal's feelings. Flower Films still needed Amy's expertise. Chapter 681. I'm here to say goodbye. After discussing the release of the two films, it was almost noon, and the three of them were planning to go out for lunch together. Just as they exited the conference room, Eric ran into Tina Fey, whom he hadn't seen in a while. After Flower Films parted ways with Firefly Group, Tina Fey transitioned from being Drew's assistant to a member of the management team at Flower Films, focusing on script review and editing. Once she settled into her new role, Eric rarely spotted Tina around anymore. Although they had shared a few fleeting moments together, Eric never intended to keep Tina around for the long haul. Still, since they had crossed paths, he invited her to join them for lunch. There was a nice restaurant near the Flower Films office building. The group settled at a table and ordered their lunches. Eric looked at the somewhat reserved Tina Fey and said with a smile, "Tina, are you still writing scripts these days?" Tina hadn't anticipated running into Eric today. A long time had passed without contact, and her initial feelings for him had faded significantly. She found him more dazzling, but also much more distant. Hearing him speak to her in the familiar, casual tone from the past eased her nervousness a bit. She replied, "I've had some ideas, but I've been too busy lately to write much down." Suddenly, Drew chimed in. "Tina, didn't you tell me about a concept based on your high school life? Why don't you share it with Eric and see what he thinks?" When Eric heard this, he lifted his head with a smile, thinking of the time Tina wrote the screenplay for Mean Girls. He knew it was adapted from a book called Queen Bees and Wannabes. Now, he was curious about what kind of high school script Tina might present. With Eric, Drew, and Amy all looking at her with keen interest, Tina blushed slightly and said, "Actually, I was the kind of girl in high school that everyone found really annoying. I was a bit quirky and often dressed like a tomboy, but I secretly envied those girls who could dress up beautifully. This concept is basically a story about a girl's transformation." Eric realized that Tina's story shared many similarities with Mean Girls, a somewhat awkward high school girl trying to fit into a new environment and catch the attention of her crush, ultimately turning from an ugly duckling into a swan. The themes of friendship, love, and trust among teenagers remained central. This coincidence was understandable. An author's screenplay style often tied closely to their personal experiences and characteristics. Although Tina's original Mean Girls script was based on a novel, she undoubtedly added a lot of her own flair to it. Since there were so many commonalities between the two stories, Eric said, "Tina, make sure to write this story down when you have the chance. I could help you look it over later. Maybe we can turn it into a film." With a clear vision of the original Mean Girls in his memory, Eric knew he could obtain the original author's information just by checking credits. As long as he confirmed that there wouldn't be any copyright issues, he could have Tina's script transformed into the screenplay for Mean Girls in this reality. Tina's eyes lit up at Eric's words. Given his current status, if he wanted her to write the script, the chances of it becoming a movie were almost guaranteed. Meanwhile, Amy Pascal beside her had a smirk and said, "Eric, you can't steal Tina away from us. She is part of Flower Films now, after all." Eric shook his head and laughed. "That's true, but honestly, Tina's script would be quite suitable for you guys. After Mission Impossible, Flower Films will definitely have ample cash flow. It's about time to scale up production." Amy's remark had contained a lot of playful elements. If Eric had a keen eye for a script, any studio could compete, but Flower Films likely wouldn't have to worry. Eric had already provided plenty of quality intellectual property for them to work with. So Amy was somewhat taken aback when Eric quickly suggested that Tina's script be pushed towards Flower Films. Noticing Amy's changing expression, Eric explained, "The thing is, Firefly is currently planning to streamline its production operations. We're considering reducing the number of films we produce each year to about 15 over the next few years. So, we might not have the resources to fully develop a teen comedy like this." All three of them looked a bit surprised. After the merger with Disney, Firefly had consistently produced and released between 25 and 30 films. Cutting that down to 15 would be nearly a 50% reduction. If a company like MGM or Columbia made such an announcement due to finances, that wouldn't be surprising. But Firefly had been thriving. This sudden cut was shocking. Stunned, Amy took a few seconds to respond, still finding it hard to believe. "Eric, are you sure you're not joking?" "Of course not." Eric nodded seriously. "This is the result of careful discussion by our management team. We found that our strategy of large-scale annual releases wasn't as effective as we thought and resulted in considerable waste of internal resources. Let's take last year, for example. By the end of last year, Firefly, including Disney Studios, Disney Animation, Firefly Films, New Line Cinema, Touchstone Pictures, Pixar, and Black Ant Productions, had released a total of 29 films, generating a cumulative box office of $1.55 billion. Accounting for 25.8% of North America's total box office of $6 billion in 1994. As he spoke, the waiter brought their lunches to the table, forcing Eric to pause. Amy was astonished by the numbers Eric effortlessly shared. Unbeknownst to them, Firefly's market share had claimed a quarter of the North American box office. If this trend continued, Firefly might really recreate the situation where MGM dominated Hollywood during its golden age. This confusion left her baffled as to why they would choose to reduce production during such favorable conditions. After the waiter left, Eric continued, "Although this market share looks impressive on the surface, Firefly has already recorded losses on many films. This year, Firefly's total box office revenue was $1.55 billion, but 5 films, Saving Private Ryan, True Lies, The Lion King, Runaway Bride, and Face/Off, accounted for $750 million of that, almost half. If we expand to other films, beyond these 5, the sequels of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and other mid-range productions had each earned between $50 million and $90 million. The top 10 films for Firefly totaled $1.1 billion in box office revenue, which made up 70% of the total revenue, and these 10 films contributed over 85% of profits in our film business. The remaining 19 films brought in only $450 million, averaging $23 million per film, but their average production and distribution costs were around $27 million. Although overseas releases and video rentals brought in some profit for these 19 films, the overall investment-to-return ratio was unfavorable. After listening to Eric, Amy appeared to have an epiphany and said, "Based on your analysis, Firefly's plan to cut production is indeed very wise. However, Eric, if Firefly does this, it may lose its position as the top box office company. Other companies wouldn't willingly give up their top market share title." Eric smiled. "Fighting for the number 1 spot at the box office isn't really meaningful. It just breeds jealousy. Firefly aims for the first place in net profit. We are now a comprehensive media group, and our future focus in film will be on producing higher quality movies while using more resources to develop value-added businesses related to these films, maximizing profits throughout the entire industry chain for each good film." In fact, Eric's decision came after careful consideration of Disney's development strategy in the original timeline. In the years following the new millennium, Disney maintained a relatively low production volume compared to other studios, but due to their commitment to quality, they consistently produced box office hits, proving that a smaller number of well-made films could yield impressive profits. After a while, Amy asked again, "But Eric, don't you think there's a significant risk involved? If you cut the production scale in half, Firefly might miss out on some potential box office hits. Plus, if a few key projects fail, Firefly's annual financial results will look terrible." Eric replied, "The low-budget box office hits that grace Hollywood each year account for less than 1% of all films released. Such slim chances aren't enough to justify a high-pressure release strategy for Firefly. As for the risk of major project failures, that risk exists regardless of production levels. But now, if one or two big-budget films underperform, it wouldn't severely impact Firefly. We aren't a public company, so we don't have to scramble to present attractive financial reports to investors. We can operate the company leisurely, according to our plans. Amy nodded, somewhat envious. However, Tina suddenly interjected. Hey, have you guys noticed that these past few years, it seems like the box office hits have all come out of Firefly? Tina's remark prompted the three women to look at each other in surprise, realizing it was indeed the case. From the earliest Home Alone, to Pretty Woman and the peak with Jurassic Park, then last summer's The Lion King, it seemed ever since Eric's sudden rise, all the box office surprises in Hollywood had flocked to Firefly. Noticing the curious looks on the women's faces, Eric shrugged and laughed. It's just my personal talent. If you really want an explanation, have you seen Men in Black? Tina couldn't help but laugh, nudging Drew, who was also giggling. Then she playfully made antennae on her head and asked, Drew, what color is Eric's blood? Is it sky blue? With an impish look, Drew wiped her mouth with a napkin and mischievously whispered, It's white. I've tasted it, and it's a bit salty. Oh. Puffed cough. Tina paused for half a second. Her face instantly flushed, and she playfully reached over to pinch Drew's side. Amy Pascal displayed a puzzled expression, but soon covered her mouth, snickering. Eric, unable to hold back anymore, burst out laughing and ended up spraying wine across the table. Luckily, he quickly turned his head, but the coughs kept coming as he fought to contain his laughter. Watching Drew with a napkin, looking all innocent, Eric wasn't fooled and playfully tapped her forehead. You're never allowed to make such jokes again. I got it. I'll definitely not tell anyone that you're an alien. Stop playing dumb. You know that's not what I meant. MMM. The waiter soon approached to clear their plates, but with the mood shifted, they lost their appetite and decided to leave the restaurant. Just like how the Twilight series peaked in its era, or Lionsgate's Hunger Games had its monumental impact, for second- and third-tier film companies, a blockbuster film series could launch them to prominence. Although still merely a production company, a film like Mission Impossible, projected to gross $500 million worldwide, could continuously provide Flower Films with hundreds of millions in cash flow. While initially relying on collaborations and external financing to kick off Mission Impossible, Night at the Museum, and Forrest Gump, following that, Flower Films would no longer have financial pressure, even with delays in cash replenishment. Under such circumstances, expansion felt inevitable. Besides Tina's spontaneous idea for a teen film during lunch, Eric spent that afternoon with Drew and Amy reviewing some scripts recently gathered by Flower Films. The superhero rights Eric had initially helped reclaim had reverted to Marvel Entertainment, and other projects like The Lord of the Rings and The Bourne Identity weren't yet ready for development, leaving them to seek new projects for now. Nevertheless, finding a great script was rare. The group spent the afternoon sifting through a pile of scripts from their agent, but didn't find anything particularly outstanding, nor anything Eric was familiar with from memory. After a busy day, since he had to attend a high-level meeting at Firefly in Burbank early the next morning, instead of returning to Malibu, Eric planned to spend the night at Drew's mansion in Beverly Hills. As the twins drove up the highway, Drew, lounging against Eric in the back seat, sighed. I'm so exhausted, Eric. Choosing scripts is such a hassle. You might as well write a few for us. Eric squeezed the cheek of the girl resting on his lap and joked, You really think I'm an alien, huh? Drew turned her cherubic face towards him, gazing up. But you used to write so many scripts. Eric explained, Things are different now. I don't have the same time to work on scripts anymore. Given their rapport, Drew could tell Eric wasn't entirely sincere, but didn't press further. She believed he had his reasons for the fib. Staring at the cute girl nestled against him, Eric smiled and said nothing as his mind wandered to Tina's offhand comment from earlier. These past few years' box office hits have all come from Firefly. That casual remark made Eric alert because it wasn't entirely accurate. In truth, those hits had originated from him, whether by script choices or his own writing. His revived memories were Eric's greatest asset and biggest secret. This was a dog-eat-dog world. and he felt no guilt about claiming these scripts as his own, but he didn't want to foster the notion that he was an alien in anyone's view. Moreover, now with wealth and influence, there was no need to micromanage everything. As long as the exceptional films from his memory emerged again on their historical trajectory, Firefly had sufficient strength to secure these projects. Copyright holders would naturally prefer to collaborate with such a powerful company. Before they knew it, their car had entered the narrow, winding roads of Beverly Hills. A slight bump jolted Eric back to reality as he noticed Drew leaning against him, her eyes starting to close. He reached out and gently touched her eyelashes, and the sparkling girl immediately opened her eyes. "Aren't you sleepy already? We haven't even had dinner yet." Drew rubbed her head against him and purred. "I just want to sleep in your arms. Speaking of which, I just remembered. Have you and Kevin Costner had discussions about the Mission Impossible sequel yet?" "Yeah, he's asking for $20 million in salary and 20% of the North American box office share." Eric calculated in his head. If the sequel turned out to be as successful as the first film, Costner would walk away with around $60 million from the project. That was quite a hefty ask. In his memory, Tom Cruise initially raked in over $70 million for one film, but at least he had been involved in production and investment. "And then what?" Eric asked again. Drew tugged at his shirt lightly. "What else is there? If we give him 20%, the distributor takes another 15%, and we're left with only 20%. The domestic box office is the quickest way to get funds flowing back. We're not one of those big studios that can wait around for long-term returns. We can't possibly let him have a piece of this," so everyone walked away without making any deals. "You should be in Hawaii filming Waterworld right now. I heard it's not going well. They picked a location with rough waves, wasting over $500 grand on set construction, only to have it destroyed in one big wave. They'll have to rebuild, and the budget has already exceeded a lot." The inertia of history was remarkably strong. Eric smiled to himself, thinking that perhaps the biggest budget film before Titanic would inevitably come into existence. Patting Drew's excited little face, Eric said, "Let's put that matter on hold for now. If Waterworld fails, along with last summer's Wyatt Earp, Costner will have two films on his record that caused huge losses for investors. That can't go on forever. He'll certainly come looking for you afterward." Drew, still resting against Eric, giggled and hummed as if brewing a mischievous idea. The car quickly pulled into the Truesdale Estates, and after a quick drive around, they stopped in front of Drew's mansion. Just as Drew sat up, the twins in the front turned to Eric, pointing towards the mansion door. "Master, look." Eric and Drew looked over at the same time. The sun had set, and in the dim light, a girl stood quietly outside the mansion's front door, dressed in a white coat and jeans, carrying a backpack. She appeared quite petite, clearly not fully grown. As the car came to a stop, she hesitated for a moment before cautiously walking over. Eric was puzzled as to why Christina Aguilera was at Drew's gate. He opened the car door while glancing at Drew, who merely shook her head. Once Drew stepped out of the car, all hesitation vanished from Christina as she gleefully ran over to Drew. Noticing Eric stepping out from the other side, her face lit up even more. Although Christina paused briefly when she spotted Eric, she quickly approached Drew with excitement, saying, "Drew, I thought you wouldn't be back today." Drew warmly embraced Christina. Although Drew wasn't very tall, Christina looked even smaller in her arms. After a brief affectionate moment, Drew released her and smiled. "Long time no see. What brings you here all of a sudden?" Just as Christina opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Eric approaching and immediately turned to greet him politely. "Good morning, Mr. Williams." Eric simply smiled and nodded, glancing at Drew. Christina's gaze shifted back to Drew, and in a tone laced with a hint of sadness, she said, "Drew, I'm here to say goodbye." Chapter 681, 682. I was forced into this. The girl looked surprised and regretful as she heard Christina's words, saying, "Goodbye, what's going on?" Christina glanced at Eric and replied, "The Mickey Mouse Club ended, and my mom plans to take me back to Pennsylvania for high school." "Oh, that's such a bummer." The girl hugged Christina again, then released her and grabbed her little hand, saying, "You can always come visit me in Los Angeles." It's getting late. I'll have Natasha drive you home." Christina froze. She had been waiting outside the girl's house for several days, and just when she finally saw her, She hadn't managed to say what she truly wanted to say before being given the boot. Watching one of the identical twins jump into the car after Drew's comment made Christina feel even more flustered. Her eyes scanned around nervously, and she cast a pitiful glance at Eric. Since merging with ABC, Firefly had been making adjustments to its television operations. Small things, like canceling low-rated shows, typically ended up filed in the assistant's office unless Eric specifically requested them. After all, the television business under Firefly saw dozens of new shows getting axed each year. Had it not been for suddenly seeing Christina, Eric wouldn't have cared much about these issues. Seeing the girl about to be unceremoniously sent off made Eric shake his head helplessly. While it might seem a little cold-hearted, he understood it was the girl's way of standing her ground. However, he didn't think some situations needed to be approached so cautiously. He reached out and gently tapped the girl on the forehead, smiling as he said, "No joking around now. Let's keep Christina here for dinner." "Wow. All right. All right." The girl pouted with irritation, rubbing her forehead before climbing into the car and instructing the twins to open the big door to drive in. Eric didn't get back in the car. Instead, he waved at the somewhat bewildered Christina and walked her toward the large mansion. After the Michael Jackson scandal erupted 2 years earlier, Christina had felt Drew's attitude toward them shift to coldness. Before that, Drew often invited them over to play and occasionally took them to some really interesting parties. But after that incident, all of that came to a sudden halt. Drew hadn't contacted them once. Christina occasionally visited Drew's house with Brittany, but Drew's attitude was never as warm as before. As for Eric, the one Christina had wanted to meet for so long, she hadn't seen him even once since that scandal. Initially, Christina had given up on maintaining that connection with Drew, but the unexpected disbandment of the Mickey Mouse Club forced her to seek help from Drew. Drew's whereabouts had been somewhat elusive, and Christina had been waiting outside Drew's mansion in Truesdale for over a week. Luckily, she had finally caught a break. And more importantly, she ended up bumping into Eric. Walking beside Eric and stealing glances at him, Christina didn't know what to say. Instead, she carefully surveyed the mansion she hadn't been inside for a long time, once again imagining when she might have a beautiful house like this. "Do you want to stay in Los Angeles?" The sudden voice surprised Christina, but she quickly regained her composure. Looking up at Eric, she nodded earnestly, saying, "Yeah, I don't want to go back to Pennsylvania for high school. I like singing." Eric gazed at her hopeful little face and said, "But you're too young. You're not even 15 yet, right?" A hint of disappointment flashed in Christina's eyes. She knew her age was her biggest limitation. Nevertheless, she argued, "Mr. Williams, I could sing Mariah Carey's Vision of Love when I was 10. They said I sang just as well as her." Eric knew that Mariah Carey was famous for her difficult whistle notes. Still, he also recognized that this young girl's skills were on par with Mariah's. "Christina, having talent doesn't change the fact that you're a minor. No record company will sign you." Christina's expression instantly dimmed. She couldn't help but wish that the Mickey Mouse Club could have lasted another 2 years. That way, by the time she turned 16, it might be easier to sign a contract with a record company. Turning to Eric, she held back her words. She understood that saying anything wouldn't be of any use. When they reached the front door of the villa, Eric pushed the door open for Christina, who stepped inside. The twins were already busy in the kitchen, and the girl's coat was on the hanger. It looked like she had gone to take a shower. Eric took a juice box out of the fridge and handed it to Christina, who sat down on the sofa. He asked, "Justin and Brittany, are they still in Los Angeles?" Christina shook her head. "I'm not sure. The boys and girls in the Mickey Mouse Club were always divided into separate groups. The relationships between the girls weren't that great either. After filming stopped, everyone lost contact." Eric sat down on the sofa and murmured while contemplatively considering the situation. Although the pop music scene in the U.S. had always been vibrant, different genres tended to shine during different periods. From the mid-90s to the early 2000s, the hottest type of music was undoubtedly teen pop, with key representatives being the Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears. Christina, who was just starting her career, was also on the teen pop route, while Justin Timberlake had initially joined a boy band in that genre. Currently, Firefly had just completed the integration of its musical resources and had formed Firefly Records. However, With the arrival of the internet age and the decline of the record industry due to online music streaming, Firefly Records could never reach the heights that Warner, Universal, or Columbia Records once enjoyed. In such context, it seemed impractical for Firefly to invest extensive resources into each music genre as traditional industry giants had once done. The best course of action was to focus primarily on developing and nurturing a particular type of artist. In the last decade before the recording industry's decline, the most popular music genre was undeniably teen pop. In his memory, Disney's record label had always fluctuated between success and failure. Artists like Britney, Christina, Justin Timberlake, and even future stars like Vanessa Hudgens, Miley Cyrus, and Selena Gomez were widely recruited by the major record labels, a significant loss for Disney. After all, their rapid rise to fame was closely associated with nurturing from the Disney Channel. Not wanting to interrupt Eric lost in thought, Christina took small sips of her juice. After a while, Eric looked up at Christina and said, "How about this, Christina? You can stay in Los Angeles for now, and someone will reach out to you." Christina looked at Eric with excitement. "Mr. Williams, are you saying I can keep singing?" Eric smiled and nodded. "Of course, but you won't be able to release any records for the next few years. I'll arrange for you to have some movie or TV appearances to maintain your popularity." Christina didn't catch that Eric had referred the you to the plural form, thinking it was a personal privilege he was giving her. Elated, she bit her lip and cautiously looked around, gathering the courage to approach Eric. Blushing, she quietly said, "Mr. Williams, I can stay tonight as long as I call my mom to tell her I'm staying at Drew's." Eric raised an eyebrow and laughed. "What do you plan to stay for?" Christina's cheeks reddened even more as she mustered her courage and boldly looked at Eric, saying, "Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." Eric chuckled and lightly pinched the girl's cheek, saying, "Don't get any funny ideas. I'm not interested in a little kid like you." Christina instinctively flinched, saying, "You're lying. You clearly like it." "Oh, you and Drew were together when she's younger than me." Eric pointed his chin behind Christina while laughing, saying, "You've got it wrong. I was forced into it back then." Christina blinked in confusion, realizing something as she quickly turned her head and saw the girl in a bathrobe smiling at her. After dinner, Eric instructed Natasha to drive Christina home. As the car drove out of the mansion gates, the girl beside Eric picked up the demo tapes Christina had handed him when she left, weighing them in her hands and saying, "Eric, you better be careful. The Chandler family extorted over $20 million from Jackson, and now they live in a mansion in Manhattan, New York. They'll never have to work again. I think if someone extorted you just once, their family could live off that forever. My money isn't so easy to extort. Besides, there are so many of these things happening in the industry, and how many actually come out? Over these years, only Jackson's case has really blown up, and he was wronged." Eric chuckled, though his expression held a hint of sarcasm. Christina originally wanted Drew to help pass her demo tapes to some record executives. After hearing Eric's promise, she still left some tapes behind when she left. Back inside the villa, Eric casually tossed one of the tapes into the player, and Christina's powerful rendition of Foo filled the room. Compared to his memory of the original and the version from the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the girl's vocal delivery was even more impactful. Cuddling a pillow, the girl came over to Eric, who was tapping on his laptop. "Christina really does sing well, but I think it'll be hard for her to find her niche. She's better suited for the development route of vocalists like Whitney Houston or Mariah Carey, but she's just too short," she said with a chuckle. She seemed to be speaking casually, but it inadvertently hit a critical point. In Eric's memory, although height wasn't a factor, Christina had indeed never found a suitable musical direction. While her first album sold over 10 million copies, the rise of Britney overshadowed her as she released a string of unsuccessful teen pop albums and was forced to pivot but never found her true position again. Still, Eric pointed at the player where Foo was playing, saying, "Isn't this Christina's music direction?" Eric had already decided to keep Britney and Christina on the original teen pop path. However, rather than go for Britney's sweet, girl-next-door image, Christina could develop a slightly more rebellious, independent girl persona. If boy bands could coexist in all sorts of corners, he reasoned that by distinguishing the positioning, keeping two different styles of teen pop queens wouldn't be a problem. After spending several hours organizing his thoughts and memories on Teen Pop, he sent them to the work email of his assistant and requested Kelly to include it in the meeting topics for the next day. Then he shut down his laptop and took the sleeping girl beside him to rest. During the executive meeting the next day, after once again discussing plans to gradually scale down Firefly's film production over the coming years, Eric raised the issue of the future direction for Firefly Records. After integrating the music resources of the former ABC and Disney, Firefly Records was at a critical stage of development. Eric took advantage of the recent remarkable success of certain songs released during the Victoria's Secret fashion show to encourage the management team to accept his proposal to prioritize packaging a batch of teen pop artists. The meeting ultimately confirmed two crucial plans for the future of Firefly Records. One was to recall the Mickey Mouse Club kids for potential assessment and development. The other was to initiate a buyout offer to a small subsidiary of Sony Records, Jive Records. Strictly speaking, Jive was considered a subsidiary of RCA, which in turn was part of Sony BMG. At that moment, Jive seemed relatively inconspicuous within the vast Sony Records system, but Eric knew that in the coming decade, the most successful teen pop acts like the Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, and Justin Timberlake would emerge from Jive. This didn't mean Jive possessed any magical power. Rather, the management team there excelled at packaging teenage idol singers, and their unofficial company motto was, "Take idolism to the next level." Chapter 683. I'm a capitalist after all. After a morning packed with meetings and a lunch with Katzenberg, during which they discussed various trivialities, it wasn't until the afternoon that Eric found time to look into the mobile communication license auction he had stumbled upon the previous day. Every country had regulations governing radio broadcasting. Whether it was television broadcasting or mobile communication, they relied on radio wave transmission. Just as different TV stations operated on different radio frequencies, various telecom operators were also restricted to certain frequency bands. The permits that American TV stations or telecom operators obtained from the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, to conduct business within specified frequency bands were known as licenses. In Eric's office at Firefly's headquarters, he observed Kelly sitting across the desk, quietly, explaining. In the 1980s, mobile communication frequencies were applied for by operators to the FCC and allocated accordingly. However, in recent years, the mobile communication industry had rapidly ascended with the support of digital technology, which left most operators lacking the frequency resources they initially acquired from the FCC. As the number of license applications skyrocketed, the Clinton administration recognized a golden opportunity for generating revenue and divided the spectrum resources needed by telecom operators into three segments: A, B, and C licenses for auction. What you saw yesterday was the auction for A and B licenses, primarily aimed at traditional telecom operators. The auction for these two segments generated $3.75 billion for the Treasury. Eric raised his head and asked, "What about the C segment?" Kelly replied, "According to the Clinton administration's plans, the C segment licenses are mainly intended for emerging telecom operators to support small to medium-sized enterprises at the startup phase. However, this auction is scheduled for 3 months from now." Eric mused for a moment, grasping the situation with a wry smile. Currently, the American mobile communication industry was at a critical juncture, transitioning from analog to digital signals. Traditional telecom operators already held substantial advantages, and gaining the licenses alongside a 3-month head start widened the gap further. Eric imagined that even if the new telecom operators received the C segment licenses, their fate would likely involve being swallowed up by the established giants. Noticing the expression on Eric's face, Kelly guessed his thoughts and smiled, adding, "You've probably figured out that the FCC is influenced by the likes of AT&T and Sprint. But there's something even more outrageous coming." Perplexed, Eric asked, "What?" Kelly rummaged through the thick folder on the desk and found a document, handing it to Eric. "Here, take a look. This is the FCC's detailed bid invitation for the Spectrum license auction. Flip to page 12. I marked it with a red line." Eric turned to the mentioned page and noticed a highlighted passage. The C segment licenses will be auctioned separately to give minority groups, women, rural operators, and small businesses more opportunities for a fair competitive environment. He read it several times, finding nothing amiss. Curious, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong with this statement?" With a chuckle, Kelly said, "You wouldn't believe it. Right after the auction concluded yesterday, several small businesses that submitted bids for the C segment licenses simultaneously filed a lawsuit in federal court, claiming that the FCC's description related to race and gender in the bid document violated the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution and suspected discrimination, demanding that the FCC revise it and apologize for the offending language." Eric was genuinely taken aback. Is it really possible to play this game? Since someone had initiated a lawsuit on this matter, it certainly wouldn't be as simple as FCC merely revising the bid document. They would definitely need to gather lawyers and study the Constitution to determine if the statement was genuinely unconstitutional. The Constitution was quite extensive. Combing through it could easily take a month or two. That was the so-called evidence-gathering stage. Once evidence was collected, both sides would have to engage in a verbal battle in court. Even if a local court finally issued a ruling, if one party refused to accept it, the appeals would drag on indefinitely. With all this fuss, by the time the lawsuit concluded, it would surely be half a year later. The C-segment auction was already scheduled 3 months after A and B, and with this lawsuit popping up, it seemed that any emerging telecom operators hoping to obtain C licenses wouldn't expect to do so until next year. All right, let's not dwell on this. Eric set the bid document aside, gesturing around the not particularly lavish but still elegant office, and smiled. "I think we're a bit out of our depth discussing these issues when I'm a capitalist now. The unscrupulous kind." Kelly laughed at Eric's words, acknowledging the truth in them. This issue merely stirred some discomfort due to happening in an industry that held little relevance for them. But if similar events occurred in Hollywood, the Big Seven would certainly band together without hesitation to nip any threats to their dominance in the bud. So, Eric, are you considering venturing into mobile communication? Having seen the news about the mobile operation license auction yesterday, Eric was indeed intrigued. It was the dawn of a mobile communication boom, and investing in telecom could undoubtedly yield significant returns. However, the complications behind the C-segment auction made him hesitant to jump in without clear insights. Shaking his head in disappointment, Eric stroked the folder in front of him. "Not for now. By the way, Kelly, have you had any contact with Qualcomm?" "Oh, I was just going to mention that." Kelly pulled out her notepad, flipping through a few pages before handing Eric a note. "Qualcomm CEO, Irwin Jacobs, is very interested in our discussions, but he's been in South Korea. He won't be back until next week. He called me saying he would fly directly to Los Angeles to talk with you in person. Here's his contact number at his residence in Korea. He said you could call him anytime." Eric glanced at the note, smiling. Qualcomm is so keen. That can't be a good habit. Aren't they worried about walking into a lion's den? Qualcomm is in a tough spot right now. So far, they've only secured the opportunity to build a CDMA network in Korea, but the Korean telecom market is too small to have any significant impact on the global standards. Plus, just a week before the license auction AT&T announced plans to build a nationwide GSM network. As the leading telecom operator, AT&T's technology standard would surely influence a host of followers. GSM is far more mature than CDMA, and if most operators shift to GSM, Qualcomm might face bankruptcy. Kelly paused to gather her thoughts. Firefly is about to exceed 1 million shares of Qualcomm stock. If we continue, Eric, once Qualcomm goes under, those shares would be worthless. Having first gone public in 1992 with 6 million shares at about 30% of total stock, Qualcomm lagged in recent years due to the rise of GSM and hadn't attempted any further financing. Currently, Qualcomm stock was hovering around $17, with a market cap of just $340 million. Truth be told, if Eric could buy up Qualcomm entirely, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. After all, the revenue from just the Victoria's Secret fashion show tapes had already netted him over $300 million. And since Firefly Group had no large-scale expansion plans in sight, they boasted unparalleled profitability in Hollywood. However, they were faced with the fortunate dilemma of having too much money. 1 million shares are just $17 million, Eric told Kelly. I plan to acquire at least 3 million shares. that would only cost $50 million, which is like the investment in a mid-budget film. Even if I lost it all, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, for you, it really seems like it wouldn't matter. Kelly realized she might have been overreacting. For Eric's current net worth, $50 million was indeed not substantial. As they discussed, Eric's mobile phone on the desk rang. After answering, Elizabeth's voice came through from the other end. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Kelly picked up on some cues from their chat and asked, "Ms. Murdoch?" "Yeah, regarding the Golden Globe and Oscars. Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart are clashing. Liz is asking to discuss the PR strategies for both films' awards." As Eric stood up, Kelly helpfully fetched his coat. He slipped it on, and, watching Kelly tie up the buttons on his jacket with her gentle expression, he felt an odd sensation, like a wife sending her husband off to meet another woman. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, laughing. "Strange, suddenly I feel a bit guilty." Kelly smiled sweetly, not pausing her movement, and added with a hint of flirty emotion, "That's the idea. I want you to feel guilty." That trick is for you to use. Please, don't let it out. Will it be troublesome if it does get out?" Eric nodded vigorously. "Very troublesome." After the hectic New Year period, the most significant concern for Hollywood was undoubtedly dealing with the upcoming awards season. Unlike last year's subdued Oscar roll, this year the awards season presented a remarkable showdown between Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart. Although the Oscar nominations hadn't been announced yet, both films coincidentally received nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Screenplay, and Best Original Score at the Golden Globe Awards. Mel Gibson's performance could only be considered mediocre. Eric recalled he hadn't received any Best Actor nominations in the original timeline, so adding one at the Golden Globes this time should be credited to Weinstein's PR efforts. Over a year ago, Eric and Elizabeth had discussed the award strategies for these two films. However, plans often couldn't keep pace with changes, and many matters needed adjustment according to the current situation. Thanks to Miramax's adept handling, Braveheart had performed far better at the box office compared to its original version, which won awards but flopped. Braveheart began a limited release in early December of last year, slowly building its reputation and box office. During the Christmas season, Miramax expanded its release to 2,000 theaters, leveraging the promotional boost from the Golden Globe nominations and its accumulated word of mouth to earn over $26 million that week. Now, just into the first week of the new year, Braveheart's total box office was nearing $60 million. With the fervent discussions in the awards season keeping it in the spotlight, while many other films saw significant dips in box office returns, Braveheart's weekly earnings held steady with a marginal decline of around 20%. If this trend continued until the Oscars, Braveheart's final gross was conservatively estimated at around $120 million, and with an Oscar win, it could recover its costs through overseas sales alone. After leaving Firefly headquarters, Eric arrived at an outdoor restaurant in Beverly Hills, a popular hangout for Hollywood celebrities, following Elizabeth's directions. Even though it was a weekday afternoon, the restaurant was bustling with guests casually sipping coffee and chatting, many of whom were familiar faces. As the waiter led Eric inside, several patrons stood up to greet him. After some casual exchanges, Eric joined Elizabeth and Harvey Weinstein at a table on the restaurant terrace. He sat down, casually ordered a coffee, and gazed at the lush sloped landscape outside the railing, the sprawling Beverly Hills mansions scattered throughout his view, and the distant expanse of downtown Los Angeles, nodding. "The scenery here is quite nice. No wonder so many people come." Harvey Weinstein grinned broadly, saying, "Eric, if you like it, you should come here more often. The owner of this restaurant is my friend, and I'll have him comp your meals." Eric gestured toward the guests who kept glancing their way and joked, "Comping my meals won't be enough. If I come here often, your friend might want to pay me an advertising fee or something." Elizabeth and Harvey laughed. If Eric did frequent the place, the number of patrons attempting to ingratiate themselves with him would undoubtedly multiply, making it far more effective than any advertisement. After a casual chat, the conversation gradually shifted towards the awards season. Chapter 683, 684, Differences. Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart not only coincidentally received the same Golden Globe nominations, but their similarities were also numerous. Both were epic films with profound themes, remarkable war scenes, and even the scores composed by two of Hollywood's leading musicians, John Williams and James Horner. As a result, both films attracted significant attention during awards season, and recently, supporters of Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart were engaged in heated debates in the media. If Firefly Productions and Fox were just straightforward competitors, this awards season, both publicly and privately, would see both companies fiercely vying for several major film awards. This situation would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary expenses for both parties regarding public relations budgets, and the final results may not even favor either side. However, due to the relationship between Eric and Elizabeth, there was already some unspoken understanding between the two parties long ago. Eric, Harvey Weinstein analyzed seriously. From the current situation, separating Best Picture and Best Director is the most advantageous strategy for both our companies. Saving Private Ryan's global release is coming to an end, and it was released on video in North America 2 months ago. Therefore, I believe the most suitable award for this film would be Best Director. Although the film exudes a strong masculine essence, Catherine is a woman. In Oscar's 60-plus-year history, while there have been a few female directors nominated, no woman has ever won Best Director. So if Saving Private Ryan wins Best Director, the impact would be just as significant as winning Best Picture. After all, the Oscars have crowned 66 Best Pictures, yet there hasn't been a single Best Female Director's film. And for decades to come, Catherine could be the only Best Female Director. If Saving Private Ryan wins Best Director, this film will maintain enduring influence for many years. Eric nodded. Although Harvey Weinstein didn't mention anything related to box office profits, his words clearly analyzed the award's pros and cons from a business perspective. Once Catherine became the first woman to win the Oscar for Best Director, Saving Private Ryan would hold a very unique position in film history, making it singular until a second female director won an Oscar. Whenever someone thought of the Oscar for Best Director, they'd quickly think of the only female recipient, followed by recognition of this film. This also meant that Saving Private Ryan would generate profits for Firefly far exceeding those from any other Best Director-winning film through its video, DVD, and related channels in the years to come. Noticing Eric's agreement, Harvey Weinstein continued, Braveheart is still in its release phase, so the title of Best Picture is more important for us. If we both handle PR independently, with both films demonstrating equal strength, the final results could be unpredictable. Personally, I believe the outcome may very well be the opposite of what we hope for. Saving Private Ryan is an American patriotic war film, and compared to the historical narrative of Braveheart, it undoubtedly has a higher chance of winning Best Picture. The Directors Guild hardly has many women. Most members are old-school men who tend to lean toward male directors. In this respect, Mel Gibson has a much greater chance than Catherine. If we want the results to align with our expectations, we have to reach mutual understanding on our PR strategies after the Oscar nominations. While Braveheart, which was set to release by year-end, had many advantages compared to Saving Private Ryan, which had long been out of theaters in North America, it could create maximum media impact during award season. But if one carefully analyzed the Oscar potential of both films, Saving Private Ryan possessed two significant advantages: its American patriotic themes and extreme political correctness. If both sides acted independently in the upcoming Oscar PR strategies, the outcomes could indeed be uncertain. After Harvey finished speaking, Eric nodded and said, "All right, Harvey, I'll call Katzenberg tonight and have the head of PR for Firefly's award strategy contact you tomorrow. You two can discuss things privately." Harvey Weinstein's presence was partly to hear Eric's promise of cooperation. After all, a joyful consensus on splitting the cake would be the best win-win scenario. Otherwise, the final result could end up being exactly the opposite of what both parties were hoping for, or one side could end up utterly defeated, something neither company wanted to see. Once they identified the main issue, Harvey Weinstein casually began discussing some details. Eric, Catherine Bigelow was also a major producer of Saving Private Ryan, but I heard she hasn't been very involved in the Golden Globe PR activities. The Golden Globes don't matter much, but if Saving Private Ryan aims for the Oscar for Best Director, she should make more public appearances. Even if she doesn't attend many private PR parties, I think she should do a few more interviews with the media. The primary steps for award campaigning include both media blitzes and private outreach to the judges, ultimately mirroring an election campaign by swaying various influences to secure votes from the award committees. Harvey's suggestion was certainly well-founded. Eric agreed, but still chuckled. Harvey, you might not know, but Catherine is somewhat, well, idealistic. She doesn't particularly enjoy these activities, and I can't force her. Harvey Weinstein paused for a moment. If managed correctly, Saving Private Ryan's later video and TV licensing could continue to net Firefly hundreds of millions in profits. Such a significant business opportunity shouldn't be overlooked just because of the director's whimsical idealism. However, Harvey quickly recalled some private rumors, envisioning Catherine's agelessly beautiful face, and chuckled to himself, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Elizabeth, who had been quietly listening to their discussion, suddenly chimed in with a tinge of bitterness. In her 40s and still an idealist, does she think she's a little girl? Eric almost sputtered his coffee as he hurriedly placed the cup on the table and shot a surprised glare at the unexpectedly jealous Elizabeth, only to receive an unapologetic glare in return. Harvey Weinstein sensed that the atmosphere was starting to shift. Recognizing the tension, he discreetly excused himself to leave. With Eric's confirmed promise, the upcoming details of the award campaign wouldn't require his direct involvement. Harvey would handle the communication with Firefly's relevant personnel. As Eric escorted Harvey out, he and Elizabeth sat back down together. With just the two of them remaining, Elizabeth realized that her earlier outburst was somewhat unwarranted, yet she was unwilling to apologize. Avoiding Eric's gaze, she lost herself in looking far away, as if counting the hills and mansions in the distance. Eric called over the waiter to bring them a fresh pot of coffee, also gazing into the distance alongside Elizabeth. After a moment of silence, Elizabeth suddenly became a bit irritated again and glared at Eric. Julia was right. You're such a jerk. Completely clueless about how to cater to us. Eric felt a bit bewildered. Your Highness, what did I do wrong? You should have spoken up first just now instead of making me break the silence. Eric found it amusing. I thought you were reflecting on life and didn't want to interrupt your deep thoughts. Besides, you're not a little girl. Why are you fretting over this? Why do some people in their 40s still get to act like little girls while I can't? Eric could only concede. All right, you keep your little girl mentality. Who knows, by the time you're as old as Catherine, you might be just as beautiful as she is. Yeah. Elizabeth suddenly felt a bit smug. Wait until I'm 40. Just imagine what she'll look like by then. Eric could already picture it, because he had seen it. More than a decade later, Catherine would look just as she did now. If this woman could live her life like an enchanting fairy, it wouldn't be a waste of her time on this earth. Noticing Eric's smile amidst his thoughts, Elizabeth pretended to shiver with distaste and remarked, You're actually imagining that and smiling? That's pretty twisted. No wonder people say you have that fixation. Eric wasn't inclined to discuss Catherine any further. He quickly shifted the topic. I saw Mel Gibson got nominated for Best Actor at the Golden Globes. His performance seems barely deserving of that nomination. You're not thinking of setting him up for an Oscar nomination, are you? Eric hadn't even mentioned any PR issues related to the Golden Globes with Harvey. He mainly felt the Golden Globes didn't matter much to Saving Private Ryan. The influence of the Golden Globes typically peaked around their ceremony before rapidly yielding to the Oscars' greater significance. For films currently in release, Golden Globe visibility might boost box office receipts, but the impact on films already in late-stage operations wasn't that substantial. For Saving Private Ryan, the Oscars were key. After all, whenever the film's news appeared in the media, it would be recognized as an Oscar contender. When selling overseas video or TV broadcasting rights, buyers primarily cared about Oscar nominations. Often, even just being nominated for an Oscar held far more weight than a Golden Globe. This disparity was even more pronounced when it came to acting awards, as seen with Leonardo DiCaprio, who struggled for years for an Oscar. Many people weren't even aware that he had already won a Golden Globe for Best Actor a decade prior to finally winning the Oscar. Elizabeth, upon hearing Eric change the topic, astutely decided not to pursue the matter further and said, "Speaking of that, Mel Gibson actually got into a bit of a fight with Harvey over that nomination." Chapter 684, 685, a minor discrepancy. Eric wondered, why? Elizabeth replied, "You just said it yourself. Mel Gibson's acting skills barely earned him a nomination for a Golden Globe. Since the nomination was announced, there has been ongoing media controversy about it. Mel Gibson wanted to focus on winning Best Director and didn't want a Best Actor nomination to tarnish his reputation. However, to raise interest in Braveheart, Harvey insisted on submitting him for Best Actor." Eric quickly grasped the situation. With a film as outstanding as Braveheart, its reputation was already established. Thus, further media promotion wouldn't significantly influence its box office. At that point, stirring up some controversy could actually help its performance at the box office. Mel Gibson's Golden Globe nomination was undoubtedly a so-called controversial topic chosen by Weinstein. Many moviegoers who weren't particularly interested in Braveheart would pay to see it, driven by curiosity after hearing the debates in the media. In addition, Miramax had already determined not to promote Mel Gibson for the Best Director award, meaning any created controversy wouldn't impact their established public relations strategy. In the original timeline, while the Weinstein brothers were often called Oscar geniuses, it would be more accurate to refer to them as Oscar merchants. The ultimate goal for the brothers in handling the Oscars was profit. As long as they could secure a greater profit, they could campaign for films that weren't necessarily outstanding, or, as the situation stands now, sabotage nominations that otherwise stood a chance of winning. Eric recognized that the Golden Globe was just an appetizer and asked, "So, did you also submit Mel Gibson for the Oscar for Best Actor?" Elizabeth nodded and, a bit helplessly, said, "From the start, Mel Gibson didn't like Harvey. During the filming of Braveheart, he frequently complained about Harvey being too intrusive. Joe Ross and I had to step in often to mediate. When Harvey submitted him for Best Actor for Braveheart, he publicly berated Harvey, calling him a greedy Jew, which made Harvey furious. Since we are both Australians, we thought there would be more collaborations in the future. We've been trying to maintain a good relationship with Gibson. Even the contract for Braveheart was signed with my dad stepping in personally. But after this, collaborating again will be very difficult. Miramax's performance this year exceeded our expectations of when we acquired it. Between Gibson and the Weinstein brothers, we had no choice but to choose the latter. If we don't collaborate, we don't collaborate. The studio's excessive adoration and indulgence of big-name actors often backfires. You say that easily. Everyone does it. If we don't follow suit, we won't land good projects either. Fox isn't a fledgling company. You're like a chef running a restaurant. Even if you can't attract a top chef, you can still whip up dishes that are better than a high-end chef's, but we can't do that." Eric chuckled. "That analogy really fits. You seem pretty relaxed these days. Why don't you come work with us at Fox and whip up a few dishes?" "Forget it. I can't even be bothered to step into my own kitchen right now. After Jurassic Park, I haven't heard anything about your next movie. Are you considering retirement?" "Of course not. Didn't I just film the Victoria's Secret fashion show? It just didn't hit the big screen. It went straight to video release, and I heard it sold pretty well. Have you seen it?" Elizabeth nodded with a smile. "It's likely to sell around 20 million copies in North America. If it were a movie, it would probably land at the top of this year's video sales charts. The songs are fantastic, and those models, wow. How many did you sleep with?" Eric wore a satisfied look, reminiscing as he said, "Of course, I didn't hold back. I switched it up every night, sometimes even had a few threesomes. You know me, a guy like me." Before Eric could finish, Elizabeth tossed a chocolate from the snack plate on the table at him. He laughed and dodged, watching the chocolate hit the railing and scatter at the edge of the patio, looking utterly pained. Throwing food around is such a lack of public spirit. Elizabeth raised her chin. "Go on, bite me." As they teased each other, they suddenly heard a few faint chattering sounds, and they turned to see a fluffy little squirrel peeking around the patio. It cautiously jumped up and grabbed a piece of chocolate, sniffed it, and immediately started eating. When it noticed Eric and Elizabeth watching, the little critter didn't bolt but quickened its eating pace. Its cheeks soon puffed out. Beverly Hills was a residential area known for its ecological protection, with a variety of birds and small animals. The outdoor restaurant, built on a gentle slope, was surrounded by dense shrubs, making sightings of these foraging creatures quite common. Nearby, a waiter noticed Eric and Elizabeth's attention on the squirrel and worried it might disturb the two celebrities. He approached to chase the squirrel away, but Eric waved him off. "What are you thinking?" Elizabeth asked, her gaze having shifted back to him. "Nothing much. I just named the little guy. What do you think of the name Scrat?" Elizabeth's eyes sparkled as she looked between the squirrel and Eric, saying, "That little guy was brought here by me." Eric laughed and tossed another chocolate at the startled creature. It flinched but quickly grabbed the chocolate larger than its head and made off. He turned back to Elizabeth. "Since you brought it here, let's brainstorm. Make up a little story for me." Elizabeth watched the spot where the squirrel had vanished, deep in thought. Squirrel, chocolate. Looking for food, preparing for winter, and there's got to be a human involved. Eric smiled at Elizabeth as she racked her brain. Unbeknownst to him, a story idea resembling one similar to the nut job was forming, but it was far from the quality of Ice Age. After about 10 minutes, Elizabeth crafted a short story with some satisfaction. She was about to ask Eric what kind of idea he had when an unexpected guest appeared and spoiled the moment. Howard Stringer, who had just taken over the American operations of Sony amid the chaos of Columbia, appeared somewhat fatigued but still exuding the demeanor of a refined scholar. He approached Eric and Elizabeth, shook their hands, and smiled. "Eric, sorry to intrude, but may I sit down?" "Of course, have a seat," Eric nodded. Since Stringer came to them, Eric didn't want to come across as inhospitable. He signaled the waiter to bring Stringer a cup of coffee before asking, "Howard, what brought you here?" Eric got straight to the point, and Howard didn't delay either. "Well, Eric, Columbia received a notification from Flower Films this morning expressing their desire to terminate the distribution contracts for Night at the Museum and Forrest Gump. I don't think that's necessary, do you?" Rather than push the matter off to Drew and Amy, Eric responded directly. "Columbia believes the original distribution agreement is unfair. Let's part ways amicably. I don't see anything wrong with that." Howard Stringer remained calm, saying, "Eric, these are just minor disagreements. There's no need to cancel our cooperation. After all, the collaboration between Columbia and Flower Films on Mission Impossible was quite enjoyable. Howard, it was Columbia that raised the issue first. Flower Films doesn't have the same risk-bearing capacity as Columbia. After you objected to the contract, Flower Films already began preparing a retreat. If they came back to Columbia now, it would lose trust with its new partner. We can't let that happen." Howard Stringer knew Eric was being nonsensical. If Flower Films had found new collaborators, such as Fox or MGM, those companies would have leaked the news to the media ages ago. Taking a sip of coffee, Howard Stringer suddenly shifted the topic. "Eric, I just received news that Jive Records, a subsidiary of Sony Music, has received a buyout offer from Firefly. This should be true, right?" Chapter 685, 686, We'll have nothing. Eric didn't expect the Firefly management to act so decisively. They had just discussed matters in the morning meeting, and by the afternoon, they already moved to engage with Jive Records. However, he wasn't too surprised. Jive had seen its glory days around 2000, and at that moment, with teen pop still so far away, Jive's market value was hardly more than $10 million, a negligible amount in the grand scheme of the Firefly Group. When Eric heard that Howard Stringer was using Jive Records as a bargaining chip, he merely chuckled and said, "Howard, it's true that Katzenberg plans to acquire some promising record labels soon to strengthen Firefly Records. Since you've mentioned it, I guess it must be true. But unless Firefly intends to buy all of Sony Records, I won't be getting involved with these minor issues. If you have any questions, feel free to call Katzenberg and his team." Howard Stringer certainly couldn't know that Eric had instructed this himself. Hearing Eric's words made him a bit uneasy. Upon receiving news from Jive, Howard quickly gathered information on the unassuming subsidiary. He found that Jive had focused on black hip-hop music and had previously missed the chance to sign Will Smith, which had become a notable industry gossip. Over the years, Jive had failed to nurture any heavyweight black artist, and perhaps as a result of their stagnation in hip-hop, the management team at Jive was now trying to pivot. Despite researching the company multiple times, Howard couldn't find anything particularly appealing about Jive that would attract Firefly. Although he hadn't pinpointed the crucial factors, he didn't believe things would be as simple as Eric suggested. Observing Eric's calm demeanor across the table, Howard finally decided to lay his cards on the table, saying, "Eric, how about this? The distribution contract between Flower Films and Columbia remains unchanged. In return, I can ensure that Jive Records gets sold to Firefly. Compared to a subsidiary record company with mediocre performance, if they lost Night at the Museum and Forrest Gump, Columbia would struggle to find two films that could fill the summer slots." Columbia's situation was dire. If they couldn't maintain even superficial success, Sony would undoubtedly face greater pressure from investors in their film business. Nevertheless, Eric just shook his head dismissively, saying, "Howard, I've said it before, I'm not at all interested in acquiring the insignificant Jive Records, and don't think you can use this as a bargaining chip. I reiterate, it was Columbia that instigated this matter. If you're unwilling to cooperate properly, then let's go our separate ways." Eric's cold dismissal ignited a spark of anger within Howard. He retorted, "Eric, the contract between Columbia and Flower Films is still active. If Flower Films attempts to terminate it unilaterally, Columbia may not hesitate to pursue legal action to protect its interests." Eric suddenly leaned forward slightly, his eyes radiating danger, saying, "Howard, listen to me. Don't do that. Otherwise, you'll find that the trouble Columbia faces will far exceed that of Flower Films." Howard retorted just as sharply, "Eric, Columbia is already facing enough trouble. If we have no other choice, we won't mind incurring a bit more." "And then what?" Eric continued, picking up where Howard left off without waiting for him to respond. "Then you'll discover that Columbia's business will get worse. You're from a media background. When Hideo Nobuyuki hired you, it was to revitalize Sony's entertainment sector in the US. If you can't achieve that, you won't hold much value for Sony. As Columbia continues to decline, Sony will certainly seek another scapegoat, and that scapegoat will most likely be you. But now you have another choice: swallow this matter. Columbia will only lose one summer slot, but things won't continue to deteriorate. The responsibility for losing that summer period will ultimately fall back on a higher-up at Sony, at Hideo Nobuyuki's level. So, Howard, what do you plan to do?" Leaning back in his chair, Howard's eyes flickered, and he remained silent for quite some time. Eric chose not to engage further. Feeling the warm evening sun wash over him, he called over a waiter to bring a menu. After discussing with Elizabeth in low tones and ordering dinner, he handed the menu back to the waiter and asked Howard, "So, Howard, do you want to stay and have dinner with us?" Startled as if awakened from a daze, Howard shook his head slightly and chose not to say anything more, leaving with a polite goodbye. Eric simply nodded, showing no intention of seeing him off. It was Elizabeth who watched Howard's retreating figure and asked, "Eric, aren't you afraid of pushing him too hard? If he's managed to climb to the position of CEO of Sony's American division, he's not likely to act rashly. However, he will soon realize that the CEO position doesn't live up to his expectations. It's natural for him to feel a bit down for a while." Although they had ousted Peter Guber from Columbia, the company would still have to survive under the shadow of Firefly for a few years due to projects like Men in Black. Unless Howard Stringer was willing to drastically cut ties with Firefly and develop his own film business independently, he certainly lacked the capability. Columbia was currently without a single outstanding manager. In the following days, Columbia ultimately accepted the reality of dissolving the distribution contract with Flower Films. Between fighting for Sony's profits and protecting his own position, Howard Stringer clearly chose the latter. Meanwhile, Firefly encountered trouble in the process of acquiring Jive Records, as Sony Records decisively refused Firefly's offer. However, what Eric was after wasn't necessarily a particular signed artist or the music rights owned by Jive. He was focused on the Jive management team that had created the peak era of teen pop in his previous life. With Jive Records' acquisition falling through, Firefly swung its axe at the entire Jive management team, offering Jive's CEO, Barry Weiss, the position of president of Firefly Records. Although Sony became acutely aware of this move and increased their focus on Jive, Barry Weiss had no hesitation in choosing between the presidency of Firefly Records and a subsidiary of Sony Records. He swiftly led the entire management team of Jive away from Sony to join Firefly. Los Angeles International Airport. The bumps during the plane's landing jolted Irwin Jacobs awake from his slumber. After over 20 hours of flight, he felt utterly exhausted. After more than 3 years of operations, and after ceding significant technical rights, Qualcomm had finally gained support from the South Korean government for CDMA. However, with the rise of GSM and its widespread adoption in Asia, the Korean side was starting to waver. Irwin Jacobs had to personally rush to Korea to handle the crisis. Reflecting on Qualcomm's position in North America, Irwin felt a wave of confusion rise within him. The largest telecom operator in the U.S., AT&T, had settled on GSM as its mobile communication standard, leading a wave of smaller operators to follow suit. Qualcomm was now teetering on the brink of survival. If they couldn't quickly gather support for CDMA in America, even their advanced technology wouldn't save them from bankruptcy. Currently, a meeting with that young man had become a crucial opportunity for Qualcomm. Stepping out of the airport with his assistant, Irwin enjoyed a moment of ease in the bright Los Angeles sun. Scanning the crowd, he soon spotted one of Qualcomm's partners, Andrew Viterbi, making his way toward him. The two embraced, and Andrew led Irwin into a black car, instructing Irwin's assistant to drive while they settled into the back seat. As soon as they got comfortable in the car, Irwin eagerly asked, "Andrew, have you been in contact with Eric Williams?" "Of course," Andrew replied, nodding. "Tomorrow at noon, at the Malibu Liberty City estate, Eric Williams has invited us for lunch." Irwin was a bit impatient. "Tomorrow at noon? It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. Why didn't you schedule it today?" Andrew patted his old buddy on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Irwin, relax. You've been on a plane for more than 20 hours. You need some rest. You wouldn't want to meet Eric Williams in this state, would you? Besides, we still need to discuss the plan. This might be our last chance, and if we miss it, a decade of hard work could go down the drain." Hearing his friend's words, Irwin managed to calm down and nodded. They drove to a hotel in Santa Monica, where Andrew had arranged rooms for Irwin and his assistant. After a quick freshen up, Irwin went to Andrew's room. Andrew seated Irwin on the couch and turned to brew some coffee. As soon as Irwin sat down, his eye was caught by a copy of Fortune magazine on the coffee table, the cover featuring a candid shot of Eric on a movie set. Picking up the magazine, Irwin discovered a bookmark tucked within it. Curious, he flipped to that page and found an article introducing the Firefly Group. Glancing through a few lines quickly drew him in. As the new year began, countless media outlets reflected on the past while looking ahead. For financial media, the start of a new year was the peak season for reporting on various economic statistics from the previous year. The Firefly Group, which had been making headlines with various big moves last year, was undoubtedly the focus of American financial media. Although Firefly hadn't yet released its fourth quarter financial report and its annual report, based on the data disclosed in the first 3 quarters, Fortune predicted that the Firefly Group's revenue for 1994 might reach $18 billion, with an operating profit of around $1.5 billion. Additionally, Firefly had seen 2 significant non-operational revenues last year: $1.5 billion from divesting print media assets and $2.5 billion from the auction of Disney's animation division. With this robust profitability, Firefly had surpassed Time Warner to become the largest media giant in Hollywood. After patiently allowing Irwin to finish the article, Andrew Viterbi remarked, "Surprised?" Irwin nodded, saying, "Over $10 billion in cash reserves and $2.5 billion in free cash flow. It's hard to imagine such a profitable enterprise exists in Hollywood." Eric Williams is only 25 years old this year, right? "Yes, indeed," Andrew replied. "This young man seems almost like a miracle worker in this world. Just like the annual Victoria's Secret fashion show that received so much media buzz last year. Eric spent $20 million in 6 months to operate the Victoria's Secret brand for that glamorous lingerie showcase. Many thought that Eric would only recoup that spending through brand appreciation and product sales profits. But after the fashion show released its videotape, sales skyrocketed. They projected the $29.90 videotape would sell over 20 million copies, generating $300 million in revenue for Eric. Subsequently, Eric returned the rights of the fashion show back to Ltd., gaining over $200 million in equity, Andrew said, a hint of admiration in his voice. He clearly had done significant homework about Eric. Irwin felt a mixture of astonishment and awe. Yet at 62, having experienced much of life's ups and downs, he maintained a sense of calm despite his excitement. After finishing a cup of coffee, they turned to business matters. Andrew handed a prepared document to Irwin, saying, "Here's the detailed plan. Take a look." As Irwin flipped through the materials, he noted that the FCC had recently conducted a spectrum auction for established telecom companies. For these companies that had secured A and B block licenses, Qualcomm's influence was quite limited. It couldn't dictate which mobile technology the established operators would opt for. Thus, Qualcomm had initially focused its attention on the C block licenses. While the A and B block licenses were simply limited offerings for a few companies, the C block auction attracted numerous bidders, leading to fierce competition. Those small to medium-sized telecom companies, having spent heavily to acquire spectrum licenses, would likely lean toward more economical mobile communication technology. Compared to GSM, CDMA had significant advantages in network construction costs and spectrum utilization efficiency. Qualcomm's worst-case scenario from the onset was that if CDMA was rejected by all established telecom operators, they would then seek commercial opportunities from C block license winners. However, after Eric expressed interest in Qualcomm, Andrew had developed a bold idea. They planned to secure enough financial support from Eric and then swiftly acquire all the C block licenses. They would then bundle CDMA technology and offer those spectrum licenses at a lower price to smaller telecom operators. Even if CDMA technology failed to gain traction with mainstream telecom operators, it could still capture 1/3 of the mobile communication market through promotion within the C block. I've already registered a company called Wave. If I can get funding from Eric Williams, I'll step back from Qualcomm and focus entirely on Wave, preparing to acquire all the C block licenses, Andrew declared. Irwin set the plan aside. Although Andrew's voice was filled with anticipation, he knew full well that both of them lacked confidence in this matter. Due to their tacit understanding, competition for A and B block licenses hadn't been intense. Nevertheless, the FCC still auctioned off a staggering $3.75 billion in total. To acquire all the licenses in the competitive C block auction, they would at least need to set aside double the premium compared to A and B blocks, which conservatively estimated would also require $4 billion. After a moment's hesitation, Irwin asked, "Andrew, how likely do you think Eric Williams would be to provide us with $4 billion in support? Don't forget, Qualcomm is barely worth $400 million as a whole now." Supporting a company valued at under $400 million to execute a $4 billion plan seemed like a madman's idea to most. Despite having prepared a set of carefully deliberated remarks, neither Irwin nor Andrew felt any assurance regarding the outcome. The only reason they put forth such an unrealistic plan was that Qualcomm had run out of options. Since Eric Williams reached out to us, we're sure to gain some support from him. Perhaps Eric can help us persuade a mainstream telecom operator to embrace CDMA technology too. As for the plan, Andrew reassured Irwin, attempting to comfort himself as well. If we try, we may have a 1% chance of success. But if we don't try, we'll have nothing. Chapter 687, An Unexpected Package. Award season in Los Angeles was always bustling, and unless they were away on a shoot, most stars would gather in Hollywood during this time. Whether it was for award publicity or looking for opportunities, the myriad parties kept coming, and the celebrities indulged in the glitz and glamour, enjoying the various honors that came with their star status after a long year of hard work. However, the upcoming Golden Globe Awards held no allure for Eric. He already knew the final outcomes of several awards in advance. For instance, he heard that The Lion King would win Best Motion Picture, Musical, or Comedy. He also knew that, for the sake of Oscar publicity strategies, Catherine would lose the Best Director nod at the Golden Globes to Mel Gibson. After all, even the Oscars, which had over 6,000 voters, were heavily influenced by public relations, let alone the Golden Globes, which had only about 90 voters. Compared to the Golden Globes, Eric was more focused on the upcoming Super Bowl at the end of the month. This year's Super Bowl would be broadcast live by ABC, which held a certain symbolic significance for Firefly Group. Naturally, Firefly's three major summer releases, Jurassic Park 2, Independence Day, and Toy Story 2, had secured prime advertising spots for the Super Bowl broadcast. These three summer blockbusters had almost completed production. After the Super Bowl trailer, Firefly planned to conduct internal screenings for these films based on audience reactions, followed by significant global distribution and promotional efforts. While he didn't have to rush around for publicity events like many nominees filmmakers, Eric had been just as busy recently. At the start of the new year, in addition to attending various important meetings, he personally needed to engage in developing Firefly's film projects for the upcoming year. After auctioning off the traditional hand-drawn animation department and half a year of recruiting and training, the fully digital Disney animation department had taken shape. By the end of last year, it had completed a 6-minute 3D animated short that turned out quite well. In addition to over 200 trained digital animators, Eric had coordinated with Pixar to bring a small team led by Pete Docter to Los Angeles to oversee Disney Animation's efforts. Along with Pete Docter came one of his design projects, Monsters Incorporated. Although Toy Story was Pixar's most recognized animation during that time, Eric felt that Monsters Incorporated epitomized Pixar's imaginative peak. The concept of monsters harvesting kids' screams as energy through time doors was brilliant. What's more, the story's conclusion, monsters turning from scaring children to bringing them joy, aligned perfectly with Disney's core spirit of spreading happiness across the world. Therefore, this project felt tailor-made for the new digital animation department. Once Pete Docter presented the storyboard for Monsters Incorporated to Firefly's management, all present executives unanimously agreed to launch the project immediately and provided maximum support regarding the timeline and budget. Firefly Pictures had also entered a substantial preparatory phase for its two major live-action investments, Titanic and The Matrix. At the studio specially prepared for Titanic, Cameron, who had taken a break for half the year, was enthusiastically detailing his plans after Eric's continual nudges got him back to work. I've meticulously scouted the environment in Rosarito. Firefly can build a dedicated base there for shooting Titanic. The Mexican authorities are already on board with our plans. I'm also planning to recreate the original Titanic completely, which will take about 3 months. However, during those 3 months, the crew can simultaneously shoot corresponding indoor scenes in the studio. Standing before a workbench covered with storyboards, Eric gazed at a meticulously crafted model of the Titanic and abruptly interrupted Cameron, stating, "Jim, you're telling me you plan to completely recreate the Titanic?" Cameron eagerly explained, "Of course, Eric. While it's undoubtedly going to be costly, I believe that's the only way to achieve 100% authenticity. If we solely use models or green screens, the visual effects will undoubtedly suffer." Recalling the information he had, Eric picked up the Titanic model from the workbench and gestured as he spoke. "Jim, I absolutely agree with building a real Titanic model, but there's no need to replicate it entirely. Look, this ship is almost identical on both sides. We can just build one side. This would save a significant budget, wouldn't it?" Cameron considered the model thoughtfully, cradling it in his hand. After some hesitation, he responded, "Eric, while that would indeed save some budget, using one side for both sides means that many props, especially those with character designs, would need to be reversed during shooting. This would also increase the post-production workload and consequently extend the production timeline. Duplicating a set of reversed props would definitely be far less expensive than constructing a full Titanic model, right? Jim, you should know how massive this project is. We're talking about a $150 million budget, which is unprecedented. This is also the absolute maximum Firefly can handle, so saving a bit where we can is essential." Though Cameron still seemed reluctant, Eric's reasoning left him with little ground to argue, leading him to concede. "All right, Eric, let's do it your way." Just then, a staff member lightly knocked on the open door. "Mr. Williams, Mr. Cameron, Miss Wise is ready. Would you like to see her?" Eric nodded. "Sure, have her come in." In no time, Rachel Wise entered, surrounded by a group of staff members. Everyone in the studio immediately found their attention drawn to Rachel in her current ensemble. The deep purple wide-brimmed hat highlighted Rachel's delicate face, yet did nothing to diminish the air of pride and determination uniquely associated with a British lady. The double-breasted jacket dress accentuated her slender figure. The white gloves and the umbrella in her hand perfectly complemented Rachel's graceful demeanor. Despite the scrutiny from the onlookers, Rachel stood unfazed. Instead, she took a few steps forward, a serene smile gracing her lips, elegantly extending her hand towards Cameron. "Hello, Mr. Director. I'm Rose DeWitt Bucator. It's a pleasure to meet you." Her standard London accent startled Cameron back to reality. He instinctively took her hand and shook it gently, then excitedly turned to Eric, saying, "That's right, Eric, this is my Rose." Eric teased in reply, "I told you before. Jim, my judgment in selecting female leads far exceeds yours. Let's hope you don't apply that same judgment to male leads." Cameron shot back with a hint of mischief, his gaze returning to Rachel. After the initial excitement wore off, he looked a bit more critical, beckoning for the costume designer. "The outfit is quite nice, but the white is a bit too plain. Do you have any other colors?" The costume designer responded, "There's a black and white striped version, Mr. Cameron. Would you like to try that one?" "Sure. Let's give it a shot later." Cameron nodded, circling Rachel and shaking his head. "The umbrella doesn't suit. I recall seeing something in my research." As Cameron continued to reminisce, the costume designer interjected, "Mr. Cameron, you have a keen eye. Rachel should ideally have a wooden long-handled umbrella, but we can't find that style at the moment. We'll have to custom order it later." "Make a note of that. Don't forget," Cameron replied, stepping back while lifting his chin. Eric recognized that Cameron was lost in thought and turned his attention away from Rachel Wise. He waved towards the petite figure who had been trailing Rachel. Although most people were fixated on Rachel, some still noticed Eric's gesture. Caroline's cheeks flushed, and, feeling a bit shy, she smiled at Eric but still approached him. "Eric, good morning." Eric stepped aside, allowing Caroline to join him at the broad workbench, smiling as he asked, "Shouldn't you be at work? Is this considered absenteeism?" "Of course not," Caroline retorted, pulling her neck back playfully. Knowing that Eric was joking, she nonetheless glanced over at Kelly standing a little distance away and raised her chin to explain. "I took time off from Miss Haynes. Rachel just arrived in Los Angeles yesterday, and there's so much I need to help her with. But I can start work tomorrow." Eric shook his head with a grin. "There's no rush. You two best friends haven't seen each other in ages. Why don't you spend this week with her in Los Angeles and come back to work next week?" Caroline waved her little hand dismissively. "It won't take that long. It's only Tuesday." Eric patted Caroline's shoulder. "No refusals. Think of it as my reward for your hard work. Kelly has been raving about how outstanding you are, and I wanted to make sure to praise you." Caroline's face lit up, but she soon asked, unsure, "Really?" Eric nodded assuredly, replying with a smile, "Absolutely. I've seen the Qualcomm material you collected. It's very detailed." Caroline's cheeks turned a shade of crimson, and she instinctively lowered her head. After a moment of gathering her courage, she finally looked up and said, "Eric, Rachel mentioned that she wanted to take you out for dinner to thank you for helping her land the role. When is that? We know you're busy lately. Just let us know when you're free." Eric replied, "I'll notify you then." "Is Rachel staying with you?" "Well, she's temporarily staying at my place with Melanie. But Rachel's agent is looking for her a place. Rachel says she thinks it's not suitable for her to stay with us." Thanks to Eric's connections, Rachel's management contract got signed under ICM. Hearing the slight discontent in Caroline's tone, Eric remarked, "If you think that agent isn't doing a good job, feel free to call me anytime. I can have Kepler switch her out." "No, it's not that." Caroline quickly shook her head. "She's doing well. I'm just a little disappointed that I can't stay with Rachel." Eric smiled and said nothing more. Having been sheltered by family and friends throughout her life, Caroline was naturally kind-hearted but also slightly dependent on those close to her. After Cameron had critiqued Rachel, she finally stepped forward to greet Eric before Cameron hurried her off to change. Caroline, feeling a bit reluctant to leave Eric, followed after her. Just as Eric was about to continue discussing project preparations with Cameron, Kelly approached him and said, "Eric, it's already 10 o'clock. You have a lunch meeting scheduled with Qualcomm's Erwin Jacobs and Andrew Viterbi. Chris and Emily just called. They've already arrived at the Liberty City Manor." Eric checked his watch. It would take an hour to get back to Malibu from Playa Vista, and he needed some time to prepare. He bid farewell to Cameron and left Firefly Studios, returning to Liberty City Manor with Kelly. The chef was already preparing lunch. The twins were bustling around in the kitchen, while the little girl and Emily sat at a corner by the glass wall, giggling and discussing something. Chris, reading a magazine on the sofa, was the first to notice Eric and Kelly's arrival and got up to wave. Crossing through the hall to the glass wall, the little girl and Emily also rushed over. After greeting one another, Chris didn't immediately dive into Qualcomm business, but instead pulled out a thick package and handed it to Eric, saying, "Eric, my dad asked me to bring this to you." Curious, Eric took the package, sensing it felt like there was a book inside. Heavy. He asked, "What is this?" They all settled on the sofa. The little girl snuggled up beside Eric and, without hesitation, pulled out the items from the package. It turned out to be a hefty stack of storyboard sketches. From the first one she showed him, Eric raised an eyebrow, recognizing a person in a nutrient pod with tubes sticking all over. As he flipped through the rest, he found familiar scenes from a certain movie within each sketch. Noticing Eric's focused expression, Chris chuckled as he explained, "You know my dad started a film investment project to support young directors, right? His agent sends him some scripts every month to choose from. Last week, when I visited Dad in Maryland, he happened to receive this package. After looking at the sketches, he asked me to bring them to you." He mentioned that. These two young filmmakers clearly put a lot of effort into this. They seem to really love your novel. The Matrix is currently looking for a director, so maybe you could consider them. With a smile, Eric continued to review the hundreds of storyboard sketches in his hands, feigning ignorance. "What are their names?" Chris replied, "They're brothers. The elder brother is Larry Wachowski, and the younger one is Andy Wachowski. They've already written a script in Hollywood. Oh, and there's contact information in the package." As Chris spoke, the little girl helped Eric open the package further, retrieving an envelope and handing it to him. Eric took it, reading a letter addressed to Jeffrey. The letter expressed a sincere hope that Jeffrey would recommend them as directors for The Matrix. Chris added, "Dad said these brothers must be worried about sending this to Firefly, thinking it might get thrown out as junk before reaching you. That's why they decided to contact through another route." Eric neatly put the letter and sketches back into the envelope and smiled. "I'll give this matter serious consideration. But for now, let's discuss the upcoming meeting with Erwin Jacobs." Chris knew that since the documents reached Eric's hands, given his eye for film, if those brothers were indeed capable of taking on the directing role for The Matrix, Eric would certainly not begrudge them this opportunity. So, he didn't press further and smoothly joined in on Eric's topic, saying, "On the Firefly investment side, I've bought 2.1 million shares of Qualcomm stock. However, there are only 6 million shares circulating in the market. Our recent purchases have probably been noticed. Qualcomm stock price recently climbed to $19.60, a nearly 15% increase, and the selling volume is shrinking. It might not be easy to accumulate another 3 million shares on the open market." Upon hearing Chris and Eric discussing the boring company data, the little girl clearly lost interest and stood up, dragging Emily and Kelly toward the kitchen. Eric stepped aside to allow the women to leave, saying, "If we can't buy more, then we'll have to negotiate for Qualcomm to conduct a directed share increase directly for Firefly investments." Chris nodded, having the same idea in mind. "Additionally, I've also researched the 3 major carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and Sprint. CDMA through AT&T is likely out of the question, and a group of carriers relying on AT&T will also switch to GSM technology. Conversely, neither Verizon nor Sprint has committed to a technical standard. If we could bring either of them into the CDMA camp, our investment in Qualcomm would be worthwhile. As for Segment C licenses, given the current situation and that somewhat ridiculous lawsuit, I believe these frequency licenses will ultimately be absorbed by the 3 major carriers. Seeking breakthroughs in this aspect for CDMA seems unrealistic." As Chris spoke, he handed Eric some prepared materials, adding, "Bringing Verizon and Sprint into the CDMA camp is not impossible. Here are the 2 companies' financial information for you to look over." Chapter 687, 688. They're here. Eric flipped through the materials Chris handed him and began to read. In comparison to AT&T, a telecommunications giant with a market value exceeding $80 billion and profits surpassing $4 billion at the time. The other two major telecommunication companies attempting to enter the mobile communication market, Verizon and Sprint, were in a far less favorable position. Verizon was originally formed as Bell Atlantic, carved out from the original AT&T during the 1984 telecommunications antitrust case. After 10 years of development and consolidation, Verizon's current market value stood at $23 billion. However, in recent years, Verizon had struggled with a downturn and reported a loss of $754 million last year. In comparison, Sprint, which did not have Bell ancestry, had a market value of only $10.5 billion. Nevertheless, Sprint's operational situation was much better than Verizon's. In 1994, its annual profit reached $880 million. This robust performance likely fueled Sprint's ambitious plans to establish a nationwide wireless network. During the auction process for the A and B block licenses, they made bold moves, ultimately acquiring more wireless spectrum licenses than both AT&T and Verizon combined. This ambition would lead Sprint to bear up to $1.5 billion in spectrum licensing fees, an expense that equaled nearly 2 years' worth of the company's net profit, assuming they maintained their current strong operational status. Having finished reading the materials, Eric began to understand why Chris had said that bringing Verizon and Sprint into the CDMA camp might not be impossible after all. Despite being giants in the American telecommunications industry, these two companies were nowhere near AT&T's level. Verizon, due to several mergers in recent years, had accumulated a massive debt of $8.9 billion, amounting to 38% of the company's market value. This was a major reason for Verizon's continuous losses over recent years. The latest spectrum license auction would add around $600 million to its debt burden. If Verizon wanted to build and operate a mobile communications network, in the coming years, their debt ratio could very likely surpass 50%. Meanwhile, Sprint's situation wasn't particularly rosy either. Although it originally boasted an excellent operational status, the company had expanded too rapidly in the mobile communications sector. The $1.5 billion for spectrum licenses and the enormous funding required to establish a national mobile communications network could lead Sprint down a similar path of continuous losses as Verizon had experienced. AT&T, with its deep pockets, made the choice to adopt GSM technology as the standard for its mobile communications network without hesitation. Uninterested in the potential for GSM to be overtaken by more advanced third-generation communication technology in the future. However, financially strapped Verizon and Sprint had to carefully consider the cost implications of their technology choices in building their networks. Although CDMA technology had not yet achieved commercial viability, there was significant experimental evidence to demonstrate its advantages in spectrum capacity and construction costs compared to GSM and other second-generation digital communication technologies. Chris patiently waited for Eric to finish reading the materials before saying, aside from the factors surrounding CDMA itself, if Firefly expressed interest in the telecommunications industry and openly funded Qualcomm, then Verizon and Sprint would be highly inclined to lean towards CDMA. As the debt burdens for both companies increased, it would become significantly harder for them to secure financing through either debt or equity in the future. Firefly has the substantial capital they desperately need. Even if we don't directly support these two companies financially, they would incline towards technological collaboration with Qualcomm, which has the backing of such a powerful entity as Firefly. Eric nodded, leaning back on the sofa while lightly tracing the materials in hand with his fingers, yet his mind wandered elsewhere. In any country, the telecommunications industry was monopolized by certain giants. Had it not been for the famous telecommunications antitrust case in 1984, AT&T would undoubtedly be the company with the highest market value in the U.S. today. Even after splitting off 7 subsidiaries, AT&T, with its current market value over $80 billion, remained one of the 5 largest corporate giants in America, while General Electric, ranked first, was valued at just over $90 billion. Although AT&T's monopoly in the U.S. wasn't backed by administrative support, and AT&T faced restrictions from federal antitrust authorities to expand further. Even after a major breakup, AT&T's current monopolistic status was still hard to challenge. Over 100 years of development had provided AT&T with a comprehensive nationwide landline communication network, which not only required massive investment, but also wasn't something that could be easily built in just a few years. Most emerging companies wishing to start their own telecom businesses often had to rent communication lines from AT&T. In such conditions, it was nearly impossible for newcomers to catch up or surpass AT&T. However, things that had once seemed hopeless over the decades were now presented with significant opportunities due to the advent of new technological waves, the rise of the mobile communications and broadband internet industries. At this point, both industries were just beginning to take shape. Aside from Eric, no one could foresee how developed these sectors might become, but Eric was well aware that in 20 years, either the mobile communications or the broadband industry would surpass AT&T's then dominant landline business. By the early 2010s, many households had moved away from landlines, while mobile phones and broadband had become essential to daily life. Though the recent auction for C-Block licenses faced delays because of a somewhat absurd lawsuit, indicating that newcomers wanting to enter the telecommunications industry still faced numerous overt and covert barriers. These barriers didn't mean much to Eric, who already held vast capital in hand. To put it in modern gaming terms, he didn't need to start from scratch like those new players. He could simply invest to unlock a high-level account and enjoy the game directly. At that moment, he had two excellent game accounts at his disposal. Eric knew a bit about the future prospects of the two companies. Verizon and Sprint, alongside AT&T, would emerge as the three giants of the American telecommunications industry. He speculated that this upcoming situation was primarily due to the relentless efforts Verizon and Sprint were currently making in mobile communications. In contrast, other U.S. telecom businesses of comparable strength to Verizon and Sprint, such as Southern Bell and Northern Telecom, had likely missed out on this crucial industrial transformation and would gradually be eliminated from the market or swallowed by other companies. Moreover, due to the enormous capital required for spectrum licensing fees and constructing a nationwide mobile network, this was the best timing to invest in both companies. Eric understood that this may be the last opportunity. Missing it could mean significant ramifications. As the wave of new technology surged forward, when the Nasdaq began to soar in the following years, both Verizon and Sprint could simply issue a small amount of stock in the public market to raise sufficient capital for growth. They would be unlikely to bring in a major shareholder like Firefly, which could alter their equity structure. Even if they wanted to, the skyrocketing market valuations would prevent Firefly from raising enough funds. Seeing Eric deep in thought, Chris patiently waited a moment before asking, "Eric, what are you thinking?" Snapping back to reality, Eric raised the materials in his hand and asked straightforwardly, "Chris, which company do you think would be more receptive to our investment, Verizon or Sprint?" Chris raised an eyebrow, preparing to respond, when the intercom nearby beeped a few times. Eric stood up and pressed the intercom button, hearing the Manor's doorman's voice come through. "Mr. Williams, Messrs. Jacob and Viterbi have arrived." Chapter 688, 689, Potential Crisis. To detail the advantages of CDMA over the first-generation FDMA analog signal technology and the second-generation TDMA digital signal technology, we created a cocktail party model. If each communication channel of an operator were likened to a cocktail party for networking, Irwin Jacobs eagerly promoted Qualcomm's CDMA technology to Eric during their meal at the Manor. He continued, "In the FDMA format cocktail party, only two guests can interact one-on-one at a time, which results in very low communication efficiency. In the TDMA model cocktail party, multiple guests can take turns communicating, which improves channel utilization, but at any given moment, only one user can speak. Our CDMA model cocktail party completely breaks this limitation, allowing multiple groups of communicators to engage simultaneously in different languages. Thus, thanks to this more efficient use of communication bandwidth, building a mobile communication network with CDMA technology will be far less costly than the second-generation digital signal technology." Around the long table in the restaurant sat Eric, Chris, and 5 others, all listening intently to Erwin Jacobs's explanation. Only the little girl appeared somewhat distracted. However, Erwin Jacobs's clear and straightforward descriptions made it easy for her to grasp the advantages of CDMA. Noticing Eric nodding slightly beside her, she blinked innocently, feigning curiosity, and asked earnestly, "Mr. Jacobs, since CDMA is superior to, the other 2 technologies, why did AT&T choose GSM as its technical standard?" Eric turned to shoot a mild glare at the young woman for interrupting, but refrained from reprimanding her, instead focusing on Erwin Jacobs. Erwin Jacobs remained unperturbed by her question and explained with a smile, "Ms. Drew, it seems you hesitated for a moment because you might be confused about the terminology I used. Let me clarify. GSM stands for Global System for Mobile Communications, which is a more advanced digital communication technology developed on the basis of the second-generation TDMA technology. There are several reasons why AT&T chose GSM, but the most important is that GSM technology matured and became commercially viable before CDMA technology. AT&T has significant capital resources and does not need to be overly concerned about the costs of building a mobile network, so they opted for the widely adopted GSM technology. The fact that CDMA technology has yet to achieve any mature commercial networks is a significant disadvantage for us. However, Qualcomm has accumulated a decade of research experience in CDMA, and we are confident that the technology is now highly mature. Given a commercial opportunity, we can certainly demonstrate the superiority of CDMA to everyone. As Erwin Jacobs concluded, his gaze landed on Eric. Eric didn't immediately meet Erwin Jacobs's expectations, but instead asked, "Erwin, do you know Nokia?" Erwin Jacobs's expression shifted slightly. Of course, he knew Nokia, the telecommunications equipment and mobile phone manufacturer that had rapidly risen from the brink of bankruptcy. He replied, "If I recall correctly, the majority stakeholder of Nokia is an overseas company called Hawaii Fund, which is, in turn, an overseas investment fund established by Firefly Investment Company." Eric nodded. His establishment of the Hawaii Fund aimed to follow Apple's strategy by securing Nokia's future profits overseas to avoid hefty corporate taxes in the US, a perfectly legal tax avoidance method. Thus, he had never intended to conceal the fact that Firefly Investment was, in reality, a stakeholder in Nokia. Noticing a trace of doubt on Erwin Jacobs's face, Eric could guess what he was thinking. Over the past 2 years, Nokia had emerged as one of the leading telecommunications equipment and mobile phone manufacturers in Europe, rivaling Ericsson, with the gap narrowing significantly. There had even been signs of Nokia overtaking Ericsson. The reasons for Nokia's rapid ascent in such a short time were not only the large investments from Firefly, but also Nokia's pioneering technological layout in GSM and the technology's swift adoption. GSM was fundamentally the foundation for Nokia's rise. However, while GSM technology had seen extensive adoption in Europe and Asia, it was still in its nascent stages in North America. Although North America's major telecom giant, AT&T, had identified GSM as its primary mobile technology standard, AT&T's deployment of its GSM network had only just begun. Thus, in Erwin Jacobs's view, Eric should focus on helping Nokia promote GSM technology in North America and enter that market rather than extending an olive branch to CDMA, GSM's competitor. Eric anticipated Erwin Jacobs's potential question and proactively explained, "Erwin, I know you might be puzzled, but I believe supporting Qualcomm and Nokia's development does not have to be mutually exclusive. After all, GSM and CDMA are entirely different generations of mobile technology standards, and Qualcomm and Nokia are fundamentally different companies. I even hope that Qualcomm and Nokia can form a close cooperative relationship in the future. We'll discuss these details later." My mentioning Nokia was for a specific reason. Although Nokia is currently growing rapidly, it faced a significant corporate crisis in the latter half of last year. Chris is more informed about this as he spent considerable time addressing the issue towards the end of last year. Let him share. Everyone turned to Chris. Although he was somewhat confused as to why Eric had suddenly brought up this matter, Chris explained. Before 1992, Nokia produced only several 100,000 mobile phones each year. However, after 1992, Due to the strong market demand brought on by the proliferation of GSM technology, sales of Nokia's telecommunications devices and mobile phones increased exponentially. Last year alone, Nokia sold 3.1 million mobile phones. The surging demand for production almost caused Nokia's component supply chain to collapse. Therefore, the CEO of Nokia, Jorma Alala, and I spent months at the end of last year completely overhauling Nokia's supply chain to ensure that Nokia could meet the ongoing demand in the expanding mobile communications market. Erwin Jacobs had been racking his brain to promote CDMA technology, but had not considered the long-term implications. Upon hearing Chris discuss Nokia's crisis from the previous year, he began to realize something. At this moment, Eric added, as far as I know, currently, aside from a few manufacturers still producing first-generation analog mobile phones, nearly all mainstream telecom manufacturers producing digital phones are using the GSM standard. Qualcomm has spent the last decade focusing on technological research and development and has similarly lacked the capacity to produce CDMA devices. So, if any major telecom operator chose CDMA technology as their standard, how does Qualcomm intend to deal with the sudden market demand for millions of CDMA devices? Chapter 689-690 Won't Give Up. When Eric's question was posed, Erwin Jacobs found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Qualcomm had always been generous with licensing its CDMA technology, but to date, there had yet to be a single large-scale CDMA device manufacturer globally. Against the backdrop where GSM device manufacturers flourished everywhere, even Nokia, which had a strong technical foundation, nearly faced a supply chain collapse due to the rapidly expanding market demand. Qualcomm, on the other hand, had almost no experience in device production. In reality, Qualcomm did have its own telecommunications equipment and mobile phone factory, but most of the equipment produced was only intended to meet testing requirements for CDMA technology. While Nokia had its own supply chain to collapse, Qualcomm's factory didn't even have a complete components supply chain. Typically, it only conducted limited procurement of components based on demand. This state of affairs couldn't support large-scale production of CDMA devices. It was easy to foresee that if the situation persisted, even if major telecommunications operators intended to select CDMA as their mobile communication technology standard, they would definitely shift back to the GSM camp due to the lack of sufficient CDMA equipment to build mobile communication networks. Seeing that Erwin Jacobs remained silent, Andrew Viterbi, who sat nearby, eagerly stepped in to explain, Eric, the main difficulty in manufacturing communications equipment lies in the design and development of core chips. Qualcomm already had very mature products in this area. As long as CDMA technology can be promoted, Qualcomm can quickly establish factories for equipment production and also outsource manufacturing to other telecommunications equipment manufacturers. Eric merely smiled and nodded without voicing any objections. The primary reason for his earlier remark was to prompt Andrew Viterbi's response now. It was true that technical R&D consumed a massive amount of funds, but the construction and operation of manufacturing facilities consumed even more. Nokia had initially acquired $420 million from Firefly for this purpose, and its profits over the past 2 years have been funneled into the expansion of its factories. Over a decade later, Qualcomm's main business did not include manufacturing telecommunications equipment and mobile phones. It primarily focused on patent licensing and chip R&D. Eric was well aware of this, but guiding Qualcomm toward this route did not align with Firefly's interests because if Qualcomm did not engage in product manufacturing, it would not require large-scale equity and debt financing, making it difficult for Firefly to leverage its capital advantage to acquire a significant stake in Qualcomm. Through their discussion at the table, both parties roughly clarified their intentions. After lunch, Eric, Chris, and Kelly took Erwin Jacobs and Andrew Viterbi to the study, where they formally laid everything on the table. Eric handed over a stock document to Erwin Jacobs and Andrew Viterbi, stating, I have been keeping an eye on Qualcomm since last year and believe strongly in CDMA technology. Recently, Firefly has gradually accumulated 2.1 million shares of Qualcomm stock. We will report this to the SEC and the Qualcomm board soon, and I wanted to inform you both as a gesture of cooperation from Firefly. Irwin Jacobs and Andrew Viterbi only glanced at the document symbolically before exchanging looks of disappointment that they both could sense in one another's eyes. Qualcomm had long recognized the unusual fluctuations in its stock price recently, realizing that someone had been buying shares in bulk. The board and management initially speculated that someone had insider information that CDMA technology was about to be confirmed as a standard by major telecommunications operators, which encouraged this person to make a move for potential large profits once the related facts were publicly announced. Qualcomm had only issued 30% of its shares to the public, so the board wasn't concerned about losing control over the company and was instead quite excited about these speculations, preparing for what was to come. They never imagined that the reality would soon unveil itself, showing that these speculations had nothing to do with the situation. CDMA had not been internally appointed by any telecommunications operators, and the disappointment felt by the two was palpable. However, after a brief moment of disappointment, Irwin Jacobs and Andrew Viterbi recalled Eric's identity and their moods lifted. At the very least, the one covertly buying Qualcomm stock was not a speculative trader, but a billionaire like Eric, who was genuinely interested in Qualcomm. As long as he utilized his capital and influence to promote CDMA technology, Qualcomm had a significant chance of overcoming its current plight. Of course, although he had focused solely on technological development, Irwin Jacobs wouldn't naively believe that Firefly's 2.1 million shares would suffice for their appetite. This equity only accounted for 10.5% of Qualcomm's total shares. He stated, "Eric, since Firefly has already made so many preparations, I assume you must have a detailed plan in mind." Eric nodded and said, "Up to now, no major telecommunications operator is willing to adopt CDMA technology as the standard for their mobile communication network, which is Qualcomm's primary dilemma. Firefly can leverage its connections, media channels, and capital advantages to assist Qualcomm in promoting CDMA technology. However, at the same time, Qualcomm needs to immediately resolve its inability to mass-produce CDMA equipment issues. I don't want to see Firefly bending over backwards to get operators to accept CDMA technology only for them to switch back to GSM due to a lack of timely supply of CDMA equipment. Therefore, I suggest Qualcomm start setting up telecommunications equipment and mobile phone factories right now." In contrast to Irwin Jacobs, who focused on R&D, Andrew Viterbi poured more of his energy into the management of Qualcomm. Upon hearing Eric's first half of the statement, he felt a surge of excitement, but became troubled thereafter and interjected, "Eric, we have indeed considered this and conducted thorough research. According to our initial findings, just building a factory capable of producing 1 million CDMA phones a year requires an investment of $80 million, which we simply cannot." Upon reaching this point, Andrew Viterbi noticed Eric was smiling at him and instantly understood something, stopping his speech and offering an awkward smile. Eric didn't mind the interruption and continued with his unwavering smile. "I know Qualcomm surely cannot raise the funds to build the manufacturing plant, but Firefly can cover this expense. Frankly speaking, Firefly's assistance in promoting CDMA technology is also aimed at obtaining sufficient returns. Therefore, I hope to increase Firefly's stake in Qualcomm through an investment." Irwin Jacobs had already suspected as much and asked, "Eric, how much does Firefly plan to inject into Qualcomm?" Eric replied casually, following what Andrew just said, "With an investment of $80 million for a phone factory, Qualcomm will surely also need to build a CDMA base station equipment factory. Let's count that as another $80 million, totaling $160 million. Solely these two factories' investments are likely insufficient, as Qualcomm also needs to establish components procurement and product marketing systems. So let's just round that expenditure to $200 million, and at current stock prices, Qualcomm would typically need to issue about 10 million shares of stock to Firefly." Irwin Jacobs estimated that with the issuance of 10 million new shares, Qualcomm's total shares would expand to 30 million. Firefly's existing 2.1 million shares would then amplify its ownership to 40%. While this wouldn't secure controlling interest, Firefly would leap to become Qualcomm's largest and most significant shareholder. In the beginning, when launching Qualcomm, Irwin Jacobs had invested almost his entire fortune, but after several rounds of financing and the IPO in 1992, his stake in Qualcomm had dwindled to less than 1%. As long as he could ensure Qualcomm's survival, he didn't particularly care about the shifts in personal equity. He understood that for Firefly to assist Qualcomm wholeheartedly in promoting CDMA technology, they needed sufficient equity. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded. "Eric, I don't oppose your proposal, but stock issuance must be decided by the Qualcomm board." AT&T's announcement to join the GSM camp had already cost Qualcomm more than half of its potential North American market. If Verizon and Sprint also chose GSM next, bankruptcy would be the only path left for Qualcomm. Firefly betting $200 million at such a time was a risky venture. If it failed, that money would be down the drain. Eric believed that Qualcomm's board should understand that Firefly's actions were equivalent to a signal that the entire Firefly system would wholeheartedly promote Qualcomm's CDMA technology. While the final injection scheme would likely undergo adjustments, the possibility of Qualcomm's board rejecting Firefly's investment was incredibly low. After glancing at his watch, Eric stated, "So, Irwin, Chris and Kelly will take charge of the specific affairs moving forward. I hope to hear good news from Qualcomm soon." Just as Irwin Jacobs was about to say something, he felt a light kick on his shoe from Andrew Viterbi, reminding him of the proposal they discussed the day before. He said, "Eric, Andrew and I have another proposal we'd like you to take a look at." Eric nodded and accepted the document Irwin Jacobs pulled from his briefcase, reading it carefully before passing it to Chris and Kelly beside him. Irwin Jacobs and Andrew Viterbi watched anxiously, concerned Eric would outright reject their proposal. After a moment, both Chris and Kelly finished reviewing the materials and simply looked to Eric without offering any suggestions. With a $4 billion plan on the line, the final decision ultimately rested on Eric. After mulling it over, Eric remarked, "I think this proposal leans a bit too idealistic." Hearing Eric's words, Irwin Jacobs and Andrew Viterbi both felt a wave of relief. At least Eric hadn't categorically rejected the proposal. Eric didn't know what the two were thinking and continued, "You are surely aware of the lawsuit regarding the C-band licenses. The grounds for the lawsuit are utterly absurd, yet it can still prolong the auction of C-band licenses for a long time. This alone shows that the legacy telecommunications operators would never allow those small and medium telecom companies to thrive. Even if we acquired all the C-band licenses, the ultimate leasing users would still likely be AT&T and a couple of other telecom giants. Perhaps before the C-band licenses are auctioned, these mainstream telecom operators might already finalize the technical standards. Therefore, this proposal holds little significance for promoting CDMA." Irwin Jacobs and Andrew Viterbi realized that Eric hadn't entirely dismissed the idea, patiently waiting for him to continue. Eric also didn't tease them further. "However, this proposal could serve as our last resort. If major telecom operators fail to choose CDMA technology, Firefly can activate this plan, acquire all the C-band licenses, and then acquire a telecommunications operator to independently build a CDMA communication network." At this point, Eric looked at the two with a smile, adding, "Of course, all of this hinges on our collaboration's smooth progress. Otherwise, Firefly won't waste funds on promoting CDMA technology." Andrew Viterbi, suppressing his emotions, asked, "Eric, are you saying that as long as Qualcomm accepts Firefly's investment, you'll agree to execute this plan?" Eric shook his head and said with a smile, "I just mentioned that this would be Firefly's last resort. If Firefly becomes Qualcomm's major shareholder, it will first choose to promote CDMA technology to old-school telecom operators like Verizon. Only if these mainstream operators reject CDMA will Firefly activate this proposal." Upon hearing Eric's words, Irwin Jacobs felt far more excitement than Andrew Viterbi. CDMA was the culmination of his decade-long efforts. He strongly hoped for its survival instead of fading into oblivion against technologies like GSM. "Eric, can I interpret this as you absolutely will not give up on CDMA technology as long as Firefly becomes Qualcomm's major shareholder?" Without hesitation, Eric nodded. Even if GSM truly dominated the market, technology would eventually see upgrades. The world of WCDMA, TDCDMA, and other 3G communication technologies couldn't bypass the CDMA standard. Hence, even if CDMA temporarily faltered during this industry upgrade, acquiring Qualcomm with its extensive CDMA patents would still be advantageous. Yet Irwin Jacobs remained slightly concerned and asked, "Eric, could Qualcomm obtain a written endorsement from Firefly regarding this commitment?" "Absolutely," Eric affirmed once more. "Well then," Irwin Jacobs stood up, extending his hand toward Eric, who similarly rose, and said, "I will get back to you with good news soon." After saying goodbye to Irwin Jacobs and the others, evening had set in. Eric and the rest returned to the villa, seated near the glass curtain wall, taking in the magnificent sunset view over the ocean. Chris inquired, "Eric, are you really planning to spend $4 billion to acquire all the C-band licenses?" Eric accepted the freshly brewed coffee from Kelly and smiled. "I've already said this is a plan of last resort. Rather than buying the C-band licenses, I would prefer to invest that $4 billion in shares of either Verizon or Sprint." Hearing Eric bring up the topic they were discussing earlier, Chris replied, "About that, it may not be so easy. Legacy telecom operators prefer debt financing over high-cost equity financing. However, these two companies currently have massive capital needs, so your idea is not entirely impossible. If you are determined to move forward, I will expedite this process." Eric decisively nodded. "Let's negotiate on an investment cap of $4 billion. As long as I can acquire shares of both companies, I wouldn't mind taking a bit of a loss on the price." Chris chuckled. $4 billion is going to be tough. It would be great if they accepted Firefly's investment of $2 billion. $4 billion would equate to a 40% stake in Sprint, and even for Verizon, which was double the size of Sprint, $4 billion could secure a 20% stake. Eric was well aware of the difficulty in this, saying, "Just do your best." While they were talking, Drew and Emily walked in bearing a plethora of shopping bags, with the twins behind them also carrying a bunch of items, clearly having gone shopping in the afternoon. As they breezed in, Emily noticed the astonished look on her boyfriend's face and set down the convenience bag in her hands, explaining, "All of these are Drew's things. I only bought a few items, and they're all in the car." The little girl grinned, instantly exposing her friend's lie. "Yeah, just a few items, but they might be a bit large. They filled up the trunk and the back seat." After teasing each other a bit, Chris, along with Emily, planned to take their leave. Eric didn't hold them back, but escorted them to the door, and when they reached the car, he asked, "When do you plan to head back to New York?" Chris didn't answer and simply looked at Emily. Emily explained, "Victoria's Secret has been filming ads in Los Angeles lately, and also, Cindy will be attending the Golden Globe Awards. We're probably going to wait until after the Golden Globes to leave." Eric said, "How could the Golden Globes invite only Cindy Crawford?" The Golden Globes initially hoped that all 5 of them would present the Best Original Score award together. But then we received an invitation from the Oscar committee for all 5 of them to take the stage together. Between the Golden Globes and the Oscars, we would obviously choose the latter. The Golden Globes had to settle for just inviting Cindy after that. As Emily spoke, she climbed into the car, then popped her head out to add, "Oh, Eric, if you have free time over the next few days, could you help me check out the effect of the Victoria's Secret advertisement we're doing post-production on at Firefly Studios?" "No problem. I'll be over there most of the time for the next few days. You can contact me anytime." After sending Chris and Emily off, Kelly also took her leave, returning to the villa. The little girl rushed into her room to inspect her purchases from the day. Eric settled onto the sofa beside the curtain wall, meticulously sorting through everything that had transpired today in his mind. The sun completely set below the horizon, leaving the light gradually dimming. After an unknown amount of time, Eric felt a tall, slender figure quietly walk over. He looked up at Natasha's delicate face and signaled her to turn on the nearby lights. Natasha walked quietly to the wall and switched on the lights, softly saying, "Dinner is ready, master." Eric nodded, and just as he stood up, he suddenly recalled something and asked, "What about the package Chris brought me this morning?" Natasha replied, "I placed it in the living room's cabinet. Send it to the study after dinner." Understood. Chapter 690, 691, Moving Some Cash. Qualcomm's headquarters was located in San Diego, California, just under 2 hours' drive from Los Angeles, making travel very convenient. After Eric expressed his intention to invest in Qualcomm to Irwin Jacobs, the two began close negotiations. In Eric's office at Firefly Studios, Kelly, who had just returned from San Diego, handed over a memo and said, "Chris is going to have discussions this afternoon with several key shareholders at Qualcomm. He asked me to come back first with the results of our negotiations from this morning. Qualcomm's board is willing to accept only half of what we propose for the investment, but they aren't completely firm on that. Reaching a deal is just a matter of time." Eric opened the memo Kelly had handed over and said, "Now that we've started formal contact, we can't keep this under wraps for long. The longer we drag this out, the more chance there is for something unexpected to happen. All I care about is time. Let's set a week. I want this deal finalized in the next week." Kelly replied, "Eric, if we try to compress the negotiations into a week, we'll be at a disadvantage." Eric shook his head. "We can't rush this or it will draw too much attention, putting us in a truly passive situation. You need to go back to San Diego tomorrow and explain the pros and cons clearly to Qualcomm. AT&T just got Spectrum licenses and announced GSM as its technology standard. Other operators that received Spectrum licenses won't hesitate for long. If they miss the best time to push for CDMA because of indecision, we'll pull out of this deal without hesitation. So just 1 week." Once news of Firefly's attempt to invest in Qualcomm got out, it would not only cause the stock price to skyrocket, but could also draw interest from others. After all, Firefly's recent investments in Cisco, America Online, Yahoo, and Nokia had reaped substantial returns, and the capital market had already begun paying close attention to Firefly's investment movements. Delaying too long could allow another interested company to emerge, which would pose the biggest problem. After a moment of consideration, Kelly nodded. "Okay, I'll make the preparations." Eric finished reading the memo and discussed some key points with Kelly before picking up a thick package from his desk. "The Wachowskis are about to arrive. You should join us." Kelly followed him, surprised. "Eric, are you really thinking about letting them direct The Matrix?" Eric replied, "It hasn't been finalized yet. Let's meet them first. I just feel like this is a bit absurd. They're just two relatively unknown screenwriters." Eric chuckled. "I used to be a relatively unknown screenwriter too." Kelly said, "But you didn't start off directing films with such a massive budget. Home Alone's budget was only $1 million, and after that you had Pretty Woman, Home Alone 2, and Ghost, and it wasn't until Twister, your 6th film, that you began attempting big-budget productions." Eric explained, "At that time, I was a bit timid. If I had jumped straight into a project with over $100 million investment and it flopped at the box office, I definitely wouldn't be where I am now." Kelly still looked somewhat puzzled. Considering Eric's steady rise as a director, he had always been very rational, yet this time seemed a bit irrational. Thanks to Jurassic Park's tremendous success, Firefly had very high expectations for Eric's adaptation of The Matrix, with a production budget set at $100 million. Jeffrey Katzenberg and others hoped Eric would continue directing, yet he developed an interest in the two newcomers in Hollywood who had yet to direct a single film, which was quite baffling. At a little restaurant near the administration building where Eric often had lunch, the Wachowski brothers stood up as soon as they entered, accompanied by a studio employee. Eric dismissed the employee, taking a seat across from the Wachowskis with Kelly. As he looked at the Wachowski brothers, who at that moment still appeared as men, Eric felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. He found it hard to understand the mindset of a transgender person. Noticing Eric's gaze, the younger brother, Larry Wachowski, who was slender and wore glasses, glanced at the package Eric had placed on the tabletop and said, "Mr. Williams, what do you think about our concept for The Matrix?" Eric collected his thoughts and pulled out the storyboards from the package. "You can call me Eric. I think your ideas about bullet time and the 360-degree rotating shots in your storyboards are really cool. However, it feels like you haven't adhered entirely to the narrative of my novel. These storyboards don't provide a detailed script. Could you share your specific ideas for the plot?" To prevent any cognitive overlaps, the novel version of The Matrix that Eric had written did not follow the film's path in memory beyond the title and main concept. It lacked deep philosophical contemplation and primarily focused on the male lead, Neo, serendipitously discovering that he lived in a virtual reality. Together with his friends, he fought to return to reality. In response to Eric's question, Larry Wachowski said, "Eric, actually, Andy and I had similar concepts before, but they were just scattered fragments. It wasn't until we saw your novel that we decided to script our story. What you see in the storyboards is us combining your novel with some of our own ideas. We think that compared to the novel version, this story offers a deeper exploration of themes regarding reality and illusion, the origins of life, and so on, rather than just being a sci-fi novel." Eric nodded. "So, completely discarding my story, tell me about your concepts." "Of course," Larry Wachowski replied. "Our idea is that in the illusion created by the machine, Neo should be a hacker and programmer, and one day, a mysterious person suddenly contacts him." The Wachowskis eagerly began detailing their story concepts, with Eric chiming in occasionally. Before they knew it, even Kelly became gradually engaged in the discussion. It was past 2 in the afternoon before they remembered it was time for lunch. After a quick bite, Eric started asking the Wachowski brothers about their specific shooting ideas, and they continued to discuss until evening when the brothers finally left Firefly Studios. Eric had the waiter clear the coffee from the table, ordered dinner on the side, and then turned to Kelly beside him. "What do you think of them?" Kelly pondered for a moment and said, "They're two very imaginative individuals, but if the film is shot according to their ideas, it might come across as somewhat obscure. If made into a low-budget cult film, it might become a classic. But for a big-budget film with over $100 million in investment, the box office becomes a real concern." Eric nodded. His assistant had keen insights. In the original timeline, to secure investment for The Matrix, the Wachowskis had kept their screenplay quite restrained, skillfully blending the philosophical elements they wanted to express with commercial elements. As a result, audiences were presented with a film that was not only cool, but also rich in meaning. When the first Matrix film released, it immediately caused a sensation, achieving both box office success and critical acclaim, thus catapulting the previously unknown Wachowskis to the forefront of Hollywood directors. There was a simple yet brutal rule in Hollywood. As long as you could produce a commercially successful film, you could attain everything you desired. Therefore, after the first film's success, the brothers gained ample control over the sequels. The studio, Warner Brothers, was willing to grant their every request. Consequently, the brothers began to insert their ideas into the films without restraint. The sequels, while showcasing excessive special effects, also grew darker and more convoluted. This extreme discord produced catastrophic results. After fans anxiously awaited for years, they ended up with 2 mediocre sequels, and as the second, Reloaded, nearly exhausted the series' goodwill, disappointed fans unleashed their frustration on the third installment, which should have been the pinnacle of the series, leading it to become the lowest-grossing and critically reviled film in the original trilogy. Recalling these events, Eric told his female assistant, "I will personally oversee the screenplay. I won't let them run wild." "Eric, but they have no directing experience at all." Based on a general film production timeline, if everything goes smoothly, The Matrix might need 3 months of shooting and another 4 months for post-production. The pre-production could take about 3 months, totaling little less than a year. From now until next summer, we have around a year and a half. We could perhaps let them use the next 6 months to direct a low-budget film to build their skills. Eric nodded. "That's a good idea. 1.5 years. A year and a half. 18 months, 6 months, 1995, 1997. As Kelly noticed Eric's expression change suddenly as he muttered to himself, she stood up worriedly, asking, "Eric, are you okay?" Eric calmed down, forcing a smile, and patted Kelly's small hand resting on his shoulder. "I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of something. Are you really okay?" Kelly still looked concerned, checking Eric's forehead with her hand. Aside from some light perspiration, nothing felt amiss. With a smile, Eric took her small hand and kissed it lightly. "I'm really fine. I just suddenly realized that I might have overlooked some things." After Eric kissed her hand, Kelly, noticing the surprised gaze of a nearby waiter, blushed slightly and withdrew her hand, resuming her seat while forgetting to ask Eric what had caused his brief lapse. Eric quickly returned to normal, but the previous thought lingered in his mind. Thanks to Kelly's unintentional reminder, Eric suddenly remembered the production timeline for Titanic. In the original timeline, after Titanic created a box office miracle, many production details were uncovered by the media. Eric clearly recalled that the original Titanic movie started preparations in the second half of 1995, began principal photography in 1996, and Fox initially planned for it to be released in the summer of 1997. However, Cameron kept pushing the production timeline further along, ultimately leading to its release at the end of 1997, with an entire production period of nearly 2 years. Though an initial budget of $150 million had been approved for Titanic, Eric was already mentally prepared for Cameron to reportedly go over budget again. Still, as long as he could deliver a classic film like the one in the original timeline, Eric didn't mind if Cameron raised the budget to $200 million. However, he inadvertently overlooked the fact that Cameron would not only exceed the budget, but also extend the production timeline. Due to Disney's auction of their hand-drawn animation department last year, Firefly already faced a hold-up in their planned animation releases for the summer cycle, and if Titanic was not released on time, the only film scheduled for Firefly that summer of 1996 would be The Matrix. In the past few years, the profits from Firefly's flagship summer films were responsible for about half of the annual profits from the film business. This highlighted the significance of the summer cycle to Firefly's cinematic division. If next year's summer film slate dwindled to a third of what it usually would be, the Firefly Group's film business would undoubtedly experience severe ramifications. Staring at Cameron wasn't likely to yield results. Ultimately, that would only result in him roaring louder on set. Taking firm resolve, Eric decided to prepare in advance. Furthermore, it was fortunate that it was just the beginning of 1995. If he realized this later in the year, attempting to prepare a film capable of supporting the summer slate of 1996 would be impossible within the time constraints. With Eric's direct decision-making, the choice for the director of The Matrix quickly fell to the Wachowski brothers. Following Kelly's suggestion, during the pre-production phase of The Matrix, Eric arranged for the Wachowski brothers to shoot a low-budget film to hone their directorial skills. The Wachowskis, who were already screenwriters, had a script they personally wrote titled Bound, which had been sold to a production company affiliated with Warner Brothers. However, with Eric personally mediating and Firefly agreeing to co-invest, Warner Brothers happily consented to hand over the directing rights to the Wachowski brothers. Negotiations with Qualcomm continued, and word inevitably leaked out in the following days. Major telecom operators expressed close interest, with even AT&T executives calling through Warren Buffett to inquire about Eric's intentions. While Qualcomm's stock price skyrocketed as a result, under Firefly's firm stance, Qualcomm shareholders and board began gradually compromising. Hollywood was gearing up for the Golden Globe Awards, but Eric paid little attention to the event. To avoid any delays from Cameron's Titanic affecting the upcoming summer slate, he became increasingly preoccupied with selecting scripts. Mr. Williams, the story goes like this. A Marine officer, unhappy with the U.S. government's treatment of fallen soldiers, leads his men to seize a batch of gas canisters and takes a group of tourists hostage in a prison island that has been turned into a tourist site to demand a ransom of $100 million to compensate families of the fallen soldiers. That abandoned prison was once known as Devil's Island, famous for its high level of security. During the hostage rescue, the FBI discovers a former British agent as the only successful escapee from Devil's Island, prompting FBI executives to deceive the agent into thinking he will receive government protection on the condition that he leads a special forces team into Devil's Island to rescue the hostages. Inside Firefly Studios, an emaciated middle-aged man narrated his screenplay concept to Eric, punctuating his words with hand gestures. Eric listened quietly as Jerry Bruckheimer, seated beside him, nods repeatedly. Once the middle-aged man finished, Jerry Bruckheimer said, "Eric, how about David's idea? It's fantastic, right?" Eric wore a non-committal smile and said, "Mr. Weisberg, you can head back for now. If there is any result, someone will notify you." The emaciated middle-aged man glanced at Jerry Bruckheimer, then hesitantly told Eric, "Mr. Williams, can you imagine Sean Connery playing the role of the British agent, the first 007? That's quite a hook. The role of the chemist could go to Nicolas Cage, and John Woo would be the director. His style suits this script perfectly. With that cast, this movie would absolutely be a box office hit. And there's more. Eric still did not indicate anything, but Jerry Bruckheimer's patience wore thin as he frowned. David, listen to Eric. You should head back, and I'll call you in the afternoon. Feeling Jerry Bruckheimer's displeasure, David Weisberg did not dare to insist further and left the office quietly. Once the office door closed, Jerry Bruckheimer turned to Eric and said, Eric, now can you share your thoughts? Jerry. Eric shrugged, smiling. You know my rule. I don't want a repeat of the situation with the script for Cutthroat Island. After learning that Eric was seeking screenplays, Firefly received a deluge of scripts delivered by agents within just a few days. However, to avoid past pitfalls, any script reaching Eric needed to first have the writer sign a strict letter of intent with Firefly. This ensured that once Eric selected a screenplay, the writer would not attempt to sell it to other studios for a higher price. Today, Jerry Bruckheimer coincidentally brought in a screenwriter with a promising idea to pitch, leading to the earlier interactions. Jerry Bruckheimer said, I understand completely. And I also think that incident was a trap you laid for Michael Eisner, wasn't it? Am I right? Eric shrugged. Even if everyone guessed it, he wouldn't confess. Jerry Bruckheimer smiled knowingly and explained, I've acquired that screenplay, so don't worry. As long as Firefly agrees to invest, the rest will be fine. Jerry, it seems you overlooked one problem. As of now, I don't even know the name of the screenplay. That is something I missed. But you know how it goes, screenplay titles are often still tentative at this stage, he said. However, David has given this story a title, The Rock. All right, The Rock, Eric repeated with a smile. By the way, David Weisberg just mentioned Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage, and John Woo. Oh, and you, the golden producer. In that case, have you calculated the budget for the film? Eric was unsure of Sean Connery's salary for The Rock in the original timeline, but he knew Connery later received his first $20 million paycheck for entrapment, so even if it were lower now, it wouldn't differ by much. Cage's current salary was around $15 million, and John Woo's fee after 3 successful films wouldn't be below $10 million. As for Jerry Bruckheimer, a top producer, he surely wouldn't settle for less than $10 million. Therefore, the salaries of just the main creative team would exceed $50 million. After a moment of thought, Jerry Bruckheimer said, Eric, the lead expenses for this film are a bit high, but the film doesn't have many special effects or grand scenes, so the budget should stay under $80 million. Eric was unsure about the exact box office for The Rock, but knew the North American and worldwide box offices couldn't have been bad. Tapping his fingers on the chair arm as he considered, Eric nodded. All right, Jerry, $80 million is the cap. And you know Firefly doesn't follow the habit of granting salary bonuses, so this $80 million is the sum of all production expenses. When Jerry Bruckheimer mentioned this budget, he had actually inflated it slightly. He estimated $75 million would likely complete the film. Unlike many film company executives Eric had previously worked with, he didn't deliberately try to cut out a creator or compress the budget to create problems for the producers. This made Jerry feel at ease as he said, No problem, Eric. I'm quite familiar with Sean Connery. I can help persuade him to join this project. As for Cage and John Woo, you should reach out to them directly. The two went into detail discussing the project. Just as Jerry Bruckheimer was about to leave, Eric jokingly said, Jerry, everyone entering this office these days seems to leave behind 1 or 2 film ideas. You aren't planning to leave empty-handed, are you? Jerry Bruckheimer laughed, remembering that he didn't have anything urgent to attend to, prompting him to sit back down. Crossing his legs casually, he said, Actually, I do have one more script. It's a bit cliché, a crime-action film mimicking the buddy cop dynamic of Lethal Weapon. I originally planned to sell it to Columbia for some quick cash. The budget is just $19 million. Are you interested to hear about it? Eric narrowed his eyes slightly, keeping his smile steady. Oh, what's the title of the script? Bad Boys. Chapter 691, 692. I'm not buying insurance. The script synopsis revolves around 2 vastly different detective partners who, while investigating a case, mistakenly swap identities in front of a key witness. To gain the witness's trust, They are forced to live each other's lives during the subsequent investigation. Jerry Bruckheimer didn't notice the subtle shift in Eric's expression. Compared to David Weisberg, who had been a bit verbose when introducing The Rock, Bruckheimer succinctly summarized the story in high-concept movie terms. The simple details showcased the vast difference between a seasoned producer and a run-of-the-mill screenwriter. That's actually a solid idea. The buddy cop duo has proven to be very successful in both Lethal Weapon and Beverly Hills Cop. The identity swap adds an innovative element to the story. Jerry, have you selected a director yet? Upon hearing Eric's question, Bruckheimer straightened up and asked, Eric, you wouldn't be interested in this story, would you? In the original timeline, Bad Boys had catapulted two heavyweights in Hollywood, Michael Bay and Will Smith, to stardom. Although it was just a low-budget crime film, it was undeniably excellent. Eric certainly wouldn't let this pass by. He nodded and replied, Why not? This story is quite compelling, and it carries a low budget. It might achieve unexpected success. Bruckheimer, who had initially intended for small talk, turned serious and addressed Eric's previous question. You know, we just wrapped the Jurassic Park 2 project, so I've only recently had time to prepare for the next phase of work. I received this script last year and reviewed it with Firefly Pictures. They felt that similar films had already been produced too many times, so it didn't go through. Originally, I hadn't planned to bring it to you. My contacts with Columbia have just started, and right now, we only have budget numbers. Nothing on directors or actors yet. Firefly's film division primarily operated through several major production houses. Other than a few highlight projects each year that Eric personally oversaw and produced, he didn't pay much attention to other mid-budget or low-budget films. Hearing that the script had been rejected by Firefly, Eric didn't harbor any resentment toward the production department, nor did Bruckheimer imply anything negative about Firefly's decision-making. In Hollywood, everyone understood that production heads needed to sift through a massive pile of scripts each year, ultimately selecting only a handful for production. It was impossible to determine the potential of every script. Many films, initially passed over by all studios, eventually ended up being massive hits. Moreover, if it hadn't been for Eric's memories from a past life, he might have found the script overly conventional. Putting aside those mediocre knockoffs, even the most renowned series like Lethal Weapon and Beverly Hills Cop had spawned numerous sequels. Let's drop the collaboration with Columbia. I think this project deserves some serious consideration. We could aim for a release by the end of this year. Firefly has only confirmed the Christmas release of 101 Dalmatians, so perhaps we could slot this film for Thanksgiving. Eric, Thanksgiving? You're not joking, right? Bruckheimer exclaimed. He had initially anticipated that such a low-budget crime action film would be lucky to secure an Easter release, not even considering the quiet autumn slot. Of course not, Eric replied. However, I haven't seen the script yet, so this is just a preliminary thought. Ultimately, it will depend on the quality after production. If the idea is good but the outcome is a dud, then Thanksgiving is off the table. Bruckheimer responded. I'll call someone to have the script sent over. Eric glanced at his watch and said, That works, but I have other commitments. If the script comes, I can only look at it this evening. Bruckheimer didn't seem rushed. Sure, take your time. I'll focus on The Rock for now. Let's talk again when you're free. After seeing Bruckheimer off, Eric mulled over the matter. The experiences with The Rock and Bad Boys paralleled his previous life and were both directed by Michael Bay. It seemed it was time to pull the bombastic Bay into Hollywood. In the original timeline, although Michael Bay was often dubbed Bayhem and found himself on critics' lists of the most hated bad directors, he was an absolute darling of Hollywood producers. This was largely because he never strayed into deep storytelling. He dedicated himself solely to making commercial films. Most of his movies turned a profit for the studios, and perhaps even more importantly, he never exceeded production budgets or timelines, coming off like a rather peculiar Hollywood office worker. Thinking about Michael Bay naturally led to Transformers. Eric suddenly realized he still hadn't secured the rights to this infinitely potential blockbuster series. However, the fame of Transformers was immense, and acquiring the rights would undoubtedly require some hurdles. After jotting down all this in his work memo, Eric heard a knock at his office door. Shortly after, Emily poked her head in and said, Eric, it's been several days. You're not planning to stand me up again, are you? Eric put his memo away, stood up, and smiled at Emily, who stood at the door. You don't have to be so harsh. Are you blocking my door now? You can't even deny it. Just for me to look at an ad reel. And it takes you this long. Emily retorted. As they walked out together, Eric said, I cleared my afternoon meetings for you. But there were unforeseen circumstances. You know how busy I've been lately. Between death postcards and rattlesnakes, I'm just like the lead from Robert Altman's The Player, 135 calls a day. That adds up to over 50,000 in a year. Emily, clearly unfamiliar with The Player, scoffed. That's impossible. Eric looked at Emily and chuckled. If you just need me to look at the Victoria's Secret ad reel, you could just bring the tape to my office. You insisting I go to the post-production studio means you have some other plans, right? Better fess up now. Otherwise, I definitely won't cooperate later. For a brief moment, Emily showed a hint of guilt, but she quickly gained her composure and said, Shouldn't a smart guy act a bit dense when the time's right? That's a responsibility Chris should bear. It's not my problem. Never. Had much expectation for you anyway. Emily replied. Here's the situation. We've shortlisted a potential director for this year's Victoria's Secret show. He has an impressive track record in ad and MTV productions and has even won some industry awards. We just collaborated on one ad, and we haven't finalized if we're giving the show to him, so I wanted you to take a look. Eric shook his head, laughing. I think the situation is that he wants to transition into films but lacks connections in Hollywood. You want him to direct the Victoria's Secret show, so here I am selling myself out. With an exasperated look, Emily admitted. Okay. I admit you're a tad smarter than Chris, all right. Eric stopped joking and said earnestly, Let's set things straight first. This is just a meeting. I can't guarantee anything. If you've made any promises in advance, you'd best sort them out yourself. I'm not an idiot. How could I possibly promise anything beforehand? Creating an opportunity to connect with you is a dream come true for many. He wouldn't be foolish enough to ask for anything more. Touché. I guess it makes sense. I'm somewhat of a big deal now, Eric shrugged. What's the guy's name? Michael Bay. Oh, what? Eric had just nodded when he instinctively raised his voice, his surprise difficult to mask. Michael Bay, what's the matter? It's nothing. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Eric defended himself, inwardly feeling a mix of amazement and disbelief. Was today Explosion Day? In the original timeline, Michael Bay was indeed the go-to director for Victoria's Secret commercials. The female lead of Transformers 3 was even a former Victoria's Secret angel. Through Emily's introduction, Eric learned that at this point, Michael Bay had already gained some fame in the MTV and advertising circle, having won a series of MTV and commercial awards. However, even achieving the utmost success in the MTV or commercial directing sphere, the stature still paled in comparison to that of a film director. In fact, even that of a television director. Just like stage actors, many MTV or commercial directors longed to break into feature films. The most successful in this regard are Michael Bay and David Fincher. At the post-production center of Firefly Pictures, it was Eric's first time watching Michael Bay's advertising work in the screening room. Thanks to his years of honing his craft in the MTV and advertising industry, he had developed a striking personal style in color control, rapid camera movements, and editing. Anyone who had seen a Michael Bay film knew he was exceptionally skilled at showcasing the beauty of the female form, like the iconic shot of Megan Fox leaning on the hood of Bumblebee in Transformers, a scene memorable to all male viewers. Collaborating with Victoria's Secret on lingerie commercials seemed like a match made in heaven. As Eric finished viewing a 1.5-minute commercial, he found no major flaws aside from its lack of originality. Furthermore, the creative aspect was not Michael Bay's responsibility. When the lights came on, Emily, sitting next to Eric, was most concerned about Victoria's Secret itself, impatiently asking, Eric, what do you think? Eric glanced at the now fixated Michael Bay, who was eagerly listening, and nodded. The color, editing, and music are all outstanding. If this were solely for a 5-second TV spot, it would suffice. But overall, this ad lacks creativity. The 1.5-minute ad is just a clumsy accumulation of sensual elements. I see no focal point at all. We mean to trim it down for a TV spot. But Eric, do you have any ideas? Well, Eric shrugged and said, pick a decent advertising agency and let them handle it. I really don't have more time to deal with this. But think about those timeless great commercials. You'll realize how vital creativity is, so it's best to prioritize it. Emily felt a bit resigned, but understood that she couldn't ask for too much more. Eric had already created a major ad for Victoria's Secret. He couldn't dedicate additional energy to that. Leaning back, she introduced, "Eric, this is Michael Bay." Michael Bay quickly stood up and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure to meet you." Eric shook Bay's hand and smiled. That camera work in the ad was impressive. "Emily mentioned you'd be taking over this year's Victoria's Secret show. I hope you can create an unforgettable lingerie show once again." "I'll do my best, Mr. Williams." As they expressed pleasantries, they all left the screening room, heading through a long corridor toward another conference room. Michael Bay trailed behind the group, watching Eric whispering with Emily and Edward Razak. He initially felt disappointed, thinking this opportunity had slipped away. But after a moment, he saw Eric wave him over, prompting him to stride forward. "We're done here. Come with me," Eric said as he turned away from Emily and the others toward the stairs, heading downstairs. Michael Bay was momentarily puzzled, standing in place until Edward Razak patted his shoulder enviously, prompting him to follow swiftly, excitement bubbling within him. After several years of development, besides the oversized studio areas, the digital domain studio, film studio administrative block, and post-production center were now nestled amidst greenery. Eric led Michael Bay out of the post-production center, walking leisurely along the tree-lined path toward the administration area while occasionally nodding at the staff who greeted him. Michael Bay slightly stepped back to keep pace beside Eric. He knew nothing about Eric's personality. Though he wanted to impress, he hesitated to speak out since Eric didn't open up. He quietly observed this young man who suddenly rose in Hollywood over the past few years. Despite being a few years younger, Bay could feel Eric exuded a maturity that was strikingly out of character for his age. He recognized it was no illusion, but a combination of power and wealth radiated an inherent brilliance. The Hollywood leading director he once looked up to was now following behind him, as if he were an underling. Having lived this life for many years, Eric didn't feel any shallow, egotistical sense of pride, only a slight nostalgia. As they approached the administrative building, Eric finally said to Michael Bay, "Emily mentioned you've won many awards in music, MTV, and commercial production. I watched your ad just now, and it was well crafted. So, if you want to make films, you certainly have the foundation." Michael Bay hadn't anticipated that everything would feel so easy. His excitement nearly got the better of him, but he quickly realized that Eric hadn't finished speaking. He straightened, ready to listen intently. Eric smiled and said, "You're probably waiting for the but." Michael Bay grinned, acknowledging the point. Eric explained, "There's no real but, just one thing. For last year's Victoria's Secret show, I invested over half a year planning it. It was a labor of love. The groundwork is laid, so this year's show will be much easier to produce, but I hope you can dedicate at least 3 months of effort on it. Mr. Williams, I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Just call me Eric. It feels a little strange when people older than me address me so formally." As they entered the administrative building and reached Eric's office door, the studio's office secretary handed him a folder upon seeing him return. "Mr. Williams, this is the package Mr. Bruckheimer just had sent over." Eric took the folder, entered his office, and instead of heading to his desk, he sat on the sofa in the guest area, motioning for Michael Bay to feel at ease. "What would you like to drink?" "I'll have Gina get it." "Coffee, just coffee will be fine," Michael Bay replied, quickly rising slightly to politely address the office secretary as she looked over. The female secretary nodded and left without questioning Eric, clearly familiar with his preferences. As Eric opened the folder, he discovered scripts for The Rock and Bad Boys. He casually passed the Bad Boys script to Michael Bay while he started reading The Rock. Bay didn't understand Eric's intentions, but diligently began flipping through the script. After about 10 minutes, Eric skimmed through The Rock script. He glanced at Michael Bay. If this large production script could be shelved for a year, it wouldn't be too bad to give it to Michael Bay, the original director. However, to fill the summer release slot for the next year, that plan would have to wait. Noticing Eric had halted, Michael Bay raised his head at an opportune moment, rearranging what he had just read in the script to prepare for any questions Eric might pose. Eric placed the rock script on his lap and asked Bay across from him, "What do you think of this story?" Bay assumed Eric was referring to the Bad Boys script and nodded, saying, "It combines the crime elements of Lethal Weapon with the comedic style of Beverly Hills Cop. It's thrilling. If produced, it will undoubtedly be an excellent film." "Sure thing. Let Gina make you a copy of this script to take home and study. In a couple of days, I'll have someone contact you to discuss putting the production team together." Upon hearing this, Michael Bay's head buzzed, unsure if he heard correctly. He asked, "Mr. Eric, are you saying I'm to direct this film?" "Yes? Or do you think you need to continue honing your skills in the advertising world?" Michael Bay shook his head vigorously, instinctively gripping the script tightly. No, Eric, I don't need to hone anymore. I can take the job." Although he felt Eric's decision was perhaps a bit rash, Bay was resolute in not questioning it further and decisively accepted. Eric smiled and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Great, but let me remind you of 2 points. First, as I mentioned, you need to allocate 3 months for the Victoria's Secret show, so this film must be fully wrapped by August." With 7 months to go, Bay recalled the script scenes he had just seen. There weren't too many grand set pieces or effects involved, and then nodded, stating, "No problem. You must think my decision is a bit impulsive, even reckless, right?" "Not at all, absolutely not. If that's honestly how you feel, that's fine. But second, you must understand that as long as the film's production quality is up to snuff, we plan for it to hit theaters at Thanksgiving. In addition to myself, Jerry will co-produce with credit attached. We take our reputation seriously. If it flops, there won't be a position left for you in Hollywood, and you'll be forced to return to making commercials." The gravity of Eric's words settled into Michael Bay, causing his earlier excitement to deflate completely. He had previously thought Eric's decision a bit whimsical, but after this speech, he realized the script in hand was very much a high-priority project for Firefly. Eric and Jerry Bruckheimer wouldn't associate their names with it if it weren't. If the film floundered, the media would direct all criticism toward the 2 seasoned producers, whereas this novice director would struggle to stay afloat in Hollywood afterward. Eric observed the shifting expressions on Michael Bay's face and asked, "So, do you still dare to take on this job?" Michael Bay wanted a few days to consider, but he recognized that hesitation would only disappoint this young Hollywood mogul before him. After a slight pause, he nodded decisively. "Eric, I'll take it." "Excellent," Eric confirmed with satisfaction. "And one last thing, you can rest assured. If any issues arise with the film down the line that aren't your responsibility, Jerry and I won't take it out on you. Just do your best." This endorsement eased some tension for Michael Bay, who quickly nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Michael Bay left the administrative building and walked down the studio's tree-lined path. The excitement from grasping the film's script washed over him once more as he reveled in his good fortune. Bay was almost oblivious to the increasing foot traffic as it neared the end of the workday. He clenched his fist, letting out a delighted laugh, took a few swift strides, jumped, and mimicked a shooting motion. Unable to contain his glee, he broke off the main road onto the studio's lawn, pulled out his Motorola phone, and without considering who was on the other end, scrolled through his contacts and dialed a number. The moment he heard a voice, he exclaimed, "Hey, buddy, you'll never guess what just happened. I got the script, a movie script. I'm about to make a movie, and it was personally given to me by Eric Williams, the guy from Jurassic Park. Haha, I am going to. Oh, sorry, really sorry. No, I'm not buying insurance. No, I'm not buying car insurance either." Chapter 692, 693, Meow. Under Eric's strong insistence, the investment negotiations with Qualcomm were finalized on January 21st, the day of the Golden Globe Awards ceremony. Qualcomm's shareholders and management understood that reaching an agreement with the financially strong Firefly investment as soon as possible would be beneficial for promoting CDMA technology. Therefore, they did not take advantage of Firefly's urgent attitude and simply requested that the final investment amount be determined based on Qualcomm's stock price from the day before the deal was reached. After news of Firefly's contact with Qualcomm spread, Qualcomm stock surged 21% in a mere week, reaching $23.80 per share. Firefly was ultimately required to pay $238 million for the 10 million shares of Qualcomm's directed share offering. This price was well within Eric's tolerance, prompting him to personally rush from Los Angeles to San Diego early that morning. After the signing ceremony in the morning, Eric, Chris, and Qualcomm's Irwin Jacobs, along with other senior executives, retreated to a conference room to discuss the next steps. After discussing the lobbying strategies for telecom operators and Qualcomm's plans to build CDMA equipment factories, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Chris and Irwin Jacobs had scheduled a meeting with the CEO of Verizon for the following day, and they couldn't wait to board the flight to Verizon's headquarters in New York. After seeing off Chris and Irwin Jacobs, Eric returned to Los Angeles with his entourage. Securing Qualcomm marked another crucial move for Eric in the already rising high-tech industry. Eric's mind shifted to the companies under Firefly's portfolio, which included Cisco, Yahoo, Nokia, and America Online. According to the original historical trajectory, aside from Cisco, the other 3 companies would gradually decline in the coming years. Eric had read articles about why Nokia fell from grace. These high-tech companies lacked neither funding nor technology during their development. The root cause of their decline lay in major missteps in their development direction. As long as Eric maintained sufficient control over these companies, he was confident that, given his second-chance advantage, he could steer them on the right path for at least the next 20 years. As the black Rolls-Royce sped along the Pacific Highway between Los Angeles and San Diego, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a magnificent orange hue over everything in sight. Inside the car, Eric kept his eyes closed in contemplation, while Kelly, seated beside him, quietly flipped through a document, not wanting to disturb his thoughts. After some time, noticing Eric suddenly open his eyes and sit up straight, Kelly looked up and asked, "Eric, what's wrong?" Eric turned to Kelly and asked, "I remember seeing a merger proposal from Cisco's higher-ups a few days ago. Do you recall that?" Kelly nodded. "Yeah, they're planning to acquire a network switch company in Seattle, and the preliminary negotiation price was $1.9 billion, using a stock swap method. What will our ownership percentage be after this transaction?" Kelly thought for a moment and replied, "Cisco's current stock market value is about $16 billion. After the acquisition, it will exceed $18 billion. Our shareholding will drop from 23% to 20.5%. Eric shook his head. Although Firefly would still be Cisco's largest shareholder at 20.5%, their control would diminish. Even though Cisco historically maintained a strong industry position and Eric had no intention of interfering in its management, he realized that the dilution of Firefly's stake in Cisco could not continue. Even if this diluted share would still represent substantial wealth in the future. We can't let it drop any further. No, not only that, but we need to increase our stake in Cisco again. Contact Chris tomorrow and have the Cisco management change the merger method to a cash plus stock arrangement, ensuring our shares aren't diluted again. Also, discuss a proposal to increase our stake back to 30%. Kelly asked, puzzled, "Eric, weren't you planning to invest in the telecom industry? Given Verizon and Sprint's current scale, either of them would require over $1 billion for Firefly's investment. If we want to raise our stake in Cisco to 30%, given the premium factors, we might need to invest $2 billion, and there's no guarantee any investment firms would be willing to sell their shares." Eric felt a twinge of generosity at the thought. $2 billion was over 20 times the amount Firefly originally invested in Cisco, yet it would only buy less than 10% of the shares. It seemed that the days of scooping up bargains were coming to an end. However, considering Cisco's future value, this additional investment was definitely worthwhile. Firefly Group had just completed a very profitable fiscal year. Eric had expressed feeling overwhelmed by too much cash recently, but now he realized that if he wanted to continue expanding, their funds were far from sufficient. In the past, he had toyed with the idea of some major investments, but always hesitated, feeling the returns weren't high enough. This time, however, he experienced a revelation. Constantly looking for bargains was not the right investment mindset. It was pure speculation. Like warfare in the age of cold weapons, winning a few battles with underdog strategies could work occasionally, but if one always sought to turn the tables that way, it would surely lead to defeat in the end. The profits from Firefly Group should be able to cover these plans. If not, I will consider financing from other sources. You just need to proceed. Kelly nodded, making a note of Eric's instructions. As she looked out the window, they were about to enter Los Angeles, and she asked, Eric, the Golden Globe Awards ceremony should have started by now. Are you going to the Hilton? Outside, night was falling. Eric checked his watch. It was 7:30. With his status, even if he rushed over now, he wouldn't be turned away from the banquet hall. However, it didn't really seem necessary. Looking at his assistant, who sat beside him in a fitted black suit, exuding intellect, Eric smiled and responded, I'll skip the commotion. Nina is at boarding school today, right? Kelly blushed slightly and nodded. Then let's find somewhere to have dinner first, and then we can go to your place. The assistant fiddled with her clothing nervously and said softly, Or, we could just go straight to my place. Eating out makes it easy for us to be spotted. Sure, let's do that. There's no doubt, and it has nothing to do with the film. It's just another victory for men. A self-righteous film like Braveheart, overflowing with fabricated historical facts, completely overshadowed Saving Private Ryan, a film vastly superior in every way, simply because the director of Saving Private Ryan is a woman. This once again proves Hollywood's deep-rooted sexism. In this industry, no matter what a woman accomplishes, no matter how many feats that even men have difficulty achieving, she still won't receive recognition. In the end, I can only helplessly ask, does it really have to continue like this? The day after the Golden Globe Awards, a well-known female columnist for the Los Angeles Times published this impassioned commentary in her personal column, igniting a significant media discussion about gender discrimination, including various queries and discussions regarding the plots behind the Golden Globe nominations. The issue stemmed from the 52nd Golden Globe Awards, where the highly anticipated Saving Private Ryan lost in 4 categories it was nominated for, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, and Best Score, only for Tom Hanks to win Best Actor. While many professional critics recognized that both Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan were on par artistically, there remained a significant portion of critics who instinctively leaned towards the culturally resonant Saving Private Ryan. With no strong competition, Tom Hanks winning Best Actor was almost a given. Before the ceremony, most discussions revolved around who would win Best Picture and Best Director. After Saving Private Ryan left empty-handed, many who previously identified with it turned to disappointment and doubt. Feminists protested against the Golden Globes Selection Committee for the sake of the female director, Kathryn Bigelow, even urging Hollywood actresses to boycott the ceremony. In response to media scrutiny, the Golden Globes Committee, as it had in the past, chose to remain silent. Such doubts about the awards occurred almost every year, and as long as it didn't escalate into chaos, not responding became the best handling approach. Responding might show insecurity and only make the situation worse. In the following days, the nominations for the 67th Academy Awards were announced, sparking renewed media buzz about Braveheart, this time focusing on Mel Gibson's nomination for Best Actor. The Golden Globe nomination for Best Actor had already caused discontent among critics, many of whom felt that Mel Gibson's performance barely qualified and did not merit award consideration. Most media outlets believed the Oscars would be more judicious than the Golden Globes and would not hand Gibson a Best Actor nomination so lightly. However, the outcome left many feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. Critics, still irate from the Golden Globe injustices, hastily directed their ire towards the Oscars, resulting in yet another discussion surrounding the award's legitimacy. Ordinary people had no idea how many events had transpired and merely followed the unfolding debates with interest. As the topic gained traction, more media outlets began to dive into the discourse, finding various angles to engage viewers or readers. Most hadn't noticed that amidst this heated discussion, the already off-screen Saving Private Ryan quietly sold 670,000 videotapes in the following week, bringing in sales equal to the previous 2 weeks combined, generating $20 million in tape sales for Firefly. Meanwhile, the still-released Braveheart's weekly box office soared by 60% post-Golden Globe, reaching $11 million. A cumulative box office past $73 million. The Weinstein brothers were naturally ecstatic, stepping up their promotional efforts. In the whole affair, Mel Gibson bore the brunt of it. Discussions surrounding his Best Actor nomination and the controversy regarding Hollywood's gender bias had considerably diminished his chances of winning Best Director. He already received a paycheck of $18 million and will take 10% of future profits. Fox owes him nothing. Harvey originally wanted to leak those anti-Semitic leanings of his, but I stopped him. If it weren't for the fact we're both Australians, I wouldn't have even bothered. In Beverly Hills, at Julia Roberts and Elizabeth's mountainside mansion, Elizabeth reclined in a crisp white shirt and jeans, wearing sunglasses as she leaned against a sunbed by the pool, addressing Eric, who was reading a script on another deck chair. Eric flipped a page in the script, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Elizabeth's eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction, and she pouted, saying, "Eric, I heard you brought on 2 rookie directors and gave the one for The Matrix a shot. Aren't you afraid of messing it up?" "Technically, it's 3, Eric casually corrected. "Of course I know. The Wachowski brothers, right? So what makes them special?" Hearing Elizabeth's slightly gleeful tone, Eric chuckled. "Don't worry about it. They're all contracted for 3 films with Firefly for at least 5 years, so they won't be directing for other companies, unless I release them." Having decided to utilize the Wachowski brothers and Michael Bay, Eric certainly didn't want them to succeed with a big box office hit and then jump ship. So he had them sign Hollywood's standard option agreement, which required them to direct at least 3 films for Firefly before considering other offers. Of course, to maintain good relations with these potentially valuable directors, Eric hadn't imposed rock-bottom pay typical of many option agreements. He advocated suppressing the excessively high salaries of Hollywood stars, but wouldn't exploit the creative talents of filmmakers. A win-win was essential for a healthy industry cycle. The agreements Eric offered were fair, and both the Wachowski brothers and Michael Bay readily signed. Elizabeth mistook Eric's comments for a traditional option agreement and grunted mockingly, "I think you're the greedy Jews Mel Gibson was talking about." Eric shrugged off the racial jest without a second thought, saying, "Who knows? Everyone trying to make it in Hollywood wishes they could be a Jew." As they were chatting, Julia quietly approached with a tray of cut fruit and placed it on the small round table next to Eric. She gently nudged him to the side, snuggling up to him as they shared the wide beach chair, basking in the sun. Elizabeth complained, "Julia, where's my fruit platter?" Julia wrapped one arm around Eric's waist and adjusted her position for comfort, enjoying Eric's heartbeat and the warm sunlight, lazily saying, "You can make your own. Tisk, tsk, like a cat, a spring cat at that." Julia ignored her. Eric smiled and touched Julia's face against his chest. "Kitten meow." "Meow. Ugh, you two are disgusting," Elizabeth said, mimicking dry heaves before casting a glance at Eric's script. "When will you finish reading? What do you think of it? You know, I just can't muster any energy for things that don't interest me." "Is this script really that bad? I put in a lot of effort and even researched lots about little animals." The script in Eric's hands was the one that had sparked the nut job idea after both he and Elizabeth saw a little squirrel at the outdoor cafe. Elizabeth collaborated with a few writers during that time to flesh out the story. It's not terrible, but there's nothing particularly eye-catching. If you really want to see something, I can get you a copy of the Disney animation story that's in the works, so you can see what imagination looks like. Elizabeth leaned back into her chair. "If you don't think this story is good, then why bring Chris Wedge from Blue Sky Studios? I checked that studio's portfolio. They've done effects for big films, but haven't stepped into animation yet. He can't compare to the folks at Pixar." Eric closed the script, picked an apple from the fruit plate, and took a bite. "Your story may be average, but it can allow them to hone their skills by creating a short film. Why not just spare me some people from Pixar?" Elizabeth shot back, "Like they do with Disney animations?" Eric shook his head. "Don't set your sights on Pixar. But I'm not giving this studio to you. We'll split it, I've decided. 10% left for the management, and Firefly and Fox will each take 45%. You already have 2 animation studios." Eric laughed. "If not for the fact that some animated ideas don't fit Disney's distribution style, I wouldn't mind having Firefly own another animation studio." "Wow, you greedy Jew." Chapter 693, 694, Power Permeation. The taxi pulled over on a street at the top of Beverly Hills. The driver had been enjoying a pleasant conversation with the sleekly dressed, charismatic middle-aged passenger with black hair beside him. Looking out at the luxurious mansions through the window, he joked, "Hey, I never expected your destination would be here. In these kinds of Beverly Hills mansions, you're either visiting a superstar or one of Hollywood's top producers. You're definitely going to make it big." Chris Wedge was in a good mood as well, even a bit excited. He smiled broadly as he responded to the driver's comments, paid the fare, grabbed his briefcase, and turned toward the mansion's entrance. Confirming the address one more time, Chris Wedge rang the doorbell and patiently waited, his mind drifting back to that phone call from a few days ago. This story started back in 1987 when Chris Wedge was just 30 years old. He resigned from his position at an animation studio and, along with a few friends, founded Blue Sky Studios on the second floor of a dental clinic. After 8 years of development, Blue Sky Studios, while still far from reaching the heights of industry giants like Digital Domain and Industrial Light and Magic, had begun to earn some recognition in the visual effects industry. They had over 100 employees and had even handled some of the CGI for Jumanji the year prior. A few days ago, the producer who had been in charge of liaising with Blue Sky Studios for the Jumanji film suddenly called him. The producer asked if Chris was interested in computer animation. Chris had always envied his old friend John Lasseter's success in 3D animation and had attempted similar projects himself. Without hesitation, he expressed his interest. And that led to today's highly anticipated meeting. A voice from inside the house inquired who was there. Chris Wedge noticed the voice sounded somewhat familiar. He snapped back to attention and replied quickly. The door opened, revealing a tall, slightly flushed blonde woman. With tousled golden hair and an air of laziness, she wore a loose beige knit sweater with a wide neckline that revealed a hint of her shoulder. Though the sweater was oversized, it couldn't hide the long legs wrapped in tight, white jeans. Chris Wedge stared for a moment until the lady frowned slightly, snapping him back to reality. He awkwardly said, "Miss Roberts, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a fan." As Chris said this, his right hand slightly raised. He looked at Julia's slender fingers gripping the doorknob, finally hesitating to extend his hand. "Eric and Liz are waiting for you. Please come in." Julia replied and tugged at her sweater before turning to walk inside. Following Julia through the path in the courtyard, Chris had calmed down enough to reflect on how Julia had appeared just a moment ago. He suddenly realized that the Hollywood A-lister didn't seem quite herself. She had looked either just awoken or a bit tipsy, or perhaps more like she was high. Chris was certain he hadn't detected any alcohol on her. It was already 4 p.m., well past lunchtime, and it couldn't possibly be the aftermath of a nap. Lost in his thoughts as he followed the path, he spotted a young couple coming towards him from the poolside of the mansion. Chris quickly dismissed those scattered thoughts. Ruminating over them wouldn't do him any good. He couldn't afford to let the hosts guess what was on his mind. Seeing the approaching pair, Chris Wedge eagerly reached out his hand to Eric, who was walking ahead. "Hello, Mr. Williams." "Hi, Chris. Just call me Eric. This is Liz. You two must have spoken on the phone." "Of course, Miss Murdoch. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chris Wedge smiled and shook hands with Elizabeth. The three of them sat down at a round table in the courtyard. Julia brought them coffee but seemed uninterested in the conversation. Instead, she lazily made her way to a nearby lounge chair and flipped through a magazine. While Chris Wedge felt a bit puzzled about the dynamic between the man and two women in front of him, he cautiously controlled his gaze, trying to avoid glancing too often at Julia, who lay nearby. "You and Liz have probably already discussed the general situation over the phone. I've seen the effects you did for Alien 3 and Jumanji. They were impressive. I also understand you sought investment from Columbia for an animated short film during Jumanji's production but didn't succeed, correct?" Chris Wedge nodded. "Yes, Eric. I worked on outsourced Disney projects back when I was at my original studio and have always been very passionate about animated films." Elizabeth asked, "If you were looking to invest in animation, you should have gone to Firefly, right? Why Columbia?" Chris felt a bit embarrassed about how to respond and exchanged a glance with Eric without knowing what to say. After finishing her question, Elizabeth quickly realized the implications. Firefly already had the industry's leading 3D animation technology and would hardly be interested in Blue Sky Studios. Eric seemed to overlook Elizabeth's question entirely and dove straight into discussing 3D animated films with Chris. Wedge had prepared extensively over the last few days and skillfully addressed all of Eric's questions, even displaying a set of animation short storyboards he had prepared in advance. Despite having some technical background, an animation studio still needed to start with animated shorts to venture into 3D feature films. Pixar had accumulated sufficient experience after producing shorts like Luxo Jr. and Tin Toy before tackling feature-length animations. After half an hour, Chris Wedge put away the storyboards and said, "Eric, this short only needs a $3 million investment. If I can secure funding, I promise to deliver a project within 6 months that will showcase our capabilities in handling animated features." Eric shook his head. "Chris, I'm not looking to invest in Blue Sky Studios." Chris had just displayed disappointment at what he believed was his carefully prepared short animation script failing to meet Eric's approval. But then Eric followed up, "I'm looking to acquire Blue Sky Studios." Chris Wedge immediately raised his head. "Eric, are you saying acquisition?" Eric nodded, a smile on his face. "Yes, acquisition." Though not deeply embedded in Hollywood circles, Chris was somewhat aware of Eric and Elizabeth's relationship. He always thought it was probably Fox that showed greater interest in Blue Sky Studios. If an acquisition was on the table, it would likely be Elizabeth representing Fox who would make the approach. However, after half an hour of discussion, Chris Wedge gradually realized Eric was still the one calling the shots, leaving him further perplexed. Firefly already owned Pixar and Disney Animation. If they were looking to expand within animated films, it should have been confined to those two studios. While Chris knew he wouldn't refuse the acquisition offer, he asked cautiously, "Eric, may I know why?" "Of course," Eric explained. "Even though animated films have always been limited to a PG-13 rating due to their audience, Disney has a lot of great ideas that don't align with their core values. If these ideas were distributed by Disney, they would tarnish their established brand image. So, I plan to take these ideas and hand them off to an animation studio operating completely outside of the Disney system for production and to be released by other film companies." Chris Wedge asked, "Doesn't Firefly has many other film companies under its umbrella?" Disney is a significant brand within the Firefly system. If Firefly's other film divisions produce animated films, audiences will inevitably think of Disney. What I'm aiming for is complete separation." Chris nodded and glanced at Elizabeth. "So, Eric, what's the acquisition offer?" "To indicate our intent for long-term cooperation, we're not looking for a full acquisition. Firefly and Fox will each invest $5 million to acquire 45% of Blue Sky Studios, and you can retain 10%. Also, Firefly will provide technical support for the animation studio. The animated films produced by the studio will be released by Fox." A $10 million offer for 90% ownership was far below Chris Wedge's expectations. After all, it was 8 years of his hard work. However, Eric's promise of technical support made Chris Wedge think twice. The top-notch 3D animation technology in Firefly was not something money could buy. It had enabled Firefly to dominate the 3D animated film market in recent years. After a moment of consideration, Chris Wedge decisively nodded. "Eric, I agree to the deal." "Great. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration in the future." Eric stood and shook hands with Chris Wedge, and they sat back down as Eric began outlining his detailed plan. As sunset approached, Chris Wedge, sensing the mood, kindly excused himself. Specific acquisition agreements would be discussed in more detail in the coming time. After sending off Chris Wedge, the two returned to the poolside. Elizabeth looked at Julia, who was still languidly reclined on her lounge chair. "Eric, did you see that?" Chris Wedge stole more than a few glances at Julia. "I'm pretty sure he's suspecting she might be high. If that gets out, it would be big news." Suddenly, Julia, as if coming back to life, threw the magazine in her hands at Elizabeth and retorted, "You're the one who's high. I'm just a little tired." "Huh. Let me check to see if you're really tired," Elizabeth said, lunging toward Julia to grab her waist, but was met with Julia swiftly lifting her foot and kicking. Plop. Caught off guard, Elizabeth tipped into the pool. After surfacing quickly, Elizabeth clung to the edge of the pool and huffed angrily. "Forget this. I'm not talking to you anymore. You wicked woman, trying to murder your own partner." Eric laughed as he helped Elizabeth out of the pool, urging her to change clothes. He then turned and sat where Julia had been lounging, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her onto his lap. Having just recovered her spirits after being teased by Elizabeth, Julia melted into Eric's embrace, quietly purring softly, like a cat that had lost its bones, soon returning to her previous lazy and dreamy state. Elizabeth returned to the conversation after changing clothes, towel drying her wet hair. Seeing Julia slack against Eric, she refrained from poking the bear this time and sat nearby instead. Eric, you've been talking about animated film concepts that don't align with Disney's distribution style. Do you already have something in mind? Eric picked up the magazine Julia had previously held and casually flipped through it. Not long ago, I came across a completely anti-fairy tale picture book by William Steig. You can start working on securing the adaptation rights for that project soon. What? You didn't explain clearly at all. Eric chuckled. Tomorrow, you should buy a copy and take a look for yourself. The book essentially subverts all the classic Disney fairy tale tropes, but I think it's fascinating. It could definitely make for a unique animated film, though it can't be distributed by Disney or any of Firefly's affiliated studios, or else it would severely damage Disney's carefully crafted brand image. That's why I thought of forming an independent animation studio outside of Firefly. Elizabeth became interested. Oh, what's the name of this book? Eric replied, Shrek. In this timeline, DreamWorks' Shrek was an animation project that Jeffrey Katzenberg created in retaliation against Disney after leaving the company. From the quality of the film, it was evident that the investment was low and the production rushed. Yet, surprisingly, this low-budget animated film that parodied Disney fairy tales became a massive box office hit, even claiming the title of North America's box office champion that year, reviving DreamWorks animation from its precarious position. Since Jeffrey hadn't left Disney in this timeline, DreamWorks had taken a different turn. Eric was nearly certain that if he didn't get involved, an alternative film like Shrek wouldn't even appear in this world at all. Recently, Eric had been sorting through memories of past films while seeking projects for Firefly to pursue for the upcoming summer. Unsurprisingly, titles like Shrek and Ice Age popped to mind. While those animated films had performed on par with Disney animations at the box office, they also diverged from the core spirit of Disney films. Moreover, the 3D animation market had not reached saturation yet. By partnering with Fox to acquire Blue Sky Studios, not only could unsuitable Disney animation projects be placed within this studio to continue earning Firefly substantial profit, but it would also enable Eric to maintain Firefly's influence over Fox through collaboration. Reflecting on this, Eric suddenly thought of something else and turned to Elizabeth. Liz, one more thing. Now that we have Blue Sky, are you interested in buying a toy company? Elizabeth blinked in confusion. A toy company? What? Eventually, Blue Sky will produce animated features that will surely require merchandise, Eric explained. Elizabeth looked at him for a few moments then rolled her eyes. You're just rambling. Few people would buy an entire restaurant just to eat a steak. All right, Eric smiled. Actually, I'm talking about the toy company's rights. Hasbro, you know. Transformers? Elizabeth blurted out, then perked up. Wait, are you talking about Transformers? Eric nodded. You see, just mentioning Hasbro made you think of Transformers. That's how huge this toy franchise is. If developed into a live-action film, it would have incredible potential. But we don't need to buy Hasbro. We can just buy the rights to Transformers, Elizabeth countered. Of course not. Copyright comes with expiration limits, and Hasbro isn't foolish enough to sell you permanent rights. We need to acquire Hasbro to ensure it's a done deal. Once the technology for effects advances over the coming years, I believe the value of the Transformers rights will be nearly on par with Star Wars. You're exaggerating. What film rights could possibly rival Star Wars? Elizabeth instinctively shook her head. Star Wars' impact had been deeply rooted in the minds of the audiences, and even Julia, resting on Eric's leg, gently shook her head in agreement. However, Elizabeth quickly reconsidered. If the statement had come from anyone else, it might not hold much weight, but given Eric's words, the impact felt different. Eric, are you serious? Eric affirmed with a nod. Do I look like I'm joking? Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Then why doesn't Firefly just acquire Hasbro? Outright. Eric shrugged. Firefly's goals are too ambitious. If we make a move, there would be contenders popping up, and Hasbro would surely set a high price. My plan is similar to the acquisition of Blue Sky Studios. Fox can be the face, and Firefly operates from behind the scenes. We grab Hasbro first, and then we split the deal. What do you think? Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, clearly calculating. What if I don't plan to share? Feigning a menacing demeanor, Eric clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles. Then I might have to resort to force. Elizabeth didn't look fazed by Eric's theatrics. Instead, Julia affectionately pulled Eric's fist towards her cheek, brushing against it as she called softly, "Eric." Seeing Julia's affectionate gesture, Elizabeth made a face. "I think it's better if you just take her into the house and give her a good exercise." Eric helplessly pulled Julia up, giving her a playful smack on her rear. "Stop clinging. Let's go make dinner." "Okay, what do you want to eat?" "Whatever is in the fridge." As Julia dreamily swayed away, Elizabeth shrugged, returning to their earlier topic. Given Eric's unwavering confidence, she didn't question it any further and asked, "How much is this company likely to cost?" "I've looked it up. Hasbro's current market value is about $2.9 billion. A friendly acquisition would be roughly $3.5 billion. In a hostile takeover, it shouldn't exceed $4 billion. Plus, given Fox's influence, I believe the chances of a friendly acquisition are quite high. But that's $3 to $4 billion. Elizabeth hesitated. "Eric, I think we should just buy the Transformers rights for now. Let's extend the copyright duration as much as possible. 20 years. Would that be enough?" Eric shook his head. Hasbro has been performing very steadily with net profits around $200 million in recent years. After the acquisition, leveraging Blue Sky's merchandise licensing and Hasbro's toy distribution system will likely enhance future performance significantly. Plus, given the huge potential of Transformers rights, Hasbro is undoubtedly undervalued. Even without film rights development, we would recover our investment within 10 years. If Firefly didn't have so many plans in recent years, I'd definitely take this on myself. Before his rebirth, the Transformers films had already grossed more than $5 billion worldwide, with merchandising revenue being incalculable. Eric recalled Disney had sent an acquisition offer to Hasbro after landing Pixar, Marvel, and Lucasfilm, but Hasbro set a price too high, especially with the Transformers rights held by Paramount. Thus, the deal fell through. With visual effects films shining brighter in Hollywood in recent years, Eric was certain others would soon notice the Transformers rights. If not secured soon, there would be plenty of regret later. In Hollywood, copyright licensing typically lasted 20 years at most. However, Eric knew that 20 years later, Transformers would still be popular. Even if the timeline were adjusted, the franchise would likely outlive Harry Potter. Hence, a 2-decade copyright extension would be far too short. Furthermore, Hasbro would certainly resist selling the Transformers rights for only 20 years. It was wiser to acquire the company fully now rather than risk copyright lapses while the Transformers series reaches its peak. The reason for sharing this cake with Fox was twofold. First, Firefly already possessed Marvel, a monumental licensing treasure that could be developed for decades, alongside numerous animated and live-action film rights. It was impossible to monopolize all profits due to limited release time and schedule. Secondly, Firefly had reached a development cap. Due to antitrust issues, it could no longer aggressively merge with other film companies. Therefore, collaboration had become Eric's best avenue for penetrating the Hollywood system. This would allow him to gain profits while gradually expanding his control over Hollywood, just like MGM at the time. Through various film project collaborations, the invisible power Eric wielded within the company rivaled that of its CEO. If he spoke up, the controlling shareholder, Credit Lyonnais, the major shareholder of MGM, will definitely replace the helm of MGM without hesitation. Chapter 694, 695. Almost got into a fight. The merger deal involving an amount that could reach $4 billion was far beyond what Elizabeth could decide, and even Rupert Murdoch had to be cautious about it. While the News Corporation had been firmly in the hands of the Murdoch family, this was primarily due to Rupert's excellent management skills that continuously brought profits to shareholders. If Rupert acted recklessly, shareholders would definitely turn against him. Upon hearing Eric's thoughts on acquiring Hasbro, which he relayed through Elizabeth, Rupert made a special trip from New York to Los Angeles. He spent the entire day discussing the matter with Eric, but unfortunately, the negotiations did not go as hoped. The News Corporation had always focused on the media sector and had not ventured into other areas for decades, while Hasbro was primarily a toy company with little connection to media. Although Eric painted a tempting picture, Rupert was not one to be easily swayed. As someone who had not personally witnessed the box office miracle of Transformers, he was very cautious about relying on just a conceptual pie diagram. In the end, they decided that Fox would first acquire the rights to Transformers, and in the coming years, Firefly could initiate the acquisition of Hasbro, with both parties planning to co-develop the film series. In the evening, Eric and Rupert walked out of the Liberty City Manor side by side, accompanied by Jeffrey Katzenberg, Elizabeth, and Kelly. Rupert had to catch a flight back to New York, and Elizabeth made a hand gesture signaling Eric to contact her, while she climbed into Rupert's luxury car. As a dutiful daughter, she naturally intended to personally drive her father to the airport. Watching as Rupert's car pulled away, Jeffrey turned to Eric and said, "If Fox could independently realize the profit potential you've described for Transformers, I bet Rupert would not hesitate to acquire Hasbro and wouldn't even need us to collaborate. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that kind of confidence. Eric, I think there's no need to complicate this further. We can just buy Hasbro outright now. Firefly has enough funds." "Jeffrey, let's put that idea on hold for now." Eric chuckled and shook his head. "Besides, Firefly is already way ahead of other media groups in Hollywood. We should slow our pace a bit." Jeffrey seemed to understand and didn't press Eric further. He was also aware that it was indeed time for Firefly to pause and reassess. In recent days, Firefly's 1994 annual financial report had been released, showing that its businesses in film, television, merchandise, and theme parks generated a staggering $18.7 billion in operational revenue. Although it hadn't quite broken the $20 billion mark, the figures were impressive enough to leave many astonished. Meanwhile, the group achieved a net profit of $1.67 billion, marking increases of 62% and 40% respectively compared to 1993. This remarkable growth largely stemmed from the previous year's acquisition of ABC, which had added $7.5 billion in operational revenue to Firefly. After acquiring ABC, it had taken nearly a year for business integration and downsizing. Firefly was expected to surpass $20 billion in revenue and $2 billion in net profit for the 1995 fiscal year. Such robust revenue and profitability allowed Firefly to pull far ahead of its competitors in Hollywood. The most notable contrast had been with Time Warner, which had previously overshadowed Firefly. Although Time Warner had shrouded their financial performance from 1994, Eric had managed to obtain the relevant data. For the entire year, Time Warner's film segment had only generated $3.3 billion in revenue, a staggering 40% decline from 1993. Warner Brothers Entertainment's top-grossing film, Natural Born Killers, brought in just $105 million, far below Firefly's North American blockbuster, The Lion King, which raked in $310 million. Globally, Time Warner's box office shares could not compete with Firefly's. In 1994, the entire Time Warner Group brought in just $8.3 billion, leaving it $10.4 billion behind Firefly. Moreover, compared to the stable profitability enjoyed during Steve Ross's time, Time Warner had experienced its first loss in years. While the loss of $91 million seemed insignificant against $8.3 billion in revenue, it served as a dangerous warning sign, indicating that Time Warner was beginning to decline without Steve Ross at the helm. Besides Time Warner, Viacom, the parent company of Paramount, News Corporation's Fox, and Universal's parent MCA, were nowhere near Firefly's level. Sony, the parent company of Columbia, was indeed much stronger than Firefly, but Columbia had suffered a $2.1 billion asset write-down at the end of last year, dropping its market value to below $3 billion, less than one-tenth of what the media estimated Firefly to be worth. As for MGM, it had virtually no presence. One could say that Firefly was clearly ahead of the pack in Hollywood at this point. Reflecting on this invigorating data, Jeffrey couldn't help but glance at Eric standing beside him. Everything Firefly had achieved stemmed from this young man's keen insights in film and media. Although Eric had increasingly stepped back from direct management of the Firefly Group, Everyone within the organization understood that he was the true soul of Firefly. Without him, Firefly's miraculous rise would have been impossible. Despite being the CEO of Firefly, Jeffrey was well aware that he was better suited for micromanagement. He lacked the decisive judgment and control over the group's overall direction that Eric possessed. Whether it was the acquisition of Disney years ago or last year's merger with ABC, Eric's wildly ambitious moves had drawn numerous criticisms. Many speculated that the relatively young Firefly might collapse under such aggressive expansion. Ultimately, however, Firefly not only assimilated these industry giants, but also successfully integrated them into its operational structure. At this moment, Eric's decision to pause on expansion stemmed not only from the investments in high-tech industries like the internet that had drained Firefly's financial resources, but also from the challenges created by the two substantial mergers. While those problems had not yet surfaced, they were there, merely masked by Firefly's strong profitability. After Rupert left, Jeffrey didn't rush away. Instead, he returned to the villa with Eric and began talking about a recent problem at ABC that had everyone concerned. During the prime time from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., NBC and CBS both aired late-night talk shows. NBC's The Jay Leno Show consistently generated a profit of $150 million a year, while CBS's David Letterman Show pulled in $50 million annually. In contrast, ABC's 11 p.m. news program, Nightline, only averaged a $10 million profit per year. Previously, we had few good options, but now that David Letterman's contract with CBS is nearing its end, Robert suggested we bring him to ABC. David is very interested in the idea. Our primetime ratings are very strong and could serve as a great lead-in for his late-night show. However, just when Robert put forth this proposal, the president of the news department, David Weston, barged into his office, and they got into a heated argument that almost turned into a fight. Chapter 695, 696. Of course, it's all about the money. The news department operated independently under ABC, managing all of the network's news programming. The profit margins for news programs had always been very low. Over the years, only a few times had this trend been broken. However, the news department served as a critical media channel for any media conglomerate. This nationwide tool for controlling public opinion could not simply be measured by profit alone. Even if it operated at a loss, major networks would not readily cancel their news programs. When Jeffrey Katzenberg mentioned Nightline, Eric Williams didn't just hear about the significant profit gap between Nightline and the late-night shows on NBC and CBS and instantly get excited. Instead, he cautiously asked, what are the points of contention between Robert and the news department president, David Weston? And if we bring in the late show with David Letterman, what will happen to Nightline? Katzenberg replied, this concern mainly stems from David worrying that if Nightline gets canceled, it could become the spark that leads to budget cuts in the entire news department. Besides Nightline, there are several other low-rated news programs, and if all those shows get cut, the staff size and budget of the news department could shrink by at least 30%. The department has always been a cohesive unit, and the management has a hard time accepting a sudden disruption to the stability they've maintained. Regarding Nightline, Robert's proposal is to delay the show by an hour, airing it after the late-night shows. Delaying it by an hour is a terrible idea. It'd be better to just cancel it outright. If I were David, I'd probably end up clashing with Robert. Eric shook his head and chuckled. Nightline was originally scheduled to air at 11 p.m., but pushing it back an hour would push it to an entirely meaningless time slot. After a moment of consideration, Eric said, you should personally call David Weston about this. Don't let it drag on and escalate the conflict. Just assure him that there won't be any large-scale adjustments to the news department from headquarters. Even if Nightline gets canceled, the news department won't have a massive layoff. Katzenberg asked, what about the extra staff? Eric thought for a moment and replied, now that Fox News and two major news networks exist, those specialized news channels need to scale up to achieve profitability. The reason Fox News rose quickly was due to the media resources of the entire news group spread across the world, and we don't have that advantage. Therefore, we won't be doing an ABC News channel. However, there aren't any professional news websites online yet. I believe we can explore that route. Although ABC's news department can't support a 24-hour news channel, establishing a professional news website is absolutely feasible. Katzenberg asked skeptically, Eric, isn't Yahoo a news site? Eric shook his head and explained, Yahoo positions itself as a comprehensive information platform. The news section is only a small part of their business. They do create some content, but the majority of the information comes from various internet media sources, essentially acting as a cyber supermarket that distributes content from other sites. Katzenberg nodded, somewhat understanding, but resolved to go back and research relevant materials thoroughly. Eric added, the internet will likely become the primary media broadcasting channel of the future, so we should get David Weston to pay attention to this. If he encounters any issues with website development, he can reach out to Yahoo for help. Back in the day when Ted Turner started things up, many thought there was no way to turn a profit, but he handed over a slice of the pie that should have belonged to the major networks to this newcomer. The current situation is quite similar. Hardly anyone notices the potential of professional news sites on the internet. If ABC can get in early, it might just reach significant heights. Eric understood the future internet environment perfectly. Compared to other sectors like search engines and e-commerce, news websites didn't seem to have much potential for profit. The more crucial role for them would be as tools for public opinion, which Eric valued the most. However, he wasn't going to be candid about this. Otherwise, the news department wouldn't pour its efforts into expanding in that area. His primary goal in making this suggestion was to provide the news department with another direction for development, mitigating the internal conflicts arising from adjustments related to programs like Nightline. But Katzenberg was genuinely excited about Eric's suggestion. The wave of the internet had begun, and as the head of a media group, Katzenberg found himself increasingly exposed to relevant information. He knew that ABC simply did not have the strength to create a news channel that could compete effectively. However, if they could seize the initiative and establish a professional news website online that was on par with their standing in the real world, that would be incredibly fulfilling. Eric, if that's the case, I'll take the time to personally oversee the ABC News website. With this new project, there's no reason for David to keep stirring things up, and the adjustments to Nightline can proceed smoothly. Feeling Katzenberg's enthusiasm, Eric didn't want to discourage him. He thought for a moment and suggested, how about this? Firefly can set up a subsidiary specifically responsible for the news website. This will make it easier to tackle things like going public and financing in the future. Katzenberg looked puzzled. Eric, why go public? Haven't you always been against it? Going public was, of course, all about making money. Under normal circumstances, the profit outlook for news websites wasn't clear, and raising capital through an IPO was almost impossible. But the next few years were different. With the rise of the internet wave, any concept tied to the internet was sure to attract investors. Eric didn't expect the ABC News website to produce significant operational revenue, but it would be a shame not to leverage the opportunities of the internet bubble to make a sizable profit in the financial markets, especially considering his unique foresight as someone who had reborn. Yet he couldn't express such thoughts directly to Katzenberg and preferred to be vague. Jeffrey, I can't exactly explain this to you right now, but you'll understand in a few years. Katzenberg had encountered this type of reasoning from Eric before, and more often than not, it proved to be true. So he didn't question it further and kept asking Eric for specific ideas on how to build the news website. They continued to discuss until the sun sank behind the glass-lined horizon. Eventually, Katzenberg and Kelly decided to leave together. Eric glanced at the time. He had an Oscar publicity party for Saving Private Ryan that evening. He hurried upstairs to change into a suit and quickly left Malibu, heading to Beverly Hills. Chapter 696, 697, Quite Miserable. The PR party took place in a mansion area northwest of the Hollywood Bowl in Beverly Hills. As Eric just arrived at a grand house, he spotted a familiar white BMW ahead. Catherine Bigelow had just handed her car keys to the valet and was about to walk into the mansion when she noticed a black Rolls-Royce approach. She instinctively glanced over, and Eric rolled down the car window and waved. Catherine smiled and nodded, stopping to wait for Eric to get out. Carter, you can go home now. You don't need to stick around for me, Eric told the driver before exiting the car, holding a box. Catherine stepped forward and lightly embraced Eric. As she watched Eric's car drive away, a hint of confusion crossed her face, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she curiously looked at the square package Eric held in his hand. "You're bringing a gift? That's a bit of a problem. I thought we didn't need to," she remarked. "Of course, it's not necessary." Eric shook his head. He looked up and down at Catherine, recalling that their last meeting was at last year's discussion about the Band of Brothers project. Unfortunately, the project's budget was too high, and the subject matter was not quite suitable for ABC as a public broadcaster, so the majority of executives had opposed it. Since then, Eric hadn't pursued it further and had to set it aside for the time being. In the past few months, he had only exchanged a few phone calls with Catherine due to how busy he was. Months had passed, but Catherine hadn't changed at all. She wore a simple black fitted maxi dress and black heels, with a simple red thread bracelet around her wrist. Just standing there, she still exuded a calm and restrained presence. Noticing Eric's changing gaze, Catherine had almost developed a reflex to adopt a defensive posture, even after not seeing him for such a long time. However, she quickly realized that the look Eric had now lacked any of the aggressive undertones that she remembered, and her mood slightly relaxed, though she felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. What kind of woman wouldn't be attracted to a man as accomplished as he? Surely he must have someone. The thought popped into her mind, but before she could finish it, Catherine abruptly pushed it aside, her expression briefly showing a hint of panic. She avoided Eric's gaze and said, "Let's go inside." Eric raised the box in his hand. "Don't you want to know what's inside?" "What is it?" "I'll tell you after the party, but I can let slip that it's a gift for you." "A gift?" Catherine paused, looking up at Eric. "For me, a gift?" Eric merely smiled softly, lifting his arm slightly. "All right, I'll keep you in suspense just a little longer. Let's head inside." Catherine glanced at Eric's raised arm, hesitating about whether to respond. "You wouldn't deny me this little bit of recognition, would you? I'm a man. It's quite a blow to my ego." In the end, Catherine reached out and linked her arm with Eric's, though she seemed to mumble somewhat reluctantly, "Little man." After she said that, Catherine couldn't help but let out a light laugh, feeling as if they were back in those years when they spent time together at the Soho Grand Hotel in Manhattan. Then she recalled the white scarf Eric had given her. Turns out he had already given her a gift long before. That scarf was still quietly resting in her closet, and whenever she visited colder places, she would bring it along, although she rarely acknowledged it as a gift from someone special, as if it had become an inconspicuous part of her life. Feeling the slight pressure of the woman resting against him ease up, Eric joked, "You know, Catherine, in some stories, women who often refer to a certain man nearby as a little man usually end up quite miserable." Catherine's personality meant she wouldn't be particularly interested in some types of media or literature. Hearing Eric, she asked earnestly, "Miserable? Why's that?" Eric noticed the somewhat naive light in her eyes, coughed lightly, and didn't answer directly. Instead, he nodded to himself, affirming, "Oh yes, very miserable." Catherine didn't think much of the serious expression on Eric's face. She simply pouted and said, "I have no idea what you're talking about, macho man." The people inside the mansion received the notification and came out to greet them. Eric and Catherine stopped chatting and attended to the guests. Mainly, it was Eric leading the way while Catherine handled the socializing. She had little experience in such gatherings, and when surrounded by too many people, her discomfort became apparent. This party had been arranged by Eric through Francis Ford Coppola's connections. Over the years, Eric had maintained a good relationship with the Coppola family. Being a PR event, it was certainly not overly ostentatious. The mansion, located on the hillside, had just over 20 guests scattered inside and outside. Many of them were middle-aged individuals around Coppola's age, as it was widely known that the Oscar committee had aged significantly. Yet, the guest list was not limited to directors. It included actors, producers, and various Hollywood professionals. There was no music playing, and the waitstaff was minimal. The lawn featured several long tables stocked with a self-serve spread of food and drinks. Guests gathered in small groups, whispering to one another. Since they had agreed to come, it effectively implied some unspoken commitments, so few directly discussed the Oscars. Eric navigated the crowd with Catherine, and after stopping by the long tables to grab some food and take a breather, They were talking quietly when Coppola approached with a middle-aged man sporting a bushy beard. Eric, Catherine, let me introduce you to Terrence Malick. Terrence, this is Eric and Catherine. Hello, Mr. Malick. Just call me Eric, Eric replied, slightly raising an eyebrow while shaking hands with him. After the introductions, Coppola pointed to a round table next to the mansion's pool. Eric, shall we chat over there? Sure. Eric nodded with a smile, glancing at Terrence Malick again. He could feel a sense of curiosity brewing inside him. Terrence Malick had once been one of the renowned directors of the 1970s, with films like Days of Heaven winning him the Best Director award at the Cannes Film Festival. However, after Days of Heaven, for reasons unknown, Malick had suddenly stepped away from directing, and nearly 20 years had passed since then. In the original timeline, Malick would return to filmmaking in 1998 and directed a war film that was released the same year as Saving Private Ryan, called The Thin Red Line. Chapter 697, 698, Should We or Not? The four of them settled around a round table, and Coppola turned to Eric and Catherine. Here's the deal. Terrence has been preparing a World War II film adapted from a James Jones novel for years. The script was already written a long time ago, but he hasn't been able to find a suitable director. He hoped I would helm it since I directed Apocalypse Now back in the day, but I just don't have the energy for another war film. After watching Saving Private Ryan, Terrence thought it might be worthwhile to let Ms. Bigelow give it a shot. Eric and Catherine were no strangers to James Jones. He was the screenwriter of the classic film The Longest Day, about the Normandy invasion. To prepare for Saving Private Ryan, they had even revisited that film together. Upon hearing Coppola's words, Eric was already convinced that the movie Terrence Malick was working on was the one he remembered as Red Dawn. In their original timeline, The Thin Red Line was delayed until 1998, and Eric guessed that Terrence had been unable to find a suitable director, compelling him to step in himself. Plus, The Thin Red Line not only released in the same year as Saving Private Ryan, but also competed for the Oscars in 1999. Unfortunately, neither film triumphed, losing out to the Weinstein brothers' Oscar darling, Shakespeare in Love. Catherine, overhearing Coppola's introduction, turned to Terrence Malick and asked, Terrence, can you give us a brief overview of the script? Sure. The original novel by James Jones isn't strictly autobiographical, but it is largely based on his experiences serving at Guadalcanal during World War II. You can read it later. I made significant changes to the plot. Unlike Saving Private Ryan, which explores the values of war, my script aims to delve into the brutal impact of war on human nature, primarily focusing on a unit known as Charlie Company. Eric noticed that Catherine's focus grew sharper. She quickly became engrossed in a detailed discussion with Terrence, almost forgetting about him and Coppola. He could tell she was captivated. The examination of war's effects on humanity was such a philosophical topic, certainly a favorite among artistic women. Exchanging a knowing look with Coppola, they both chuckled quietly and chose not to interrupt, patiently listening to their conversation. After a full half hour, the discussion finally wrapped up. Catherine turned to Eric, her enthusiasm evident. Eric, what do you think of the story? It's a great story. Firefly is very interested in investing. Terrence, have you done a rough budget yet? As soon as Eric finished speaking, Catherine shot him a reproachful glance. She had hoped Eric would discuss the script, but the little rascal directly asked how much the movie would cost. How utterly deflating. Eric felt a bit helpless, thinking to himself, you're a goddess who doesn't worry about livelihood, but I'm a businessman. Terrence Malick, however, didn't share Catherine's annoyance. Hearing Eric express interest in investment made him happy. The project had been in the works for years, yet many film companies rejected it due to perceived risks. At times, Terrence felt like giving up. Eric, the film requires about $50 million to produce. I've shown the script to several well-known actors, and many are quite interested. Sean Penn and John Travolta have both committed as long as we secure funding. At that time, Sean Penn and John Travolta were both A-list stars. Their involvement would guarantee box office success, which was precisely why Terrence shared that information. Eric knew that, in fact, the original cast for The Thin Red Line had been even more stellar. Besides Sean and John, it also included George Clooney, John Cusack, Woody Harrelson, and Adrian Brody, big names in Hollywood. Though history had shifted, Eric was confident that if Catherine could secure the Oscar for Best Director, the $50 million budget would be hefty, but not unmanageable given the film's box office potential. With a fresh Oscar winner and big-name actors involved, recouping costs and making a profit would not be too daunting. Terrence perceived Eric's contemplation as hesitation. He knew that $50 million was considered high for a film, but this story lacked strong commercial appeal. After considering, he added, "Eric, if you think the risk is too high, Firefly can invest $25 million and agree to handle distribution, while I look for another $25 million in funding." That's not necessary, Eric firmly decided. The investment might be on the high side, but he felt little pressure to recoup costs. Firefly couldn't invest only in commercial films. It was necessary to produce projects that had artistic merit. Firefly can cover the full investment. However, I have one condition. Terrence, I want you to not only write the script, but also serve as the producer for this film. Having once won the Best Director award at Cannes, Terrence's return after 20 years would also serve as a significant promotional draw when the movie released. However, Eric's request didn't stem solely from that reasoning, but from Terrence's credentials. Hollywood placed high importance on hierarchy. Projects with experienced directors and producers always attracted powerful actors, much like Woody Allen and Robert Altman, whose films were known for their stellar casts. Although Terrence hadn't directed in 2 decades, his reputation and connections had not vanished. Otherwise, they wouldn't be having this meeting today. If he took on the producer role, Terrence could effortlessly put together an even stronger cast. Terrence understood that Eric wasn't referring to a producer who merely lent their name without participating in the film's production. He had not worked in film for 2 decades and had only wished to be a screenwriter on this project. However, after many setbacks and the possibility of change, Terrence's resolve weakened considerably. Catherine glanced between Eric and Terrence before diplomatically suggesting, "Terrence, we had such a great conversation earlier. I'd love for you to be involved in this project as well." Many creative philosophies Catherine had mentioned resonated with Terrence, and collaborating with a like-minded director didn't seem so difficult anymore. Hearing Catherine's encouragement, Terrence nodded. "All right, Eric. I'll take on the role of producer." "Great. Let's hope for a fruitful collaboration," Eric said with a smile, raising his glass. Since this gathering wasn't purely for entertainment and the guests were older, some began to leave shortly after 10 o'clock. Eric and Catherine bid farewell to each guest, and only when Coppola departed in his car did Catherine notice something was off. Looking around the mansion, now only the few waitstaff were cleaning up, she asked, "Eric, where's the house owner?" He pointed to himself. "Right here." Catherine laughed at his gesture. "How did you end up buying a house here?" "Consider it an investment. I think I have a few places besides this one," he replied, knowing Catherine wasn't genuinely interested, just making casual conversation. In reality, aside from the Liberty City estate, Eric had already acquired around 60 or 70 luxury properties in Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Malibu, and Manhattan over the years. Most luxury homes in American metropolitan areas during the 90s were priced under $1 million. Yet, he was aware that even after the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, despite the extended downturn in the American housing market, cities like Los Angeles and New York continued to see surging luxury prices thanks to wealthy buyers and investors. In 20 years, homes priced over $100 million would be commonplace, making today's investments potentially yield tenfold or even greater returns. Of course, beyond investment purposes, owning property could also offset personal income taxes. To mitigate taxes, both Firefly Group and Firefly Investments sought to avoid dividends, keeping funds in corporate accounts. Even in his role as chairman of Firefly Group, Eric had only nominally taken a $1 salary. However, he still earned significant income from films he directed, produced, or wrote. For instance, for the recently concluded Victoria's Secret fashion show, being a personal investor meant he would receive most of the revenue from tape sales, which was projected to bring in around $300 million. Chris had previously provided Eric with various investment proposals, but he ultimately chose to invest in real estate, enjoying the comfort of having a home wherever he went. Catherine certainly had little interest in these aspects. She simply responded quietly with a murmur. Back in the courtyard, the two resumed discussing the thin red line by the poolside table. Eric stopped mentioning boring budget figures, and Catherine soon realized that this little man had an analytical depth about films that rivaled her own. It seemed as though he had already absorbed the entire movie after just hearing the script once. Without noticing it, she began reminiscing about her past, the time as a child when her father, who wanted to be a comic book artist, taught her to paint, igniting her interest in art. There were also her experiences at the San Francisco Art Institute, and her 10 years living and working in New York where her passion for filmmaking blossomed, leading her to explore short films, and so on. Memories were among the most effective means of disarming someone's heart. Late into the night, during early springtime, the surroundings remained silent. Even the insects had quieted. The orange lights in the mansion's courtyard seemed to glow even more dreamlike. A cool breeze swept by, and in the soft chill, Catherine suddenly sensed a growing tension in the atmosphere. The little man in front of her still wore a gentle smile, but there was a hint of loneliness about him that seemed as though he sought to merge into the night, making her heart soften involuntarily. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Catherine stood up unconsciously. Eric looked up in confusion, seeing the woman's startled expression. "Catherine, what's wrong?" Eric, it's late. I should go," she said, her voice trembling slightly. She had resolved that if he urged her to stay, she would firmly refuse. She needed to sound more resolute. Eric glanced at his watch. It was already 11:30. He stood up and remarked, "It is late. I remember you usually go to bed right at 10 o'clock, don't you?" Catherine instinctively shook her head. "No, yes." Eric chuckled. "Right, remember the gift I mentioned earlier? Come on, let me show you." "Eric, can't we do it tomorrow? It's just too late now." Eric walked back into the mansion, saying, "Just a few minutes. Since it's already late, tomorrow can wait." Catherine watched Eric's retreating figure and reluctantly followed him. In the living room, Eric retrieved a box from the cupboard. "The Oscars are coming up, and I know you probably don't remember that. So, I prepared a dress for you. Designed it myself. Come take a look. What do you think?" As he spoke, Eric carefully lifted a light gray silk embroidered gown from the box. He had created it from memory, recalling the dress Catherine wore when she won Best Director. Catherine stood nearby, her attention fixated on the uneven heart-shaped embroidery on the gown, and her nervousness returned. "Eric, my agent already contacted someone for a dress sponsorship. I'm trying on dresses in a couple of days." "Oh, then just try this one on first. Whichever one you like best is the one you should wear. Can I take it home? If it doesn't fit, you'll need modifications made quickly. Just try it on here. I want to see how it looks," Eric said, smiling innocently as he watched her hesitate. "You wouldn't deny me this small favor, would you? This is my hard work." "Well, all right." Catherine softened her tone once more, taking the box Eric offered and following his lead into a nearby room. After some time, the woman finally emerged, cautiously holding her skirt. Music had started playing in the living room without her noticing. A soft sound filled the air, a sweetly haunting melody that made one want to cast away all worries and lose themselves. Though he vividly remembered the image, seeing Catherine walk out in the gown made Eric feel an overwhelming sense of awe. She embodied the ideal figure, nearly perfect in her proportions, her gorgeous face unmarked by time, flushed with a soft hue. As Eric rose to approach her, extending his hand, Catherine, unbeknownst to herself, let go of her skirt and offered her right hand. Before she realized it, she found herself in Eric's embrace, swaying gently to the music. They lost track of time, the music playing over and over. Leaning her chin against Eric's shoulder, Catherine whispered in his ear, "Eric." His voice melded with the gentle music in her ear. "I haven't made up my mind yet. I don't want to just be tricked into sleeping with you. I want to go home." Her voice trembled slightly, devoid of the assertiveness she usually had, sounding more like a trapped little creature, pitifully begging her hunter to spare her. In an instant, Eric's heart softened as he murmured, "All right, I'll take you home. I don't need you to take me. I can go back myself. I have a car." "Okay." Eric released her waist. "You don't need to alter the dress anymore, so go change. You can't drive in that." A few minutes later, Eric stood under the pale yellow street lamps outside the mansion, watching as Catherine's white car gradually disappeared down the road, dramatically creating a sense that she was fleeing. He chuckled softly to himself, releasing a quiet sigh. He wasn't quite sure how to feel in that moment. By midnight, except for the dim streetlights, this stretch of the residential area had only a few lights left. Turning to look at the front gate, although the mansion was fully equipped, Eric didn't wish to stay alone. Strangely, he suddenly craved a lively atmosphere and then thought of the lively young lady. He picked up his phone and dialed. After a few rings, through the static, a vibrant presence came streaming through. The girl was still at a party, even though it was past midnight. "Eric, calling me so late?" She sounded a little guilty, and the background noise began to fade. Eric knew she was hiding in a quiet corner somewhere, and he couldn't help but smile with affection, scolding her gently. "It's late. Don't get crazy. Be careful, or you'll have dark circles tomorrow." "I won't. Just having fun today, hee." "Did you need something? Can Natasha come pick me up? I'm near Ken Street in Hollywood Hills, just where we checked out that house last time. There was a party here tonight, and now I'm the only one left." "Oh, I'll be right there. Just wait for me." Without inquiring further, she quickly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at the Drews estate in Truesdale, the party atmosphere was a stark contrast to Eric's little gathering. String lights drove away the night completely, and music reverberated over dozens of meters. The good thing was that it was on a mountaintop. Except for Elizabeth and Julia's nearby mansion, there were no close neighbors. Their house was still empty and had never been sold, so no one complained about the noise. Eric didn't like other men showing up at his mansion, so when the girl hosted a party, she only invited her female friends. With plenty of girlfriends running around, there was singing, dancing, splashing in the pool, and even a few girls cuddling in playful embraces. All sorts of antics that would shock any man. When Natasha brought over the ringing, cordless phone, the girl was chatting away with Gwyneth Paltrow. Although both were Spielberg goddaughters, the girl's standing far surpassed needing Spielberg's backing. However, Gwyneth had her own motives, trying to maintain a close connection with the girl. When Drew excitedly rushed away from the lively conversation, Gwyneth quickly pieced together who was on the line and subtly followed her. As Drew dashed into a room, Gwyneth calmly took a drink and quietly waited outside. After a moment, the door opened, and seeing Drew emerge, Gwyneth immediately flashed a curious smile and approached. "Drew, was that Eric calling?" "Yeah," Drew replied, nonchalantly bypassing Gwyneth's query, striding toward the microphone at the center of the courtyard. She switched off the music by snatching the mic from Christina Aguilera, who was singing. With a few solid thuds into the mic, silence fell over the crowd. Drew pulled Christina close and gave her a playful kiss, addressing the audience. "Hey guys, this party is wrapping up. You've got 10 minutes to get home. If you're slow, Natasha will toss you out. And those who are too drunk, whoever brings them home can sell them for some midnight snacks, all right?" The girls knew Drew's nature well. Though she spoke cheerily, if they surpassed the 10-minute mark, this unpredictable wild girl was serious about getting rid of them. Thus, there was hardly any hesitation as girls began packing up. Some even teased her, asking, "Drew, is your man coming home?" Drew waved her little hand. "Yes. My king is arriving, but he doesn't need you little bitches to sleep with him. So scat." A bold girl chimed in. "Drew, I'm still a virgin. Can I stay and serve our king?" "Scram. Tomorrow I'll break that with a beer bottle. It's already been 2 minutes. There are still 8 minutes left." Another girl joked, "I want Natasha to throw me. She seems strong." "You little loser. I'll have Natasha break your legs before she tosses you out. Wanna bet?" "Drew, you're so violent." In just 5 minutes, a crowd of girls had thinned out rapidly. Drew personally helped load the barely teenage Christina into a sports car, ensuring everything was double-checked so no one remained. She instructed the 2 maids to clean up quickly and then drove off with her twins in tow. Chapter 698, 699, A Spiritual Connection. Eric waited for about 20 minutes before a red sports car appeared at the intersection not far away and quickly pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, and the girl didn't even bother to open the door. She simply squeezed out through the window. Eric hurriedly reached out to catch her, pulling her out of the car. After a moment of snuggling against Eric, she sniffled playfully and said with a grin, "Eric, you smell like a woman." Did you get kicked out of bed at the last minute? Noticing the brief, awkward expression flashing across Eric's face, the girl couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, I guessed right. Poor thing. Let little Drew give you a hug. Don't cry. Eric chuckled and playfully smacked her on the backside, looking at her rosy face from drinking too much. It's late. You should hurry home and get some rest. Yeah, home. Carry me to the car. With one arm around her, Eric opened the car door and stuffed her inside. He didn't get in right away, but walked around to knock on the driver's window. The glass slid down, revealing the twins. Master, is there something wrong? Eric glanced over to confirm the twins hadn't been drinking and nodded. Nothing, let's go. Eric, you don't need to check. How could I let them drink? That's too dangerous. Ugh, I feel a bit dizzy. I need a hug. After Eric climbed into the back seat, the girl immediately snuggled against him, and he wrapped his arm around her small frame, affectionately patting her head. I really want to knock some sense into you. Hey, even if you did, I'd still know what you're planning as soon as you raised your hand. Feeling the car start moving, Eric smiled and raised his hand. Come on, guess what I'm about to do? Resting comfortably on Eric's leg, the girl reached out to tug on his hand, playfully nibbling on it a couple of times. That's way too obvious. I'm not guessing. For over 10 minutes, the sports car wound its way along the mountain roads of Beverly Hills, finally reaching the Trousseau estate. Eric was still bent over chatting with the girl when Natasha, in the passenger seat, turned around. Master, there's someone at the front gate. Eric looked up to see a black SUV parked outside Drew's mansion. The girl perked up at Natasha's words, sat up, and peeked outside, laughing. Gwyneth Paltrow. She must have forgotten something when she left. Eric asked, confused, forgot what? How would I know? The girl replied, still smiling. Whatever it is, she just needs an excuse to come back. It suddenly clicked for Eric, and he chuckled softly, deciding not to say anything more. Seeing the girl's red sports car parked at the mansion entrance, Gwyneth Paltrow took a deep breath and stepped out of her SUV, her face already wearing an apologetic expression as she walked towards Eric and Drew. I'm so sorry, Drew. I left my bag at your place, and I have an audition sheet in it for tomorrow, so I had to come back now. The girl warmly took Gwyneth's hand. No worries, Kate. It's late. Why don't you just stay the night? Wouldn't I be bothering you? Gwyneth asked, directing her question at Eric. Eric silently looked at the two girls, who seemed to be like sisters despite not having those feelings, and simply nodded. He then saw the gate open and walked towards the courtyard. Noticing that Eric didn't intend to engage her in conversation, Gwyneth's eyes flickered with disappointment, but she quickly changed her expression to accommodate the girl still holding her hand. Let's go inside, the girl said, seemingly oblivious to Gwyneth's demeanor, before instructing the twins to take Gwyneth's car into the garage. As Eric stepped into the courtyard, he noted two maids still working and various items scattered around, realizing the girl had indeed been throwing a party at his house. The two maids didn't know much about Eric's nature, and upon seeing him, they froze, fearing reprimand since their work wasn't finished. Close to 1 a.m., and Eric wasn't the type to be unreasonable. He waved his hand. You all can head to bed. Clean up tomorrow. The maids sighed in relief and quickly finished their tasks, then quietly disappeared. Behind him, the two girls chattered away, and Eric had no interest in joining them. He tossed his coat onto the sofa, headed upstairs, and turned on the water to fill the tub for a shower. A moment later, Natasha appeared quietly at the door holding Eric's coat. She hung it up neatly on a nearby rack and approached softly. Master, let me handle it. Eric rose to let Natasha oversee the water flow, then walked over to the sink to grab his toothbrush. Squeezing toothpaste onto it, he asked, What's Drew doing downstairs? Just chatting with Miss Paltrow. It's pretty late. Go tell them to continue their conversation tomorrow. Okay, Natasha nodded. As Eric started brushing his teeth, she focused on the bathtub, checking the water temperature before quietly slipping out of the bathroom. After brushing his teeth, Eric stripped off his clothes and sank into the inviting warmth of the tub, feeling his eyelids growing heavy. After a while, he felt the bathroom door push open and the girl dove into the tub beside him. Eric held her wriggling little body against him and said with a chuckle, Stop fooling around. It's late. Where's Gwyneth Paltrow? She went to the guest room to sleep. Eric, are you thinking of sneaking in? She might be looking forward to it. Not interested. Since you don't like her, why are you being all nice? The girl snuggled closer against Eric's shoulder. It's just interesting to see her trying so hard to get close to me while clearly disliking me. Eric patted the girl on the back and said, "Don't take it too far. If you don't like it, I'll just ignore her." Eric shook his head. "Not necessary. But why did I just hear you call her Kate?" "Because that's her baptismal name, given by Godfather." Eric asked curiously, "Oh, what's your god name?" "I just casually picked it up while filming E.T. I was only 8 at the time, and they didn't give me a proper name. She's from a long-established Hollywood family, and her name was given formally during her baptism." Noticing the girl seemed strangely low-spirited, Eric leaned over and kissed her doll-like face. "It's okay. How about I give you a god name?" "All right, will I call you Daddy?" Not gonna happen." "Ha ha." The girl giggled, wiggling again and splashing water everywhere. "You totally like it. I can feel it." Eric stretched out to hold her down again. "Keep it up, and I'll toss you out." "Ha ha." The girl laughed a few more times, then stopped her antics. "By the way, Eric, I got this really cool script today and paid a whopping $500,000 for it. Can you take a look? Tomorrow. Look at the time. Just a quick peek," she insisted, getting more energetic as the night grew late. She climbed to the edge of the tub, grabbing a bottle of shampoo and banging it against the edge, calling out, "Natasha! Natasha!" Voices echoed from the twins. "Boss, can you bring me that script I got today?" "Sure." A moment later, the bathroom door softly opened, and Natasha walked in holding a script. Her usually calm and clear face had a hint of redness as her gaze flickered away, not daring to look directly at Eric in the tub. Although a layer of bubbles covered the tub, obscuring everything, Eric felt a bit awkward, ready to tell Natasha to leave, but the girl stretched her 2 pale arms out, asking Natasha to help her dry off. "Why be shy? I'm Eric's. You all are Eric's too." Natasha replied softly, "Yes, boss." As the twins left, Eric finally asked, "What exactly did you do?" The girl didn't answer directly and cheerfully said, "If you don't want it, I'll just give them away." Just kidding. I wouldn't give them to anyone." "Haha, let's see the script," she said, holding one hand out with the script while offering Eric a dry towel with the other. Eric dried his hands and took the script from her, flipping it open, his eyes nearly popping out of his head when he saw the cover simply titled Scream, with the writer's name Kevin Williamson. Fortunately, the girl turned around to hang the towel up, so she didn't see the brief surprise cross Eric's face, or she would definitely have guessed something was up. As the girl turned back, Eric casually questioned, "Where did this script come from? Everyone is competing for it right now. They tried to start bidding at $350,000, and all the major studios backed out. Just a few small production companies are left competing. I thought it was such a cool script, I immediately offered $500,000 to secure it. Hollywood's top writers could sell a script for $2 million to $5 million, but due to box office potential limitations, horror scripts typically didn't go for that high." Eric knew Scream was a massive success in the original timeline, but at this moment, $500,000 seemed like a stretch for a horror script that usually wouldn't be worth over $200,000 to $400,000, which was why the major studios had pulled out at $350,000. The girl had once again guessed Eric's thoughts from his expression and explained, "The $500,000 isn't just for this one script. It also includes contracts for 2 sequels and 2 similar genre scripts. Altogether, it's actually 5 scripts." Hearing this, Eric's earlier thoughts quickly vanished. Of course, there was no way this girl was going to lose out. Eric could guess the motivation behind writer Kevin Williamson's decision. Being an unknown screenwriter in Hollywood, $500,000 would be a fortune. Thousands of scripts pass through Hollywood every year, and many writers only get 1 or 2 projects before fading out. Some never earned $500,000 in their lifetime. It was clear Williamson was looking to cash in, given the chance. However, for $500,000 for 5 films, once Scream hit it big, Williamson was bound to regret his choice later. Feeling Eric's change in mood, the girl smugly giggled a couple of times. "Eric, what do you think of me playing the girl who gets killed right at the beginning of the script?" Leaning against the edge of the tub while flipping through the script, Eric asked calmly, "What made you think of that?" "I just think it sounds interesting. I haven't acted in a movie for ages, and this role won't take much time at all." "Well, if you like it, Go for it. By the way, what happened with Tina's script for Mean Girls? It's already in the works. We plan to aim for a year-end release. If the filming of Scream goes well, we will also release it at the end of the year. If no one wants to distribute it, we'll just do it ourselves. Oh, and there's a sequel for Mission Impossible. Kevin Costner's agent called the other day, wanting to discuss the sequel contract. Eric asked, "How did you respond?" The girl laughed. "We just ignored him. Everyone knows by now that Waterworld is a mess. Although it's more or less completed, we found out it burned through $130 million just in the filming phase. I heard they scared the original director off by the end, and post-production will take at least another $30 to $40 million. Costner wants to secure a Mission Impossible sequel contract in case Waterworld flops. I won't let him succeed. If he wants to negotiate, we'll wait until after Waterworld is out. Haha. With Scream and Mean Girls, I'll have plenty to keep me and Amy busy for a long time. Plus, we have to personally handle the release for Forrest Gump and participate in the promotions for Night at the Museum. There's so much to do. Warner Brothers must be regretting their decision to take on Kevin Costner's long-planned Waterworld after the major actor strike last year. With production costs nearing $170 million, marketing alone would likely require another $30 million, for a total of $200 million that Warner needed to recoup at least $600 million worldwide just to break even. From Eric's recollection, that $600 million worldwide looked impossible. Just not flopping would be an achievement. When ticket sales were low, even a blockbuster that burned through $200 million in costs wouldn't earn much from ancillary revenues like videotapes and television rights. Warner was facing massive losses on this film, almost a certainty. Eric couldn't help but think of Warner's summer slate this year. Besides Waterworld, they had Batman Forever, Heat, Fair Game, and Eraser, of which only Batman Forever was assured revenue. However, he couldn't recall any of the other films doing huge box office globally. But the production cost for all 5 films was sky-high, not discussing Waterworld's cataclysmic $170 million price tag. Batman Forever hit $120 million from its stacked cast, while Eraser cost a significant $100 million due to Arnold Schwarzenegger's hefty salary. The other Heat came in at $70 million, and the cheapest among them, Fair Game, still cost a hefty $50 million. In Eric's view, these films were definitely not worth their enormous production budgets. Although the summer blockbuster lineup would boost Time Warner's film revenue significantly this year, he was almost certain the profits would fall sharply compared to last year's $91 million loss. Time Warner CEO Terry Semel was in for a rough time ahead. Perhaps, while Time Warner was down, Firefly could do something. After all, Time Warner held something that Eric found extremely tempting and Firefly lacked. Lying on an unfamiliar bed in a strange room, Gwyneth Paltrow tossed and turned for a long time, her mind swirling chaotically with expectations, longings, envy, and more. Although both she and Drew were goddaughters of Spielberg, Gwyneth had always looked down on Drew, thinking of her as just a low-level girl in Hollywood who only managed to survive because of her godfather. However, Drew's recent streak of good luck drove Gwyneth up the wall. Just looking at the multi-million-dollar mansion she was currently in made Gwyneth grind her teeth. She didn't even know when she would ever buy a place like this. Over the years, Gwyneth had purposely lowered her profile when interacting with Drew, yet she did not even bring her a single audition opportunity for a big project, making her resentful. What a brat. All she did was snag Eric Williams. I will definitely win him over. After plotting in her mind for an unknown amount of time, the sky outside gradually brightened, and Gwyneth finally fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, sunlight filled almost the entire room. Groggily glancing at her watch, it was 9:30 a.m. Gwyneth sprang up, quickly freshened up, and nervously sat at the vanity, meticulously getting herself ready, silently hoping that he hadn't left yet. Otherwise, she wouldn't know when their next meeting would occur. That brat never even bothered to introduce her to Eric Williams. Although some girls had begged her to take them to see Eric at Liberty City Estate, they had all been unsuccessful. After dressing carefully, Gwyneth stepped out of the guest room. The villa showed no traces of last night's party and seemed rather empty. She walked all the way to the living room without encountering anyone. As she was about to step out, She saw one of the twins carrying some clothes down the stairs. Upon seeing her, the girl politely paused to greet her. Though she was somewhat envious of the twins' flawless pale faces, Gwyneth asked nonchalantly, "Natasha, where's Mr. Williams?" "Miss Paltrow, the master is outside." Gwyneth paused, hesitating to ask, "You call him master?" The twin nodded without a change in expression and asked, "Miss Paltrow would you like breakfast?" "Yes, please prepare a fruit salad with honey, and I'd like a cup of milk slightly warmed to 40 degrees if possible. Oh, and please bring it outside. I want to eat in the garden." Gwyneth semi-processed the odd address before giving a command as if she were the owner of the house. "Sure, Miss Paltrow." Natasha nodded and quietly walked away. Gwyneth stood there momentarily stunned, thinking how nice it would be to have such obedient servants serving her all the time. She quickly perked up and went outside. The outside of the villa featured a square swimming pool bordered by lawns and some bushes. To the west was the driveway leading to the gate, which had quite a large area for temporary parking, while to the east, a small path extended out to a triangular terrace that overlooked all of Los Angeles. Gwyneth immediately spotted Eric sitting at a long table on the terrace, seemingly on a phone call. The table was strewn with a laptop, a fax machine, and a stack of documents. One of the twins sat quietly at the entrance of the terrace, engrossed in a book. Though the scene felt a little odd, Gwyneth approached without hesitation. However, just as she reached the entrance to the terrace, the twin stood up and stepped in front of her. "Sorry, Miss Paltrow, the master is on the phone." Even knowing she wasn't speaking to Eric directly, the two identical girls' sharply different attitudes made Gwyneth feel unsettled. "I just want to say hi to Mr. Williams. I won't interrupt him." The twin continued to silently shake his head, making it clear she wouldn't let her through. Noticing Eric looking over, Gwyneth eagerly waved at him. Eric smiled and nodded, saying a few words to the person on the other end before hanging up. "Natasha, let Gwyneth come over." "Sure, master." Natasha replied softly, quietly stepping aside and sitting back down to read her book. With a spring in her step, Gwyneth moved forward, only to suddenly tone down her movements and greeted Eric politely. "Morning, Eric." "Morning." Eric chuckled lightly, showing no concern for her overly casual demeanor as he took a seat in front of the laptop and opened a document. Originally sitting across from Eric, Gwyneth immediately rose and moved beside him, glancing at the laptop screen just in time to see the YCR software icon on his desktop. "Eric, you use YCR too?" "I have it. Can I have your number?" "Sorry, Gwyneth, this is for work. I don't add personal friends." Gwyneth persisted. "Oh, don't you have a personal number?" Chapter 699, 700. The one that got away. Eric simply ignored Gwyneth Paltrow's question, lowering his gaze to the documents in his hands. He asked, "Didn't you say there was an audition today?" Gwyneth Paltrow showed no signs of embarrassment. She leaned on the table, propping her chin with her hand as she looked at Eric and said, "I suddenly thought that script was terrible. I'm not going. By the way, I heard your Matrix is already in the works. I've read that novel countless times. Do you think there's a role in it for me?" This woman truly had a good opinion of herself. Eric chuckled. "How about the lead female role?" Gwyneth Paltrow's eyes lit up in an instant. "Really?" Eric shook his head without hesitation. "No." Gwyneth Paltrow didn't seem upset at all. Instead, she lightly tapped Eric on the shoulder and stated, "Eric, you're so bad." With a pile of work to do, Eric had no time to indulge her, especially since he didn't feel anything for her. Just as he was about to lose his patience and send her away, he heard the young girl's voice from behind. "Kate, I didn't expect you to be up earlier than me." "Hey, Drew, good morning." Gwyneth Paltrow greeted the girl. Eric felt the girl lean into his back, turned to give her a quick kiss on the cheek, and then subtly signaled with his eyes. The girl giggled and released Eric, reaching for Gwyneth Paltrow, who was lounging next to him. "Kate, come on, let's go have breakfast." Although Gwyneth Paltrow didn't want to leave, she didn't dare to refuse Drew's invitation and reluctantly got up. As the area quieted down, Eric redirected his attention back to the documents in his hand. This was a private bond financing agreement, the result of the lobbying efforts by Chris and Erwin Jacobs in recent times. The contract was for Firefly Investments to provide Verizon Communications with $300 million in private bond financing, specifically for purchasing CDMA base station equipment and mobile communication network solutions from Qualcomm. The bond had a 5-year term with an interest rate of 3%, after paying the hefty licensing fees for mobile spectrum permits. Aside from the financially robust AT&T, all other telecom operators faced funding shortages during their communications network's digital upgrade. Firefly already held 40% of Qualcomm's shares, making it the largest shareholder with nearly absolute control over Qualcomm. This financing agreement essentially represented Verizon's price for joining the CDMA technology camp. Although Verizon was already bearing nearly $9 billion in debt, it had firmly rejected Firefly's equity investment proposal. This decision was not hard to understand. For a company with substantial growth potential, the cost of equity financing was much higher than debt financing. Just like Firefly Group, which also held significant debt, if they were in need of cash, Eric would still opt for issuing bonds rather than bringing in other shareholders to share in Firefly's future profits. As long as Verizon weathered the coming few years of hardship, the operational situation would soon improve once the mobile communication network was established, and its debts would gradually be absorbed. However, the deal also had a sense of opportunism to it. Given its enormous debt burden, Verizon's next public financing would have required an interest rate of at least 6% to ensure success. But the interest rate on this private bond financing was only 3%. If they agreed to this contract, Firefly would lose $10 million annually just on interest, and considering the principal of $300 million, the potential returns if that capital were invested elsewhere could be significantly higher after 5 years. Eric didn't know how CDMA technology triumphed in the original timeline, but at the moment, he couldn't decline this contract. Chris had just informed him over the phone that signing this agreement to pull the second-largest telecom operator in North America, Verizon, into the CDMA camp would effectively revive Qualcomm. Once the news broke, Qualcomm stock would likely soar by at least 100%. Eric wasn't particularly concerned about Qualcomm's skyrocketing stock price because Firefly would never easily sell its shares. What mattered most to him was the rapid promotion of CDMA technology. Considering all of this, Eric recalled another thing Chris mentioned over the phone. While Verizon had rejected the equity investment proposal, Sprint's stance wasn't as firm. Even though Sprint had made enormous profits last year, its overly aggressive expansion in mobile communication sparked widespread investor concerns. Most analysts believe that if Sprint proceeded with its plan to build a nationwide mobile communication network, the substantial upfront investments would leave the company unable to generate any profit over the next 3 to 5 years. Moreover, if the bets failed and the mobile communications industry didn't meet expected growth, Sprint risked bankruptcy due to its aggressive expansion strategy. These factors significantly lowered the chances of Sprint successfully securing debt financing, leaving investors unwilling to purchase bonds from a company that might face bankruptcy in the coming years, forcing Sprint to opt for issuing stocks to raise funds. At a party in New York, Chris had spoken with a board member from Sprint who revealed that Sprint could issue an additional 10% of total stock to Firefly, but at a price of $1.6 billion, 60% above Sprint's current stock price. While this wasn't likely to be the final trading price, Firefly would have to pay a premium to complete the deal. Eric would have preferred to acquire Sprint shares in the open market, but compared to Qualcomm's possible 30 million shares even after issuing more, Sprint's total stock was a staggering 3.6 billion shares, 120 times that of Qualcomm. Most stockholders were investment-oriented entities not prone to sell their stocks easily, making it challenging for Eric to build a significant stake through the public market. With these thoughts in mind, Eric noted several digits in his notebook. Regarding Verizon's $300 million debt financing and acquiring Sprint stock, he probably needed at least a 30% premium, around $1.3 billion. The ongoing plan to increase stakes in Cisco would require a larger $2 billion investment. Adding these together brought the total to $3.6 billion. Additionally, Ian Gurney, the CEO of Yahoo, had recently discussed the management's views on the company's future with Eric via phone and email. According to their ideas, Yahoo would also turn into a cash-burning giant in the coming years. Even if Firefly Group maintained a $2 billion annual profit for the next few years, With Eric's 73.7% shareholding, his annual dividends would only amount to $1.5 billion. Although he had other side income, it still wouldn't be sufficient to support these plans. After mulling this over, Eric resolved to take things one step at a time. If it didn't work out, he would scale back on some projects. "Eric, what are you thinking about?" The girl suddenly popped up next to him again, still accompanied by Gwyneth Paltrow. "Nothing, just some random things," Eric answered vaguely. With someone else around, he couldn't be casual like he usually was. If certain things got out, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. The girl didn't mind, though. She took the fresh coffee from Natasha's hands and poured it for Eric. "Eric, I'm heading to the office. Are you leaving today?" Eric shook his head. "No, I'll wait for you to come back. I'll leave Natasha with you. Just let her know if you need anything." Eric smiled. "Let's skip that. You take her with you. It feels a bit weird to split them up." "Okay." The maid's phone number is under the coffee table. They live nearby in Coldwater Canyon. "You can call them over if you need help," the girl added and turned to leave. Upon noticing Gwyneth Paltrow hadn't moved, she said, "Kate, come with me. I'll take you to see my company." Gwyneth Paltrow realized she had a chance to be alone with Eric, so she wouldn't easily leave. "Drew, you go ahead. I'll leave on my own later. I'm heading to Burbank. We're going different ways." "Oh, all right." The girl nodded, winking at Eric playfully in front of Gwyneth Paltrow before walking toward the door where the twins had already opened the car. As the engine roared and faded away, the mansion was quickly left with just Eric and Gwyneth Paltrow. "Eric, can I sit here?" Gwyneth Paltrow asked, not waiting for his answer before plopping down beside him. Eric felt a bit of a headache. The girl was being mischievous again, knowing he didn't like this woman and still keeping her around. "Eric, both twins are named Natasha. That's pretty interesting." Gwyneth Paltrow quickly initiated small talk. Eric replied casually, "The older one is Natasha. The younger one has a longer name that's in Russian. No one remembers it, so we just call her Natasha." "Oh," Gwyneth Paltrow seemed intrigued. "How do they differentiate between them when they're together?" "They're both the same. Why differentiate? When together, just call out Natasha, and the older one will respond." "That's so interesting. I wish I could have a pair of servants like that." Gwyneth Paltrow didn't hide the envy in her tone. Eric chuckled, stealing another glance at Gwyneth Paltrow. A sudden thought crossed his mind, making him look back up again to catch that fleeting notion. Say 7 on. Though he had been revisiting various films in his memory, Eric realized he had completely forgotten about this classic. According to his recollections, Say 7 was released in 1995 and should have started production around this time. However, the female lead was right here, and the male lead was still lingering in television. Eric had also never heard anything about Say 7 on. If it weren't for the not-so-prominent female lead sitting in front of him, he wouldn't have remembered when he would think of it again. In the original timeline, Say 7 shook audiences with its dark and despairing plot, achieving a $300 million box office on a $30 million budget, marking it as a signature work that propelled New Line Cinema into a leading film company. Seeing Eric gazing at her for an inexplicable longer time, Gwyneth Paltrow's expression shifted slightly, and her tone became reserved. "Eric, what are you looking at?" "Nothing," Eric said, picking up his phone. "Sorry, Gwyneth, I need to make a few calls." Gwyneth Paltrow's expression turned a bit forlorn. "Should I step out?" Eric nodded, but, remembering that she had just helped him recall a film that had slipped through the cracks, he softened a bit. "You can go watch TV in the living room for a while." Gwyneth Paltrow sensed the change in Eric's tone and smartly decided not to push further. She stood up and walked toward the villa. Eric grabbed his phone and pondered for a moment before dialing the head of New Line Cinema to inquire about a screenwriter named Andrew Kevin Walker. When the big boss personally called, the head of New Line Cinema didn't dare to pry too deeply and took care to follow Eric's instructions, searching for the information. Eric quickly obtained Andrew Kevin Walker's information. The writer had one released work titled Brain Scan, and, importantly, he also found Say 7 listed. The script for Say 7 hadn't veered off its original path and still sat with New Line, but the head of New Line had been hesitant about the project due to its dark theme, which lacked appeal, alongside their failure to secure a suitable director, thus leading to its stalling. Moreover, New Line had originally estimated just $8 million for this script, intending to create a low-budget cult film. As a result, This inconspicuous little project hadn't come to Eric's attention. Eric understood that with his rising status, he inevitably missed many opportunities he might have encountered before. It was an unavoidable reality. After all, he could only focus on so much. He instructed the new line head to fax the script over and asked them to arrange for David Fincher to meet with him before hanging up. Gwyneth Paltrow had no interest in watching television. She had been peeking around the villa. When she saw Eric hang up the phone, she hurried out. Approaching Eric, she noticed the fax machine on the long table was making a series of clicking sounds. Chapter 701. Too embarrassed for my own good. Eric flipped through the script sent over from the production company, noticing Gwyneth Paltrow moving closer. To avoid her pestering him further, he casually pulled out a few pages with the female lead's lines from Say 7 on and handed them to her. Here, take a look. Interested, Gwyneth Paltrow excitedly accepted the pages, her eyes lighting up. Eric, is this for me? Eric shrugged. If you're interested, the role is yours. Gwyneth fell silent, quickly scanning the script pages in her hands. However, disappointment washed over her soon after. After Eric had handed over the pages, he didn't provide more material, indicating the female lead had just these few brief scenes. Having starred in several films, she knew enough about scripts to deduce that these scenes totaled less than 10 minutes, and the role offered little room for development, just mundane interactions with the male lead. Essentially, her character was the type that audiences would forget moments after leaving the theater. Moreover, this script appeared to be for a low-budget crime thriller. In a low-budget thriller, having a female lead with less than 10 minutes of screen time would have seemed less of an issue if it had come from someone else. Gwyneth knew well enough that her family's influence in Hollywood could nab her a lead in an independent film but would barely reach the major studios. Even with her godfather Spielberg, she had only managed a minor cameo in Hook, and since then, she hadn't landed any roles in his films. Yet, the script she received from Eric was far below her expectations. With Eric's standing in Hollywood, she was certain he could leverage his connections to land her a lead role in an A-list production. Even companies competing with Firefly couldn't escape the influence she believed Eric wielded. In her hands, the script felt like a billionaire pulling out a penny. As Eric read through the script, comparing it to what he remembered, he caught a glimpse of Gwyneth's unimpressed expression. He could guess what she was thinking and smiled to himself. This film was a result of her helping him remember. If she wanted the role, he wouldn't mind handing it over to her as a form of return favor. But if she found it unworthy, he wouldn't push it further. He recalled many films featuring Gwyneth Paltrow, but none stood out. Even in Iron Man as Pepper Potts, Eric knew the main reason Marvel had cast her was purely for budgetary constraints. In a film with over a $100 million production cost, securing an Oscar-winning actress for just $3 million was a rarity. Even lesser-known actresses would not command such low rates after an Oscar win. This could indirectly reveal the shadow of Gwyneth's success as an actress. Gwyneth remained unaware of Eric's internal thoughts as she saw him deeply engrossed in the script. Deciding not to interrupt, she leafed through the few pages in hand, contemplating how to deepen her connections with Eric. After a while, her impatience grew, and the doorbell rang. Surprised, Eric glanced at his watch, realizing it hadn't even been half an hour since he called New Line. He figured David Fincher would at least take until noon to arrive, so he was caught off guard at how early it was. Listening to the doorbell ring multiple times, Eric looked at Gwyneth. Gwyneth, confused for a moment, quickly stood, a bright smile on her face. Eric, you stay put. I'll get the door. Watching her walk away, Eric smirked, rising to tidy up the scattered paperwork on the table. 3 years ago, David Fincher had been fortunate enough to be picked by Fox to take over directing Alien 3 from the legendary Ridley Scott and James Cameron. He had ambitious plans to make an impact, but quickly faced a rude awakening. The budget for Alien 3 exceeded that of its predecessors by over double, and upon its North American release, it set records for the lowest box office and critical reception in the series. Throughout production, ongoing conflicts with the studio made David realize Hollywood wasn't all glamour. After the disappointing box office performance of Alien 3, David had to step back from Hollywood and refocus on directing music videos. Now, 3 years had passed. Although he received various offers during this time, Most fizzled out in negotiations, primarily due to disagreements over control of the film. David didn't believe the failure of Alien 3 fell solely on his shoulders. At that time, he had neither final cut rights nor script revision authority, which remained with Fox. The final product bore little resemblance to his initial vision, leading him to resolve that if future projects didn't afford him creative control, he would rather not participate. Today, while discussing a music video project with a pop star residing in Beverly Hills, he received an unexpected call from someone claiming Eric Williams wanted to meet him. Initially, he thought it had to be a joke. After all, everyone in Hollywood knew Eric Williams. Still, he figured Eric likely wouldn't know who he was. After some back and forth, David finally accepted it was likely genuine. He hastily excused himself from the pop star and drove to the address mentioned during the call. Even as he rang the doorbell, doubts lingered. He recalled some recent Hollywood gossip that Eric had assigned next year's significant projects at Firefly to two rookie directors. While media reactions were cautiously neutral, many within the industry were eager to see Firefly falter in doing so. So, if Eric Williams sought him out, it undoubtedly related to a film. The grand entrance opened, revealing a lady in a black knee-length dress standing before him. David perked up and extended his hand, momentarily, lost for words regarding how to address her. "Hello, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow," she replied, not knowing David's identity. Judging from David's casual white long-sleeve t-shirt and sweatpants, she didn't show any immediate disdain and greeted him with a polite handshake. "I'm David Fincher. Mr. Williams asked for me," he replied, though his tone conveyed uncertainty, leading him to reevaluate that earlier call. If it were a prank, he was about to make a fool of himself. Fortunately, reality didn't disappoint him. Gwyneth nodded, inviting David in while closing the door behind them. "Follow me." As David walked in, Eric stood to greet him, shook his hand, and motioned for him to sit at the long table on the patio. When Gwyneth intended to join them, Eric reluctantly pointed to the coffee pot on the table. "Gwyneth, could you pour us 2 cups of coffee?" "Sure thing," she replied, momentarily caught off guard but reluctantly picked up the coffee pot. Once she turned her back to the two men, she gritted her teeth in annoyance. Eric's attention returned to David, who hadn't yet grown into the fuller figure he would have in later years. In his early 30s, he was tall and slim, embodying a hint of a hippie vibe. Noticing the confusion and hesitance on David's face, Eric passed him the script for Say 7 on. "I imagine you're curious about how I found you, but let's skip that boring stuff. I saw Alien 3, and I happen to have a script that I thought you might want to try out. We may not know each other well yet, but I have a feeling we'll get to know one another better. Oh, and you can call me Eric." David felt a little more at ease hearing Eric's words. He took the script and smiled back, quickly flipping through it. Gwyneth took her time before finally bringing the coffee over. Eric accepted the tray, saying, "Gwyneth, if you're not in a hurry, you could watch some TV for a bit." Gwyneth looked taken aback and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Eric, although she obediently walked into the living room. Once inside, she kicked the couch in frustration, muttering, "Really? What am I supposed to do? Steal your script?" After about half an hour of quietly managing emails with coffee in hand, David finally set down the script and said, "Eric, I've read it." "Oh," Eric replied, finishing up an email he had just drafted and shutting his inbox before turning to David. "What do you think? The theme is dark and pessimistic, but the plot structure is quite clever. If done right, it could turn into something very special." Before Eric could respond, David steeled his expression and added, "Eric, while I genuinely want to work with Firefly and you, there's something I need to clarify up front." "Go ahead," Eric gestured. David explained, "My past experience with Fox wasn't pleasant. The entire process was mired in disputes. I don't view Alien 3 as my work. I want to avoid that situation occurring again. If you're simply looking for a director to execute your vision without giving input, we might not be compatible." Eric nodded. "I understand. Jim? Oh, I mean James Cameron. He doesn't regard Piranha 2 as his work either. You two do share similarities. So, why don't you tell me your requirements?" David hadn't expected Eric to be so accommodating yet hesitated to ask for anything excessive. Deep down, he wanted to collaborate with Eric. After deliberating, David stated, "I wish to have rights for reasonable modifications to the script. During filming, I also prefer not to have anyone hovering over my shoulder. Additionally, the budget you've written down is only $8 million. That's far too low. For a narrative film, we need a sufficient budget to attract quality actors to support the film. Regarding the final cut, he hesitated, scratching his head for a moment before admitting, "If possible, I want to be involved in the final edit." "Let me share my expectations." Eric smiled as he listened. "All the directors I've worked with know my habits. If you continue working with me, those guidelines will remain consistent. First, we will discuss and reach a consensus on the script. You can propose modifications during this stage, and if I find them reasonable, I'll accept. Since I want you to direct the film, I trust your shooting style. Thus, once we finalize the script, I won't heavily interfere with your directing. However, my condition is that once the script is established, I prefer the director, to avoid making drastic changes during filming. This way, we can keep disagreements limited to the preparatory phase without wasting anyone's time. About the budget, that won't be an issue. As for final cut rights, I can't grant too much flexibility. I retain the final cut authority, but I typically delegate as much as I can to the director. You can ask those who have collaborated with me about how much I am willing to let go." Eric generally entrusted final cut rights to directors like Cameron and Roland Emmerich, as both were straightforward in their commercial approach without overwhelming personal agendas. But with David Fincher, his reservations stemmed from the fact that David's films carried a strong personal style. In Eric's past life, Say Seven had been the result of a tug-of-war with New Line, and should he relinquish full control, it may lead to the ill-fated project that followed, Fincher's self-indulgent The Game. Chapter 701-702, Docking. Eric and David Fincher chatted well into the afternoon, finalizing much of the details for Say Seven on. David had shed his initial reservations, feeling comfortable with Eric's bold collaborative approach that allowed for creative freedom, which stood out among other Hollywood studios. Before leaving, he made a firm commitment to direct the film. They exchanged contact information, and Eric personally saw David out. During the noon hour, Drew hadn't returned yet. She only called to have a sweet chat and insisted on ordering takeout for Eric from far away. Gwyneth Paltrow lingered longer than intended, and after escorting David out, Eric didn't want to waste energy dealing with her. The Paltrow family could definitely be deemed a Hollywood dynasty in the eyes of lesser-known actors, but to Eric, they were not particularly impressive. There was no mutual connection, so he saw little reason to show them any courtesy. Once David left, Eric politely asked her to leave. Since she dismissed the role of the female lead in Say Seven on, Eric felt no obligation to retain the original crew. To Eric, this seemingly inconsequential role actually marked Gwyneth Paltrow's turning point in her Hollywood career. Even if she leveraged her family influence to star in 10 low-budget indie films, the impact of Say Seven would far outweigh that. After all, those indie films, grossing only a couple of million and perhaps never even receiving a release, wouldn't significantly enhance an actor's notoriety. Moreover, for an actor with average talent, being featured in a hit movie was the best way to sustain a career. A strong degree of visibility in a successful film would lead to greater box office appeal, allowing her to secure better roles. As for how far Gwyneth could go in Hollywood without this film, Eric deemed it none of his business. The following period was a whirlwind for Eric until just before the Academy Awards. He spent nearly all his time in back-to-back meetings about the screenplay, casting auditions, budget discussions, and scouting locations. While the Oscar buzz surrounding Saving Private Ryan remained a secondary concern, after he confirmed a second film, Eric had to focus on a staggering 7 projects entering the substantive production phase. These included 5 key films dispersed across the Firefly Group's various brands: Titanic, The Matrix, The Rock, Bad Boys, and Say Seven on. Additionally, there were collaborations with Columbia on Men in Black 2 and with MGM's DreamWorks on Charlie's Angels 2. On top of these live-action films, Blue Sky Studios completed its deal and became affiliated with 20th Century Fox. News of the deal quickly spread through Hollywood, sparking envy as everyone learned Blue Sky would receive ample technical support for 3D animation from Firefly. There wasn't a single studio in Hollywood that didn't envy Firefly's prowess in 3D technology. During this time, Fox surreptitiously acquired the film rights to Shrek, and Eric also moved ahead to discuss the concept of Ice Age with Chris Wedge. Those two lucrative animation franchises alone would keep Blue Sky busy for a decade. However, there was one hiccup concerning the rights to Transformers. Elizabeth initially aimed to quietly negotiate the live-action film adaptation rights with Hasbro, but Hasbro wasn't like other rights holders. As a globally recognized toy giant, they understood that a live-action Transformers film could significantly boost sales of the toy line, but were incredibly tough negotiators, demanding substantial licensing fees, limiting the scope of the film's production, and insisting on joint investment in the project. Naturally, Elizabeth wasn't going to compromise easily, and both sides fell into a stalemate, prompting the news to rapidly circulate through Hollywood. Hollywood had no shortage of sharp minds, and word spread. Some keen observers who picked up on Elizabeth leading the rights negotiations sensed the Firefly influence behind it, leading to a frenzied scramble, with Hasbro raising its prices. To prove their innocence, Firefly joined the competition as well. However, Eric didn't present an overly high offer. The competition didn't heat up too intensely. Due to technical limitations, it simply wasn't the right time to produce a live-action Transformers film. In truth, the best time for a Transformers movie would be 10 years from then. Even if it were expedited, it would ideally take place post-2000, as creating the live-action effects Eric recalled would certainly cost over $200 million. Otherwise, the results would likely be lackluster. Eric didn't believe any of the major studios would muster the courage to invest $200 million in a single film, and even if they did, they wouldn't possess the exceptional effects capabilities that would define the industry. By that time, Industrial Light and Magic, known for the special effects in the previous Transformers movie, would likely be far behind in technology. Without those prerequisites, even if other major studios secured the rights and attempted to launch the project, the chances of success were slim. If it failed, the rights would naturally be shelved. But it was only 1995, and there was plenty of time to see what happened. As March rolled into late, the Academy Awards drew closer. However, before that, the most sensational Hollywood event occurred when the Seagram Group, after over 6 months of negotiations, finally reached a deal with Panasonic to acquire MCA, Incorporated and Universal Pictures for $7.5 billion. The deal should have been finalized by the end of the previous year, but negotiations stalled due to the Michael Ovitz incident, where all parties deliberated extensively over the enormous severance package owed to him. Rumors even suggested a complete breakdown in negotiations. The delay lasted over 2 months, but it ultimately concluded successfully. While Panasonic, Seagram, and Universal did not reveal the final compensation agreement reached with Michael Ovitz, this was no secret to Eric. Ovitz ended up securing a $120 million severance package from Universal, shared by both Panasonic and Seagram. Meanwhile, Universal CEO Michael Eisner had re-signed his contract during this time, voluntarily reducing his options and bonuses for the coming years. Though the dispute was eventually resolved, there were no victors in this affair. Panasonic and Seagram were understandably displeased, with the $60 million they had to pay out unjustifiably, while Michael Eisner harbored frustrations over being compelled to cut his salary. As the apparent beneficiary of the situation, Michael Ovitz turned out to be the biggest loser. If he hadn't left CAA and sold all his shares, he would have continued raking in tens of millions annually. In his attempt to join Universal, Ovitz had cleaned house, selling all his CA shares to establish himself on a broader platform, only to find himself unceremoniously pushed out less than a year later. None of the major studios were willing to take him on, and returning to talent representation was impossible. CAA wouldn't welcome back a dethroned king, and the stable three-way monopoly of ICM, WMA, and SAE blocked any chance for him to start fresh. One could say that Michael Ovitz, a once mighty titan of the entertainment industry in the 80s, had seen his Hollywood career dismantled utterly. Losers are swiftly forgotten, while Hollywood's newcomers eagerly sought to make their presence known. After the deal's conclusion, Seagram's Edgar Bronfman quickly sent out invitations and threw an extravagant party at Universal Studios in Burbank. It felt very much like the new power was docking with the established powers. With the Oscars approaching and stars flooding Los Angeles, Responses to the invites came pouring in. As night fell, the party hall at Universal was bustling, with guests arriving from all over Los Angeles. After Eric Bronfman finished interacting with important guests in the hall, he was interrupted by Michael Eisner, who was standing beside a middle-aged white man in his 30s. "Edgar, this is the CEO of Hasbro, Alan Hasenfeld, whom I mentioned to you," Michael Eisner warmly introduced. "Alan, this is Edgar Bronfman from Seagram." Seagram and Hasbro shared some similarities. Both were family-run businesses maintained by their founding families. Seagram was founded by the Bronfman family in the early 20th century, just as Hasbro was established by the Hasenfeld family shortly thereafter. Although Universal had experienced several months of unrest, business had to continue. During the acquisition negotiations, Panasonic had once suggested that since the conflict between Michael Eisner and Michael Ovitz was irreconcilable, they should simply eliminate the less advantageous party, Michael Eisner. Ultimately, Edgar Bronfman insisted on keeping Eisner, knowing that Eisner's ability to navigate Universal's waters was far more valuable than Ovitz's. After all, the difference in severance pay amounted to mere millions. Thus, Michael Eisner was eager to prove the correctness of Seagram's decision, leading to a heightened urgency in the race for the Transformers' rights. He was among the first to suspect that the Transformers' rights might be tied to Eric. Even if it had no bearing on Eric, his in-depth analysis indicated that a live-action film based on the globally recognized toy brand, enhanced with cutting-edge CGI effects, certainly held significant commercial potential. Universal should, therefore, pursue the rights with reckless abandon. Edgar Bronfman had heard Michael Eisner detail the potential surrounding the Transformers' rights and, upon hearing him introduce Alan Hasenfeld, displayed keen enthusiasm. Eisner desperately sought to establish impressive deliverables, and both men were keen on maximizing their Hollywood resources. "Alan, I hope you enjoy the night," Edgar Bronfman greeted, shaking Alan Hasenfeld's hand with a smile. "Regarding the Transformers' rights, I hope you'll give it some serious thought. Universal is very sincere about collaboration." "Of course, Hasbro is equally keen on making Hollywood connections," Alan Hasenfeld replied, shrewdness gleaming in his eyes, offering no definitive answer but a vague smile. Unfazed, Edgar continued, "Since that's the case, Alan, how about a round of golf tomorrow? We can discuss it in more detail then." "Edgar, I might not have time tomorrow. My apologies," Alan Hasenfeld shook his head. Michael Eisner understood that agreements rarely came to fruition at parties. It was best to ensure Alan was well entertained. Noticing his eyes drifting towards the crowd, he suggested, "Alan, if there's anyone here you'd like to meet, I could introduce you." Alan Hasenfeld remained silent, lifting his wine glass to his lips. Edgar Bronfman observed Alan's gaze, realizing that he had shown up without a companion. After considering, he added, "Alan, the ladies of Hollywood are quite friendly. Please don't hesitate to mingle. If there's a starlet here you're interested in, we can certainly reach out." Just then, commotion erupted at the entrance of the party. The trio could feel all eyes turning toward the doorway, and some guests began heading that way. Curious, Michael Eisner and the others looked over. At the entrance, 5 stunning models entered the party like living mermaids, instantly becoming the center of everyone's attention. Hollywood is no stranger to beautiful women, but these 5, tall and clad in exquisite designer gowns and high heels, with flawless faces, exuded an aura that overshadowed every other female presence in the hall. Watching those 5 striking figures, Edgar Bronfman couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and envy for Eric Williams's discerning eye. Though these women weren't movie stars, they were among the hottest topics in recent Hollywood media. They were set to present one of the year's first Oscars. For many, the current fame of these models meant the barriers to entering the film industry were almost non-existent. With Eric Williams's expansive connections paving the way, if they expressed a desire to act, studios interested in them would surely shower them with offers. Previously, supermodels faced significant hurdles when pursuing film roles, often relegated to forgettable minor characters despite reaching peaks of fame in their field. However, under Eric's influence, these 5 Victoria's Secret angels had transitioned beyond the supermodel label and into the realm of national icons. Reflecting on Eric Williams brought mixed feelings to Edgar Bronfman. Naturally, he invited Eric to the party and even rang him personally after sending the invitation to demonstrate his regard. But, despite several previous gatherings, Eric hadn't attended, and it was uncertain whether he'd make an appearance that night. Michael Eisner, too, felt a swirl of emotions upon seeing Cindy Crawford and the other four women. The young man he once thought overly ambitious now stood at the peak of Hollywood, extending his influence beyond its confines while Eisner still struggled to secure his own position. Yet, Eisner quickly refocused his attention on Alan Hasenfeld, realizing that dwelling on the past served no purpose. Presenting deals brought immediate significance. Noticing how Alan glanced at the five women, Eisner calculated his next move. The excitement in Alan's eyes hinted at a masculine eagerness. After a brief contemplation, Eisner leaned closer to Edgar Bronfman, signaling him discreetly. "Alan, those five beauties have to rank among the most stunning in the world. Let's go introduce ourselves," Michael suggested. Edgar looked puzzled at Michael's intent, but played along. "Right? According to recent magazine rankings, they've all been top contenders for the most beautiful starlet. It'd be a pity to miss out on meeting such breathtaking women." Encouraged, Alan nodded. "I'd enjoy meeting them as well." As they spoke, the five Victoria's Secret angels, swarmed by various guests, began to disperse throughout the hall. Michael Eisner, with Alan Hasenfeld in tow, led the way directly toward Diane Kruger, who was dressed in a burgundy evening gown. Chapter 702-703, The Big Boss. When Michael Eisner and his companions approached, the guests around Diane Kruger quickly took the hint and left. Her agent leaned in to whisper a few words, and the young woman nodded slightly, graciously shaking hands with Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman. "Mr. Eisner, Mr. Bronfman, thank you for Universal's invitation to this party," Diane greeted them, her agent skipping the introduction of Alan Hasenfeld, allowing Diane to address Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman first. "Miss Kruger, it's truly an honor to have your presence at this party," Michael Eisner complimented, gesturing towards Alan Hasenfeld and introducing him. "This is Mr. Alan Hasenfeld, Chairman and CEO of Hasbro." Diane Kruger, dressed in a wine-red gown that accentuated her figure, resembled a delicately blooming rose, her youthful face carrying an air of innocence and charm. This contrast stirred intrigue among many mature, composed attendees. Alan Hasenfeld grasped Diane's petite hand, his eagerness apparent in his gaze. "Miss Kruger, you look absolutely stunning tonight. I saw your performance at the Victoria's Secret fashion show. It was truly mesmerizing. I will definitely make it to the show by the end of the year. Will you be participating again?" Diane felt his grip linger a bit longer than expected, surprised. It was the first time she had received such blatant attention. Maintaining a polite smile, she subtly withdrew her hand with a gentle tug, responding, "Yes, Mr. Hasenfeld. I signed a 5-year contract with Victoria's Secret." "Oh, that's wonderful," Alan Hasenfeld replied smoothly, undeterred by her withdrawal. Michael Eisner had exchanged a few more pleasantries before excusing himself, stating that another guest had arrived, and discreetly led Edgar Bronfman away. Once in a quieter corner, Edgar Bronfman quickly inquired, "Michael, are you sure you know what you're doing? That's Eric Williams' girl." At gatherings like this, not bringing a date typically signified that one was looking to play around. In the midst of securing the Transformers' rights, if Alan Hasenfeld were to express interest in any of the women present, as long as they weren't at the very top of the A-list, Universal could easily arrange some collaboration to ensure his satisfaction. Hollywood was notoriously chaotic. That was common knowledge among those in the industry. However, there were certain women that everyone knew should not be trifled with. Diane Kruger, at just 18, had ascended from relative obscurity to one of the most recognized supermodels in the world in less than 6 months. It was hard to believe she wasn't linked to the powerful Eric Williams, who had been promoting her behind the scenes. Thus, those who were in the know associated Diane Kruger with Williams, and though many might have been tempted, none dared to make any moves. Thanks to Eric's formidable influence, her modeling agency, Elite, and her talent agency, ICM, treated her like royalty. It was commonly understood that securing endorsement deals and commercial engagements for Diane was often more difficult than for the other 4 Victoria's Secret angels. Michael Eisner was certainly aware of these dynamics. Upon hearing Edgar Bronfman's question, he glanced around the crowd, leaned in closer, and whispered, "Of course I know that's Eric Williams' girl. Just imagine if Alan Hasenfeld hits a wall in front of her, or worse, if he has any friction with Eric Williams. How could any of the studios in the Firefly network get the Transformers rights?" Born into immense wealth, Edgar Bronfman knew from a young age that business competition was ruthless. If one tried to win a business war with kindness, the result would end in ruin. After weighing Michael's perspective, he nodded in agreement but couldn't shake a hint of concern as he surveyed Alan Hasenfeld, still lingering by Diane. "Just don't let things get out of hand." "Don't worry," Michael Eisner smiled and shook his head. "This is a public event. Everyone here is a respectable person. Nothing major will happen." On the other side, Alan Hasenfeld had indeed found himself captivated by Diane Kruger's beauty. After making some moves to woo her, he began to notice unusual behavior. Over recent times, with various major studios vying for the Transformers rights, he had been invited to numerous Hollywood parties. Naturally, he had received some warm welcomes. During these gatherings, he realized that some of the stunning faces he had previously only seen on screen were actually quite approachable. Some even came forward upon learning his identity. But Diane's attitude set her apart. He could distinctly sense her formal demeanor, lacking the usual warmth. While other starlets' agents would discreetly withdraw after making introductions, Diane's agent maintained a watchful eye, brimming with caution. Gradually shaking off his initial infatuation, Alan began to detect that something was off, especially with the several prying gazes onlookers cast in his direction. It made him realize that something unusual was at play. Although he appreciated beauty, Alan Hasenfeld had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. He had also noticed how Michael Eisner confirmed him before Diane. Perhaps the intent wasn't as innocent as it appeared. Just as he was about to excuse himself to grasp the situation more thoroughly, he found himself reluctant to leave, drawn by that captivating youthful face. He hesitantly asked, "Diane, may I ask, do you have a boyfriend?" Diane Kruger's mouth fell open in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. In the past few days, she had felt the unique treatment afforded to her. Yet she understood the root cause of this attention. They all saw her as Eric Williams' girl. Ever since last year, she had sensed his pervasive influence within Hollywood. This immense power meant she enjoyed the perks of careful treatment from those around her, simply because of their perceived connection. Lost in this princess-like treatment, she had unconsciously accepted this identity. She was, in essence, someone who belonged to him. Moreover, being his girl had its advantages. However, Alan Hasenfeld's sudden question felt like a silver needle piercing through her self-imposed fantasies, popping the bubble of her dreamlike state. A flicker of panic rose within her. What if everyone around her, who had treated her so kindly, discovered that she had no actual relationship with him? What would happen then? Suddenly, the sensation of free fall enveloped her, plunging, plummeting. It felt reminiscent of awakening from a dream. Heaven, earth, hell. Unlike Diane's momentary daze, her ICM agent, Susie Dean, stood by her side. Realizing Alan Hasenfeld seemed completely unaware of the situation. No wonder he persisted in his pursuit. Susie Dean knew all about the ongoing battle over the Transformers' rights, and she wasn't keen on stirring any trouble with Alan. Thanks to past connections with UTA and their strong collaboration with ICM, Susie understood the importance of handling the situation carefully. After all, many agents at ICM would proudly refer to Eric Williams as the big boss, a testament to his influence over the agency. If this situation impacted the rights to Transformers, Diane Kruger was unlikely to suffer consequences, nor would Alan Hasenfeld. But her poor handling of the matter could lead to repercussions for her as an agent. As she noticed Alan Hasenfeld's fixation on Diane's beauty, Susie expected this sharp-witted girl would subtly hint at her relationship with Eric, only to see Diane lost in thought instead. Frustrated, Susie was about to speak when the party hall suddenly shifted, resembling an invisible hourglass being unexpectedly flipped. Guests took on the gravitational pull toward the entrance. "It's Eric Williams. I can't believe he's here. Let's hurry over. Maybe we can say hello. Katie, can you check my makeup? Is it okay? Hey, don't walk away." Buzzing chatter filled the room as everyone quickly grasped the situation. Even those who usually held themselves with a sense of superiority couldn't help but move toward where all eyes were turning, wanting to be noticed when Eric arrived. Hearing Eric's name snapped Diane out of her stupor. She had been entangled by Alan Hazenfeld since her arrival and hadn't moved too far from the entrance. Turning her head slightly, obstructed by the crowd, she caught a glimpse of the figure that held her heart. Seeing that Alan's attention had been diverted by the unexpected commotion, Susie seized the moment to gently pat Diane's shoulder. "Diane, Mr. Williams has arrived. Let's go over." "Ah, all right." Diane instinctively responded, but then felt a fresh wave of anxiety. It had been months since they last met. What if he turned cold towards her? With so many people around, if that happened, it would be impossible to keep things hidden. Gazing at the throngs around Eric, she hesitated like a prisoner facing execution, wishing for just a bit more time to linger. "Susie, it's too crowded. Let's wait a bit before going over," she hesitated, finally suggesting. Susie Dean, not privy to Diane's thoughts, noted the group of men encircling Eric and nodded. "All right, we'll wait a moment." In the center of the crowd, Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman stepped forward to greet Eric. Although they wore welcoming smiles, inside, they felt displaced. After days of being the center of attention, Eric's arrival overshadowed them effortlessly. Inside the hall, Hollywood stars, renowned directors, and top producers were eager to engage Eric in conversation. Since the beginning of the year, with Firefly launching an array of production plans, Eric held a string of the most coveted films in Hollywood. Firefly had already brought many directors, actors, and producers to prominence. No personality within Hollywood could afford to overlook the vast opportunities tied to these projects. Previously, affluent attendees at Hollywood parties often enjoyed a sense of superiority due to their wealth before these locals. Though these industry figures often appeared glamorous, they were usually pawns in a larger game of capital maneuvering. Edgar Bronfman, fresh from his successful acquisition of Universal, had maintained a sense of pride associated with wealth. Yet Eric's entrance obliterated any illusion of superiority. After acquiring MCA, Edgar had essentially gambled 70% of Seagram's assets on this deal. However, evaluating the recent trading conditions with Panasonic, the entire MCA group, including Universal, was valued at merely $7.5 billion. Meanwhile, the latest issue of Business Week valued Firefly at an astonishing $45 billion, greater than the combined market caps of Time Warner and Viacom, 6 times that of MCA. This meant that Eric's personal fortune soared to $33 billion, while his assets beyond Hollywood surpassed $10 billion, landing him firmly in the first place on Forbes' list of North America's richest, far ahead of second-place Bill Gates. In the presence of such a young man, it seemed almost impossible for anyone in the world to claim any sense of superiority. Chapter 704, All Ears. After spending some time mingling with the guests, Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner moved away from Eric Williams, heading to another side of the party hall. Watching Eric still, surrounded by a group of admirers, Edgar felt the shift in the atmosphere beside him. It was noticeably quieter. Despite knowing that he couldn't catch up with Firefly Group in the near term, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of envy. He turned to Michael Eisner and said, "Michael, after paying off the acquisition cost, Seagram Group has around $1.5 billion left in cash. Which direction do you think we should expand next?" The funds for Seagram Group's acquisition of MC mainly came from the $9 billion obtained from selling DuPont shares. After paying Panasonic $7.5 billion, they were left with $1.5 billion in cash. Originally, Edgar had no plans to invest this money in Hollywood immediately. However, seeing Eric's shining presence stirred a desire within him to expand Seagram's reach in the Hollywood industry quickly. Michael Eisner could sense Edgar's emotions. He felt similarly, replying, "Edgar, you know that Fox and Firefly recently jointly acquired Blue Sky Studios, right? With Firefly already owning Pixar and Disney Animation Studios, they are still actively nurturing animation companies outside Firefly. Last year, Viacom spent a fortune acquiring Disney's hand-drawn animation team from Firefly. All of this shows the promising future of animated films. I think we should first establish Universal's animation department." Edgar nodded. "Do you have a detailed plan ready?" We could mimic what they did with Blue Sky Studios and acquire a decent special effects studio. CG effects and 3D animation are similar in many aspects. Then, we could poach some skilled animators from Firefly's 2 studios. Although Pixar and Disney pay very well, if we offer competitive salaries and treat them well, I'm sure we can attract some key talent, Michael said, having thought this through thoroughly. However, this plan would require a significant investment, and Panasonic had been reluctant to spend that money in the past 2 years. Michael added, "But, Edgar, I should mention that making animated films isn't easy. We might need to invest hundreds of millions up front, and I can't guarantee that our first animated feature will be a hit. We need to build up to it." Edgar was not lacking in vision for long-term growth. Since much of Hollywood was focused on developing animated films, Universal certainly couldn't afford to be blindsided by it. He replied, "Funding isn't an issue. You can start preparing a proposal." Meanwhile, Eric remained unaware of the conversation between Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have been too concerned. A successful 3D animated film relied on numerous factors. Creativity, technology, team, funding, and time were all crucial. In his past life, after the success of Pixar's Toy Story, several major studios had attempted to produce 3D animated films. Yet, aside from Disney, only Blue Sky Studios could be considered to have a modest success over the next decade or so. The long production cycles and high costs associated with animated films were significant barriers to other studios venturing into this business. Even Time Warner quietly abandoned their attempts after investing in several unsuccessful animated films. Fox, spurred by Toy Story's success, established its own animation department years ago. Elizabeth had even brought it up with Eric. After the Blue Sky Studios deal was completed, Elizabeth suggested merging Fox's animation team with Blue Sky Studios. Initially, Eric did not object, but after seeing clips from Fox's animation film, titled Frozen Planet, he completely scrapped that idea. Frozen Planet had nothing to do with Ice Age. It told the story of humanity entering the space age after a nuclear war, where a space military academy faced an attack from alien forces. The premise was interesting, but the quality of the animator's work was severely lacking. In Eric's view, the completed animation clips were below Disney's television standards. Upon hearing Eric's critique, Elizabeth promptly disbanded the entire animation department, resulting in a wasted few $1,000,000. Fox's animation department faced similar issues as other studios attempting to launch animation films without a solid foundation. With a glass of red wine in hand, and patiently engaging with overly enthusiastic guests around him, Eric realized that his presence had rather ungraciously overshadowed the host of this party. Firefly's Burbank headquarters was just 2 miles from Universal Studios, separated only by a freeway. Eric had been discussing project details with the Matrix team at the Firefly headquarters until a bit past 7 in the evening. When he left, he decided to pop by and join the festivities after receiving a personal invitation from Edgar Bronfman a few days earlier. He never expected to walk into this situation. After about 10 minutes, the crowd surrounding him gradually dispersed. Diane Kruger had been anxiously waiting for the moment, and, seeing that the bigwigs beside Eric had finally left, took a deep breath and forced herself to smile, lifting her skirt slightly as she made her way over. However, just as Diane made her move, 4 other mermaids circulating the party simultaneously approached Eric. Their current high status had been built by none other than Eric himself. With so many people around just moments ago, they couldn't squeeze through, but now was the perfect time to greet him. Seeing the 5 most glamorous women in the room embrace Eric and greet him, some of the ordinary guests, who thought it was their turn to get familiar, slowed their pace, resigned to wait. "Hey, Eric, good evening. Linda, that outfit looks amazing on you tonight. Cindy, your black gown is fantastic, too. Oh, and Christy." After Cindy Crawford hugged Eric, she smiled and said, "Eric, why do you only compliment our outfits? Don't you think we're pretty?" "Of course not. You are all my perfect selections," Eric said with a smile, clearly enjoying chatting with gorgeous women rather than being surrounded by a bunch of guys. After greeting Linda Evangeline, Cindy Crawford, Christy Turlington, and Tyra Banks, Eric noticed Diane Kruger standing a bit off, seeming somewhat nervous. He reached out, asking, "Diane, what's wrong?" Aren't you going to hug me? Diane quickly stepped forward for an embrace, but realized that although Eric's attitude towards her remained friendly, just being friendly wouldn't make her stand out among the other four. In that brief moment, she made a bold decision. As Eric released her waist, she subtly shifted, wrapping her arm around his. During the production of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Cindy and the others had sensed Eric giving special treatment to Diane. Seeing her affectionate actions now didn't surprise them at all, but Eric raised an eyebrow, keenly taking notice. Cindy Crawford, aware that she couldn't reach the same level of intimacy with Eric as Diane, felt a tinge of jealousy. She looked at Eric and playfully asked, "Eric, why did you come alone?" Eric had decided to drop by the party on a whim, initially wanting to bring his female assistant along, but Kelly had to rush back home for dinner with her daughter, so he came by himself. He had expected to bump into his woman there, like Nicole. Due to their collaboration on The Mummy, Nicole maintained a solid relationship with Universal, and missing an event like this was unlikely. However, Eric missed the mark. Nicole had already attended a party a few days earlier and couldn't show up to every single event. Naturally, she wasn't there today either. Aside from Nicole, he had just scanned the room and hadn't spotted any other familiar faces. But this was something Eric couldn't disclose to Cindy. Instead, he simply wrapped his arm around Diane Kruger and said, "Isn't she my date?" Cindy, feeling bold, stepped up and linked her arm with Eric's other arm. "In that case, I'll be your date too." Eric raised an eyebrow playfully and replied, "Sure, you all can be my dates." Such an obviously double-edged statement elicited some playful pouting from the women, but none of them moved away. In the midst of the crowd, Hasbro's CEO Alan Hassenfeld had not yet approached Eric. He stood patiently, waiting for the right moment. However, after witnessing the close interaction between Eric and Diane Kruger, he began to piece together a few things. After pondering for a moment, Alan grabbed a drink from a server's tray and made his way over to Eric. The surrounding women noticed Alan making his way over, and, while feeling slightly annoyed by his lack of social awareness, they made way for him. Diane tightened her grip on Eric's arm as he approached. Alan nodded slightly towards Diane and extended his hand to Eric, saying, "Hello, Mr. Williams." "Hello, Mr. Hassenfeld," Eric replied, shaking his hand. Hearing Eric casually say his last name, although he had anticipated it, still surprised Alan. "Mr. Williams, you know me?" Eric grinned and said, "I'm not in the habit of pretending not to know someone." Alan chuckled heartily, but was quickly calculating in his mind. If Eric Williams knew him, then the rumors were likely true. Recalling Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner's little maneuver earlier, Alan turned to Diane Kruger. "Miss Kruger, I apologize. I didn't realize your relationship with Mr. Williams earlier. When Edgar and Michael introduced you to me, I thought you were single." Diane, taken aback by Alan's sudden remark, responded politely, "That's all right, Mr. Bronfman." Diane's surprise didn't mean Eric was also oblivious. Meanwhile, Cindy, who heard Alan's words, sensed the implication, even without knowing who Alan was. Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner had clearly introduced Alan to Eric's women in hopes of stirring up conflict. Eric felt slightly displeased that Michael Eisner had stooped to such petty tactics to create a rift between him and Alan Hassenfeld. However, he remained composed. Michael hadn't successfully pitted him against Alan, but Alan's comments also seemed aimed at instigating conflict, potentially benefiting Hasbro if a tussle erupted between Firefly and Universal over the Transformers' rights. Those who managed to attain CEO positions at major corporations were rarely fools who would rush into action at the slightest provocation. Alan Hassenfeld wasn't one of those fools, neither was Michael Eisner, and certainly, Eric wasn't either. Seeing Eric's expression remain unchanged, Alan was unsure whether he was oblivious to the implications of his previous words or simply unaffected. After thinking for a moment, he probed again. "Mr. Williams, since you know me, I assume Firefly has been keeping an eye on Transformers for quite some time now?" Eric replied, "Transformers, huh? It's indeed an interesting toy series. I played with Transformers when I was a kid." "Oh, how do you view the prospects of developing a live-action film for this toy series?" Alan pressed further. Eric shrugged. "I don't think there's much movie development value for Transformers right now." Alan furrowed his brow. "Mr. Williams, can you elaborate on your reasoning?" "Reason?" Eric chuckled. Once I heard that someone was vying for the Transformers' rights, I became very interested and had our tech team conduct some assessments. Do you know what the results were? Please tell me, said Alan Hassenfeld, looking all ears. Chapter 704, 705. Let's go take a look. As Alan Hassenfeld finished speaking, another voice came from behind him. Eric, would you mind sharing your thoughts on Transformers? Eric turned his head to see Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman approaching side by side. They had quickly noticed Alan Hassenfeld engaging with Eric and rushed over to prevent any potential negotiations over the Transformers' rights. Though Firefly appeared indifferent on the surface regarding the Transformers' copyrights, no one could deny they were a formidable competitor. Alan Hassenfeld's proactive approach had created a sense of urgency for Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman. If they allowed Eric to walk away with the Transformers' rights at a Universal party, they would become the laughingstock of Hollywood. Of course, no problem, Michael, Eric said with a smile, clearly not minding Michael Eisner's eavesdropping. In fact, he hoped his upcoming remarks would circulate throughout Hollywood. As Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman moved closer, some guests from other studios, noticing the gathering, casually joined in, equally interested in the Transformers' rights. Standing beside Eric, Diane Kruger and Cindy Crawford observed in just a few short minutes how Eric had once again become the center of attention. The film executives, whom they usually found difficult to engage with, crowded around Eric, listening intently with no airs about them. While Diane and Cindy clung to Eric's arm without issue, Linda Evangelista and the other three women were unceremoniously pushed to the outskirts of the group, their gazes toward the two more privileged women tinged with envy. Although Diane and Cindy realized these big shots were not particularly interested in them, they couldn't shake a feeling of strange satisfaction and pride. Alan Hassenfeld, watching the crowd and Eric's confident demeanor, felt an uneasy sensation and regretted approaching Eric to chat. Eric certainly didn't seem like someone who intended to say good things about Transformers. Moreover, given Eric's status in Hollywood, his words certainly wouldn't be easily brushed off. Alan Hassenfeld doubted Eric would simply make noise to suppress the value of the Transformers' rights. Sure enough, after patiently waiting for everyone to gather around, Eric said, "Hearing everyone recently express interest in the Transformers movie rights sparked my curiosity about this toy franchise. I even contemplated some production ideas privately, but ultimately concluded that under current conditions, Transformers doesn't have much adaptation value. If a live-action film were forced, the cost and risks would be extremely high. Had there not been someone indirectly tying the Transformers film rights to Firefly, this many people wouldn't have been involved in the scramble." When Eric spoke these words, 9 out of 10 people didn't believe him, but were also in no hurry to contradict him. Eric looked around and continued, "In my vision, if we were to make a live-action movie, the design of the Transformers should be a complex and intricate mechanical life form made up of hundreds or thousands of components, transitioning seamlessly between car and robot forms." After discussing my ideas in detail with the visual effects engineers at Digital Domain, the conclusion was that if we followed this concept, the difficulty of CG effects production would exceed that of Jurassic Park by more than 10 times, resulting in astronomical costs. After Eric's remarks, while Michael Eisner wore a friendly smile, he sharply asked, "Eric, I'm curious. How did you assess that the difficulty of making Transformers is more than 10 times that of Jurassic Park?" Previously, everyone had merely taken Eric's 10 times as a descriptive statement of the challenge involved in making Transformers. If Michael Eisner hadn't opened his mouth, no one would have painstakingly dissected his wording. However, when Michael Eisner seized on this point to challenge Eric, despite their outwardly curious expressions, many in the crowd secretly reveled in the prospect of seeing how Eric would handle such a pointed question. To their surprise, Eric showed no sign of irritation at all. Hearing Michael Eisner's query, his smile remained. "Michael, I assume you're not familiar with the specific software development, technical testing, and 3D modeling processes involved in CG effects. Let's use the critical aspect of image rendering as an example. Digital Domain's visual effects engineers informed me that if we want to achieve the CG effects I need, every frame of CG effects in the film would require the current state-of-the-art rendering workstation to run continuously for 630 hours. Hearing gasps of disbelief from those around them, Eric chuckled. You might find the 630-hour rendering time somewhat unbelievable, but if you don't believe me, feel free to call Digital Domain for confirmation. There's also another caveat. The large post-production rendering farm Digital Domain recently completed in Florida has 10,000 rendering servers. If fully operational, rendering a single frame could take just over 3 minutes, which might sound trivial. But remember, I'm only talking about one frame. Assuming this film had 30 minutes of special effects scenes, that would involve 43,200 frames. Even if all the rendering parameters were straightforward and required no testing, it would take Digital Domain's rendering farm running at full capacity 115 days just to complete the task. In contrast, Jurassic Park's post-production rendering took about a month and utilized the nearly obsolete rendering farm at Venice Beach. If you factor in the significant upgrades in scale and equipment, Florida's rendering farm would be 8 times the capacity of the Venice Beach rendering farm. Thus, my earlier claim that making Transformers is more than 10 times more difficult than Jurassic Park is quite reasonable. Michael Eisner fell silent, though Alan Hassenfeld pressed on. Eric, can't the production specifications be reduced a bit? Of course, but I wonder if audiences will buy that. Eric shrugged and added with a grin. I tend to have a bit of perfectionism, which isn't a great habit when it comes to movie making. So you can ignore what I said earlier. There certainly are cheaper production plans available, including using models for shooting, which would definitely be much cheaper. But I will go see that at the theater. Their expressions clearly reflected skepticism at Eric's words. If he said that, how could they possibly ignore it? Eric, however, paid no attention to their burdensome thoughts and, feeling slightly hungry, left the group and headed toward the buffet table in the hall. Cindy Crawford and Diane Kruger followed closely at Eric's side. Even Linda Evangelista and the other 2 women, who had been pushed out earlier, tagged along. As they grabbed plates and selected food together, Cindy asked, Eric, does it really require 630 hours? Eric nodded while placing barbecue shrimp on his plate. Yeah, it involves very complex technical details, but the 600-plus hours of rendering time is real. Diane added, so, doesn't that mean Transformers can never be made? Not at all, Eric replied. According to Moore's law in the semiconductor industry, computer processing speed doubles every 1.5 to 2 years. So, in 10 years, rendering the same frame will just take a little over 10 hours. By then, other technologies will develop alongside it, making my earlier thoughts much easier to achieve. In 1995, the semiconductor industry had only recently begun entering the microprocessor era, with mainstream CPUs still utilizing 0.35 micron processes, leaving a considerable gap before the arrival of the nanometer age. The lowest level instructions of a computer CPU amounted to millions of transistors emitting a collection of zeros and ones, and as semiconductor processes advanced according to Moore's law, the number of transistors on chips of similar scale doubled, effectively doubling the CPU's speed. A task that could only take 10 hours in 10 years was now requiring over 600 hours. This limitation wouldn't be easily broken and would require patience as technology evolved. Consequently, now wasn't the right time to make Transformers. Moreover, Eric's repeated mention of Digital Domain had sent another message. Even if others wanted to undertake making Transformers in Hollywood, they couldn't bypass Digital Domain. Only Digital Domain had the capability to handle the special effects for Transformers. While Digital Domain had maintained its independent operation and had never rejected special effects orders from Firefly's competitors, that didn't mean they would always stay on the same side. Regarding Industrial Light and Magic, most of the CG effects blockbusters in recent years had been produced by Digital Domain. Their continuous stream of orders not only brought in substantial revenues, but also provided enough financial strength for ongoing technology research and development. At that moment, Digital Domain had already surpassed Industrial Light and Magic significantly in terms of technological capabilities. For example, Firefly had invested $100 million in Digital Domain's rendering farm in Florida, and its powerful computing capabilities could support the rendering demands of all Digital Domain's orders. Even if Industrial Light and Magic could scrape together $100 million to build a similarly sized rendering farm, the income from their current CG effects orders may not even cover the costs of maintaining and upgrading such a large-scale farm. Considering these factors, Eric noted, Cindy Crawford chimed in 10 years, it would only be 6 times at most. How could it turn into just over 10 hours? Eric paused, then shook his head and smiled, observing the puzzled expressions on the other women. He couldn't help but sigh at the mathematical skills of these beautiful women. Diane Kruger was the quickest to clarify. It seems it's not just 6 times. If it's continuously doubling, it should be 2 raised to the 6th power, 64 times. Am I right, Eric? Smart girl. Eric nodded, handing her a shrimp as a reward. Here, for you. Hee hee. Diane smiled brightly, glancing at the others, especially Cindy, her expression radiating a hint of pride. With Cindy's proximity to Eric, Diane felt a significant threat. Cindy noticed Diane's gaze, inwardly scoffing dismissively. Silly girl, how many men actually prefer smart women? However, despite her thoughts, Cindy's expression revealed a touch of disappointment as she leaned closer to Eric, gently saying, Eric, I want some too. All right, Eric replied, adding a shrimp to Cindy's plate. Noticing the other 3 women extending their plates as well, he joked, how about we take this entire tray of shrimp with us? Watching Eric feign the act of lifting the entire tray, the women quickly interjected with laughter. Haha, no, we'd be the talk of the party if we did that. After eating for a while and dancing with a few women, Eric noticed Alan Hassenfeld, the CEO of Hasbro, had left the party shortly after speaking with him. Eric decided it was time to go as well. However, looking at Diane Kruger and Cindy Crawford, who seemed to be planning to leave with him, and even the expectant eyes of the other 3 women, Eric could only say, Cindy, I'm heading home. Eric, I've never been to Liberty City. Will you take me there to see it? Cindy Crawford boldly asked, entirely ignoring Diane Kruger on the other side. Chapter 705, 706. Can we swim here? In the hall, countless eyes were either intentionally or unintentionally fixed on him. If he took 5 stunning beauties away together, it would just be too obvious. Faced with the tempting gazes of the women, Eric still had to decline. It's too late today, but I'm off tomorrow. If everyone's free, you can come over and hang out. Really? Then it's settled, Cindy Crawford promptly replied, with the other women quickly chiming in. Eric smiled and nodded, glancing at Diane Kruger, whose eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. Diane, let's go. Diane Kruger froze for a moment. She had thought Eric wouldn't take any of them back with him. Just as she was feeling uncertain, Eric's calm tone, unmarked by any commands or requests, made it all feel so natural, like an ordinary conversation. While hesitating whether to play a bit coy, she felt the envious glances of the other women. Diane immediately dismissed any thoughts of false modesty and affectionately linked her arm with Eric, flashing a charming smile as she said, Okay. Eric wrapped his arm around her and waved goodbye to Cindy Crawford and the others before walking toward the party host to say his farewells. Those social niceties were still necessary. Watching Eric leave, the remaining 4 women felt a distinct lack of interest in the nearby men trying to flirt with them. Having climbed to their current heights in the fashion industry, they were quite realistic. Most of the men around, despite their prominent positions in various industries, couldn't offer help that would compare to the effortless support Eric provided with a simple gesture. They had just witnessed Eric's influence in Hollywood, and even in their own fashion-centered careers, the immense attention surrounding the Victoria's Secret fashion show had made all 40 Victoria's Secret angels prime targets for brands to chase after. Many media outlets predicted that in the coming years, the angels would monopolize the best endorsement opportunities in their circle. With 6 months left before the second Victoria's Secret fashion show, the runway slots for the 40 angels had already become the focus of fierce competition among major modeling agencies. Unless Eric interfered personally, the angels from less powerful agencies would likely be pushed out entirely. Even the positions of the 5 angels were coveted, with tabloids reporting more than once about possible replacements among them. In this situation, the best way to secure their positions at the top of the fashion pyramid was undoubtedly to cling tightly to Eric's coattails. Shooting a distant glance at Eric, who was saying goodbye to Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner before exiting the party hall, Cindy Crawford turned down a dance invitation from a would-be suitor. She looked at her exquisite Patek Philippe watch and said, It's almost 10 o'clock. I should be heading back. Maybe I'll go to Rodeo Drive and pick out something to wear tomorrow. Linda, are you coming? Of course, Linda Evangelista replied, placing her half-empty glass in a passing waiter's tray. The Chanel boutique should be closed, but I know their manager, so I can call and get in for a fitting. With Eric leaving the party with Diane Kruger, the remaining women, who were not as harmonious behind the scenes, shared a sudden sense of camaraderie. Christy Turlington joined in, her tone slightly sour. What's with the little girl? Doesn't he know older women are way more interesting? Cindy Crawford chuckled softly and leaned in to say, don't you know? He actually prefers older women. Of course we. No, Linda Evangelista chimed in, laughing. Maybe we just aren't old enough yet. Huh. Amidst the laughter, Cindy Crawford glanced at Tyra Banks. Due to her skin color, they hadn't been too close, but now Cindy said, Tyra, I heard Naomi Campbell invited Edward Razek to dinner last week. You better watch out. In a world rife with racial discrimination, the fashion industry couldn't accommodate two dazzling black pearls at the same time. Tyra Banks understood this well, but her experience was still somewhat limited. Hearing the seemingly teasing yet subtly tense conversation echoed insecurity. I don't think we need to worry too much. We all signed contracts, didn't we? Cindy Crawford dismissed her concerns with a disdainful laugh. Tyra, I signed with Warner for Fair Game last year, yet in the end, they replaced the lead actress. Recalling that episode, a flicker of resentment crossed Cindy's face, but it quickly faded. She had originally intended to transition into film, wanting to strike while her reputation in fashion was still strong. But after the Victoria's Secret fashion show, which could have marked her retirement, she suddenly found herself at the peak of her career again. As long as she maintained her contract with Victoria's Secret, her endorsement income would far exceed that of most leading Hollywood actresses. After chatting for a while, the four women bid farewell to the party, leaving many men regretting their departure. As Eric drove Diane Kruger away, they had hardly exited Universal Studios when he unexpectedly received a call from Hasbro's CEO, Alan Hassenfeld, who wanted to schedule a meeting to discuss Transformers. Eric had been juggling several film projects lately, and the upcoming weekend provided a small break before the 67th Academy Awards on March 27th. He didn't plan to attend the ceremony, but decided to meet Alan the next day at 10 since he'd have the time. He knew his earlier words at the party had made Alan thoroughly understand the reality. Starting to film Transformers would require a significant investment and budget. Second- and third-tier studios in Hollywood wouldn't be able to manage such a project. Hasbro had only 7 major studios to choose from, and only Firefly could provide reasonable guarantees for the Transformers movie iteration. Although Hasbro could choose other studios, a disastrous outcome would ruin the world-renowned toy brand's image. Alan Hassenfeld understood the stakes clearly. Despite initial plans to let Fox obtain the rights, given everything that had occurred, Eric decided it would be safer for the Transformers franchise to come under Firefly's wings. The following morning, Eric woke up early as usual. He didn't rush to get out of bed, but lay on his side, propping his chin up as he admired the lovely face next to him. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Diane Kruger fluttered her eyelashes, waking up. Good morning, Eric whispered, leaning in to kiss her on that inviting cheek. Morning, Eric, Diane replied bashfully, nodding slightly. Eric pressed a button on the nightstand, and the spacious circular bedroom's curtains glided open, letting the morning sunlight pour in. Outside, the landscape was shrouded in a light fog. The sudden brightness made Diane feel even shyer, and she instinctively curled up under the covers. Yet curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked out cautiously. Want to take a look? Eric offered. It's foggy, but you should still be able to see around. The view here is pretty nice. Diane had seen photos of Liberty City in magazines and knew this bedroom was like a circular UFO perched atop a sleek villa. However, she never imagined she would wake up here one day. Seeing her nod, Eric quickly dressed in long pants and a shirt. After checking around, he noticed Diane's maroon evening gown from the previous night was not in the room. Drawing from his experiences, he opened the closet and quickly found a white shirt and a baggy t-shirt, lifting them up to the girl still curled up in the sheets. Which one? Diane scanned the clothes and pointed to the t-shirt Eric was holding. That one. Eric handed her the t-shirt, and Diane got up. With Eric's gaze on her, She blushed deeply as she slid the oversized shirt over her bare body. Her outfit from last night had been left behind during her shower, and she felt too shy to ask Eric to fetch it. After getting dressed, Diane looked down at herself, feeling how loose the t-shirt was. She gestured toward the closet, her eyes asking, "Can I?" Eric nodded, "Feel free." The girl quickly found a brown leather belt, adjusted it around her waist, and suddenly, the baggy t-shirt transformed into a stylish dress. Eric observed her little transformation and thought, how fitting. She really was a former style icon, turning a simple t-shirt into a fashionable dress almost instantaneously. The floor was cool, but walking barefoot felt quite pleasant. The two walked over to the south window, where the fog partially obscured the sea, yet they could still see the dark waters within a few kilometers. In the east, a hint of red pierced through the mist, promising another beautiful day ahead. "Honestly, the evening views here are the most stunning," Eric said, holding Diane's hand as they moved to the north side of the bedroom. This part of the Liberty City estate was already higher than the surrounding areas, and Liberty City accentuated that elevation, showcasing a view packed with buildings that filled their sight, except for mist-covered hills in the distance. Diane leaned against Eric, gazing down at the cityscape filled with buildings beneath them. The height offered an almost omniscient perspective. They stood there quietly chatting for a while, and Eric enthusiastically pointed out a few of their Hollywood neighbors in the view. At 9 o'clock, several luxury cars arrived at the entrance of the estate, with Cindy Crawford and the others having left downtown Los Angeles early to reach the villa. The women circled the estate's driveway to Liberty City, parked their cars, and walked toward the villa together. Diane, still wearing the t-shirt from that morning, opened the door. Upon seeing her friends arrive, she felt a subtle sense of superiority that she didn't show outwardly. However, the astute Cindy and her friends certainly couldn't overlook that vibe. After the initial warm hugs and greetings, Cindy couldn't wait to ask, "Diane, where's Eric?" "We just had breakfast. He's on the terrace reading the paper." Diane intentionally emphasized the word "we" a bit more before leading Cindy and the others into the villa. The others nodded in muted thoughts while maintaining their cheerful facades. Linda Evangelista casually put her arm around Diane's shoulder and sweetly whispered about how she felt last night. Diane, despite her usual confidence, felt her cheeks redden under Linda's teasing words. As they chatted softly and strolled through the spacious foyer, the five women made their way to the terrace on the villa's south side. The morning fog had mostly dissipated, and sunlight broke through the last remnants, glimmering on the swimming pool, which shimmered like a giant emerald. Dressed in a white shirt and khaki pants, Eric lounged by the pool on a reclining chair, flipping through the Los Angeles Times. He stood up with a smile to embrace each of them as they approached. "I expected you all to arrive closer to noon. It's so early. Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet, Eric. What do you think we should do?" Cindy Crawford recalled Diane's intentional mention of their breakfast together and asked. Eric shrugged with a chuckle. "There's food in the kitchen. You can help yourselves." Despite his offer, none of the women showed any interest in eating. They looked at the spacious pool on the terrace, and Cindy suddenly asked, "Eric, can we swim here?" Eric nodded. "Of course." Chapter 706, 707. When will we start shooting? Women always had a knack for causing a scene, especially beautiful women. With Eric's approval, Cindy Crawford and the others promptly entered the changing room behind them to put on their sexy bikinis. Red wine, drinks, and snacks were gradually gathered onto the terrace, and the women even brought out the sound system from the living room. As music started playing, the terrace turned into a mini party. In late March, Los Angeles's temperature barely climbed to around 20 degrees Celsius, not exactly ideal for swimming. However, for women who cared about their appearance, temperature was never an issue. Eric lounged lazily on a poolside chair, watching five gorgeous women frolicking in the pool, and he was very much enjoying himself. After a while, Linda Evangelista swam over to Eric, propping herself up on the pool's edge, eyeing Eric, who still wore his shirt and pants, and said, "Eric, why don't you join us?" Eric looked at her elegantly androgynous face from the short cut she sported and replied with a smile, "Do you have goldfish at home?" Linda rested her chin on her smooth arm and shook her head in confusion. "Not at home, but Christy likes to have them." Eric gestured towards the other stunning women in the pool, a mischievous grin on his face. What do you think would happen if you put a shark in a goldfish bowl? Seeing Linda's movement, the other four women swam over, arranging themselves at the pool's edge in a row, just in time to hear Eric's comment. Amid their giggles, Cindy Crawford shot him a teasing glance. "Mr. Shark, you could come down and see if you can eat us." Eric didn't expect her to be so bold. The implication was rather clear. After calculating the time, he shook his head. "Not now. I have a guest at 10. Cindy and the others looked puzzled since Diane Kruger had been by Eric's side last night. "Is it that Alan Hasenfeld?" she inquired. "Yes, it is," Eric nodded. However, with the Transformers' rights being a complicated matter, he didn't want to discuss it further and switched the topic. "Aren't you all attending the Oscars the day after tomorrow? How are the preparations going?" The women realized Eric was steering the conversation away and wisely refrained from asking more questions. Linda said, "We're already set. Honestly, I never thought I'd have a day on the Oscars stage." As they chatted, noticing that Eric had no intention of jumping in the pool, the women decided to get out. Eric admired the stunning bodies in front of him and thoughtfully handed each of them a towel to dry off. Once they dried off, he arranged the lounges on either side of him. The warm sun close to 10 o'clock felt very comfortable, and the women quickly relaxed, resembling cats basking in their owner's affection. Eric strolled over to the sound system to change to a more soothing playlist. Returning to his chair, he asked, "After the Oscars, what's next for you all?" "Whatever the agency offers, we'll take it. However, up until September, we'll mostly be free," said Linda, who was lounging to Eric's left. September is going to be busy with the 4 major fashion weeks and the Victoria's Secret show, and then it'll get slow again until the fall-winter shows next February or March. Cindy, unable to snag a spot next to Eric, leaned over from her position between the other women and asked, "Eric, do you have any job opportunities for us?" To maintain the Victoria's Secret Angels' visibility, apart from the fashion show, Firefly Group continually provided them with media exposure opportunities. This was a primary reason why becoming a Victoria's Secret Angel had become highly competitive in the modeling world. However, these opportunities paled in comparison to what Eric could offer directly. So, sensing what Eric hinted at, Cindy eagerly inquired. Eric certainly didn't disappoint, saying, "Yeah, when I was preparing for the Victoria's Secret show last year, I started thinking about this. In short, it's a reality competition for models, where contestants face various challenges to compete for an invaluable Victoria's Secret Angel contract." Diane remarked, "It sounds similar to the model competitions our agency hosts, doesn't it?" "Not quite." Eric shook his head. "What I envision isn't just a competition, it's a reality show. If it's a show, we need to showcase what draws the audience in. My plan is to choose a well-established supermodel as the host, invite some well-known fashion figures as judges, and create various fun yet professional challenges each episode, using a competitive elimination format to crown a champion who earns the contract." After Eric finished, Tyra Banks chimed in, "Are you saying it's like Survivor?" Eric looked at Tyra with interest and nodded, smiling. "Exactly, just like Survivor." Watching the excitement blossom in the women's eyes, Eric doused their enthusiasm slightly, stating, "However, this is a more professional reality show, and its ratings surely won't compare to Survivor." Christy Turlington asked, "So, Eric, what kind of ratings do you think this reality show will get?" Eric shook his head. "I can't guarantee anything. No one can accurately predict a show's ratings until it airs." Cindy followed up, "Will it air on ABC?" "No," Eric replied. "Every TV show has a specific target audience. ABC mostly broadcasts shows for all ages. This, let's call it the America's Next Top Model for now, will target young viewers aged 16 to 28, especially women interested in fashion. Once produced, Firefly will sell the show to networks like UPN, WB, or MTV that cater to younger audiences. The America's Next Top Model would likely air on the UPN and later CW, which was formed when Paramount's UPN and Warner's WB merged. However, even if history remained unchanged, that show would still debut a decade later." Cindy, who had hosted a fashion program called House of Style on MTV a few years earlier, understood the state of those networks. Even if their ratings were generally low, Their concentrated audience made them attractive to advertisers targeting specific demographics. Therefore, their hit shows also turned out to be quite profitable. If the America's Next Top Model could achieve Survivor-level ratings on these niche TV networks, the show would undoubtedly create a stir. Securing the hosting spot would not only bring in substantial pay, but also elevate her status to the top in the industry thanks to the exposure from such a reality show. Reflecting on Eric's earlier mention of selecting a well-regarded supermodel as the host, Cindy's eyes sparkled with a hint of wariness as she glanced at Linda Evangelista beside her. If there was anyone with the most seniority in the supermodel circle, it was undoubtedly Linda Evangelista. She was recognized as the first supermodel in the fashion world, while Christy Turlington's credentials appeared to surpass Linda's. Even though Tyra Banks and Diane Kruger seemed less competitive on the surface, it was uncertain what Eric might decide. After all, if he chose Tyra or Diane as the host, no one could stop him. Cindy's thoughts ran deep, and the expressions of the other women reflected subtle changes as well. Eric, oblivious to the shift in mood among the women, continued with enthusiasm. While the America's Next Top Model won't compete with shows like Survivor or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for viewership ratings, its production costs will also be very low. Most expenses will be for the host and judges' fees, and the shooting locations won't be particularly demanding. My rough estimate is that once we find our footing with the network, turning a profit through broadcast rights, tape sales, and international licensing will be quite easy. Moreover, the beauty of such a low-cost reality show is that as long as there's a market, we could keep producing season after season, whether it's 10, 20, or even 30 seasons. Hearing Eric's words, the hearts of the 5 women raced almost in unison. The short-lived careers of models had always been a pressing dilemma for their community. Usually, even supermodels would begin to fade away once they hit 30, replaced by fresh faces, regardless of how stunning they still were. Landing a hosting role on a long-running reality show meant securing a stable position, akin to holding an iron rice bowl. Even if the pay wasn't astronomically high, they could maintain their fame and continue earning through other avenues. Eric took a few sips of juice, about to say more when the intercom on the wall beeped, signaling that Alan Hasenfeld had arrived. Eric exchanged a few words over the intercom and turned to the lounging women. "You all keep enjoying yourselves. I'll go meet the guest," Cindy quickly offered. "Eric, do you need me to help entertain him?" "No, it's okay." Eric waved her off. The women understood that Eric preferred them not to know too much about the Transformers matter, so they didn't press further. However, the moment Eric stepped through the glass door, leaving, the atmosphere on the terrace turned noticeably colder. Brief glances exchanged between the 5 women revealed the undercurrent of subtle hostility. There could only be one host for the America's Next Top Model. The reason they had managed to maintain a facade of camaraderie leaned heavily on their standing as Victoria's Secret representatives, as their current statuses were relatively equal. But if one of them were to seize the role of host on the America's Next Top Model, that delicate balance would likely shatter in an instant. Alan Hasenfeld parked in front of the Liberty City Shell Villa and stepped out, taking in his surroundings, especially the villa that had been frequently joked about by the media as an alien spacecraft after last year's Men in Black. He gazed at it with envy. While Hasbro was valued at $2 billion, like many long-established companies, it had morphed into a publicly traded entity over half a century of development. Although the Hasenfeld family still controlled the toy company, they were no longer the majority shareholders. Their family wealth stood at merely $500 to $600 million. Alan's personal fortune was even less than $100 million, making it just a matter of light envy as he beheld this dream villa coveted by many wealthy individuals. Perhaps this financial disparity subtly drained Alan's confidence, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled about the upcoming negotiations regarding the Transformers' rights. As the villa door opened, Alan spotted Eric approaching and quickly went to meet him. The two exchanged greetings, and Eric led him inside the villa, directly to the study. Once seated on the sofa, Alan observed Eric going over to make coffee and remarked, "Eric, why not let the servant do that?" I prefer peace and quiet, and I'm not used to having people hovering around. So usually, they stay outside and don't come in unless needed. Everyone has their unique preferences." Hearing Eric say this, Alan nodded slightly and didn't ask further. Once the coffee was ready and poured for the two, Eric sat down on the sofa. So, Alan, let's get straight to the point. What are Hasbro's final terms for collaborating on Transformers? Alan hesitated, putting down his coffee cup as he paused for a moment before saying, Eric, regarding what you said last night, I want to ask first. If Transformers is handed over to Firefly, when can you officially start filming? Chapter 707-708, delivered to the door. The optimal production time for Transformers would certainly be 10 years later, but if Eric were to say that now, he believed Alan Hasenfeld would likely walk out on the spot. How about 5 years? After a moment of consideration, Eric suggested to Alan Hasenfeld, his words not merely a way to placate him. Advancing the production to around the year 2000, there wouldn't be too many technical issues, just that costs might be a bit higher. I have several high-tech companies backing me, so I'm quite knowledgeable in this area. Given the current pace of technological development, starting Transformers 5 years from now would keep costs within a manageable risk range. Last night's comments didn't completely quash the enthusiasm of the film companies vying for the Transformers rights, but they had certainly had a noticeable impact. Before arriving that morning, Alan Hasenfeld had called several top executives from the film companies he had been negotiating with, and their enthusiasm was no longer what it had been just days earlier. Alan understood that these parties were not losing interest in the Transformers' rights, but rather, they were apprehensive due to Eric's remarks. Since Eric had openly suppressed the Transformers copyright at the party, it was almost certain that he didn't want others to vie for the rights. If he was doing this while the copyright battle was still ongoing, one couldn't rule out the possibility that he would act against them during the film production. Thus, Hasbro's best potential partner at this point was Firefly. Of course, they could keep the Transformers rights tightly in their grip, but that wouldn't align with Hasbro's fundamental interests either. Once Eric finished speaking, Alan Hasenfeld didn't hesitate, saying, Eric, Firefly has always been Hasbro's most desired partner. We've discussed in detail that if you could personally direct this film, Firefly would only need to pay a $5 million licensing fee for the rights. However, Hasbro would like to make a joint investment. Our request is modest, just a 30% investment stake. Alan, I can't guarantee that I could direct this film, but I will definitely be personally involved as a producer. As for Hasbro wanting to invest, I'm open to considering it, Eric replied without hesitation. It wasn't that he couldn't direct, he simply didn't want to take on the role for Transformers. For Eric, the Transformers films were best positioned as popcorn blockbusters filled with special effects and explosions, and that was good enough. In his previous life, the Transformers series had received poor ratings from both media and film critics largely because of this positioning, and Eric cared about maintaining his reputation as a director. Thus, he preferred to leave the directing role to someone less concerned about negative critiques. They went back and forth in negotiations and finally reached an agreement. Hasbro would license the film adaptation rights of Transformers to Firefly for $3 million, with a term of 10 years. Firefly committed to developing the film version in 5 years, with Hasbro able to participate in up to 25% of the investment. Alan Hasenfeld wasn't really concerned about the few $1 million in licensing fees. So, when Eric lowered the price to $3 million, he didn't press the issue too much. Instead, Eric permitting Hasbro to participate with a 25% investment caught him by surprise. In previous discussions with other film companies, the main sticking point had been the investment ratio from Hasbro. At first, Hasbro dreamed of splitting the investment for a live-action film right down the middle with their partner. But they quickly realized that such terms were out of the question for most film companies. Before arriving, Alan's bottom line had been 20%, and Eric's willingness to allow for 25% made him wish he had known that earlier, thus saving time with the others. Seeing the expression on Alan's face, Eric couldn't help but chuckle inside. Even if that buried thought of getting one over didn't pan out, Hasbro would eventually experience the financial reality of Hollywood. Certainly, the details of the contract would need detailed discussions between both sides. Yet, with the outcome now assured, Eric became even more enthusiastic and opened a bottle of champagne for a simple celebration. Holding the champagne, Alan Hasenfeld and Eric looked ahead at the movie prospects for Transformers, and seemingly casually, he broached another topic. Eric, if I may say so, Firefly has been falling short in the development of movie-related merchandise in recent years compared to those blockbuster films. Take Disney's 3D animated films. Firefly produced a part of the merchandise, but confined it to sales within Disneyland and Disney stores. For merchandise types that Firefly couldn't produce, your loose application-based licensing approach was also a significant waste of the brand. Firefly had indeed recognized this issue, but in recent years, both Firefly and Disney had focused on film operations. After acquiring Disney, Eric had immediately pursued the acquisition of a television network, diverting much attention from taking care of this matter. Meanwhile, Katzenberg had begun seeking solutions. Recently, Eric had seen several related documents where the brand operations department was discussing a bundled licensing agreement with fast food giant KFC, where KFC would pay $100 million annually for the rights to feature Disney cartoon characters on their restaurant merchandise. Once this partnership took shape, Firefly could expand on this model, establishing more efficient branding strategies. However, Eric would not share such thoughts with Alan. He understood Alan's intent behind those comments, simply nodding in acknowledgement while other considerations flickered in his mind. As expected, Alan continued, "Since we're on the subject, I think, why don't we cooperate more deeply in this area? Firefly is a media conglomerate, and I suspect you wouldn't be aiming for a broad expansion of Disney stores, as that's not Firefly's focus either. Hasbro can completely fill the market gaps outside of Disneyland and Disney stores. We not only possess a robust product distribution system in North America, but also have significant reach in European and Asian markets." Eric feigned intense interest yet lamented, "Alan, after hearing you say this, I would love for us to collaborate, but I must discuss this with management before making any decisions. Regardless of the outcome of that discussion, I'll get back to you as soon as possible." Alan hadn't expected Eric to provide an immediate answer, but he was thrilled at the sentiment. Throughout the rapid expansion of Hasbro in the 80s, they often took a clumsy route of acquisitions to enrich their toy offerings. In recent years, Firefly's strong emergence in CG blockbuster films and 3D animated movies had unveiled a new development route for Hasbro. If a close partnership with Firefly could be formed, the CG films and 3D animated movies produced by Firefly would provide Hasbro with a continuous stream of toy designs. Hasbro had long coveted toys from films like Toy Story, Jurassic Park, and The Lion King. However, Firefly had always been very conservative in collaborations on this front, leaving them without opportunities. With this intent developed, Alan heartily approved. He glanced at the time, a little past 11. Lunch was still some time off, and since Eric didn't extend an invitation to join him, Alan graciously took his leave. After seeing off Alan Hasenfeld, Eric didn't return to the Villa Terrace to relax. Instead, he dialed Katzenberg's number. Alan Hasenfeld's cooperation proposal also opened his eyes to another opportunity. The potential value of the merchandise surrounding Firefly's films could be seen from KFC's willingness to pay $100 million annually for Disney cartoon character licensing. The idea Eric previously suggested to Fox to acquire Hasbro wasn't just about the Transformers rights. He was also interested in Hasbro's extensive toy production and sales system. Fox was hesitant to take the risk, prompting Eric to contemplate acquiring Hasbro himself. However, due to significant investments in high-tech industries in recent years, Eric lacked the necessary funds to seize Hasbro. Now, Alan Hasenfeld's proposal felt like Hasbro was proactively coming to him. As long as a close partnership with Hasbro could be established, given Firefly's commanding brand presence, this world-class toy giant would eventually develop a reliance on Firefly's brand image. Additionally, all contracts come with expiration dates. Eric predicted that Firefly's investments could see a large return around 2000, coinciding with the peak of the internet bubble, at which point he would have sufficient strength to acquire Hasbro. Thus, all Firefly needed to do was to sign a 5-year contract with Hasbro. The closer their partnership became in those 5 years, the stronger Hasbro's reliance on Firefly would become. When the contract expired, Firefly would naturally initiate an acquisition offer, and Hasbro, now tightly bound to Firefly Group, would know exactly how to choose, or they would find themselves with little choice. After sharing his thoughts over the phone with Katzenberg, who was quite enthusiastic and declared he would immediately gather the management team to discuss the matter. Eric hung up. He looked at the time, 11:30 a.m. Gathering others for a meeting close to lunchtime was, well, complaints would certainly not rest on his shoulders. Having secretly grumbled about a certain workaholic, Eric made a call to Elizabeth, briefly explaining the recent developments. Elizabeth had already heard about last night's events, and although there was a tone of regret in her voice, the situation unexpectedly winding up this way was probably the best outcome. After all, without Eric stepping in directly, the chance of Fox snatching up the Transformers' rights was slim. After finishing the 2 calls, Eric returned to the villa terrace, only to notice several women approaching him with curious looks. He smiled and said, "Everyone, it's noon. Let's get ready to eat." Wow. With a splash, before Eric could finish his sentence, 5 women swiftly picked him up and tossed him into the swimming pool. Gasping a bit, Eric steadied himself in the water. Hearing the splashes, the 5 women laughed and jumped into the water, cheekily calling out, "Hey, Mr. Shark, leaving us hanging for so long is a punishment." Eric wiped the water from his face, feigning anger as he glared at Cindy Crawford, quickly swimming toward her. "In that case, you all should get ready to face a punishment too." "Whoa, haha, run." After splashing around for a bit, Eric finally caught hold of a soft, delicate body. To prevent her from escaping, he applied just enough pressure to lift her out of the water and pinned her against the pool's edge. Shaking his wet hair, when Eric opened his eyes, he found himself staring at Linda Evangeline. Instead of acting as a captive, Linda stretched her long, graceful legs, boldly wrapping them around Eric's body, her gaze fiery. As Eric's hands began to move, he suddenly recalled something, locking eyes with Linda and asked, "Linda, if I remember correctly, you should be married, right?" Linda had divorced her husband 2 years prior, but at that moment, she showed no inclination to explain. Instead, she provocatively licked her lips, looking at Eric and said, "What's the matter? Are you scared?" Recognizing that the woman in front of him had no reservations, Eric dropped any pretense. The fire inside him only grew stronger as the other women nearby widened their eyes, gasping in either genuine or feigned shock. Once the dam of desire was opened, it was hard to close. For the next 2 days, the 5 women did not leave and indulged in all kinds of shameless debauchery. By Monday morning, with the Oscars coming up that evening, Cindy Crawford once again forgot to inform her agent about her whereabouts, leading to her agent nearly losing his mind trying to track her down. Simultaneously, the 5 women realized they had a few important matters to wrap up before departing hastily from the estate. Chapter 708-709. A resounding footfall. After several months of excitement and fanfare, the 1995 award season finally brought its culmination with the 67th Academy Awards. Under the influence of Eric, this year's Oscars looked significantly different from previous ones. The beloved classic known as Forrest Gump was delayed, while the groundbreaking indie film Pulp Fiction arrived early, and the iconic film that many deemed overlooked, The Shawshank Redemption, had yet to even be made. Despite these changes, the interest surrounding this Oscars ceremony was just as strong as in any prior year. The rivalry between Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart had been heavily publicized by the media for months. The 5 supermodel ambassadors from last year's Victoria's Secret fashion show were set to present awards that night. Meanwhile, a certain short man with big glasses, who always appeared a bit eccentric and had previously been embroiled in scandals, was sweeping major nominations with his film Bullets over Broadway. Of course, he would definitely not be in attendance. Most importantly, this Oscars had the potential to feature the first ever female winner for Best Director, with her nominated film being an exhilarating war movie. On March 27th, at 5 p.m., the red carpet live broadcast by ABC began on schedule. Outside the Shrine Auditorium, fans fortunate enough to get spots along the red carpet eagerly awaited to catch a glimpse of the stars. Tom Hanks, Morgan Freeman, John Travolta, Tom Cruise, Helen Mirren, Susan Sarandon, Jodie Foster, Winona Ryder. Each familiar face that appeared on the red carpet elicited cheers from the crowd. A limousine pulled up slowly at the end of the red carpet. For Catherine, this was her first time attending the Oscars. Though she had garnered industry attention before with films such as Point Break and Blue Steel, the controversial subjects of those films meant she had never received significant nominations. The limousine, arranged by her agency, was a stretch Lincoln, and she sat alone inside, giving the space an almost empty feeling. Glancing nervously at the sea of people outside, she suddenly felt anxious. She had always struggled with public appearances. When the door swung open, Catherine hesitated for a moment but eventually stepped out, nervously gripping her clutch as she walked onto the red carpet. She ultimately chose to wear the light, gray silk gown Eric had gifted her. The dress featured an irregular heart design embroidered on the chest and was cinched at the waist. Its long hemline was beautifully complemented by her tall frame, giving off an impressive impression of endless legs below the waist. Though she felt momentarily flustered, she straightened her back instinctively, hiding any signs of unease behind a composed exterior. This aura of confidence struck a delightful silence among the spectators, most of whom were left to wonder, who is this stunning star? It wasn't until someone called out, "Catherine," that the crowd collectively snapped back to reality, cheering enthusiastically in response. "Catherine, Catherine, Catherine." The blinding flashes of cameras made her raise her hand instinctively to shield her eyes. She quickly realized that such a gesture was inappropriate and ended up waving gently to the crowd instead, her face breaking into an awkward smile. This only intensified the excitement in the air, and she even heard someone shout, "Catherine, I love you. Marry me," which was hilariously shouted by a woman. Standing at the perimeter of the red carpet, her agent gestured multiple times for her to move forward, prompting her to remember to start walking. Feeling utterly alone, she surprisingly missed that little guy. Even though he had scared her senseless that night, she thought that if someone like him were beside her now, holding onto his arm might somehow ease her nerves. A strong man always provided a sense of security. She used to think that was a ridiculous notion. Yet now, surrounded by a crowd, she suddenly recognized that she might actually need just a little bit of that support. Her thoughts tangled, like a marionette completely following her manager's directions. She walked along the red carpet and joined the cast of Saving Private Ryan, finally letting out a breath. But she was quickly ushered away by her agent, who led her inside the auditorium to introduce her for an interview with ABC. The content of the interview had already been briefed to her by her agent. But when the female host complimented her on the stunning dress and asked which brand it was from, she found herself at a loss for words. A certain shadow suddenly flitted back into her mind. She heard he had caused some trouble at a Universal party a couple of days ago, allegedly trying to snatch some movie rights. He really was a handful. Rumor had it, he was also tangled up with some women. Sigh. While she attempted to maintain her composure as an older sister worried over her little brother, she could not shake off certain emotions. She just didn't realize that these feelings were resentment. Since he wasn't attending the Oscars, she had no idea what he might be doing right now. Early in the morning, after sending off the 5 women from the manor, Eric hurried over to Firefly headquarters in Burbank. Katzenberg was known for his high efficiency. Although it had been the weekend a couple of days prior, by the time Eric arrived at the office, Katzenberg had already prepared a rough collaboration proposal with Hasbro. Eric wasn't well-versed in operational matters, so he listened patiently as Katzenberg and the head of the branding division explained things. They debated various points all morning. Even during lunch, the discussions continued as Eric dined with Katzenberg, going over several film development details. During their meal, Eric shared his vision for the America's Next Top Model, igniting Katzenberg's enthusiasm. Katzenberg jumped on him with fervor, extracting every detail from Eric's mind. He strongly recommended that the America's Next Top Model be placed under the Lifetime Entertainment Services owned by A&E Networks. A&E Networks had originally been a subsidiary of ABC, but at that time it was jointly owned by Firefly Group and Hearst Group, with no controlling interest by either side. Each held 50% of the shares. The small network primarily featured basic cable channels, including a History Channel, Crime and Psychology Channel, and the Lifetime Channel, which focused on content for women. Basic cable channels, as opposed to premium channels like HBO and Showtime, were available to viewers who paid for cable, giving access to numerous programming options. However, Different cable packages offered varying channels. Other channels under Firefly, like Disney and ESPN, were also classified as basic cable. Typically, subscribers would have dozens to hundreds of basic cable channels in their packages, so even the smaller A and E channels had a substantial viewership of 30 to 90 million. Yet, as they had to share audiences with all the other channels in their packages, their actual ratings could vastly differ. Katzenberg suggested that Lifetime, even though it was still relatively unknown, had the potential for growth like a seed that needed nurturing. If you didn't water it or fertilize it, it would never flourish. After lunch, this workaholic couldn't wait to get in touch with the A and E station manager in New York. The team held a long phone meeting that lasted all afternoon, discussing how to further develop Lifetime. Given the professionalism of the television industry specialists in the room, it only took a few hours to draft a detailed development strategy and marketing plan. The main strategy drew inspiration from last year's success of Survivor, focusing on transforming Lifetime into a channel predominantly featuring reality shows for women. Prior to this suggestion, Lifetime mostly aired low-budget rom-coms and women's dramas, and lacked significant scale, primarily relying on purchasing rerun rights for popular shows from major networks, with minimal original production. Its programming barely qualified in comparison to the historical and crime channels available on A and E networks. But putting this strategy into place was the best course of action. They wasted no time getting started. First, the America's Next Top Model had to be secured. Wow, what a setup for the boss. Although Eric silently criticized the idea in his head, he didn't lack the spirit of adventure. Seeing how driven everyone was after just an afternoon with Katzenberg, he was willing to take a chance too. After all, the America's Next Top Model had relatively low costs and simple format, meaning the chances of losing money were minimal. Later, most of the reality shows that took off in North America could trace their roots back to one show, Survivor. From his scattered memories, he recognized that the America's Next Top Model was essentially the modeling version of Survivor, complete with the same elimination mechanisms and the inevitable tearful moments every episode, which mirrored the elements that Survivor had utilized. But that was what American audiences loved to watch. Otherwise, Survivor wouldn't have set all kinds of astounding viewership records. Then Katzenberg took it a step further, leaving Eric thinking that this guy was more than worth his multi-million-dollar salary each year. Not only did he request the A and E manager to rush to Los Angeles tomorrow for more detailed discussions about this venture, but he also invited the heads of Firefly's television production department to join them in brainstorming the key production details for the America's Next Top Model. By the time all these tasks were completed, it was already 8 p.m., 8 p.m., 8 p.m. It seemed like just a few days ago that Eric had complained about how some burdens wouldn't fall on him. Yet ironically, in just a few days, he had become a burden creator himself. But as the boss, Eric couldn't very well tell his employees to "let's not push so hard," or "let's head out early." So he stayed until night fell. As the Oscars ceremony reached its halfway point, Eric and Katzenberg finally exited the conference room, hurrying to the cafeteria in their headquarters. Though they were scheduled to attend a party after the Oscars, Eric, feeling famished, realized there was no way he could last until then. After a long day of intense work, most people's first reaction was usually one thing: hungry. They ordered dinner and immediately turned on the television in the cafeteria, fully aware of the occasion. The announcement for the Best Original Screenplay was underway. Both Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart had received nominations for Best Original Screenplay, yet Eric had won that award once before. He knew better than to expect another golden statuette so soon at his age. After getting a nomination, he entirely abandoned hopes for that award and decided not to attend the ceremony. Listening to the presenter ramble on, he was initially distracted, but soon he perked up. He heard a familiar name mentioned. Of course, it wasn't Braveheart, Saving Private Ryan, or that eccentric man's bullets over Broadway. Okay, for weddings and a funeral was out of the picture as well. While Eric had a vivid memory of the lead actress recounting her 33 romantic exploits in that film, he wasn't paying attention to the screenplay's writer. What caught his attention was a film titled Heavenly Creatures. This movie had two screenwriters, one named Fran Walsh, who was more of a side character and unworthy of mention. The other, however, had a name that rang out loud and clear: Peter Jackson. Moreover, the two female leads in this film intrigued Eric. 1. Kate Winslet had managed to bravely navigate through the powerful butterfly effect to emerge in Hollywood again, while the other lead actress was Melanie Lynskey, whom Eric found memorable as the quirky neighbor and stalker, Rose from 2.5 Men. Chapter 709-710, a historic moment. Peter Jackson had dreamed of making the Lord of the Rings series since childhood, but after a lot of ups and downs, he finally saw his dream come true as he approached 40. Through the television in the Firefly Group headquarters dining room, Eric saw a younger, slimmer Peter Jackson dressed in a poorly fitting black suit, with messy hair and a tense expression. There was little doubt that the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay would go to Braveheart, and as soon as Peter's image was cut from the broadcast, it left behind only a silhouette of disappointment. In fact, even if Braveheart hadn't won, it still wouldn't have been the turn of Heavenly Creatures, as the scripts of subsequent films like Saving Private Ryan, For Weddings and a Funeral, and Bullets Over Broadway were all much stronger. Heavenly Creatures merely took advantage of its biopic subject matter. To Eric, the reason for its nomination was quite simple: its distributor, Miramax. Since they had successfully penetrated the industry, Eric believed that good things would eventually come their way, so he hadn't reached out to Peter Jackson. After the Best Original Screenplay, a few inconsequential technical awards came and finally arrived at the climax of the ceremony. Only the Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture awards remained. Everyone in the restaurant perked up. The nominees for Best Actress included Jodie Foster from Nell, Winona Ryder from Little Women, Susan Sarandon from The Client, Miranda Richardson from Tom and Vis, and Jessica Lange from Blue Sky. Jodie Foster and Winona Ryder definitely had no chance, while Miranda Richardson was another outside contender, given that Tom and Vis was also distributed by Miramax. The Weinstein brothers weren't likely to change their nomination-selling strategy anytime soon. The remaining contenders, Jessica Lange and Susan Sarandon, both represented heavyweight acting talent in Hollywood. Each had garnered at least 3 Best Actress nominations, making it a close race. Eric recalled that Susan Sarandon's Oscar-winning performance had come in the following year's Dead Man Walking, meaning that this year's Best Actress was undoubtedly going to go to Jessica Lange. As expected, after an introduction, last year's Best Actor, Daniel Day-Lewis, read Jessica Lange's name with grace, and the crowd erupted into applause. After the Best Actress was announced, a few minutes later, last year's Best Actress winner, Holly Hunter, walked on stage in a stunning red gown to present the Best Actor award. This year's Best Actor was nearly a foregone conclusion, as indicated by the audience's reaction. When Holly Hunter read off the nominees and reached Tom Hanks's name, the applause from the audience was noticeably louder. At the same time, the television screen showed Mel Gibson's awkward, stiff smile. His nomination for Best Actor was purely the result of the Weinstein brothers' aggressive PR push, aiming to undermine his Best Director nomination. Watching Tom Hanks embrace the members of the Saving Private Ryan crew while walking up to the stage amidst the audience's cheers, Jeffrey Katzenberg, sitting across from Eric, asked, "Eric, do you think we have it this time?" Eric understood Katzenberg was referring to Catherine's Best Director nomination, and he nodded slightly, smiling. If she doesn't win Best Director now, then the Academy really is beyond belief. To promote Catherine's nomination for Best Director, Eric had tapped into all the connections he had built over the years. Big names like Steven Spielberg and Francis Ford Coppola had privately supported Eric as well. As for the many directors who had worked with Firefly, they were undoubtedly on board. With Saving Private Ryan's awards eligibility beyond question and the Weinstein brothers agreeing to step back from the competition, Catherine's chances of winning exceeded 90%. Of course, Eric also knew that he should only use this kind of influence for vote polling this one time. If he overdid it, the Academy would surely push back against him. Feeling confident, Eric began instructing people to prepare the car for the celebratory dinner. Meanwhile, Catherine, seated among the Saving Private Ryan team in the grand auditorium, felt immensely anxious. Her fingers gripped the armrests tightly as she focused on last year's Best Director winner, Robert Altman. Although Eric had taken her to several PR parties, he hadn't shared much more than that with her. She had no idea she was incredibly close to winning the award. And the nominees for Best Director in the 67th Academy Awards are Robert Redford for Quiz Show, Woody Allen for Bullets Over Broadway, Mel Gibson for Braveheart, Krzysztof Kieslowski for Three Colors, Red, and Kathryn Bigelow for Saving Private Ryan. Robert Altman took his time introducing the 5 nominees for Best Director this year. He nonchalantly opened the envelope in his hand, glanced at it, and, with a smile, raised his voice. Well, the historic moment has arrived. At 70, Robert Altman spoke at the pace of his film's gentle long takes, pausing significantly after his statement. Countless eyes turned toward Kathryn, who was desperately attempting to suppress her urge to cover her mouth with her hands, trembling slightly as she patiently waited. After creating suspense, Robert Altman continued, and the Oscar goes to Kathryn Bigelow for Saving Private Ryan. Let's congratulate this lovely lady, the first woman to ever win the Oscar for Best Director. The applause erupted. Noticing the tall figure in the 5th row, dressed in a light gray gown, covering her mouth and swaying as she stood, the applause grew even louder, and a few people also rose to their feet, cheering. The Oscars, at its 67th ceremony, finally welcomed its first Best Director female winner, a truly historic moment. Even as Kathryn embraced the entire crew on her way to the stage, the applause did not cease, lasting almost 2 minutes. Only when Kathryn finally regained her composure, taking several deep breaths, did the applause gradually quiet down when she stood at the microphone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all, Kathryn said, her words somewhat disjointed as she expressed her gratitude. Once everyone settled down, she couldn't help but scan the audience, seeing countless familiar and unfamiliar faces, but she noticed one missing. As she saw the camera crane slowly turn toward her, she remembered that even if he weren't in the audience, he was likely watching on television. She instinctively turned her gaze to the dark lens. Back at the Firefly headquarters restaurant, Eric also gazed at the wall-mounted television. In that moment, he could clearly sense the search in Kathryn's eyes. Her emotion seemed almost too apparent. Even Katzenberg, sitting opposite him, gave a mischievous grin, beaming at him. On the screen, Kathryn quickly regained her composure and began her acceptance speech. Although her tone was somewhat awkward, her excitement masked it well. Eric could still catch her rehearsed hints. He smiled, thinking it was somewhat unfair to put someone up on stage who didn't even know how to position herself. The rest of the awards ceremony proceeded without much interest. Braveheart undoubtedly took home Best Picture, and Mel Gibson was able to take the stage this time as a producer, wedged between 2 other winners. The audience seemed drained of emotion from the earlier Best Director award, responding less enthusiastically. As everything wrapped up, Eric watched the final shot of guests in the grand auditorium rising to leave, prompting him and the Firefly executives to stand. Saving Private Ryan had won 5 awards, including Best Director, Best Actor, Best Cinematography, Best Sound, and Best Editing, so the Firefly executives still needed to be seen at the celebratory party. On the other side of Los Angeles, over 1,000 guests slowly exited the auditorium and made their way to waiting cars, scattering off. Older attendees might head straight back to hotels or their homes, but most would be off to various parties that night. Due to the 3-hour time difference between the coasts and to accommodate East Coast viewers, the Oscars had always started at 6 in the evening on the West Coast and ended at 9. Though it was already past midnight on the East Coast, it was still prime nightlife hours on the West Coast. Firefly's celebration party was arranged at the Sunset Towers Hotel, where Eric and Katzenberg arrived early, finding the party hall still relatively empty. However, within 5 minutes, Sunset Towers was buzzing with activity as countless luxury cars lined up outside. Eric soon learned that Fox was also holding their celebration party at the same venue. Because she needed to conduct interviews after the Oscars, Kathryn would arrive a bit later, but the rest of the members of Saving Private Ryan's crew had already shown up. Meanwhile, Elizabeth and the Weinstein brothers had also arrived early. The 2 parties were on different floors, and Eric understood that Fox's event would certainly be much livelier. Elizabeth didn't come over to say hello at that moment. As more and more people filled the party hall, the Victoria's Secret Angels, who were there to present the Best Visual Effects Award, gradually arrived, along with various members from other films that had received scattered Oscar nominations. Eric even spotted most of the crew from Leon, the professional, still petite Natalie Portman, who hadn't yet gained weight, and a casually dressed Jean Reno. Leon, the professional, had been released last year, but didn't fare too well in the U.S. box office. Critics had condemned Luc Besson for his overly sexualized portrayal of Natalie Portman's character. However, the film had found great success in Europe and Asia, and Eric knew that in a few years, with the rise of the internet, it would be increasingly cherished. Even though Leon, the professional, had not gained the critics' favor and received no Oscar nominations, young Natalie Portman had indeed made her first real step in Hollywood. Following the film's release, she had even snagged a small role in Warner Brothers' ensemble film Heat, portraying Al Pacino's daughter. However, whether she would have future opportunities like landing the role of Padme Amidala in the Star Wars prequels was something Eric did not concern himself with. About 10 minutes later, Catherine finally appeared at the door. "Congratulations, Catherine," Eric said, noticing the little gold statue in her hand, stepping forward to embrace her. Catherine, already feeling overwhelmed, became excited once more upon seeing Eric. She hugged him tightly and said, "Thank you, Eric." "You're welcome." Eric smiled and nodded. With so many people around them, they didn't have time for a lengthy conversation, and Catherine was soon surrounded by others. As Eric watched the lively crowd, he turned to Katzenberg, asking, "Aren't Roger Allers and the others planning to come?" Roger Allers was the director of The Lion King. While The Lion King hadn't received a Best Picture nomination like at the Golden Globes, it had garnered 3 for Best Original Song and 1 for Best Score, which turned out to be a decent showing. Although the hand-drawn animation department had transitioned to Paramount, the majority of The Lion King's rights still belonged to Firefly, which was unlikely to forget inviting them to the celebration party. Katzenberg shook his head and replied, "They won't come. Their celebration is over at the Four Seasons Hotel. They definitely want to go there." Eric smiled and asked about the situation with Disney's animated film Monsters Incorporated. After chatting for a bit, he spotted the young girl breaking through the crowd, making a beeline for him. In such settings, she certainly couldn't miss out. Eric grinned as she nestled against him at first. He gently pulled her away and then nodded at the twin girls trailing behind her before asking, "How are your films coming along?" "Ugh, so boring. Why talk about work now?" She rolled her eyes in response. Chapter 710, 711. The Vibrancy of Outspokenness. After politely saying goodbye into the phone's microphone and hanging up, Harvey Weinstein took a deep breath and turned toward the banquet hall, his face filled with satisfaction. The call had come directly from Rupert Murdoch, chairman of News Corp, all the way in New York. Though it was just a simple congratulatory message, the fact that it was already past midnight in New York spoke volumes about the importance News Corp placed on Miramax. Tonight's Oscars ceremony truly marked the most glorious moment for Miramax in its 16-year history. After being acquired last year, bolstered by the financial strength of its parent company News Corp, Miramax had finally shaken off the constraints that had previously restricted its endeavors to small, inconsequential projects. Thanks to films like Braveheart, Bullets Over Broadway, The Piano, and The Crying Game, Miramax had unprecedentedly secured a total of 27 Oscar nominations across all the major categories, ultimately winning 9 Golden Statues. Behind this glory was Miramax's annual net profit of over $200 million in 1994, a figure that approached the profitability of 20th Century Fox's main operations. Harvey Weinstein, proud and excited, couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If he hadn't sold the company last year or had retained more shares, he would have received a more substantial dividend from Miramax's annual profits. However, he quickly shook off that thought. Many things in this world had no what-if attached to them. Just a few years prior, Eric Williams had even made an acquisition offer to Miramax. If that deal had gone through, even if he retained only 10% or less of Firefly, it would still represent a fortune. Shaking his head with a sigh, Harvey Weinstein had just returned to the party hall when a disheveled figure in a black suit approached him. "Hey, Harvey," the man eagerly said, having clearly waited for quite a while, knowing Weinstein was busy. Without beating around the bush, he continued, "I heard Firefly's celebration is upstairs. Remember that thing I mentioned wanting to talk to you about?" Harvey Weinstein made it a point to cultivate good relationships with talented filmmakers. Although this New Zealand director had come up empty-handed tonight, Weinstein didn't show any sign of neglect. He paused for a moment, recalling, "Peter, are you talking about The Lord of the Rings?" Peter Jackson nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Harvey, the film rights for The Lord of the Rings are with Flower Films, right? I was wondering if you could introduce me." Due to a certain peculiar ostrich mentality, Harvey Weinstein now found himself reluctant to see yet another rising star shine so brightly in Hollywood. He hesitated slightly, saying, "Peter, look around. There are so many guests to attend to. I really can't leave right now." Peter Jackson, undeterred, replied, "Harvey, it doesn't matter if you don't have time. Could you at least send someone to get us into that party? I tried to go up just now, but they wouldn't let me in." "Oh, huh. Harvey Weinstein paused for a moment, then laughed heartily while patting Peter Jackson on the shoulder. "That's no problem at all, Peter." With Weinstein's help, Peter Jackson was no longer stopped at the door and easily made his way into Firefly's party hall. Although Firefly had only one heavy-hitting Oscar film this time around, the party was clearly more crowded than Fox's. There were at least 200 guests bustling about. Weinstein's assistant Brad Gray escorted Peter Jackson into the party hall and left without any further introductions. Jackson didn't expect any more than that, and after toasting with a glass of champagne and milling around the crowd for a while, he finally spotted Eric Williams's figure. However, Eric was surrounded by 7 or 8 men and women who seemed to be fervently discussing something. Jackson understood it was not the best time to approach, so he patiently waited for Eric to become available. Around Eric were Jeffrey Katzenberg, his former assistant Alan Fissman, the girl draped across his arm, and a group of Victoria's Secret angels. They weren't discussing anything too formal. On the surface, it appeared they were chatting aimlessly. However, the angels seemed to catch a whiff of something and skillfully steered the conversation toward reality television while occasionally testing Eric's reactions. Unbeknownst to him, the disheveled figure in a black suit caught Eric's eye as he watched him linger for over 10 minutes nearby. Eric subtly tilted his lips upward and nudged the girl by his side. "Drew, could you do me a favor and grab a glass of champagne?" Drew Barrymore blinked her bright eyes, understanding Eric was trying to shoo her away. Although she found the 5 towering beauties surrounding him quite annoying, she feigned willingness and stepped away, heading toward the long table laden with drinks. Peter Jackson waited patiently for over 10 minutes, noticing that the crowd around Eric showed no signs of dispersing. He was debating whether to keep waiting or to make a move when Drew Barrymore emerged from that group. He instantly recognized this as a fabulous opportunity. While the rights to The Lord of the Rings were indeed held by Flower Films, Peter Jackson was aware that the ultimate decision-maker behind Flower was Eric Williams, with Drew merely a figurehead. But as he realized that there was no opportunity to speak with Eric directly, the prospect of engaging with Drew felt worth a shot. Although Drew didn't understand why Eric had pushed her aside, she decided not to dwell on it. She noticed a tall figure in a light gray suit nearby that was equally surrounded by others, and as she prepared to approach this shy yet charming guy, she heard someone call her name, "Miss Barrymore." Turning around, she saw a scruffy white guy in a disheveled suit, wondering whether his poor attire was borrowed or stolen. Yet her baby face broke into a sweet smile. "Did you call for me, mister?" "Yes." Peter Jackson nodded quickly, extending his hand. "Hello, Miss Barrymore. I'm Peter Jackson, a director." "Oh." She grasped his hand, nodding as she awaited him to continue. Peter Jackson had contemplated many ways to spark a discussion, but faced with the moment, his thoughts scattered. Finally, he managed to say, "You see, Miss Barrymore, I have been a Tolkien fan since childhood, and becoming a director was always my dream, to bring The Lord of the Rings to the big screen. I heard that Flower Films holds the rights, so I hope to secure a chance to direct." Drew asked, "Have you directed anything similar to this before?" Jackson shook his head. "Not yet, but I've been preparing for years, working on script adaptations, scouting locations, and character designs. If I could just get a shot, I'm sure I could convince you." Drew blinked and replied, "Then tell me about your filming ideas. I want to hear." Jackson cast a glance at Eric nearby, hesitating as to whether discussing these concepts with this golden-haired beauty was of any use. Drew noticed his change in demeanor and smiled slyly, asking, "You say you've prepared for this film for years, yet you lack the patience to even share your thoughts with me?" Realizing his blunder, Peter Jackson knew he had to seize this opportunity. He straightened up and said, "So, Miss Barrymore, first off, I believe The Lord of the Rings shouldn't just be a single film. It should be a trilogy. Otherwise, it would be a wasted opportunity to fully showcase Tolkien's grand world." Drew nodded, in agreement. Eric mentioned something similar. Upon hearing that, Jackson felt energized. "In my proposed script, the story would start with Bilbo Baggins's 111th birthday. The One Ring, crafted by the Dark Lord Sauron thousands of years ago, eventually found its way to Bilbo. During his birthday party, he proudly showcased the ring, prompting Gandalf to recognize its power. At Gandalf's urging, Bilbo handed the ring to his nephew Frodo Baggins while Sauron, having awakened from centuries of slumber, dispatched the 9 ringwraiths to reclaim the One Ring. Noticing that Drew was engaged with the story, Jackson dove into the narrative, sharing the twists and turns of the plot with ease while answering her occasional questions. Half an hour had passed before he concluded his thoughts. Though she had purchased the rights to Tolkien's works as Eric requested, Drew lacked the patience to read through all of them. Yet at that moment, she was thoroughly engrossed and, looking towards Eric, saw that the 5 tall beauties had disappeared. She turned back to Peter Jackson and said, "Come with me. I'll introduce you to the person you want to meet." Peter Jackson felt a bit awkward upon hearing that, realizing his intentions had been guessed, yet he didn't hesitate and closely followed her. "Eric, this is Peter Jackson. He wants to do The Lord of the Rings and just shared some ideas with me." "Pretty good," she succinctly introduced. Eric smiled as he shook Jackson's hand. "Hello, Mr. Jackson. Hello, Mr. Williams. I saw you two talking for quite a while. Was it about this?" Jackson nodded. "Yes, Mr. Williams. Miss Barrymore is a very patient listener." Eric turned to Drew, asking, "So what do you think? He's put a lot of thought into this. I think he should have a chance to try." Since the opportunity had presented itself, Eric didn't want to waste energy being aloof. He replied to Peter Jackson, "If that's the case, you can head to Flower Films headquarters tomorrow and talk with Amy Pascal. However, there's one more thing. Even if it's negotiated successfully, the project won't be able to launch for a few years, so you'd better prepare yourself." Upon hearing Eric's word, Peter Jackson felt a mix of emotions. He was thrilled to see some light ahead, but perplexed about what Eric meant by a few years. Fortunately, Drew asked for him. "Eric, when will it actually start? I have no shortage of funding here." "Probably 1 or 2 years," Eric replied with a smile. "Once you have the independent distribution capability to release the film, it'll be around that time." Understanding Eric's insinuation, Drew guessed that he meant after Flower Films secured MGM. Given the current situation, it seemed like it wouldn't take long. MGM had been struggling for years, and the production department was almost non-existent. With only the distribution side still intact, Flower Films needed MGM's distribution network. After exchanging contact information and sending Peter Jackson on his way, Eric turned his attention back to Katzenberg and Allen, asking a different question. "Who do you think would be more suitable among those girls?" Eric was referring to the candidates for the host of America's Next Top Model. His previous conversation with the Victoria's Secret Angels had also served as a sort of examination. Allen glanced at Katzenberg, who replied without hesitation, "Eric, Diane Kruger wouldn't be suitable. Her age and that cutesy vibe wouldn't resonate with the nature of the show." Hearing Katzenberg's quick dismissal of Diane Kruger, Eric shrugged. "Jeffrey, do you really think I'm the type to be stubborn and only favor my own?" Katzenberg smiled, secretly wondering what Eric's thoughts truly were. He still felt that Eric's choice of the Wachowski brothers to direct The Matrix was a bit hasty. If Eric were to let Diane Kruger host America's Next Top Model, he wouldn't be too surprised. It would just seem rather chaotic. Additionally, Miss Turlington's high street fashion vibe is too strong, and she doesn't seem very articulate. She wouldn't be suitable for a reality show requiring close interaction. That leaves Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista, and Tyra Banks. Tyra's a bit young and inexperienced, and her skin tone may not be favorable, but she certainly has an exuberant energy that gives her a notable edge over the other two. Chapter 711, 712, The New Wave of Technology. Ultimately, the discussion surrounding the potential hosts for America's Next Top Model focused on Linda Evangelista, Cindy Crawford, and Tyra Banks. The title of supermodel had initially risen to prominence with Linda Evangelista, making her the most persuasive choice to host the show. Prior to the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Cindy Crawford frequently appeared on television programs. Though, after the show, all 5 models held similar public recognition, Cindy still had the advantage of experience in hosting TV programs. Tyra Banks brought a lively personality to the table, and it was evident that she would easily connect with the contestants, making her quite approachable. However, a glaring flaw stood out. Tyra was born in 1973, which made her just 22 years old at the time. While she gained significant fame from the Victoria's Secret shows, her youth could be a challenge for the role. If not for this, Eric wouldn't even have to think about the host for America's Next Top Model in this timeline. After quite the discussion, the final decision rested with Eric. Honestly, despite what happened in the previous days, Eric didn't have a deep understanding of these 5 women. His memories from the past mostly came from various media outlets. Now that he found himself here, it would be foolish for Eric to take media information at face value. The reforms for Lifetime television and the plans for America's Next Top Model were just beginning, so Eric wasn't in a hurry. He intended to have a detailed discussion with the ladies before reaching a decision. Before they knew it, night fell softly, and as Eric listened to Luke Besson share ideas for a sci-fi film, he heard Catherine's voice beside him. "Eric, it's late. I think I should head home." Noticing Catherine approaching, Luke Besson raised his glass and smiled, subtly excusing himself. Catherine looked a bit embarrassed at the moment. "I didn't interrupt your conversation, did I?" "Of course not." Eric shook his head. Checking his watch, it was just past 11. The party was still quite lively, with not many guests leaving. However, for Catherine, who was known for her strict routine, it was undoubtedly quite late already. Eric looked at Catherine, who held her little golden trophy tightly in front of her, a hint of tension and panic crossing her face. He smiled and said, "Shall I give you a ride home?" "No, no need." Catherine instinctively shook her head, the hint of tension and panic spilling over her pretty face. "You've had a drink. Driving yourself isn't safe." "I wouldn't feel right about that," Eric said, gesturing toward the exit. Catherine shifted a bit, suddenly saying, "You've been drinking too." "I have a driver. Come on," Eric replied. As Catherine followed Eric towards the door, she murmured, "I can take a cab home. Do you think you can just wave down a cab like a heroine in a movie? It's the middle of the night. There aren't any cabs around," Eric joked, waving over to Katzenberg to signal him to handle the next arrangements. When they reached the parking lot, Eric personally opened the car door for Catherine and sat next to her after confirming her address with the driver. The streets near Sunset Boulevard were still bright with lights, though the traffic and pedestrians had thinned out considerably. As they drove through Sunset Boulevard, seeing Catherine clutching her trophy, Eric couldn't shake the feeling that he was sitting next to a naive little girl. He smiled and said, "How's the script for The Thin Red Line coming along with Terrence Malick?" "It's going okay. There are some minor disagreements on details, but nothing major. Next month, we're planning a trip to Guadalcanal for a field study. Terrence wants to shoot on location." Eric nodded. "Oh, have you thought about when you might start shooting?" Although the film would be backed by Firefly, it didn't fall under Firefly's commercial film category, which allowed Eric to take a relaxed approach, enabling Catherine and Terrence Malick to make their own decisions. "Next year, I think I'd like to have more time to prepare," Catherine said after a brief hesitation. The two chatted casually, unaware until the car came to a stop outside a residence in Coldwater Canyon. They stepped out, greeted by old street lamps, their yellow light illuminating a power pole covered in dark moss, looking quite weathered and about to collapse. "Well then, good night," Eric said, opening his arms to Catherine. Catherine cautiously moved closer, embraced him briefly, and then released him, saying, "Good night." After she turned to walk toward the door, Eric recalled something and called out, "Catherine." She froze, turning back. "What?" Eric pointed at the trophy in her hand. "In the coming days, we might need you to participate in a few interviews. I hope you'll be prepared." "Oh, I understand," she said, glancing at him. After locking eyes for just a couple of seconds and realizing he had nothing more to say, she hurriedly retreated into the yard. Eric chuckled, returned to the car, and as Carter Moan started the vehicle, he couldn't help but tease. "Boss, this isn't quite your style. Just drive. I already feel like I'm imposing on a little girl here." Carter Moan efficiently turned the car around. "Ms. Bigelow definitely feels something for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting so flustered." "Always feels like something is still lacking," Eric quasi answered. The next day, the news of the first ever female Best Director winner at the Oscars dominated major media outlets worldwide, triggering jubilation everywhere. At the same time, Firefly took the opportunity to launch a new round of promotional efforts for Saving Private Ryan's videotape. Riding the waves of Catherine winning Best Director, the following week, the North American sales of Saving Private Ryan's video quickly surpassed 1 million copies. In Europe, since the release of this video came after North America, there was significant market demand. Thus, with Firefly's promotional support, the weekly sales figures there easily surpassed North America, reaching nearly 1.5 million copies. In just a week, the videotape sales for Saving Private Ryan generated $75 million in revenue for Firefly. Internal forecasts suggested that the final videotape sales would exceed $500 million, possibly even surpassing the film's global box office receipts. Since movie companies typically don't disclose videotape sales figures, most people remained focused on Catherine's Oscar win. However, inside Hollywood, the astonishing videotape sales of Saving Private Ryan stirred excitement. Major film companies promptly began seeking excellent war film scripts, leading to significant attention on Catherine's upcoming project, The Thin Red Line, which even sparked a bit of a legal dispute. It turned out that before Terrence Malick approached Eric, he had already engaged various production companies to make this film, including all 6 major studios. This wasn't the issue. The critical element was that during discussions with a small independent studio named Phoenix, Terrence had signed a letter of intent, authorizing Phoenix to raise production funds for The Thin Red Line back in 1988. Given the film's high budget and significant risks, Phoenix hadn't managed to secure a single cent. According to industry practices, such a letter of intent would generally be considered null and void in such circumstances. Ideally, the situation would simply pass on, and the project would smoothly transition to Firefly. Yet after Catherine won the Oscar for Best Director and Saving Private Ryan saw phenomenal success in the tape market, perhaps due to instigations from some, Robert Geisler, the producer from Phoenix, resurfaced, claiming that according to their original agreement, Phoenix had gathered sufficient funds for The Thin Red Line and demanded Firefly return the rights for the film's production and distribution. Such ridiculous situations were common in Hollywood. Eric didn't overly concern himself, leaving the matter to Firefly's legal department. He had read the script for The Thin Red Line and retained several details about it, knowing it was not destined to be a blockbuster. Furthermore, he was aware that Phoenix might simply be trying to involve themselves in the investment. As long as it didn't interfere with the film's production, Eric was amenable to relinquishing a portion of the investment rights. However, if they didn't know their place, Eric wouldn't hesitate to let them experience Firefly's wrath. Post-Oscars, Eric focused primarily on reforming Lifetime Television and preparing for America's Next Top Model. Lifetime Television was established in the early 1980s following the merger of 2 small TV stations, owned by ABC and Hearst, becoming part of the A&E network. For the first several years, Lifetime consistently ran at a loss, only managing to break even by the late 80s. At this time, Lifetime reportedly had 30 million users, including all theoretical users across various cable TV packages. However, just like in Eric's memories of the underwatched law, educational, or foreign language channels, Lifetime had become a neglected channel, with even its more popular programs usually garnering fewer than 2 million viewers. Due to the consistently mediocre ratings, major cable providers often threatened to drop the channel because, much like with the internet, cable signal transmission also consumed bandwidth. Before Katzenberg brought up Lifetime, Eric had nearly forgotten the channel was still part of Firefly's holdings. Once plans commenced, Eric began learning more about Lifetime Television. In the 80s, Lifetime reran programs produced by ABC Network, occasionally picking up a few inexpensive low-cost women's films. The programming could only be described as bland and unexciting. It wasn't until the early 90s, with ABC's renewed performance buoyed by parent company support, that Lifetime began attempting to produce its own TV movies or miniseries. However, their annual output averages barely reached 2 films, which was minuscule compared to ABC's need to air dozens of new shows each year. Thus, reforming such an obscure channel was no easy task. Fortunately, the executives at Firefly were filled with confidence, drawing inspiration from ESPN's transformation from fewer than 300,000 local users to the nation's leading sports network. They quickly crafted detailed development plans. On another front, while cable television emerged in the 80s, it didn't truly flourish until the latter half of the 90s. The rise of high-tech industries stimulated not only the growth of the internet, but also led to significant expansions in the cable TV network. Many classic cable dramas began surfacing prominently in the latter half of the 90s. Among these, the most renowned productions from HBO under Time Warner stood out. From Eric's perspective, the U.S. cable TV market was on an upward trajectory, with the new wave of technology just beginning. While the major focus remained on internet companies, substantial investments also flowed into the television sector. Firefly boasted a solid internal funding chain, eliminating the need to constantly seek financing from external investment banks or foreign film funds. Still, the large investment influx into television indirectly provided Firefly with an expanded platform. Concurrently, the regulations governing the U.S. cable television industry began to loosen rapidly. Large-scale consolidations had already started the previous year. The reason Barry Diller and Sumner Redstone lost the battle for Viacom was primarily that the parent company, QVC, merged with AT&T, which was a major cable operator. In this context of the industry's resurgence, it was a prime opportunity to position themselves within the cable television sector. After all, according to Eric's memories, while public television might not entirely fade away, it would gradually be overshadowed by the more premium content offered on cable stations. Moreover, many cable channels hadn't yet taken stock of the opportunities about to arise, which meant if Lifetime Television could establish itself ahead of time, it could potentially replace some of those channels that might have otherwise thrived. Chapters 712, 713, 1/10. Revitalizing a television network couldn't rely on just one hit show. However, a program that generated buzz and garnered widespread media attention could significantly enhance the channel's visibility, attracting more viewers. Once the momentum had built up, continuously producing quality programming could lead the network into a healthy cycle of growth. That was precisely what Eric hoped for with America's Next Top Model. The Firefly Group didn't have any major acquisition plans for the next few years, but that didn't mean they would cease to expand and develop. Prior to Eric proposing America's Next Top Model, Katzenberg had already begun ramping up investments in Firefly's music division. Though Eric wasn't fervently passionate about Katzenberg's plans, he didn't obstruct them either. Thanks to strict copyright protection laws, the music industry, while heavily impacted by the internet era, hadn't completely collapsed despite becoming increasingly sluggish. In addition to the music business, developing more structured commercial operations around popular films was one of the key development plans for Firefly over the next few years. The upcoming toy collaboration talks with Hasbro were part of this plan. Upon hearing the idea for America's Next Top Model, the spirited Katzenberg immediately suggested revitalizing the Lifetime network. As mentioned earlier, even if America's Next Top Model achieved great success, sustaining a television network would require more than just one hit show. After several brainstorming sessions, management quickly developed a detailed original programming, network resource reutilization, scheduling, and marketing plan. Firefly committed to investing $100 million each year for 3 years into programming, acquisitions, and marketing for Lifetime, aiming to create a dedicated women's network focused on fashion and high-quality living for young women. Lifetime's parent company, A&E Networks, was jointly owned by Firefly Group and Hearst Corporation. Thus, this reform plan for Lifetime needed to be discussed with Hearst for resource support. Hearst owned hundreds of daily papers, weeklies, and magazines worldwide, and these print resources remained indispensable for promoting a women-focused channel. Post-Oscars, the awards season had finally concluded, and Eric had wrapped up most of the film projects that required his attention. Yet, Before he could even take a few days to rest, a barrage of new tasks flooded in. With Hearst's headquarters in New York and A&E's also located there, if plans went forward, most of Lifetime's programming would be produced in New York. For numerous reasons, Eric needed to head to New York to engage in relevant discussions and planning. At the same time, the birthdays of his two little ones were approaching, and Easter fell on April 16th that year. During such special occasions, he always made it a point to spend time with his women and kids. Hasbro's headquarters in Rhode Island was very close to New York, so negotiations regarding their toy development collaboration would take place there as well. Discussions regarding Firefly investments and telecommunications operator Sprint had already begun, involving over $1 billion in investments, and certain key events warranted Eric's personal attendance. Both Firefly Investments and Sprint had their headquarters in New York. On the flight to New York, Eric briefly reviewed his schedule and realized that once he wrapped up these tasks, summer movie season would be upon him. As soon as he stepped off the plane, he dove headfirst into work. At the ABC headquarters in Manhattan's Upper West High D, a meeting was in progress involving senior executives from Firefly Networks, A&E Management, and representatives from Hearst Corporation. At Eric's invitation, William Hearst, the third-generation head of the Hearst family, was also present. According to 1994 data, Lifetime had 31.5 million subscribers. Cable operators like Comcast, Time Warner, and TCI paid an average monthly subscriber fee of 15 cents per subscriber. Last year, Lifetime earned $56.7 million from operator fees, $33.5 million in ad revenue, bringing annual revenue to $90.2 million with a profit of $13.8 million. We plan to utilize 3 years to expand Lifetime's subscriber base to between 60 million and 90 million, increasing the operator fee to 25 cents, and we expect to surpass operator revenue with ad income through a series of quality programs, aiming for annual revenues of $500 million and a net profit of $100 million. After delivering his brief report, as Katzenberg was ready to continue to the next topic, William Hearst raised his head, tapping on the documents in front of him. Without acknowledging Katzenberg directly, he looked across the table at Eric and said, "Eric, last year's Victoria's Secret fashion show generated direct profits and indirect stock value increases exceeding $1.5 billion for you. Doesn't this plan seem a bit modest in comparison?" Leaning back in his comfortable leather chair, Eric twirled a pencil in his fingers habitually and smiled. "William, last year was entirely unexpected. We need to take things step by step. Given what Lifetime has in place, achieving that goal in 3 years is already an excellent outcome. Last year, Firefly's total profit from all television operations was over $600 million. William Hearst scrutinized the young man seated across from him and said, "I'm not particularly focused on television, but something feels incomplete about this plan. Or rather, some aspects haven't been clarified." Without directly confronting him, Eric replied in a roundabout way, "This is just a draft. It definitely requires revisions. Otherwise, we wouldn't be holding this meeting today." William Hearst observed Eric's slightly relaxed smile. "Eric, regarding the production of original programming for Lifetime. This plan seems to lack clarity on how we're proceeding with that, doesn't it?" Eric responded, "Oh, I believe there shouldn't be any disagreement here. Besides news programming, all other shows for the network would be produced by Firefly's entertainment division, following the usual practice." As the two executives squared off, those present fell silent, patiently listening. As industry elites, most attendees understood what the two were discussing. By this point, even the rather confused note-taker began to grasp the situation. Eric and William were engaging in a discussion about the copyright ownership of Lifetime's original programming. Typically, a television show's producer sells its broadcast rights to a network, receiving only a small portion of the revenues, often insufficient to cover production costs. Most of a television show's revenue actually comes from the sale of VHS tapes and syndication rights after its initial broadcast, known as syndication. Shows distribute their content via syndication systems to numerous networks across the United States and more than 100 other countries. The profits from these sales often far exceed that from the initial broadcast. In fact, The profits from popular shows' tape sales and syndication can sometimes reach 10 times the production costs. That's also why many lead actors in television series earn such high salaries per episode. Without those tape sales and syndication, networks would never be able to offer such exorbitant wages relying solely on advertising and cable division revenues from the initial broadcasts. Most production and distribution departments in television networks operate as one unit, so they don't have to differentiate these issues. However, the situation with Lifetime and A&E was different. A&E was jointly owned by Firefly and Hearst, with each holding a 50% stake. If Lifetime's original programming were produced by A&E, Hearst would share in the profits from tape sales and syndication. Yet, if the shows were produced by Firefly's division, the copyrights would be unrelated to A&E, which meant even though Hearst wouldn't need to bear production investment risks, they would also miss out on any profits from tape sales and syndication. That was the reason William had just called the plan stingy. If ad revenues and cable fees alone could net $100 million in profit, that would be meager compared to what tape sales and syndication revenues could bring. Though Hearst retained a giant presence in the print media world, they lacked enough confidence in television operations, and William recognized that Eric's invitation to this meeting was not as straightforward as it seemed. He decided to play along. "Eric, I believe it's more suitable for A&E to handle the production of these original programs. Hearst can proportionally provide the production funding, and if there are needs for print media resources, we can try to accommodate." A glimmer of interest sparked in Eric, and he straightened up. "Speaking of proportions, William, I think the shareholding ratio between Firefly and Hearst in ESPN aligns better. Don't you think?" Even though he had been prepared for such a discussion, William almost tossed the documents in his hand at Eric when he heard that. He immediately shook his head. "Eric, that's not going to happen. Absolutely not." Firefly and Hearst held equal shares in A&E, but it was different for ESPN, where Hearst only owned 20% compared to Firefly's 80%. Initially, Hearst and the Metropolitan Media Group had equal stakes in ESPN, but in the 1980s, as ESPN was on the rise, Tom Murphy bought up most of the ESPN shares from Hearst and other minor stakeholders for less than $50 million. Now ESPN was the #1 sports channel in North America, with revenues exceeding $200 million in 1995. The shares sold off by Hearst back then each generated profits beyond $50 million annually. Given this past lesson, William was adamant that he wouldn't repeat such a mistake. Hearing William's vehement refusal, Eric shrugged. "William, if you don't agree, so be it." William fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Eric, I've heard your ideas about America's next top model. This project requires extensive support from print resources. Firefly sold off all its print assets last year. Without Hearst, it would be challenging for you to grow this project significantly on your own. William, I see this as a win-win situation. We gain resources, and you receive more news material." Eric replied, shaking his head and flashing a confident smile. "Besides, you're mistaken. Hearst isn't the only player here. There's also Condé Nast and News Corporation, with which Firefly has solid relationships. I even have Yahoo, which although not yet on par with traditional print media in influence, overlaps significantly with the young female audience Lifetime targets. I'm sure you noticed the media potential Yahoo demonstrated during last year's Victoria's Secret show." William opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words to counter. Though reluctant to concede, he had to admit internally that while Hearst was a powerful player in the media sector, they weren't essential for Firefly. Yet without Firefly, it would be hard for Hearst to grow A&E further. The current situation was that Eric had laid down his conditions. Firefly wanted majority ownership of A&E. If Hearst opposed, they would lose out on most of the potential profits from Lifetime as it expanded. Conversely, if they compromised, Hearst could be in danger of repeating their past mistakes with ESPN. After a round of internal conflict, William stated, "Eric, having Firefly aiming for 80% ownership is absolutely impossible. We could possibly relinquish absolute control, allowing you to reshape the network as you see fit. How does that sound?" Eric shook his head. "William, Hearst's focus is on print media. I don't think you need to stubbornly cling to these television assets. How about this? I'll take a step back. Firefly will settle for 75%. That's my bottom line. No, no, no. Eric, the maximum is 55%. Any higher, and I'd rather forfeit A and E's production powers and maintain the status quo. Hey, William, did you know that last year's ER had a production cost of less than $30 million, but garnered over $150 million in syndication profits from just the first season? We'll soon be releasing tapes, which will bring additional revenue. And then there's the advertising revenue. $45 million, with profits only a fraction of what syndication provides. A fraction. William appeared exasperated. But you can't expect that kind of windfall from every series, can you? Well, okay, Eric, 60%. Any more than that, and I might face inquiries from shareholders. You can't fool me, William. The Hearst family has always firmly controlled Hearst Corporation, and no one would oppose your decision. It's 70%, the highest Firefly can handle. If you can't accept it, Firefly might consider acquiring another cable network on its own. As the attendees listened to the two bosses exchange rapid-fire commentary, reflecting keen minds and quick pace, inferring shrewdness and strategy from even their light-hearted remarks, they were taken aback, as people rarely engage in negotiations akin to market bartering. After more than 10 minutes of back and forth, both parties finally reached a compromise they could begrudgingly accept. Firefly would hold 65% ownership, while Hearst retained 35%, with A and E responsible for producing Lifetime's programs and Hearst providing ample support in print media resources. Chapters 713, 714, split in two. Eric, I think if you stand firm, it wouldn't be a problem for Firefly to acquire 70% of the shares from A and E Network. The Hearst Group doesn't have any leverage in this matter, Jeffrey Katzenberg said with a hint of regret during their lunch after the meeting. Holding his plate, Eric was at the buffet table with Katzenberg, picking out food. He turned to glance at William Hearst not far away, who was chatting and laughing with Tom Murphy. He said, for Lifetime Television to develop, it definitely requires significant initial investment. The Hearst Group's involvement not only helps share the investment risk, but their media channels worldwide are also crucial. Plus, we already have absolute control now, so the Hearst Group won't have any leverage going forward, right? Eric's tone hinted at some lingering thoughts. Katzenberg immediately caught on, grinning slyly, revealing a row of prominent teeth. Once Lifetime Television took off, as the majority shareholder, Firefly could easily dilute the Hearst Group's shares. After they finished choosing their food, they found a table to sit at. Katzenberg asked, I missed the kids' birthdays the other day and had Peter deliver gifts for me. Did you receive them? Of course, they all loved them. Eric nodded, then added, what about you? Are you planning to go back to Los Angeles for Easter? Marilyn and the kids all came to New York this year to celebrate with my parents, so I'm luckily not running around, Katzenberg replied. He married early, and his wife's name was Marilyn Siegel. They had a pair of twins. After a moment of casual conversation, the two men naturally drifted back to work. The higher-ups at the group had been focusing their energy on discussing the overall development plan for Lifetime Television lately, somewhat neglecting the specific production of programs. During the morning meeting, after discussions with the Hearst Group, the final plan took shape. Now, Katzenberg started to worry about the host for America's Next Top Model. This had been a topic of discussion since the Oscars, yet it remained